So I just want to start off by apologizing for how long this took. I've had this in the planning stages for almost 2 years, and it was initially supposed to happen in April, but unfortunately luck wasn't on my side then, and if I'm being honest, it wasn't on my side for the entirety of this project. We had recorded this in June with the intention of uploading this in July, but once I started putting everything together, I realized how daunting of a task this was, with almost 9 hours of recording, and it didn't help that there were so many times I had to stop working on this due to so many things going on in my life. There were so many moments I wanted to call it quits on this, but I kept pushing through it. Better late than never, but here it is. And I should note that there's quite a few outdated takes and jokes during this, since the recordings are dated both June 9th and June 30th, 2024. The special is gonna end with Zom 100. If I feel like making another part once newer shows are added, I'll make it, but for right now, this is the only time I do something like this. Now I know I rambled on long enough, but before I let this play, I just want to give some shoutouts, because without these people, I wouldn't have come this far. Joshua Matthew and Silver Absolution of Toonami Squad, they took me on as one of their graphic designers when I was still a novice, and without this group, I wouldn't have learned so much and met many amazing people. Logan Schmolis1, a member of Toonami Squad and subtitle editor for Discotech Media, just for being one of the best people I know and work with, and has given me the drive to keep going on this. Junior VT, formerly Caboose Jr., a former Toonami archivist, and someone that I was following long before I did any of this, and whose fake graphic templates got me learning and taking an interest in graphic design, and has helped me and taught me on many occasions, and someone that I'm glad to call a friend. And lastly, JP Reckless, graphic designer for Toonami Faithful, who has helped me many times with creating and supplied me some assets for these videos, and has also been a true friend. And just thanks so much to Logan, Sketch, Sam, SC Universe of Toonami Squad, and JP for joining me on this special and putting up with all the problems that plague the making of this. So with everything out of the way, here is my very belated 1K subscriber special, the Great Toonami tier list. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy. Hi.
Hello.
A little bit of an unorthodox intro there, because I'm used to hosting podcasts, but this isn't a podcast, and this isn't for Toonami Squad. This is just something I'm doing. But hello, I'm Sam. I go by Sam6299. I am joined by Mr. Discotech Logan Schmolis1.
Yo.
I'm joined by Sketch of Toonami Faithful.
Hey.
And I'm joined by JP Reckless of also Toonami Faithful.
Yo, what's up? How y'all doing?
And this is something that I wanted to do for a long time. Getting it to happen was a pain in the butt, but finally, I'm getting this going, and we are doing a tier list ranking every single show aired on Toonami from 1997 all the way to the current year 2024. It sounds like a lot, and it is. But I just, because I see everyone doing these tier lists now, and I'm noticing no one's done like a Toonami related one, or at least anyone in the community. So I said,
you beat me to it.
Yes, I did. So, and unfortunately, there were some bumps along the road. I was going to make this a live stream, but I decided just to do a video that I'll premiere on the channel. But we are here. it's happening. So now let me just put the screen on. There we go. And you guys can see the screen, right? I got the screen share on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now I did go back and watch a couple of shows, but I have not seen all of these. So some of these shows only probably a few of you here might have opinions on. I know I don't with the first few, but I guess we should get started. So we're gonna start all the way back in 1997 with some of the first stuff to air on the block. So.
Sword of Omens, Eye of Thundera, Thundercats, feel the power. Tonight at 7, only on Toonami.
I guess we'll first talk about Thundercats, the original show from the 80s. I'm gonna be honest, because I remember seeing ads for the 2011 version, and at the time, because I didn't use the internet a lot, I just thought that was a new thing. And then I think I remember seeing some old Toonami stuff, and they said Thundercats, and it was like, wait, that's an old thing, and it was like, yeah, it's something from the 80s. So Thundercats, the original series from, I don't know the year, I just know it was in the 80s. I really got no opinions on this, so I'll leave it off to I guess Sketch or Logan. Have you or JP? Have any of you all seen this?
Yeah, don't ask me about Thundercats. I didn't actually get Cartoon Network until like 1999, and I didn't really see Thundercats in syndication. But this is the thing about Thundercats. It was an institution. It ran like 130 episodes. It was hugely successful in syndication. So, and obviously they have rebooted it twice since.
Yeah.
It's not a bad show. For the 80s, it's pretty solid, pretty competent. Obviously the badass intro is the best animated thing about it. The song is very good. But, you know, overall,
it's one of those. Yeah, it's like a C, because it's one of those shows that it's a lot like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, where if it was like your jam when you were a kid, it has a lot of nostalgia. But when you go back to it now, you're kind of like, yeah, it's still okay, but it's not like what was amazing when I was a kid.
It's
So,
kind of
like,
boring. If
Yeah.
you watch it
Yeah,
now.
like not a bad show, but not anything like, if somebody goes, hey, what's an old show I should watch? I'm not going to be immediately going, oh, you should watch Thundercats.
Huh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm kind of with Sketch because I didn't watch Toonami until 1999. So I didn't watch that much of Thundercats, but I knew I watched it. I'm aware of it because it aired around my local networks here in Virginia. So, but yeah, I agree. It's like it's a good show, like a good OG show. But nothing too. I can't put it past C. So like so C is like
Yeah. I think even the most stout Thundercats fan would probably give it a B. Though if Paul Pasquillo was here, he'd probably be like S tier.
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah, I was gonna say wasn't like another thing about a lot of shows like a lot of cartoons in the 80s with a bunch of them were just like glorified like advertisements for like toys and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Now I will give Thundercats credit that it does have some character stuff. And it was pretty good for its time. But
Yeah.
even among 80s shows, like no, it's just not up to par with some of the 80s shows. So yeah, I'd give it a C. C for cats. C for
Yeah,
C for cats. All right, so I guess we'll move on to our next one.
So, we meet again.
Stop right where you are!
Our only chance is to throw our combined solar powers.
I have created the perfect warrior.
We're trapped in some kind of force beam.
Grow, my pets, and spread terror throughout the planet.
Why have you brought us here?
Let the battle begin. Your Highness, the Galaxy Trio.
At your service.
The baby needs a spanking.
This one, it's the cartoon Roulette. Now, like I'm just going off what I've like heard of. So this was essentially like a shorts compilation, wasn't it? Or
Yeah, it was
something
all
like
the Hanna-Barbera action cartoon shorts, and they
so.
would run it like in. It was kind of weird how they would run it. I guess like they would run Thundercats, and then they would run 15 minutes of Cartoon Roulette. Then they would run, I believe, Voltron, and then they would run 15 more minutes of Cartoon Roulette.
Yeah.
A strange choice,
Mhm.
but these individual shorts. I mean, again, these old action cartoons are kind of boring when you watch them now. But there's a certain charm to most of these, and if we're counting the Fleischer Superman shorts in this,
I was gonna say, didn't they
it's
give the Fleischer
pretty
Superman
good.
shorts in there?
Yeah, is the Fleischer Superman a separate ranking on this, or is it all
No, it's
Roulette?
not. I just did the cartoon Roulette as like one thing.
Okay, it is technically how it aired in Cartoon Roulette, so
It,
that would probably up the quality level here.
so
Because those shorts are really good.
I guess like a bit of behind the scenes info here. So I actually made this list because looking on Tier List Maker, there was like when you put in Toonami, they weren't releasing great ones, and some of them were pretty outdated. So I just thought to do the list myself, and I went by the Toonami wiki, like the list of series on there. And at first, I was actually going to do both shows and movies, and then I realized how big of a task that was. So
No,
no,
we are not
no, sir.
ranking
No, no.
Ghibli films.
yeah, no. So it was going to be super complicated with like a bunch of shows, specials, and movies. So I was like, you know what? Let me just leave it to the series. So yeah, so that's how I did it. So like, I'm hoping that I at least got like a good chunk of stuff in there. I did keep the total immersion events though, because I feel like those should count. But I get so. How do y'all feel about Cartoon Roulette? Like Sketch gave his thought. Logan, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I mean, for me, like it's one of those things because I mean, I was watching the block effectively when it was brand new. The only downside I had was we didn't have a West Coast feed of Cartoon Network at the time. So of course, for a block that starts at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, for me it was starting at 1 o'clock. So I was tending to have to record it, and I just got lucky that the day it premiered, I was homesick from school. So I was watching all these shows, and the thing is, yeah, like they're not as a whole. Most of the shorts are kind of meh, but like you also can't ignore between Space Ghost and Superman, like how important that stuff all was kind of to the block and a lot of its identity that's carried on all the way till now. So I don't know, like if I'm ranking them both kind of as their importance to the block and overall quality, I'd probably give them an A, mostly because of Superman. But I honestly, that's probably where I'd put them.
Huh.
Yeah, I
uh,
think an A might be a little high, but because of the Superman shorts, and
hmm.
like as he mentioned in the Toonami bumps, the Superman shorts are so important. And so
Yeah,
are a bunch of the other
Yeah.
Roulette shows.
I was gonna say, isn't the "We won't be intimidated by criminal threats" like
Yeah,
came
yeah.
from
Yep.
yeah,
Superman?
mhm.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
All right.
Lots of those great clips came from those old shows. So I definitely wouldn't give it lower than a B, but I would be comfortable giving it an A.
Let's see. JP, how do you feel on
Yeah,
that?
yeah, I'm with them too. I just for importance of the block, I would put it. I would not be mad putting it in A. I had it in B, but I wouldn't be mad with A. I know the importance of the show. Like I said, I didn't watch it initially, but knowing how it impacted the block, especially with the Superman shorts, I'll definitely be comfortable with the A.
All right. So I guess Cartoon Roulette's going in the A tier. Hooray. So next on our list.
The galaxy is in the grip of a great evil, King Khan and his roguish rule. But there is a hope. The mighty robot, piloted by 5 daring space explorers, loved Voltron today at 4:45, only on Toonami.
Voltron. So yet again, funny story with me. This is kind of a similar story to like I guess with Thundercats, because so I've mentioned a lot. There was a period in my time to where I watched a lot of the Nicktoons network, and it was during that time they kind of tried being an action channel for a while there, because I remember they had DBZ Kai and like some other stuff, and I actually remember they had a Voltron show on there. So yet
They
again,
did.
it's another funny story of me seeing that Voltron show and thinking, oh, that's just new, and then what do you know, it was actually based off something that's older, which correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't Voltron something that originated in Japan that like they changed
They
kind of
Robotech it.
Yep.
yeah, I was gonna say like similar situation like Power Rangers and or Robotech.
They licensed the show. They licensed the wrong show, not the one they asked for. And I believe this is a case where they didn't even have the scripts, so they just kind of wrote the story however they could based on the footage and edited
Pretty
it to
much,
be
yeah.
because it's pretty violent, so they had to edit a lot to make it safe for syndicated American television.
Yeah, Media Blasters, when they put out the original Go Lion, which is what Voltron was built off
They
of,
had to re-edit it.
they straight up, they're like, oh, look at, like, this isn't your daddy's Voltron, and it's showing, like, all the times that, like, you know, one of the main characters in Voltron who, you know, like, he's killed in Go Lion after, like, 5 or 6 episodes, and in the original, they're like, oh, look, I can see his parachute, and, oh, he fell into the moat, it's so good that he survived, and it's like, oh, or that shuttlecraft full of diplomats, like, it's a good thing that we replaced them with robot replicas and before they got blown up. It's like, you know, it's just, yeah, they totally had to edit it down from what Go Lion was. And the fact that Voltron turned out as anywhere as coherent as it did with those kind of edits is honestly a miracle.
That's amazing.
And it became an institution.
It did. Like, it was, for me, you know, I watched it in the 80s. It was the first anime I ever watched. Like, had no idea it was an anime at the time, but it was the first anime I ever watched.
Yeah, same for me. That Voltron was the first anime that introduced me to the genre, and it's legendary around these parts, around this hood.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, like, I guess Voltron's like, I guess the first quote unquote like anime to air on Toonami, because like it's funny to think about Toonami as an anime block when like a lot of the first shows that played on it weren't even anime; they were like old like 80s like action shows. But yeah, so how would you all rank it then?
It's, I mean, for me, it's honestly, it's like a B, because again, it's one of those, like, from a personal level, it holds a lot of meaning because it was my first anime, but at the same time, like, the show's not actually that great. I mean, it's kind of corny. The biggest thing it has going for it is if you're like me and you're you know, a fan of like Super Sentai and Power Rangers, you don't really mind the kind of monotonous, like, hey, we've got some random plot and then let's turn into the robot and let's save the day and that's it. And for you know, out of 50 episodes, like 44 of them are basically just that same, you know, same formula every week, and then randomly there's a little bit of plot here and there. So it's like, yeah, it's like a B for me.
Yeah, I agree. I'll go with B myself. It's definitely corny, especially in today's world. Yes, I'll go with B.
So I guess I
I would lean towards C, but I can compromise.
I guess I'll put it on B, and if any other show lands on B, you could go above Voltron. Like, put it at a late B. Like, what? Like, leave it at the last.
Bottom of B.
Bottom B.
It's like straddling the line between B and C.
Yeah, that's what I did with my list. So yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, that was Voltron, and
give me a test count, Johnny.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Heads up, Buckley!
I am now in control.
Mad scientist, crazed terrorist, ruthless spies, evil minions.
One team shut them down. Race, Johnny,
Hang on!
Dr. Quest, and Bandit. The total package. The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest, today at 5:30. Only Toonami.
Now, I haven't seen this, but I know it's a meme, like among like even Jason and all that. The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. I know, I know for a fact, because I think I've seen like a couple statements and just like old promos. No one wanted Johnny Quest on there. Like, am I right on that? Or because I think I even remember seeing a Moltar promo to where he's like, oh, Johnny Quest is taken off the block, and like they made it a joke. I forgot what it was, but I just remember.
Yeah, for the 1 week when they played Beast Wars. Which was a far superior show. But you know what? I think I'll be the guy to defend the Real Adventures of Johnny Quest. I liked that show. I didn't see it on Cartoon Network because I didn't have Cartoon Network at the time, but I believe it was on TNT, and I watched it, and I liked it. I thought it was pretty solid. You know, there were some episodes that were definitely better than others. There were some episodes that were wildly better animated than others. But overall, I think it's a pretty good show. Is it as iconic as the original? By no means. I do really love the remix of the opening song, though.
Yeah, the opening song is good.
That all said, I mean, at best, it's a C.
So what you're saying is that they need to air Real Adventures of Johnny Quest during Toonami Rewind. Okay.
Okay, we ain't gonna go that far now.
Jason would never. Jason would never put it on MeTV Tunes.
I just want to say when he made that tweet of like, oh, what do you want to see on Toonami Rewind? There was a shocking amount of people saying Johnny Quest. So,
and he's like, we never played Johnny Quest. What are you talking about?
So how would y'all rank Johnny Quest then?
I'd put it at like a D. My biggest problem with it is it had that same. It did the same thing that so many shows. Hell, even Voltron had its own CGI sequel in the mid '90s, where that was the thing. Was all these cartoons were experimenting with this CGI stuff, and it was not ready for that kind of thing yet. Like it just the only saving grace for Johnny Quest was it had the traditional animation for a good percentage of the show. So I don't know. I guess I'd be willing to put it at C though.
All right.
Now with me,
bottom of C.
Yeah.
But now with me, I put it in F. Initially put it in F. I'm with Sketch. I didn't watch the show on Toonami, but I did watch it on TNT. So my childhood is kind of being hurt by this. But I would agree with a D, probably like a low D.
All right, I guess the deciding factor will be Sam, who finally joined us. Hello, Sam.
I've been here for a few minutes now.
I didn't look at the Discord window because I had 2 tabs of Chrome open, and then the corner of my eye I look at Discord on my phone and I saw you were in the call and I'm like, oh, let me go and pull you out of there. So welcome in. We already ranked Cartoon Roulette, Voltron, and Thundercats, and you'll be the deciding factor for Johnny Quest. So how do you feel about Johnny Quest? The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest.
The Real Adventures of Johnny Quest I have not seen since I was a child, so my memory of it is very, very hazy. So I think I remember liking it, but I don't remember much about it afterwards. So I probably...
So Logan says C. Sketch, you said D?
No, I said C.
I said D, yeah.
Oh, you said D? Okay, so
you wanted to give it an F.
I'll do the bottom of C. Or yeah, the bottom of C.
I'll go with C. Yeah, I'll go with C.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give it that respect.
Attention! Clear the streets and take cover. Take cover at once. They can't be doing this. They can't.
Annihilation. Total destruction.
Are they
All right, our next contender, Robotech, which I did hear about. I never watched it, but I did it yet again. It was like it was three different anime, right? That three different like shows, like mecha
I
shows.
believe only what was Macross was what aired on Toonami.
Yeah, they only aired the Macross saga out of Robotech.
Huh.
Which was probably a good choice.
That was, yeah, because honestly,
Yeah.
the Masters and the New Generation, or whatever the hell the other two parts are called, the ones based on Mos Pieta and Southern Cross, aren't that good. I mean, my biggest problem with Robotech, at least today, is that because of its existence, Harmony Gold like still refuses to let us have the original Macross show, so it's really irritating. But I mean, feelings on that aside, like it's kind of like Voltron in that it was, cut together and smoothed out for American audiences, and then you have the like, oh, we'll take a bunch of unrelated shows and kind of smash them together into one big thing.
Mhm.
It's a foundational show. I mean, so many people grew up watching it, and it's another one of those like didn't know it was anime kind of things. So like for me, I'd probably put it as a C. For me, it's not as good as Voltron, but it's around the same kind of ranking. It holds up better just because Macross as a foundational show is better. But yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
See, from my understanding, Robotech, despite being a massacre, it actually maintained a lot of its themes and was a kind of a heavy show for a kids anime in the 80s.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I
Yeah.
give it some points for that, for maintaining some of its integrity. It also loses points because Harmony Gold sucks forever. But
I was gonna say, like, so what do you think it was like ahead of its time or something like that? Or
a little bit, yeah, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, because I mean, it holds on to, like you said, it holds on to a lot of its themes from its source material. So like, it's definitely heavier than a lot of that toyetic stuff. Like, hey, watch Voltron to buy the lions and buy the monster toys. Like, yeah, Robotech was still a toy commercial because it had the toys, but it definitely kept more of its underlying theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would rank it above Voltron personally, even though I like Voltron more.
So
Yeah, I'm kind of
silly robot show.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same too. Above
Okay.
Voltron, yeah.
Above Voltron. Sam, did you ever watch Robotech or no?
No, not really.
Okay then. So it's a B and it goes above Voltron. Next.
All next week at 5:30, Johnny Quest packs his bags.
What gives?
And Toonami goes to war.
We've got a full-scale threat attack!
Open fire! For 1 week only. To your stations, quickly! Beast Wars. All next week at 5:30. Transformers 90s style. Only on Toonami.
Proximity alert. Proximity alert.
Flash. We have Transformers Beast Wars. I don't know much about this. I think it was it like, because I know around that time there was like a boom on a bunch of like CG shows, because there was that and Reboot. And that's about all I know.
Transformers Beast Wars at the time was the best Transformers show.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it holds up really well despite the CGI.
Yeah, and that was another thing, because like out of all the Transformers stuff that I hear about, I remember a lot of people saying Beast Wars was really good and all that.
I think the reason Beast Wars, as far as its CGI, kind of holds up, it's obviously nothing compared to what we have now.
Because they're animals and robots and not.
Yeah,
humans.
exactly. Like the sort of clunkier, like almost blobbier, like CGI design actually worked with the designs they came up with. It didn't feel like such an afterthought, and so like you didn't have the weird like claymation humans, because everything was designed for like what they were working with. It feels like so. Yeah, it's it's just a good show.
Yeah, it's a really good show.
Really good show. Yep.
But it only aired 5 episodes on 1 week, and I don't even know if those were like the best episodes of that show.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was looking at the wiki and it said like only 5 aired out of 52. Like,
I think
for
it
a week in
was
March.
some of the like trans metals episodes,
That sounds right.
which, like if we're talking the whole show and it was around for the entire time, I would have called an S. But since it was just those 5 episodes, I could give it an A.
Yeah, I'd go A.
I'll go with A. Yeah.
Would you put it above or below the cartoon Roulette?
Ooh.
Probably below, just because it's that 5 episode situation again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah, I guess A tier.
As an aside, I've always been confused with tier lists as to where the top and the bottom is.
Same.
So the furthest left is the top.
Yes, the furthest left is the top, and the furthest right is the lower. There are some tier lists where they don't do that. It's just like whatever's on A, B, or C. But differing opinions. So some people will do
baby
that.
mode.
Yeah. So,
fellas, I'm ready to get up and do my thing. Can I count it on?
It's a total eclipse of the heart.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, wait, cool.
Can I count it on? Can I count it on? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Moving on, and finally, something I can give my opinion on. The first, I guess, I don't want to say the first anime because we just mentioned Voltron, but one of the biggest classics to air on the block, and which recently got a resurgence thanks to Rewind, Sailor Moon. Being honest, because I was binging a lot of old shows, when it came to the long shows, I sampled them, and I probably didn't give Sailor Moon enough of the time because I only saw the first 10 episodes, and like I later learned because I looked up Sailor Moon in terms of like filler and manga canon and all that, and like in the first 10 episodes, only 3 of those are actually canon, while the rest of them are filler. So episode 1 is Usagi turning into Sailor Moon, followed by a bunch of pointless stuff, and then the next Guardian gets introduced. I forgot who it was. Mercury. Mercury. So like by the time I was done, I think Sailor Moon, Mercury, and what was the red one? Venus. Mars were introduced, and if I had given it enough time, I probably would have better appreciated it. But all I was thinking of in those first 10 episodes was Usagi, shut the fuck up. that is literally because like I don't know, she just annoyed.
Hey, Tuxedo Mask, can you do something, please? Thank you.
Oh yeah, I mean my work here is done. I just like look, I can appreciate it, and I know it's definitely stuck with a lot of people. I've seen a million Sailor Moon references everywhere, and I know this also kind of was like the beginning, or I guess the boom of like the magical girls genre, because I know there's like a lot of shows that take inspiration from it. So I will give it points for kind of starting
a really big deal.
I know, like for kind of starting a whole genre, and I know a lot of people are like are still near and dear to this day. So I mean, for me, let's see. I mean, in my opinion, I would maybe give it between A or B. How do you guys feel about it?
My personal bias, I would put it in S because this was the first anime I watched religiously when I was young. Back when it was airing on syndication, I think it was on my local Fox, and I just watched it religiously. And my friends like, "You watching Sailor Moon? Like, what the hell's wrong with you, boy?" But it's a good show. I would be okay if y'all put it in A, but my personal opinion, it would be an S just because that's the one I grew up the most.
Yeah, I was also gonna say I think also around that time because DBZ was on at the time, but since Sailor Moon played before DBZ, I know it was like
Yeah.
a test for a lot of people of like, do you watch Sailor Moon to get to DBZ or just wait for DBZ?
Oh,
And
absolutely. Yeah.
I know that was like a thing. But yeah, how did the rest of y'all feel about Sailor Moon?
Sailor Moon is really good. You go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead,
All right.
please.
Yeah, Sailor Moon is really good. You know, I was a teenager when I was watching this on Toonami next to DBZ and Gundam Wing and Ronin Warriors, and I really enjoyed it. I don't think I paid nearly enough attention to it. Despite that, I probably didn't see most of the episodes. Obviously, it's a huge show. Some people would knock it off points because of the Deke dub in particular.
Yeah,
other people are very nostalgic for it.
I was gonna say,
so,
and
now we can rank the Viz dub too. So that does actually make the question: are we ranking both dubs right? Or rather, all three dubs right now? Because there's the Deke, then Cloverway took over, and now we have Viz. Because obviously, the old Sailor Moon is quite a bit different from uncensored Sailor Moon, which we now have. And I would say I would rank uncensored Sailor Moon higher, but if we're going with like the legacy Sailor Moon that ran on Toonami for multiple years, I might even give it a B, but I could live with A.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, like I do know some of the changes, like the infamous like turning the lesbian couple into cousins.
Yeah.
Sailor Says and
but those things have their charm.
And also that like I was gonna make a joke is like which version of Sailor Moon do we rank? And I was gonna say
which version has the most talent.
I was gonna say nah, we rank the Saban pilot.
Oh no! I mean, I'm bringing up this argument now because we're going to have this argument again about some other shows, some big shows. So it just the fact that only 2 episodes of uncut Sailor Moon have actually aired so far is definitely a factor. But yeah, regardless, Sailor Moon is a hugely important show. Like this. A lot of people will give Dragon Ball Z all the credit for making Toonami what it became. But Sailor Moon was a huge factor in there. It was a 1-2 punch. So for Legacy of the Block, I suppose I'd have to give it an A.
Yeah, I'd go A also because it's, again, like looking at the Legacy, like... Yeah, fine, you can say that, Robotech and Voltron were obviously, like earlier anime, but like Sailor Moon was the first, like, this is just an anime. Like, we're not splicing 2 random shows together, any of that. Like, it was just flat out like, here's this show. Like, yeah, it had the different, seasons and S and R and all that stuff in Japan, but like, from that standpoint, like it was just flat out like this is the show. So like it kind of it definitely gets credit for that. And yeah, I mean the old dub it's like you said, it's nostalgic because the name changes and stuff like that are clearly not what they were supposed to be. But yeah, I mean it's it's a good show. I mean the fact that they even bothered to redub it 30 years later, like that kind of goes to show you just how how important it is in just anime in general. So yeah, like I definitely put it as an A.
Time for you to grovel at my feet, Sailor Moon.
I certainly hope this works.
Sailor Moon will return in a moment on Toonami's Lunar Eclipse. Dragon Ball Z on Toonami.
Sam, did you watch Sailor Moon?
As a kid, yes. I wasn't into it as a kid. I don't know how I feel about it now because I haven't really watched the show since I was a kid. But I pretty much would agree and put it in the A because Legacy and all the points that Logan and Sketch brought up, those were really great points.
All right then. So, but now the real question is, would you put it at the top of A, like over Cartoon Roulette and Beast Wars, or somewhere in the middle?
Yeah.
Okay. Top of
This
A.
one goes out to all the ladies.
I did see
all
that
the
one.
baddies.
All right, and next.
I will make this whole planet suffer! This can't be happening! I am the Prince of all Saiyans once again!
Another Toonami classic, one that kickstarted a freaking generation. Dragon Ball Z.
S tier.
Yes.
So
all I gotta say is Dragon Ball needs to rank higher.
I like Dragon Ball a lot more than DBZ.
Put Z wherever you will, but Dragon Ball needs to rank higher than.
I have to agree.
I'm gonna put in S tier because I know it's a lot. It means a lot, and it did inspire an entire generation. Like literally, without DBZ, a lot of people.
I do have to give it huge points for legacy, but if I was going for quality of the show, I'd put it in B.
So I guess so for me, because yet again I'm a zoomer. Well, I'm a zoomer, I'm not a.
I watched that show religiously.
Same here.
But it's got problems. Okay.
I was gonna say because I know there's like the multiple different dubs. Like y'all started with the Ocean dub, and then I know that it looped after like Goku beats Raccoon, and then like it came back under the Funimation dub, and
season 3 was rough.
and the Falconer score. I know. So like for me, because earlier I mentioned that I watched the Craptoon and Nicktoons Network. DBZ Kai was one of them. So my exposure to Dragon Ball was Nicktoons Network DBZ Kai, but then I would later see Kai air on Toonami, which then exposed me to Toonami. But like at one point, I did do some internet research because I had a smartphone on me at the time, and I did see a lot of clips, and I was always thinking to myself, "Damn, this version of DBZ looks cool. Like the music sounds awesome. Like they're spilling blood because Nicktoons didn't have the blood, and all that." And there was a point to where I would put DBZ over Kai, but like now I see, but that's getting ahead of myself. But like I did see some of original DBZ with the Falconer score. I actually own one of the orange box sets because I think I saw.
Proud of that.
At the time, yes.
Bro, I have all the Dragon boxes.
Because I think I
That's
saw
my flex.
I think I saw it on sale when I went to the store, and it was like the set with during the Cell Saga. Because like one of my favorite fights is Android 17 versus Piccolo. Feel like that's a very underrated fight in my opinion. Which I'm so happy in Super they called back to that when they met up again. But yeah, so I did see a lot of original. I mean, not a lot, but like I did see original DBZ. I did look at some clips of Ocean Dub too. I think I watched the entirety of like Goku fight Vegeta in the Ocean Dub, and obviously over 9,000.
What?
I mean,
there's no way that could be right.
Yeah, but yeah.
And it wasn't. It was 8,000.
A funny little tidbit though, because I didn't see this, and I saw it, and it was in a Did You Know video. Apparently, when the Nicktoons airing of DBZ Kai happened, they did have Vegeta say it's over 9,000,
9,000.
like
But in
similar.
the uncut dub, he said over 8,000.
Yeah, so like he still kind of said it.
Yeah,
but I
and
mean,
he tried to do the Brian Drummond thing.
yeah. Well, I guess that's me and DBZ. How about everyone else?
Honestly, it's S rank for me. Just not just for legacy purposes, but just it literally carried Toonami on its back for the longest time.
That's
And I remember,
undeniable.
yeah. And with me, it's like if you missed the episode, you had to either wait till the next day, or you had to go. I had to go to my local store and get the bootleg DVDs just to catch up with everything. So with that said, it's definitely an S rank. Just the importance of it, just not just for time, but for anime in general, in my opinion.
Also,
yeah, like it was such a cultural thing. Like, you know, we've all seen that it's like New York Times or something, you know, that article about, you know, why are kids flocking to this violent cartoon? And, you know, it's like even now, like, you know, sure, it's for Super, but you get the whole, you know, Goku as a balloon in the Thanksgiving Day parade and stuff like that. Like, if it wasn't for the way DBZ popped off on Toonami, like the entire landscape of the anime industry would be so different. Like it's so foundational in just in general. Like it's, you know, so yeah, like, you know, even when you know, look at the quality of, like, yeah, okay, Kai was able to cut basically like half the episode content without really losing any of the plot. And so it's like, yeah, does the show kind of meander? Yeah, sure it does, but it's an entertaining show, and it's one of those shows that, like, if I were looking for something to just, you know, put on and just kind of zone out to, like, that's not a bad choice.
Yeah, one other thing I should have mentioned was that, like, also, like, it, because I didn't read this until recently, that, like, at the time when when Toonami aired DBZ, Funimation was gonna go into bankruptcy, so them selling selling the broadcast rights.
Toonami saved Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Z saved Toonami.
And it's just wild to think of how they are operating nowadays, but that's a topic for another day that I'm not going to get into.
But what have you done for me lately, Toonami?
And then also, just like, unfortunately, like I think like 3 months ago, we lost Akira Toriyama, which is a massive loss. Not just for the anime community, but for the world as a whole. Like, when you got entire, like, governments mourning, you know you did something right. But anyone else have anything to say on DBZ?
I think of DBZ as like this pop culture icon. Just like, it's so massive that it kind of eclipses anime itself. Like, you don't have to be an anime fan to know what Dragon Ball Z is. Everyone has heard of it, even if they've never watched a single episode. So that's a big deal to be kind of like seen as like a pop culture icon, sort of similar to other shows and movies. It's really interesting how that all happened, because Toonami ran it and it became popular through there. So yeah, I think that makes a whole lot of sense.
All right, DBZ S tier it is. So I guess we should move on now.
Calling the Super Friends. We're ready to explore.
Not long ago, one band of heroes was all the world needed.
Looks like we've got a job to do. Right.
Wonder Twin power!
This is a job for Superman.
What? Someone mentioned Batman?
One gang of villains was the only thing standing in their way.
It's the Catwoman.
Toonami's bringing back the good old days. Super Friends. Today at 4:30.
Next is Super Friends. I don't know a whole lot. So I'm once again clueless. So who here watched Super Friends?
That Hanna-Barbera DC show?
Yes, it was from 73 to 86. And yeah, it was Hanna-Barbera. It was essentially 70s Justice League.
It was, it was kind of like the last, in a sense, like the last gasp of, at least for a time, the last gasp of like Western animation to kind of end up on the block, like, well, not even Western animation, I guess, like classic, like older stuff. In fact, I mean, that was probably the last like pre-90s show, I want to say, that ended up on there, maybe 80s. But like, yeah, I mean, it's, for me, it's like a D tier. Like it's entertaining enough, but it's, compared to some of the other DC related stuff that will come up later, it's just kind of paling. Like it's a little goofy, I guess, is kind of my thing.
Yeah, I'm kind of like in the same board with that. I didn't watch Super Friends till around it was airing on Boomer Action. That's when I would start watching it. But yeah, it's kind of it. I don't really have no opinion on it. It was just kind of goofy. It was like, whatever.
There's a certain charm to it, but here's an interesting caveat. Like when people think of Super Friends, they don't really think about what Toonami aired as Super Friends. What they actually aired was it was some episodes of Super Friends and also a bunch of episodes from the Filmation series, The New Adventures of Superman, Aquaman Hour, and Adventures of Batman, Superman Hour. So that's not really the Super Friends that people think of as the Super Friends. And it's definitely not the quality that certain seasons of the Super Friends achieved. So I'd give it a D.
I'm fine with that, yeah.
D rank it is. And next up,
There is a world inside your computer. A place where Guardians protect the mainframe by battling in the games. The reward is survival. The penalty, deletion. The enemy is you. Toonami's all digital. Reboot today at 4:30.
3X90.
a show that I know is like once again like it set like a trend, not a trend, or like it did stuff for CG like at the time. Same with like Beast Wars, and also it'll soon have an HD master courtesy of Discotech Media. Am I right, Logan?
No, stop saying that. I wish, but no.
Don't play with my emotions like that.
We don't have the rights to it. Come on.
I had to. I'm sorry. I had to.
I see how it is. You can get Street Sharks, but you can't get Reboot.
So Reboot. I did not watch it, but I know that it was a monument or something like that. Like it pretty much like I don't know, something related to like CG and like at the time, like same with Beast Wars.
I believe it was the first fully CG animated TV cartoon.
Yeah,
I believe so.
Sounds right.
Yeah,
and despite that, it had some of the best CG animation at the time.
Well, I mean, it's Mainframe who also did Beast Wars, and it feels like the thing about Mainframe is they understood the assignment. Like they didn't try to make a regular cartoon but CGI. They leaned into, okay, here's what the CGI lets us do. Let's work around that. And it's
inside of a computer, so anything goes.
Yeah, like, and that's the thing, is that gives them the flexibility of, not being beholden to trying to make stuff look real. They can, they can make it cartoony, and so that's why it works.
Yes. And this show gradually ups the ante, where it's, kind of fun adventures in the first season, and then it gets dark.
It does.
Absolutely. Yes.
It really matures with its audience, and overall, though I have some qualms with the final movies, the show is really, really good and holds up well. I'd give it an A.
I would put it as an A also. Like it taught a generation a lot more about, especially at the time, the burgeoning, computer era, than you might expect for a kid's cartoon. Like, obviously you look at it now and it's like the stuff it's going over is pretty out of date. But at the time, like, a lot of the stuff it explained with like the internet and computers in general was actually incredibly accurate.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. So what?
Yeah, I agree. I would go with A myself. I used to watch this back when it was aired on ABC.
Me too, man.
Yeah, and it's crazy how it got grittier during the later seasons. And I commend Mainframe for actually taking that kind of a risk. And they fired on all levels, and it's one of the best shows, best CGI shows out there. Probably one of the greatest cartoons of all time, in my opinion. So I'll definitely go with A, probably a high A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sam, did you watch Reboot?
As a kid, but I don't remember anything about it.
I mean, I guess if an HD remaster does come out, I might check it out once that happens, because it will happen. I mean, like, they got the tapes, and like they're working hard to like get the right equipment to like pull those out. And I think
but temper your expectations, because those old tapes aren't storing HD masters of that show. That show was not export in high definition back then. All this is really going to give them is a nice, clean, standard definition master. Now, could it handle being upscaled? Maybe, but you got to temper your expectations about getting an HD version, because it's not like they're going to be re-rendering it or anything like that.
Nah, unfortunately.
What was I going to say? So where would y'all put this on A? After Sailor Moon, before Cartoon Roulette?
Yeah, after Sailor Moon.
After Sailor Moon, yeah.
All right, next.
Blossom, Bubbles, Buttercup. 3 superheroes with an attitude and a curfew.
And just where have you 3 been?
We were out fighting crime!
The Powerpuff Girls, weekdays 5:30. Then check them out in surround sound.
Our name in lights!
We were hip before hip was cool.
So when I was doing the list, I was just going to be like, I'm only going to include shows that are unique to Toonami, no Cartoon Network shows. But then
you better not.
But I just said at the time. But then I was like, well, you know what? Technically, whatever aired on Toonami technically counts as Toonami ran. So this technically counts. So the Powerpuff Girls. Now I did watch Powerpuff Girls, not on Toonami, but on Cartoon Network. So I mean, I have not seen it in a long time, but I do remember having a lot of fun with it. And I mean, yeah, I guess I could agree S tier, because it was also not the first, but it was like one of the first Cartoon Network original series, because like they had like a bunch of Hanna-Barbera stuff.
And it was definitely the first Cartoon Network original series to air on Toonami. Not that there were many.
The ones before it didn't really fit, but like it's probably a little overblown, but I'd say that, like, in a sense, Sailor Moon walked so that Powerpuff Girls could run, at least when it comes to Toonami.
I mean, I could, now that I've seen Sailor Moon, like, I could definitely see a lot of its DNA in Powerpuff Girls, and like I know and I know the show holds a special place in a lot of people's heart. I actually remember when they were doing that big marathon to celebrate like how many years it's been out. I forgot was it 10 years? But I remember they were celebrating a milestone by doing like a whole like 24/7 marathon of it, and then in the end they gave like a new special, which was kind of like an epilogue or something.
Must have been 20.
20? Because I do remember this was like mid 2000s.
Oh, mid
Like,
2000. Okay, then it would have been 10.
I think I know what you're talking about. I
Because
think
I remember
that wasn't the reboot, was it?
No. I'm talking.
That was before the reboot.
Because I was gonna say, because I also remember they were advertising all of that complete series DVD, like at the time too.
Which
But
they
yeah,
recently reprinted.
yes. So I guess Powerpuff Girls on S. Like, how does everyone else feel about it?
Yeah,
I should go with S myself.
It's a really good show.
I would go out on
Toonami, but
I'd go out on a limb and say, even though, okay, so the Powerpuff Girls was kind of a big deal for Toonami for various reasons, but it was kind of like a flash in the pan. They aired it a bit, and then it was gone forever. But as far as quality of show goes, it's easily S, and it might be like top 5 Toonami ever. So,
all right,
I agree.
I'm sorry, I keep cutting off.
Oh no, you good.
All right, so S it is then. Would you say it's above or below DBZ?
It's got to be below DBZ.
Below.
Yeah. All right, I guess moving on.
They struck without warning. In an instant, the city was enslaved.
We will fill this world with destruction, suffering, and death.
In the name of Emperor Tolva, the Dark Lords of the Netherworld had come to claim our dimension.
Wait with me!
But an ancient prophecy foretold 5 warriors would appear with the power to destroy the evil dynasty.
Whoa, what's happening? It has begun.
Ryo, Kento, Sai, Rowan, Sage, the Ronin Warriors have returned to fight for our souls.
I will get rid of you once and for all! I don't think so!
This Monday, Ronin Warriors, weekdays at 5:30.
And to die! No way!
The boys are back in town. Only Toonami.
Ronin Warriors. I did not see this, but yet again, I'd like correct me if I'm wrong here, but wasn't this also another case of different shows cut into one?
No. This was actually a really well handled edited dub. It's pretty authentic, really.
Yeah, they didn't cut very much. I mean, I worked on the Discotheque Blu-ray, and like,
thank you for that.
You're welcome. I did the subtitles, like most of them. But like, yeah, the thing is, like, most of the stuff that they cut was it was honestly more for time than it was for anything else. So they cut like the next episode previews, they cut the title cards and just moved like the episode titles over the top of like just regular episode footage. So like most of the cuts to it were actually pretty innocuous. The biggest joke I always have is it's like people go, oh, can we get Saint Seiya? No, we have Saint Seiya at home, and then they show Ronin Warriors. But the thing is, like, Ronin Warriors actually has an audience in the U.S. I know there are people that love Saint Seiya out there. I'm sorry, it does not have an audience in the U.S. Like, if you like it, good for you. I'm happy for you. But no, like, Ronin Warriors is not Diet Saint Seiya or anything like that. It's very much its own thing, and I like it. I mean, I'd probably put it at a B myself, but.
And currently, Silver is banging on Logan's door right now for all the stuff he said about Saint Seiya.
Sorry.
This is another one that Pulpus Girl will be like S tier. But I'm gonna be a little more reasonable. I think B is fine.
B.
Yeah.
What about
Toonami has aired a lot of shows, a lot of really great shows, and a lot of okay shows. And like, if you compare Ronin Warriors to some modern anime that have aired on Toonami, it's really good. Okay, it's pretty good. I'd give it a B.
Are we all feeling B?
Yep.
All right, I guess we'll put in B. Now, would you say it's above Robotech, below Voltron, or in between?
I'd put it above Robotech and Voltron.
Robotech.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right.
The Black Dwarf's army threaten our very existence. The best hope for survival? Good Heart, Daring, June, Hoot Owl, and Pee-wee. G-Force. Join the struggle next. Firebird mode! The youth of the world must rise up to stakes.
And our next show is G-Force Guardians of Space. I don't know anything about this, sorry.
This is probably one of the lesser-known Gatchaman edited dubs. This I believe this is the one that Turner made themselves, and it only aired on Toonami's Midnight Run. It's kind of filler, so it's pretty down there. I'd hesitate to give it above a C.
Yeah, I'd probably put it around honestly, I'd probably put it at a D. I mean, it's fine. It's, like you said, it's the second attempt at adapting Gatchaman. I mean, it's fine. It was one of those shows that like Turner got because I think they could get it cheap, and it was good filler for their various networks. So, it just gave them something to run, and in turn, it gave Cartoon Network something to just kind of throw on for filling time when they need to put stuff on the schedule. So, I mean, it's a fine enough show. It's not, wouldn't be
clearly they didn't care that much about it, considering they eventually got Battle of the Planets for Boomerang when they already had Battle for their planets at home. But I think there are some people that would say G-Force was maybe more faithful in some ways. I don't know. It is complicated, but
yeah. Well, Battle of the Planets was like cut down. It was missing 30 episodes.
Yeah. And that was also the one that added like the stupid little robot. So I do think G-Force is actually more faithful, but yeah, it's still not Gatchaman.
So D tier it is. So would this go above or below Super Friends?
Probably below, just because Super Friends has the DC pedigree.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess moving on, we have another classic show.
In the distant future, mankind has reached the stars, but the galaxy is troubled.
What do you think you're doing? Don't fire!
The Earthsphere Alliance rules the outlying colonies with an iron fist.
I'm sure God would understand the steps we're taking.
Isn't it about time you people realized the ones posing the most threat are none other than yourselves? We've had enough!
Those who oppose them...
We won't be needing you any further.
What?
Die. Battles are waged with mobile suits, the key to military dominance. The only hope for the colonies, 5 elite soldiers and their legendary mobile suits called Gundams.
There will be a day when the Gundams will save us all.
What this is war.
All of you are very mistaken, and the Gundams will soon come to rectify your mistakes.
Silence!
Now, these pilots will shake the foundations of the Alliance and change the course of history.
You saw I was a kid and you underestimated me.
Shouldn't be fighting at all!
If they can stay alive.
Those Gundam pilots are desperate. They'll battle even if it means forfeiting their lives. Mission accepted.
It's a Gundam! Enemy attack!
I'll eliminate all obstacles.
Just who are you anyway?
Say
The Gundam Universe, a new chapter in one of the greatest anime sagas of all time. Gundam Wing. Weekdays at 5:30. Suit up.
Those who have laid eyes on a Gundam shall not live to tell about it.
Only Toonami.
Mobile Suit Gundam Wing, and a show that I actually decided to spend a lot of time watching the entire thing. And I am sorry, I can never understand the plot to a lot of Gundam series because it's like
War is bad.
War is bad. Oh, cool robot.
Yes.
Speaking of, there are currently skins in Call of Duty.
In the year 2000, I thought Gundam Wing was the coolest stuff ever.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And then I saw a good Gundam show.
So, like,
Yeah.
I should also note that, like, when I was doing this binge, I was like, okay, because there's a lot of Gundam that Toonami aired. I'm only going to choose a single Gundam show. Like, I'm not going to, because a lot of these shows are pretty long. So I'm like,
you've chosen a better Gundam
You
show.
chose the worst one.
How was I supposed to know? Because in my head, I'm like, well, everyone talks about Gundam Wing. I always hear Gundam Wing. Gundam Wing was like the classic, so I'm like, let me do Gundam Wing. And I saw it, and like there were
like that shit is actually better than Gundam Wing.
Well, I'm sorry. One day. But like I saw, and when I could actually follow along with the story, I actually, pretty enjoyed it. Like enjoyed it. But I swear to God, like near the end, it's like they kept changing who's the bad guy. Like, oh, I'm thinking Zex Marquis is the bad guy. No, it's like the fucking you see, I'm already getting lost. Like the Foundation. But then like,
the Foundation were definitely bad guys.
Yeah, and then the Foundation, but then like all of a sudden,
Zex is like, I'm going to do something so bad that it will stop all war. Yeah, good luck with
that. The thing about Gundam Wing is it was an attempt to speed run the core of the early Mobile Suit Gundam plot, in that it basically did Mobile Suit Gundam, Zeta Gundam, not really so much a Double Zeta, and Char's counterattack. It basically did all of that in a 50-episode series. Like, so that's to its advantage and to its disadvantage in that
you put it that way.
It tries to condense way too much, but at the same time it does it without having to watch 150 episodes in a movie. Like, it's so, I mean, like I said, it has its strengths because of doing that, and it definitely has its weaknesses from doing that. The biggest thing is, again, it's obviously not anywhere near the level of DBZ, but it was kind of a cultural thing in that Bandai had tried to bring Gundam stuff over before. They'd already dubbed a couple of the OVAs, and they'd done a very, very goofy dub of the original Mobile Suit Gundam trilogy, and they never really took off. And when Gundam Wing got dubbed,
don't forget about Doozy Bots.
And of course, yes, there was Doozy Bots, the aborted attempt at making an SD.
I can't believe they were gonna make the kid with the wheelchair into the gun tank.
Into the gun tank. Oh my god, that like it's one of those like diversity, like of course we have the jock, and we have the girl, and we have the kid in the wheelchair. But yeah, they turned the kid in the wheelchair into the gun tank. It was like, what the hell is wrong with you people?
I like how that cast was just the Burger
I
King
want to
kid
look
show.
that up. I want to look that up now.
Like there's like a 9-minute video of, it was like a sales pitch video. Somewhere there's an actual like full episode of like the pilot for it, but nobody's ever been able to find a copy of it. So I know people have checked into the Library of Congress, and it doesn't appear to be there. But yeah, I would love to actually see that. But the thing is, like, Gundam Wing, when it landed on Toonami, was like the thing that finally gave Gundam a foothold in the US. And has it had the staying power of like DBZ? No, not in any way. But like, Gundam Wing was important for that, but yes, like from a purely quality standpoint, there are far better Gundams that you can watch.
Well, I'm sorry I chose Gundam Wing over G Gundam, okay?
Don't be sorry for watching Wing. Wing still has very cool robots.
It's true. It has some of the coolest robots. I love those
like
designs.
Tall Geese and Epion are all timers.
Death Scythe.
Hell yes.
I will say, like, one of my favorite moments was like near the end, to where they're trying to fight Zex, and like someone was like in the background. I think they were gonna fire like a laser at him, but like I don't know if he dodged it or he tanked it. But then then he went up. I forgot the line, but I know he delivered like an extremely metal line, and then sliced the frickin' laser in half, or the cannon in half.
Barge was going to fire at the colonies or at Earth or something. Catra and Duo were rushing to try and stop it. They couldn't make it. Zex blasts by in the Epion, flies up to the control room, and basically says, "You're not needed in outer space," and then slices the entire barge station in half. Absolute epic moment.
It has its moments. For sure.
Yeah.
And I really like the core cast a lot. I enjoyed all those guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, because after I saw Wing, I did see Endless Waltz, and then Logan also brought my attention to a visual, like a picture novel that came out, like, to celebrate like I don't know how many years, but like an anniversary.
It was the 20th anniversary. I think was when Frozen Teardrop released with the Blu-rays.
Yeah, and then I'm just like, because so then I watched that, and then he told me that there were novels that came out, and he just gave me a brief synopsis on those novels, and I'm like, it took over like 20 years, and like in a fucking novel, does this man like finally like confess his feelings to Relena, and it was funny as hell, because it was just like the entire time she's like fawning over him, and all this guy keeps saying is, "I'm gonna kill you."
Love. Is it truly love if you don't want to kill someone?
So how would you all rank Gundam Wing then?
C. Honestly, I have to give it a C. Much as
I would also give it a C.
Yeah,
C
too.
C, really?
Like legacy-wise, maybe it deserves a B, but
I guess
that show.
I have to give it a C, knowing some of the other Gundams that are coming down the line.
Yeah,
that's why I have to give it a C.
Yeah, I have to agree as well.
Do y'all agree?
At the top of C.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do y'all agree having it at the top?
Top C, yeah.
Moving on, then, we have another cult classic show.
He moves through the night like a shadow. For some, he is a rumor, a name whispered in the corridors of the underworld.
Get everyone on the street! We've got to stop him now!
They're about to find out he's all too real.
If you think I've been bad news before.
Batman. Tonight at 6. Peekaboo. Good guys wear black.
And Batman the Animated Series. And
we don't even have to talk about this. This is S tier.
Yeah.
S tier, yeah.
Flat out, like this is an all-timer.
Where exactly?
Kevin Conroy, come on, like.
I would say top.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
It's
so critical for like modern Batman in any way that like, yeah, it's got to be up there.
Yeah.
I did watch a couple episodes. Like so for me, like I already knew Kevin Conroy because like I played the Batman Arkham games, which he was in there. I watched a couple of not Justice League. It was something else. But he was Batman in there. And then and then a bunch of the movies that Toonami played during the DC fandom stuff. And then I did watch a couple episodes of the animated series, and I understand wholeheartedly I think one of the episodes I saw was like that one where he was hallucinating on Scarecrow, and like he kept seeing his parents saying that they're ashamed, and then in the end he was like, "No, I am the Knight, I am Batman." And I got goosebumps seeing that.
Yeah,
So
like
I understand.
there's a reason that Kevin Conroy, Mark Hamill, and Arlene Sorkin like were constantly coming back for for their roles in stuff that even wasn't just flat out like Batman the Animated Series related. Like they became like the iconic versions of those characters.
It's probably not hyperbole to say Batman the Animated Series is the most important action animated series ever.
I would honestly agree with that. Yeah.
Same.
And as for Toonami Legacy, looking back, I didn't even realize how much they actually did play this on Toonami, because they kind of played it on the outside of Toonami for a while, but then they incorporated it into the block even sooner than I remembered them doing. And it was there for years.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wiki, and out of all 109 episodes, only 4 of them didn't air. And yeah, it was like 2000 to 2002.
Yeah, it was a long stay. Plus, they had the Batman Superman events. Like Batman was a huge part of Toonami. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
All right. Oh, Batman the Animated Series in S tier. And we move on, and I hate that I watched this.
Devotion, concentration, diligence. These are the principles by which Tenchi Masaki has lived.
What the?
Tenchi, darling, let's go. You are just so sweet.
These days, it's a little more chaotic.
I like you. He really is something else.
Tenchi Muyo, tonight at 6.
Tenchi,
Loves Tenchi.
Tenchi Muyo. I only saw the first, season. I only saw the first season, which is, I guess, like the first 13 episodes or whatever. And like the
Some
thing
will tell you
was,
that's the best.
the thing
They might
was,
be right.
the thing was is that I was gonna skip it, but like Silver, for the love of God, is like the Tenchi guy for some reason. And I'm just like, Silver will have my neck if I don't at least see one of these. So let me just put the original Tenchi show, because from what I hear, that's the best one. And I literally watched it with him, and I'm literally just like, what the fuck am I watching? What the fuck's going on?
You're watching a bunch of space gods pining over a 14-year-old boy.
Literally. and then I'm just like, why is for some reason all of fucking space after him?
Got them good genes.
And then it was just like getting so fucking ridiculous in the end, because then like what's the name of the animal, like the freaking little cat alien?
Oh no,
like,
no.
Yeah, that
no,
too.
I can't believe they would do that.
Oh man,
the name is Ryo-Oki.
Yeah, and I was just like, I don't know what's going on anymore. And by the end of
you don't even want to know what's happened in the more recently released anime.
No, and I was also told, oh, it's a multiverse, and I'm like, what the fuck? How? I don't want to know.
Just cause.
Let
me get into this. Tenchi Muyo. Okay, who wants to go first?
I should say I watched the uncensored version. I know Toonami had their own special edited version for it, like giving all the ladies like swimsuits in the bath.
Honestly,
and
the
all
editing
that.
of that is incredible.
It is. For the era they did it in, it's insane.
They were batshit insane to go through the process of doing that just to air this on daytime Cartoon Network. Why? Why they didn't have to go that hard?
Yeah, they didn't have to give it a they didn't have to give it a Peter Cullen narrated promo
all
too.
our childhoods. It changed all our childhoods by being crazy enough to edit Tenchi Muyo for daytime Cartoon Network.
So who else wants to speak?
No one in
about
their
it?
right mind would do that. No, I have a lot to say about Tenchi Muyo. It's a very dear show to me because it was the only anime that my sister would watch with me, and it was a good bonding time. And it was a lot of fun watching it when it was premiering on Toonami. I think I had the inkling that it was edited because of the stuff like with the T and all of that. It's very funny because at one point my parents got me a subtitled uncut VHS tape, and I turned to my sister. I'm like, they don't even know that there's nudity on this. I don't think I ever actually watched the tape. I was such a pure soul. But Tenchi Muyo is a huge mess, and some would say the original OVA is what's best. I might disagree with that, but it's it's okay. It's an okay anime. I'm open to other people's thoughts.
The funny thing for me is when I was a kid, there's a PBS station in the South Bay Area in California, and they had a Sunday block where they ran anime. A lot of the stuff that I've worked on at Discotech originally, like if you look them up, like they only ever broadcast on like this PBS station. I watched Evangelion there for the first time, and before Toonami got Tenchi, they ran the first two OVAs on this PBS block. And keep in mind, the editing that was done by Cartoon Network. So the version that aired on PBS was the uncensored version.
What time of night did they air that?
What? Wow.
Between 9 p.m. and like all the way till after midnight. And Tenchi was airing at like 11:30 or midnight, like something around there.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Meanwhile, Cartoon Network's like, we can't play Ranma.
But yeah, like that was the thing, was they ran, so like I'd seen it there, and that was the thing, was I remember when they announced that it was coming to Toonami, I was like, how are you going to do this? And sure enough, we ended up finding out that they went through and did all that ridiculous editing, like that was absolutely impressive. It's Tenchi. I mean, I guess that's the way I can put it.
Like, it's a progenitor of the harem genre. It's a very important anime. Is it a good anime? I'm going to flat out say I think maybe Universe is better because of Kione, if nothing else.
I would agree.
I agree, yeah.
Though visuals are definitely better in the OVA.
Yeah, I mean, hard to beat OVA production budgets.
Mm-hmm. But Tenchi OVAs they're just so freaking weird, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tenchi Muyo is just a hot damn mess, to be honest.
There's a lot of hot messes in there, I'll tell you what.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. So where would y'all rank Tenchi Muyo, the original, at least?
C.
Yeah.
C, yeah.
Where on C, though? Above Gundam Wing?
I would put it above Gundam Wing.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's a lot more entertaining to revisit.
True. Yeah, true.
Yeah, well, speaking of Tenchi, we got two more to go through.
Tenchi Masaki, the most eligible bachelor in the universe.
Good morning!
Hi.
He's got the looks, the luck, and 6 ladies still after his heart.
Tenchi is mine. Leave us alone. What you say? You mean you're...
Hey, now listen.
Don't make it difficult. Who says this woman has that I don't? Can you tell me? Huh?
Love is a battlefield. The Tenchi saga continues with Tenchi Universe. Next.
Oh, this is too perfect.
Only Toonami. Country living is getting a little dull.
What? You're leaving all of us?
Yeah.
Tenchi's moving on to the big city.
I'll have some peas!
If only it were that simple.
I'll never give up! Never!
The final chapter in the Tenchi saga. Tenchi in Tokyo, starting Friday at 6.
He's putting his arms around that girl.
Love is still a battlefield. Only Toonami.
Next is Tenchi Universe. I don't know.
I would rank it above it. I might be willing to give it a B, but it's still.
I'd put it like low B on that.
Yeah, low B. Yeah, low B.
Yeah, I've only seen the first OVA because I said I'm only watching one of these. I'm not seeing I'm not seeing all of them. And then we got Tenchi in Tokyo.
Oh, D.
D. D.
Okay, I'm gonna
I might
assume.
even give it lower.
I'm gonna assume that it's not one of the best. I don't want to say. I was gonna say I don't want to say it's the worst because I know GXP
it's not the
exists.
worst.
Here's how much you can tell that anybody gives a shit about Tenchi in Tokyo is Funimation released, I think it was the Blu-rays, it might have been one of the DVD re-releases, but they spelled the spine Tenchi in Toiko, and nobody noticed until the thing shipped. And then nobody bothered. They're just like, whatever. They're like, yeah, deal with
Whatever,
it.
who cares? No,
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, okay. There are definitely worse anime. There are worse Tenchi series. We'll get to that. But it was such a downgrade after Tenchi Universe that I watched all of it on Toonami and I was like, why did I watch that?
Wonderful.
I'm going to Tokyo. You can't change my mind.
Oh God, I just gotta say that dub, man. Like I saw. Anyway, moving
90s
on.
dubs.
Jesus. Fuck. So moving on.
Fun fact: the voice of Irma on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was Ayeka.
Yeah.
Oh.
And now you can't unhear it. I always thought she sounded like such an old lady, which I suppose she technically was, but she was still supposed to be like pretty young.
So moving on.
Prepare yourself for the biggest interactive television event ever. Convergence is coming. The Intruder. Download early. Only Toonami.com. The revolution will have an integrated online component.
We finally have come to our first total immersion event. The Intruder. I did watch like on YouTube like a couple of times. I've seen it like multiple times. Like one was like an old like SD cut. Another time I think Junior uploaded like a higher quality version of it.
It's changed everything.
And then I later saw that they like Slim put out a 4K version of that, 4K 60 version, which is insane. But yeah, so
Thank you, Slim.
Are we putting S on this?
Yeah, like it was the moment that Toonami went from just being a packaging for a TV block to actually having its own like real narrative.
It's also where they introduced Sarah.
Yeah, like it's so important for again the history of the block that like it's got to go S.
It had good dramatic tension.
I'd probably put it below the actual shows that are on the S tier, just because it's like it's good on its own, but like it's one of those things that like it doesn't really do much. And even saying that's like not really fair, but it's just like it's not a TV show,
Yeah.
No.
I should say not to jump the gun a bit because I know we'll talk about this later. But like, because I jumped into Toonami around 2015, and I did see Intruder 2 when it was airing, but I didn't know about an Intruder 1. So when the Blob Monster was there, I had no idea who that was. Only until years later, and then seeing Intruder 1 a couple times, that I realized, oh, that's the first Tom.
Yeah, that was was a really cool moment.
Yeah, we'll get there when we get to Intruder 2. But next on the list,
In the near future, one man is despised above all others.
The world will not be destroyed. It will merely change.
A brilliant scientist who decided humanity wasn't worthy of inheriting the Earth.
Mankind has grown too large.
When the tide rolled in, no one knew it would be forever.
I do not accept this world. To it, I shall always say no.
Now, the remaining land dwellers wage war against the hordes of Zorndike's creation for the right to survive. The future of mankind rests with the crew of Blue Submarine No. 6.
This is it! We fight to the death!
Toonami is proud to present the future of anime in a 4-part miniseries.
World of endless blue.
Blue Submarine No. 6 premieres Monday, November 6th at 6. Only Toonami.
Is Blue Submarine No. 6. Now, I did actually go out of my way to watch this. And so one thing I also want to mention is that, see, when I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch these old shows, like, trying to watch some of these shows nowadays is like pulling teeth, because
it's easy to find Blue Sub.
Well, yeah, but
buy it on Blu-ray from Discotech Media. Hashtag shameless plug.
When I looked up Blue Sub, the only legal way to stream it was Tubi TV. So I literally made an account on Tubi just to watch Blue Submarine No. 6. And
it's not on Crunchyroll anymore? I could have sworn it was on.
No, I looked it up. Like, I literally went to Google. I went like to all the services. Couldn't find it. The only place to stream it, Tubi. And even then, it was like standard definition, but it was so freaking fuzzy. Like, I mean, I watched it.
It hasn't held up.
Visually,
it hasn't held up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because it's like some of the characters look nice, but then when they start like you know, with the submarines and all this tech, they clash so hard. Like, I remember, I forgot the guy's name. He's like on the back of a boat, like with his gun shooting at a robot, but like it's this 2D anime character with holding a gun, sitting on top of a freaking CG, like late 90s CG animated boat, and it does not look right, and it just was distracting. But I mean, other than that, I mean, I enjoyed it. That's all I really got from it. I'd like, how do y'all feel about Blue Submarine?
It's okay. It was pretty cool when it first aired. It was neat that Toonami ran something like this at all. Again, something you would not think that anybody would put on a children's block.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
the most points it gets is how well they implemented scenes from it for AMVs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But despite that, might be a high D.
Yeah, I'd probably go there. I mean, it's like you said, it doesn't look very good. There's a reason that people still seek out the old DVD release of it over the Blu-ray, because it's infamous as one of the, like, when people mention Q-Tech and what they do for upscaling, although they renamed themselves to Coop, QOOP or something like that. Blue Sub is the quintessential example of a Q-Tech upscale. It's smeary. It's just it does not hold up very well. You know, I mean, for an adaptation of a manga from the 70s, it was, you know, it wasn't bad. I mean, it felt like it probably could have used another couple episodes, but you know, obviously that's not really Toonami's problem. But yeah, I'd probably put it as like a high D, because it's entertaining enough for what it is.
Yeah, I agree.
It does have a good soundtrack.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, when the credits rolled, that jazz piece that played, I was like bopping my head to that.
You know what? How about Low C?
I could go with that.
Low
yeah,
C?
that's why I had it. I had it at low C. Yeah.
All right, Blue Submarine, Low C. Next up on the list.
There is an alien among us. A superior being from a place called Krypton. Deep in the heart of the city, he watches for signs of danger. Ready to act on a moment's notice. His true name is Kal-El. You know him as Superman.
Maybe you ladies haven't heard about me.
The future of Metropolis is in the hands of the Man of Steel.
Get up!
Superman!
Get up.
He's gonna be busy.
I said get up.
Superman, starting November 13th at 6:30. Only Toonami.
Superman the Animated Series. I did see a couple episodes of this. Like one thing I knew going into it was that Clancy Brown plays Lex Luthor, and I hear that's like one of the best roles he's ever done. And I love anything that
Ain't
Clancy
nobody
Brown
ever
does.
done it better.
Yep.
I was gonna say I love anything that Clancy Brown does. So I was already and just when I was hearing him, I'm like,
That whole cast is immaculate.
this pure sex to the ears. Oh, and like one other thing, or two other things I should say, because I remember when My Adventures with Superman was coming out, there was a section of people debating which Lois was better, the 90s Superman or My Adventures. And after seeing this series, I was saying, you know, I can understand why a generation of people were attached to this version of Lois. And one other thing that caught me off guard, because I was watching this and like one of the voices stood out to me so much, and I'm like, why does he sound familiar? Because the voice of Jimmy Olsen is David Kaufman, who plays Danny Fenton in my favorite cartoon ever, Danny Phantom. So I was like, oh my god. But yeah, I saw the first like 10 episodes of it, and I had a really I enjoyed it a lot. You know, but I mean, these are just first impressions, but like, you know, I can understand why this show, you know, was you know, I don't know the right word, like not a monument, like a classic, I guess, because it was also in like the same by a lot of the same team behind Batman, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's really where the DC animated universe kicked off, because Batman was originally just its own thing. And honestly, I think Superman the Animated Series is a bit more consistent than Batman the Animated Series, which has like really high highs and kind of episodes. But Superman the Animated Series is kind of like, it's always been pretty good, sometimes really good. And I'm just disappointed that a lot of people overlook it these days. I think it's absolutely fantastic, deserves more props. So I'd easily S tier, probably put it after Powerpuff.
I'd agree with that.
S tier after Powerpuff, before Intruder.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Next up.
Welcome to the future.
Transferring to autopilot mode.
A place where good guys finish last.
I'll make them wish they'd never been born.
A quick draw is the best defense.
Nothing personal, but I'm here to kill you.
And your wits are all you can count on. A future where one treasure is coveted above all else.
Tell me the coordinates of the galactic ley line.
Legend speaks of the galactic ley line, offering the ultimate power of the universe to those who seek its glory.
The doors have opened.
Utilizing the latest technology, a living starship has been built with the power to find the galactic ley line.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All systems green.
By twist of fate, it has fallen into the hands of an outlaw. An outlaw named Gene Starwind.
Well, let's blow some hot kisses to my devoted fans.
His luck is about to change.
Goodbye, Gene.
Together with his crew of bounty hunters, he'll take to the stars.
Accelerate and fly down their throats.
Let's go!
Outlaw Star. Premiering Monday, January 15th at 6:30. Time to roll the dice. All play Toonami.
All sensors are functioning.
Gene, are you going into space someday? What do you think you're going to be doing up there? Treasure hunting? Bounty hunting?
No, pirate hunting.
Close your eyes!
Why are those pirates after you?
We're after the same treasure.
Hand over Melvina!
What the hell makes that girl such a special prize?
Go!
The enemy is closing in.
Now you're about to see how good I can really be.
It seems that we have underestimated our opponents.
Outlaws never go down easy.
Time to take them all down.
Time to roll the dice. Again. Outlaw Star. Premiering next Saturday at 2:30 a.m.
So if you didn't have a gun, would you run away?
Only when I don't have one.
Too bad Silver's not here. Outlaw Star. I did see this because it aired in 2017, and I was there when that was happening. I at the time, I really I enjoyed it a lot. I liked like kind of the story that it was having and the setting somewhat, and yeah, and I know a lot of the old classic promos like stem from this, like the iconic Dreams music video like came from this, which I didn't notice it until later that when it came back on Adult Swim that they did a tongue-in-cheek teaser to Dreams with Outlaw Star. But yeah,
Space Dandy.
Oh yeah, Space Dandy. But like I also remember when Outlaw Star was coming on, they did like a 15-second teaser that was a callback to Dreams.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I mean like. So, like, for me, I would maybe put this in A, but like, you know, I didn't grow up with this. Like I said, if Silver was here, he would have been banging S all day. But how do y'all feel on it?
I would honestly, that you can actually make a case for it to be at S rank. This is one of the first few animes that got me emotionally invested. Is that good? Well written. Yeah, you can. I'll be okay with a high. It's definitely a high A, but you can make the case for it to be at S rank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd go high A with it. You know, I mean, I would agree. You could probably make a case for S, but I think that the biggest problem you run into with giving it S, at least until you talk about when it finally reran on the Adult Swim era, is they did have to cut it. I wouldn't say a lot, but they did entirely skip the Hot Springs episode.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I get why they did it. I mean, obviously, it would have been impossible to cut that down and air it. But the unfortunate thing is, for the finale, like the events of that episode are kind of critical because that's where Gene gets the 3 like special caster shells. Yeah. And so it's like it's really critical to the finale, but at the same time, like there was no way that episode was ever going to be able to air on the daytime block. So like that's probably the one thing that keeps it from getting all the way up to S for me, just because at least the original broadcast was kind of hamstrung by that.
Yeah, sorry, like I should note that like for shows that have aired both during Cartoon Network and Adult Swim, I only put them once, although there is an exception. I don't know why I did this. I did it with One Piece, but we'll get there. But like for the shows
there's a good reason.
Well, yeah.
That one I can understand.
Yeah,
one of those shows isn't One Piece.
But yeah, so for the few Toonami shows that aired on both Cartoon Network and Adult Swim, I just left it as one because, I mean, for the most part, they're still the same, you know. But yeah, so sorry, Sketch, to cut you off. You were saying?
I really loved this show when it was first airing. For years, I thought it was so good. I thought it was better than the other space western shows, but I've kind of cooled on it ever since. And upon rewatching it more recently, it's lost its luster for me a bit, unfortunately.
Oh.
But factoring in legacy, factoring in the use in the promos, and they gave it a full uncut airing later. Like, I was inching towards B, but I could go with.
I'd be willing to give it like middle A. If that'd be fair.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Sam, what about you? How do you feel on Outlaw Star?
I haven't watched the show in years, so I have no real opinion on it.
Okay. I guess I'll give it after Sailor Moon before Reboot. How do y'all feel on that?
I would put Reboot ahead of it.
I mean, I'm okay with that too. Yeah. I'd say honestly, put Reboot ahead of it. That's fair. Like middle A, yeah, that's fair.
All right then, moving on.
This place is a town of forgetfulness.
40 years ago, everything we knew was destroyed. The face of the planet changed forever.
There isn't anyone who really knows exactly what did happen.
The survivors left without memories. In the aftermath, a new society has formed.
I perform a much-needed job here in the city of amnesia.
In Paradigm City, the rich close themselves into giant domes, while the poor must live without protection. But one man stands for something more, and he does it in serious style.
As a professional, I just try to do my best.
His name is Roger Smith, the negotiator.
Try this. Goes against my principles, but I don't have a choice.
His allies, an android, a butler, and Big O.
It's showtime!
When they start a job, they always see it through.
Rest in peace! Bye-bye!
Enemies of Paradigm City, beware. There's a new robot on the block.
You're not going anywhere! You crazy little fool! You're gonna get yourself killed! Time to finish this!
We can't stay here if we do!
It ends it once and for all!
Big O, weekdays at 5:30. Good guys still wear black. Only Toonami.
So now we have Logan's favorite, Big O. And for this, I'm counting both seasons. And I did see Big O. Because I think I was just like watching a bunch of old stuff, and I think I mentioned, you know what, I guess I should give Big O a shot. And immediately, as soon as I said that, Logan sent me his copy, like his master, like his copies of the show. So I was like watching it and reacting to it. And I can see why it has such a cult following. I really liked it a lot, but to say I wasn't getting confused by the end would be an understatement.
Well, it's a confusing show.
Yes. I do like Roger and like Big O. I mean, it's exactly what Peter Cullen said. Good guys wear black. But I do understand the importance of the show, and I did enjoy it a lot. So for me, I would be I would put in A. How about the rest of y'all?
I mean, it's my favorite anime of all time. So, like, obviously, part of me is sitting there going top of S, like no discussion. But to be fair, especially with the way the first 13 episodes aired and ended with to be continued, and then you find out that there literally is no continuation, that was tough. Like that was not great. And if it had honestly only ever been that, it would be like a C at best for me. The thing is, like, the fact, and granted, the second season was technically an Adult Swim thing. It wasn't a Toonami product, but I get, like, I mean, especially now, like they're all so integrated together that it just screw it, give it to it anyway.
It's honorary. I mean,
yeah, exactly. Like
Jason DeMarco co-produced on that thing.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, that's the thing is, you know, you look at the actual Toonami originals and stuff, and it's like, yeah, Big O season 2 doesn't really get counted in there because it was just a second season of an established show, so it's not an entirely Toonami original. It was an Adult Swim thing, all that. So like it never gets counted. But the thing is, what Big O season 2 leads to for, you know, like future things in the block was pretty damn important. I mean, yeah, is the ending extremely confusing? It is. You know, anybody who goes, "What the hell was that?" You're not wrong. So like for me, I'd put it high A just because I know that like there are issues with it, but like it's like I said, it's my favorite anime. Like nothing has dethroned it in 20 years. So yeah.
So you're saying Big O season 2 walked so that Ninja Kamui could run?
Shut the hell up.
More like,
we'll get there.
Big O season 2 walked so IGPX could drive on the track.
Yes, exactly.
How does everyone else feel on Big O?
Big O is so stylish.
Yeah, I would go with high A myself. I didn't watch Big O until it aired on Adult Swim, and like Logan said, it does have its mistakes, but it totally makes up for it. So I'd definitely go with A.
So I guess high A, would you say it's above Sailor Moon and Reboot or somewhere in the middle?
Maybe behind Sailor Moon.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, again, as much as I love it, like, yeah, I think because Sailor Moon again was, you know, it hits more important points as far as, you know, first anime like uncut, quote unquote. So yeah, I think right behind it's fair.
Yeah, Big O is a fantastic show, and I tell anybody go check it out. You can watch the first season on High Dive.
No,
not so lucky
anymore.
with season 2. Oh, did they pull it?
Yep, it's no longer there.
I guess you're gonna have to buy that Blu-ray then.
I wonder if their license expired.
Ooh. May or may not be good news for Toonami Rewind.
I was also going to say
whenever, so it's like they own season 2, so they can run it whenever they feel like.
I was also going to say, because I forgot to mention this when we were talking Outlaw Star, you can't watch Outlaw Star anywhere anymore because it was stuck to Funimation now. Oh, it is on Hulu?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For who knows how long?
Because I was gonna say it was stuck to Funimation now.
Well, you can. I think they might be losing that license.
Well, anyway, moving on.
And Tenchi, for that matter.
Good.
Tenchi's not anywhere.
Yeah.
The newer stuff is on Crunchyroll, but like these Tenchi shows, nowhere.
Oh,
you can buy them on iTunes still, but that's it.
All right.
And I guess the Microsoft Store. But I just want to gush about Big O for a sec. I know we've already ranked it, but like the Big O is so good. It's so stylish. Roger Smith is such a cool character. Dorothy's such a great character, and the butler. I mean, come on.
Any butler that has a gun is a top 10 butler for me.
And like the piston punches, like it's so satisfying. It's such a cool robot show that is also a very good like mystery drama. So.
And then season 2 turns into like a weird sci-fi drama. Like that's the other thing that's like I like about it is the 2 seasons are so very different from one another.
True.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
it's good, but it's not S tier.
Sorry, Logan. All right.
Nah, it's fair.
He understands. Look, I'm not gonna rank my favorite anime of all time S tier.
All right. Well,
it has problems.
Well, moving on.
I'm gonna make sure that we capture every one of those cards.
For Sakura Avalon, life was all boys and schoolwork.
Does everyone know what their assignments are?
Yeah! But an ancient book in the basement has changed everything.
You gotta expect things when you least expect them.
When the cloud book opened, the world felt its fury. Now, Sakura and her friends must defeat the cloud cards one by one. before they destroy the world. The greatest sorcerer on the planet is a 10-year-old girl, and the only thing scarier than battling the cards is doing her homework. These are the Guardians of Earth. Cardcaptors, Monday, June 4th at 5. It's all in the cards.
You are a card captain now.
Kids love it.
Next show is Cardcaptors. This only out of 70 episodes, only 17 of them aired, and they were only in a single month. So, yeah, I don't know much about this other than it's another Magic Girl show. How do y'all feel on Cardcaptors?
Well, Cardcaptors, a mystic adventure Cardcaptors, a quest for all time. It's a D.
Yeah.
That dub is a D.
Would you say bottom D or above or somewhere in the middle?
Oh, it's above Tenchi in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Okay, and now
Universal Century 0079. Mankind lives among the heavens in colonies called Zoids. But Side 3 has a dark secret.
Take your sorrow and turn it into anger.
The Principality of Zeon has declared war on the Earth Federation.
Zeon thirsts for the strength of its people.
Mankind will be caught in a conflict that rages from the Earth to the stars.
Now say goodbye.
The future depends on a ship called White Base and its secret weapon. A homeless boy with powers beyond comprehension.
Those lightning reflexes. It's like he sees the future.
His name, Amaral Ray. His weapon, Gundam.
Your dirty tricks are no match against Gundam's immense power. Let's retreat!
Now, a crew of orphans and rejects will change the face of history or die trying.
You're mine.
Toonami is proud to present the most groundbreaking anime saga of all time. Fully restored, Mobile Suit Gundam. Premieres Monday, July 23rd at 5. Suit up for the first time.
The Federation has dispatched its entire mobile suit force.
Only Toonami.
Stand up for the future.
we move on to some heavy stuff. The Mobile Suit Gundam, the original series. I didn't watch this because I chose Wing instead. I'm sorry, guys. I do know some stuff though, mainly because of some later shows, like when Toonami aired the Origin.
I made years ago.
So,
I wish I had paid more attention to this show when it was airing on Toonami, because it is really, really good.
The biggest problem that it had with being on Toonami is and I mean, people have made this claim for a long time, and I believe it's fair. The age of the show hurt things.
Yeah, this is not what you follow Gundam Wing with.
Right. Like, and I mean, Gundam X is my favorite Gundam show, and either X or G would have been the proper follow-up directly to Wing, at least for the daytime block.
But
you could have gotten away with running Mobile Suit Gundam on the Midnight Run because that was targeted at older audiences for the most part. I think they would have appreciated it more. But the other problem that Mobile Suit Gundam ran into is the unfortunate reality, and that is 9/11 happened during its run, and Cartoon Network was like, we can't have a show about war on when we've had a terrorist attack, and they pulled it mid-run. And they eventually kind of basically burned it off like late in the year for, it was I think a New Year's marathon.
There's some episodes that never aired.
Yeah.
Not on Toonami, not on Midnight Run, not in that special event, not on Adult Swim Action. It's really a shame.
There's an episode that has literally never been released outside of Japan.
Yeah, that too.
That's because Yoshiyuki Tomino seemingly hates the episode He made a comment once in like 2003 at a convention where somebody asked him like, what's the deal with that? And he said, I can't talk about it because the people involved are still alive, but when they die, ask me that question again, or something to that effect. Now here's the irony. If you're a Gundam fan, if you've seen the movie that came out 2 years ago, I think it was.
I have.
Kukuru's Doan's Island. That is a brand new adaptation of the very episode that Tomino hates. So it's kind of ironic that they did eventually give us a new version of it in some form.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Mobile Suit Gundam, fantastic show. I mean, it's so important for like mecha anime in general. But like a B, probably because I mean, again, like looking at its reality with Toonami and how it fit into the block, not the best choice.
No, the thing is, if they had actually aired that like next to Voltron and Robotech, it would have been perfect.
Yes.
And they did run it opposite of Dragon Ball, which probably didn't help because OG Dragon Ball is such a good show for its era. So Mobile Suit Gundam feels kind of not as cool next to it. I certainly felt so when I was a teenager. But having watched this after the fact, it's such a good show. I can't give it less than an A. I think it's really fair. Good.
I was going to say, I was looking at the air order, and you're not kidding, because like it was July 23rd, 2001 to September 12th. And then day after that was January 1st, 2002.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So how does everyone else feel on Gundam, the original series?
I kind of agree with Sketch. I think I can't, probably I'll put it in high B. If it's trying to follow up Gundam Wing, it doesn't hit the mark. But as a standalone by itself, it's a respectable B for me.
Please put it at the bottom of A.
I'm okay with bottom A.
Okay, bottom A it is.
Universal Century 0079. The 1-year war rages on. Space Noids against Earth Dwellers.
I'm gonna drive the Zeon forces right off the Earth.
Zeke against Betty.
Not bad for a Betty, but I bet you're not ready for this! Commander!
As both sides prepare for the final battle.
Run for it!
The secret love of two enemies may be mankind's only hope for peace.
Feeling it? Do you believe you can still fire at the enemy?
We're no better than they are. Gundam, 8th MS Team. Next.
You wanted to fight? Well, here it is!
Dig in. Only Toonami.
Okay, next show, another Gundam series, Mobile Suit Gundam, the 08th MS Team. Once again, I don't know anything about this, so I'll be relying on Logan, the Gundam expert, and Sketch too.
I love 8th MS Team. This was a better fit for introducing Toonami audiences to like Universal Century timeline stuff. Especially because the OVAs were produced around the same time Wing was. So like visually you had similar feel, but it was it's basically Romeo and Juliet with giant robots. And I mean that's not a bad thing. I like 8th MS Team. We did never get the technical final episode. It was like effectively a bonus episode that most of the main cast don't appear in. So to me, that doesn't count as like an incomplete run, just because honestly that episode's kind of boring. Like the last about 30 seconds of it are the only good part. So, but I don't remember. I think we'd actually already gotten through all of 8th MS Team at least once on the block because it was airing 5 days a week. and it's only 12 episodes. So I'm pretty sure it had already gotten all the way through before the whole 9/11 pulled this stuff off the air. If it didn't, then just faulty memory.
Let me see. So it
did. This is interesting actually, because it was Midnight Run exclusive initially.
That's
right. It did run a full run on a Midnight Run, and then after Mobile Suit Gundam was pulled off the air, after a little time had cooled, they actually put this on the daytime block.
Right. Yeah,
so
because
that says enough about how well that performed.
Yeah, and that was another one of those shows like Tenchi where they actually went out of their way and did a whole bunch of editing to remove some nudity, because the character of Kiki, her introduction is her popping up out of a waterfall swimming hole topless, and they added a digital bikini to her, and again, it's actually fairly impressive the amount of work they did. One of the things I've actually been kind of trying to find for a long time is I think they had to make some cuts to one episode, and they did something where they actually took some footage from the movie Miller's Report, which was mostly a compilation of I think it's the first 8 or so episodes of the OVA. And then it has some kind of stringing together segments of some military forces officer investigating one of the main characters. And they actually did, for the Toonami version, they have a custom edit that adds some of the Miller's Report footage in. And I've never actually been able to find a copy of the Toonami versions of the episodes, because I've actually wanted to see exactly what they spliced in from the movie.
Gundam 0080 will continue in a moment.
Your favorite heroes in short pants. Dragon Ball, coming up next.
Hey, do you smell something funny?
So, how would y'all rank the 08 MS team then?
I'd go A above Mobile Suit Gundam.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
A above Mobile Suit Gundam.
I actually apparently didn't rank that on my own thing.
I
don't think I have Gundam 0080 on here either. Oh no, there it is.
Yeah, I was one idea I did have, but I ended up scrapping it when this was still going to be a live stream. Was other people make their list and I would put them on screen and we would judge them. But two things: one, even when the stream was still happening, I didn't get any submissions. I think I only got one, and two, I mean, I think it's just better just to go through the ranking. But anyway, next up.
I'm making you both my students from this day forward.
Yeah! Here goes!
Alright, here go! I can't let you hurt people! Real!
My turn. Awesome!
No, wait a second!
I just love fighting.
Another classic, the original Dragon Ball. Now, I have not seen this in a long time. I forgot how I watched it. I think I remember. I didn't even see every episode. I think because there was a time where it was on Hulu. So I watched I think the first arc, when they were looking for the Dragon Balls. But I didn't watch after that. So I didn't see the 21st was it the first tournament arc, and then the King Piccolo stuff and that. But I do know all the events. I have seen eventually footage and me looking up shit on YouTube and all that. But yes, Dragon Ball, the one that started it all. Sketch was already saying earlier this better be an S. So how do y'all feel on it?
Well, I specifically said it has to be above Dragon Ball Z. And since we put Dragon Ball Z in S, there go. We put Dragon Ball above Dragon Ball Z.
And then I agree, yeah.
I agree. I agree as well.
Now, for a Toonami Legacy, it's not nearly as big a deal as DBZ, but for just the quality of the show, it's so good. It is pure, great shonen. And I mean,
Yeah.
the Legacy speaks for itself.
I mean, yeah, I
Yep.
mean, like it started out because it was like more comedy, like adventure, and all that, and like over the course of the series, it would kind of transition into like a battle shonen. Yeah. Uh, okay, so I guess like we all agree it's an S then. I mean, yeah, I got nothing else to say.
Yeah, I would say that's an easy one. Like it's
Yeah.
simple.
Something is coming to Toonami. Lockdown, a week-long Toonami event where you are the story. See it on air, play it online at Toonami.com. Starting Monday, September 17th at 5 p.m. Only on Cartoon Network.
So next up is the next Toonami Total Immersion event. I did not see this. Lockdown. I probably should have watched it, yeah, Lockdown. The second Total Immersion event. How do y'all feel on this?
Well, Lockdown was like the ratings peak of Toonami ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't count that to specifically Lockdown, but yes. It was okay. I barely remember anything about it.
The one thing I remember about it was the whole, it really nailed the whole total immersion thing because it had the whole like go to the Toonami website and play the game thing.
Yeah.
Like, so they actually were like trying to give it a more multimedia thing, which you think about like that era of the internet, like that was the thing. So driving people to their website and stuff like that, you can understand why they would do that. The one thing I will say is the timing on when it aired. It was the week after 9/11, so it was good for the block in the sense of with everything.
Lockdown that should have aired in 2020.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
The thing is, like, it was good from the perspective of it gave the Toonami audience a sense of normalcy when you consider that like every network under the sun was switching to some kind of news coverage that prior week.
That's probably why it did so well.
That was hard for especially kids to deal with at the time. So like I think having a big Toonami event land where it did was really good. Like just for the sake of the audience to give them a little bit of normalcy and some fun. So it's like, yeah, it's not as good as Intruder was, but it was good in what it did for the audience, I think. So I'd probably go like maybe middle A.
How does everyone else feel?
I'll probably go B. But after what Logan said and about how it gave us an escape for like 9/11, I could see why he would want to put it in A. Me personally, if we just describing the event itself, it just doesn't live up to Intruder, and it didn't feel like it had real stakes on the line as compared to Intruder did.
That's true.
So with that, I personally put it in like probably a middle A, or probably like a low like a high B.
I could honestly move it down to B, like maybe behind Ronin Warriors.
Yeah,
that's gonna like way be better in general, but like yeah, that's fair.
All right, Sketch or Sam, like, do y'all have anything to say?
I think B is a good choice.
I guess
B seems fine. I'm not really sure how I'd compare it to pretty much any of the other events until at least the Adult Swim era. But yeah, B seems right.
All right, so next we move on.
In the year 2039, Gotham City has no heroes. Its people, no hope. Its youth, no future.
Evening, boys and girls. Who's up for some laughs?
Terry McGinnis was part of the problem.
Right there.
You can't control your temper, and you'd better if you expect to get anywhere in life.
Yeah, I'll be a big success, just like you.
Until a moment of violence brought him to the door of a man named Bruce Wayne.
Let's put a smile on his face. Leave him alone.
Once known as the Batman.
Man, you're something. You okay?
Now, the Dark Knight will rise again to drive the shadow of evil from the streets of Gotham. Let's go! Supervillains, beware! There's a new Batman in town. Batman Beyond. Weeknights at 6:30.
You're pretty strong for some clown who thinks he's Batman.
I am Batman. Justice returns to Gotham.
Welcome to my world.
Only Toonami.
To Batman Beyond, I did watch a couple episodes of this, and I was having a lot of fun. So, like, it's weird. I was watching this, and, like, well, one thing I knew already, well, two things I knew already was that it's supposed to be, like, set in the future with, like, an older Bruce Wayne teaching a younger guy how to beat Batman. And the second thing I knew was that that guy is voiced by Will Friedle, who's Ron Stoppable and Kim Possible. And obviously I know who that is. And when I was watching it, it's funny because it was like I never seen this show, but for some reason I got nostalgic seeing it because it kind of gives me the same vibe that like all those action shows at the time were giving. Like all the all the shows like the action shows at the time were giving, like Kim Possible, Danny Phantom, like Teen Titans, all that. Like I was getting that same vibe watching these, and I think I said that I might continue it, but like, yeah, so I saw like the first 10 episodes and I had a lot of fun with it. And I know for a fact that this version of Batman does have its fans. Like I think I recently saw that they have like a new animated movie coming out, and like the Infinite Earths, and apparently Terry is gonna be in there, and a lot of people were losing their minds over that. So like I know like this version of Batman does have his fans. But yeah, what is
this?
Yeah,
this will sound worse than I actually mean it, but it's Batman Beyond is basically the Legend of Korra to Batman the Animated Series. Like that sounds worse. That sounds a lot worse than I mean it. But that's the whole, like, if you kind of think about it, like that's what they did. Like, here, let's set it way forward, and somebody new. Or I guess the better way to put it would probably be it's the Star Trek: The Next Generation of Batman. That's probably the more positive version of saying it.
Yeah. Okay. So this is such a questionable idea on paper. Let's make Batman a teenager. But they did it right. They did it well, and it turned out incredible. Like, I don't think anybody imagined it would ever be as good as it was.
Oh yeah,
it is straight up fantastic. Also, it's the second best Spider-Man cartoon.
So
okay, maybe third best.
What was I gonna say? Like, yeah, there was one moment that had me laughing because like Terry was like in trouble with his mom or whatever, and he's asking Bruce Wayne for advice. It's like, dude, you're asking Bruce Wayne how to deal with an overprotective parent. That's like,
I mean, he did have Alfred.
Oh God!
But yeah, that's That's real orphan mood right there.
So where would you all rank Batman Beyond?
Here's the thing. I think Superman the Animated Series is absolutely fantastic. But because Batman Beyond was kind of an original idea, I often feel like maybe it should be ahead of it, but I'm okay with it being before or after Superman.
I'd probably put it just after Superman, but I could definitely see the argument for putting it ahead of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same as well.
Put it after Superman.
All right, after Superman it goes. All right, so next up.
Premiering Monday, November 5th at 5. Join BitCloud and Liger Zero in their quest to be the best.
Payback time, you spy coward! How can you be so fast?
Area scanned. Battlefield set up. Ready? Fight!
Let's go! Time for a little action. This bat's just getting started. This is it, team!
Zoids, Monday, November 5th at 5. What are you thinking?
Zoids New Century. This was one show that I actually decided to check out, and I mentioned this off recording, but like, because I was gonna give it the entire run, an entire watch of like all its episodes, but like after 6 episodes, I felt like I've seen everything. Like, I don't know, it was just like I was getting bored really fast because every episode just kind of felt the same. It's like the what's his name, the main guy, like is now part of this BitCloud. He's like part of the team, and like every episode starts out with them like I guess in a match or training or something. He fucks up or someone fucks up, then they get their ass handed to them, and then they got to learn their lesson. In the end of the episode, they win. That's the vibe I've been getting. Like I got from the first couple episodes. I don't know if it changes or anything, and I do know that like there are Zoids fans out there. I mean, the way I watched this was that some wonderful gentleman literally preserved the entire series and had a Google Drive folder up there. So when I searched Zoids New Century, the first freaking link was a Reddit forum where someone was asking, "Hey, where can I watch Zoids?" And then boom, Drive link right there with all the episodes in like 720p. And a lot of people were like, you're a savior.
Gentleman and a scholar.
A gentleman and a scholar. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that was it. Because like I was gonna give this a whole watch, but it was like after the first couple episodes, I'm like, man, like I don't know, man. Like I think I'm just gonna move on. Yeah. So how does everyone else feel on Zoids New Century?
It exists.
Uh,
I mean, that's you pretty much nailed it, and you're like, oh, I watched 6 episodes and it felt like I'd seen everything. It's like, yeah, that's
right.
kind of my takeaway from it too.
Yeah,
Same.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good robot battle show.
I mean,
pretty
like,
fun.
I will say the
looks pretty
CG
nice.
on the robots is better than I would have expected.
One other thing I wanted to ask is the voice actor for BitCloud the same actor for Inuyasha?
He sure is.
I was gonna say I knew he sounded familiar.
Richard Ian Cox.
So
he was all over dubs at the time.
Yep.
How would y'all rank Zoids New Century?
C.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd put it like probably low C personally, but
put it after the Real Adventures.
After the Real Adventures. Okay. All right. Next show.
December, Universal Century 0079.
Scrambling forward defensive line!
The 1-year war is drawing to a close.
Under attack by 2 dog-type moving suits!
The Earth Federation has the upper hand in the neutral colony Side 6. Elite Zeon Special Forces are dispatched to destroy the Federation's secret weapon, the Gundam. Zeon's only ally, an 11-year-old boy named Alfred Izaruha. For him, war was a distant game.
Fighting inside a colony, you can't do this!
Caught between loyalties, Al must make the ultimate choice. The stakes, life and death.
We're not playing games here, you know.
The price of failure,
This colony's going to be destroyed, all right?
nuclear annihilation. Gundam 0080, a midnight run exclusive, premiering Monday, November 5th at 12:30. In war, everyone's a casualty. Only Toonami.
Is another Gundam show, Gundam 0080. Like, how do you say it? Like
0080.
0080. Gundam 0080.
Anybody hungry for hamburger?
So
Bernie!
So, where does this rank among all the other Gundams?
Really, really good.
Yeah. Easily above any of the other ones we've got on the list so far.
So would you say A or S?
Oh, easily. I don't think I'd go S. I mean, from like Gundam in general, yes. I mean, as far as Toonami stuff,
it certainly got played.
Yeah,
I would
like
be comfortable with low S.
yeah, I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
So would you put it after Intruder then, or before Intruder?
Honestly, I'd probably put it below Intruder because I think for me it's straddling on the edge of A.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it does have David Hayter in it in the dub, which I mean, Solid Snake, hard to go wrong with.
Nah, can't argue that. Okay, so I know Sam is excited for this. Steve,
It's Hamtaro time!
Steve wishes he was here for this. So does Silver. Yes, Hamtaro. And if you saw me earlier moving it up ahead, it was because when I made this list, I was going in a chronological order, but I guess some I managed to miss over others. So, like, Hamtaro was way later than it should, so I moved it ahead. But yes, Hamtaro. I saw 3 episodes, and I was done. And the only reason I even watched it was because everyone in Squad just kept bothering me. Like, because I was just going to be like, I'm only watching 1 episode. And they were all like, no, bro, you got to watch like at least like 5. And I'm like, 5's too much. And then I was just like,
Hey, I recommended 3. I remember recommending them. Just watch 3 episodes. It's not that much of a commitment.
What I did was that because y'all were saying 5, and then I think you said 4, and then I did the Patrick gif of 3, take it or leave it. And then everyone was like, fine. But yes, Hamtaro, it is a show.
I think we can all agree that this is a show that probably never should have aired on Toonami.
Yes.
It's not a bad show. It should just not. It's not really something Toonami should have ran, but
yeah.
Bosses had to told them basically, hey, you're running this, and you have to listen to your boss.
Yeah, yeah.
And they even got Peter Cullen to narrate it.
They did make some banger promos for it.
They did. That is fair.
Yep.
And its legacy is well known. Honestly, I would give it a B.
I'll give it a B as well.
Yeah, that's where I did it.
That's fair.
Would you put high or low B?
Low B.
Yeah.
Probably.
After Tenchi?
Above Tenchi.
That's above Tenchi. Oh my god.
Above Voltron.
Yeah.
Above Voltron? Okay.
Yeah, I'd keep Robotech above it, but yeah, that's a fair placement.
It's a good dub, all things considered.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a perfectly good kids show.
Yeah,
I wish it was on TV now.
Yeah, it was just a bad fit for Toonami, really.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah,
Discotech, please, Discotech, please.
Oh,
everybody keeps asking us about that. God
damn. Steve and Silver keep bothering Logan for Hamtaro. Oh my god.
But as Sam can attest to, even if we did have it, I'm very good at not revealing my hand because just ask him about when we had Berserk.
Oh, I hate you for that. What was I gonna say? One other thing I should note was that when I went to watch this, because it's nowhere legally, when I was on the website I was using, it had the episode count, and I literally did a drink spit because I had some iced tea on me at the episode count of over 290 episodes of this.
Very popular in Japan. You know how many video games there
Oh no, I know that the
many.
frickin' Mario and Luigi developers made a couple. What was I gonna say? Uh, uh, I think that's about it. I'm fucking done. Next up is Zoids Chaotic Century. I did not see this.
AKA the good one.
Yes.
Yes.
So I probably should have seen this instead of New Century.
Discotheque, please.
People ask us about that one all the time too, and I think somebody else. I want to say it's Hasbro because I think they have some kind of weird they still have some kind of licensing with the toys or something. It's weird. Like I know we've been asked about this one before, and I know we've looked into it, and to my knowledge, it's not available. But that that always could change too. I mean, the last time I think I even mentioned it to somebody was like 4 years ago.
So, how do y'all feel about Zoids Chaotic Century? Like, where do you think it should go?
High B, probably.
Yeah, high B's good.
High B is good.
Yeah, put it above Ronin Warriors.
Yeah.
High B. Okay, so above Ronin Warriors it is.
I wish I could remember more about the show because it was really quite good. But I just didn't pay much attention to anything other than Dragon Ball and DBZ at the time. Spoiler alert, I didn't even fully pay attention to the next show. And I regret that terribly.
Oh, man.
The next
I think I was him at the time, too.
The next show...
Ladies and gentlemen, over the years, Toonami's given you some of the greatest cartoon shows ever made. Now we're proud to present our newest edition, a program about love, honor, sacrifice, revenge, and a whole lot of destruction. Let's get things started! Gundam fight all set, ready, go!
I will get rid of them with my own hands.
Your crime shall not go unpunished.
I still haven't figured out my true identity. Let's do it.
Now, fire!
What's happening? They think the planet Earth is nothing more than a playground.
Prove your worth to the Shaolin Temple.
Totally insane.
Take this! My love, my anger, and all of my sorrow!
You intend to shoot your own brother?
Will never be forgiven!
G Gundam, premiering next Monday at 5. Only Toonami.
Is another Gundam, and it's another Gundam that everyone keeps talking about, G Gundam.
It's a great show. It's a great show. It's a great show.
This should have aired right after Wing went off the air.
Yes.
Like
Oh,
no
absolutely.
question.
Oh, this is such a good show.
Absolutely, yeah.
This would have kept the momentum that Wing built.
I think I discussed this with a friend once. I kind of described G Gundam as like the Saturday morning cartoon. Like it's just the perfect Saturday morning cartoon. You could just watch it. It's fun. It does have a lot of stereotypes, but it's over the top. It's fun. It's a good show.
It is.
Unlike
Yeah,
a
I mean,
lot
it was
of other
the first
shows.
like non-Universal Century Gundam. So like, that was huge for the franchise. It was it was the 15th anniversary. Like, and they just, you can tell they had fun with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So where would y'all rank G Gundam then?
A?
A?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the only thing that I think weakens it is because there were issues with Gundam Wing, and it's ironic because the Gundams, like, apparently Walmart had issue with selling products that said like Death Scythe Hell on it, even though they never actually call it the Death Scythe Hell in the show. It's always just the Death Scythe in Wing. But because the merchandise and everything, they were so worried about it that when they dubbed G Gundam, they renamed God Gundam to Burning Gundam. The Devil Gundam became the Dart Gundam. They like it was like the Satanic Panic all over again. And so that's the only thing. Like, whereas Wing got an uncut dub, where it was like, Relina, I'll kill you, versus Wing had a censored dub that aired on the daytime block where it was like, I'll destroy you.
Which always sounded more hardcore to me.
It does, yeah. But like, unfortunately, because they sent G to be dubbed by like sort of the second string Ocean Studio, which is Blue Water. Even though some of their actors, I mean, Mark Gatha as Domon is just absolute flawless casting. But the thing is, like, they didn't have the budget to do multiple versions. So we don't actually have a version where they ever call it the God Gundam or the Devil Gundam or anything like that. So that's the only thing for me that kind of knocks it down a peg is the dub, unfortunately, will forever be censored.
Yeah, that stinks.
Discotheque, come save this.
It has a
Blu-ray from Nozomi / Crunchyroll.
Yeah.
I'd honestly put it above Sailor Moon myself.
Ooh,
that's a bold choice.
Above Sailor Moon.
I would put it behind Sailor Moon.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, behind Sailor Moon it is. Next up is
the land of Eternia is a paradise with a problem. An act of betrayal has created the ultimate evil.
My face!
And his name is Skeletor.
Eternia will be mine! Battle position!
The only thing that can stop his evil horde is a legend no one believes in.
A hero shall emerge.
And a prince with an attitude.
All this battle training is just fun and games.
Now, a sword will choose its master. A boy will become a man.
I have the power!
And a hero will be born. Toonami is proud to present He-Man like you've never seen him before in an all-new original movie. Masters of the Universe. Friday at 4. Only Toonami.
He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. I'm assuming this is like a mid-2000s reboot?
It is, and it's really, really good.
I've never seen anything He-Man. The only thing I've seen was the one video. You all know the one.
Yes. He-Man 2002 was one of the early, there were some 90s reboots of 80s shows, but this was the first one that was this show left in the 80s and now we're bringing it back in the 2000s, that era of shows. And it really kicked the door right open with a fantastic reboot. I was never really barely even paid any attention to the original He-Man, but comparing it, it's night and day. This is such a way better show.
It really is
in every way. And fantastic voice cast done at Ocean. Always tickled me that Cam Clark was He-Man in that, and you have the wimpy Leonardo voice is Prince Adam, and then you have the deep Leonardo voice as the He-Man. Yeah, the only thing is that sadly it was canceled after 39 episodes, and they could have done so much more. But it's a good show. I wouldn't necessarily put it in A. I would say probably a B.
Does it at least end decently, or does it go off on a cliffhanger or something like that?
I don't entirely remember, but I feel like it was a cliffhanger.
So B then?
Yeah, it's a B. Maybe behind Ronin Warriors.
Behind Ronin Warriors, above Lockdown?
Yeah, that's a fair spot.
Yeah.
All right. Next show.
For centuries untold, the Transformers have waged war across the universe.
Move out!
On one side, Autobots, peaceful defenders of Cybertron. The other, Decepticons, destructive scourge of the galaxy.
You have no way to stop us.
The prize? Medicons, an ancient race of power-enhancing Transformers. Inadvertently, two teams have activated a signal, bringing the chaos of this war to planet Earth.
You have something of mine.
Whoever can possess the mini-cons will command their great power. Now, every Transformer in the universe will fight to claim them, or die trying.
Give it up, Megatron!
Transformers Armada, Friday at 4. Much more than meets the eye.
It's time to turn it up.
Only Toonami.
Transformers Armada. I have not seen a single Transformers series, so I got no idea.
This was such a disappointment to me when it originally premiered. I was like, what is this Pokemon crap? This is not Transformers! But you know what? It actually did get better and gradually became a pretty okay show. But, I'd
go
C.
like low
C.
C.
Yeah.
Low C.
Also, I absolutely hated Carlos. Matt Hill doing that terrible voice.
Good lord. All right, so next. Oh, sorry.
What saves it is a David K. Megatron.
Yes.
So next up.
Entering hyperspace in 3.
Hyperspace is no joke.
1.
Everything has to be perfect. The slightest error, a single miscalculation, can be devastating.
What's wrong?
This September, Tom and the Absolution are caught between dimensions on a collision course with Earth. And saving them is your problem. Trapped in hyperspace. Watch Toonami starting September 16th at 4.
Wait, got an idea.
Log on to Toonami.com. Play the online game. Just another hookup from Toonami and Toonami.com.
I'm gonna jack into Sarah's systems and try to break this virus before we crash.
Good luck, hero.
Only Toonami.
Why are you doing this?
Is the next Toonami Total Immersion event, Trapped in Hyperspace. I did not see this either, so what would y'all rank this among the Total Immersion events?
Just put it right next to Lockdown.
Yeah,
Next to Lockdown.
I honestly don't remember much about this one other than the name basically says enough of it.
Yeah, it's a step up from Lockdown, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd probably put it above Lockdown, but they're like neck and neck.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next one is.
Attention, nations of the world.
An evil force is tearing our country apart.
Face the new dark age.
Their name is Cobra.
Hit the deck! It's Cobra!
The only soldiers for the job are a team of real American heroes.
Let's take them!
G.I. Joe. Tonight at 12:30.
Yes!
Only Toonami.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Yo, Joe.
G.I. Joe, a real American hero. Is this another case of 80s show turned gritty 2000s show, or?
No, this is the actual 80s show, which
it is?
isn't bad. It's fine.
Huh.
It's pretty good. I would even say it might be better than G1 Transformers. It's an okay show. They threw it on the midnight run because I swear one day Turner woke up and said, "I'm gonna buy G.I. Joe." And yeah, they threw it on the midnight run. It was very interesting having G.I. Joe and G Gundam in the midnight run.
So where would you all
play on the Saturday Video Entertainment System? That's high C.
I'd probably go high C. The biggest problem is it's typical 80s cartoon, and then it's very toyetic. That's probably one of the biggest problems when you get to rerunning them. Is it's like, well, you're not selling these toys anymore, and you're trying to target an audience that it's like, do they care? So it's like, yeah, it's all right. Like high C.
Put it behind Tenchi.
Behind Tenchi. Behind Tenchi, above Gundam Wing. All right.
Okay. No, put it.
It's got to go, and it's got to go behind Thundercats also.
Yeah, behind Thundercats.
Yeah,
Thundercats,
right there's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is
What happens when a game becomes real and none of the rules apply? For a young sorcerer named Tsukasa, the virtual world of the game has become his reality.
Where am I?
Inside, Tsukasa can fight, make friends, feel pain.
Tsukasa.
The only thing he can't do is log out. Enter the world of Dot Hack Sign, premiering Saturday, February 1st at 3.
Let me go!
Take the game, not the player.
I mean.
Only Toonami.
Dot Hack Sign. I did not watch this. I know about it, but I've never seen it.
Episodes aired on Toonami.
Only 4 aired. So how would
the Saturday block?
This
Saturdays.
is another one of those like Dot Hack walked so SAO and all the other isekais could run. Not that it was the first isekai in any way. Like that's not fair.
No,
but it's the MMO aspect is more SAO. Like there's a genesis there.
But it was written around the same time as Reki Kawahara's first draft.
Oh
That's
boy!
True.
But let's not have that conversation. Anyway, Dot Hack was it was like Cartoon Network was working with Bandai on so many things at the time, and Bandai was like, okay, we're going to make a big deal about this thing, and we want you to air it. We want you to air all of it. And Cartoon Network was like, okay. And I'm sure at some point Cartoon Network was like, what did we do?
Yeah.
But it's an okay show. The first one is a pretty good show.
I'm assuming it's not fit for a daytime Cartoon Network.
It wasn't like too much content wise, like maybe a little bit. He does run some girls' breasts at some point. No, I'm thinking of the other one. Legend of
Its
Twilight.
main problem was it was one of those multimedia franchise things where it was like, here's an anime and here's a PlayStation game and here's this and here's that, and it's like, please,
it's also
please,
really slow
please
and
absorb
plotting.
all of it.
Also, it is a B Train show.
Yeah.
God, I hate it when they do that, because then it's like they're putting all their eggs in one basket for something to take off, and if it doesn't take off, then freaking, what was the point? Like, I saw that recently with the freaking Scarlet Nexus, and I think they're doing it again with Sandland.
Well, I mean, at least Sandland started as a manga.
Yeah. So where would you all put Dot Hack Sign?
Low C?
Low C?
No, that's pretty harsh. It's
a
pretty good show. It's just kind of slow and plotting. Put it after Thundercats.
Above?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on. I'm trying to. Where did I? Oh! You said above Thundercats?
I would say after Thundercats.
After Thundercats?
Yeah. Like, I think it's a better show than Thundercats, but Thundercats has a bigger legacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright then.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So next up is...
On the road of life, second chances are rare.
Watch out, kid!
But for Yusuke Urameshi, fate has intervened.
This is weird.
You have all that's required to be detective of the spirit world.
That's a fancy title.
Between the world of the living and the realm of the dead, he is both champion and protector. YuYu Hakusho, tonight at 6.
Now die.
Only Toonami.
YuYu Hakusho. Now this So I did watch season 1, which is like all the spirit detective stuff. I stopped just before the Dark Tournament, which I know is like the biggest like part of the show that everyone loves to talk about. Like, I'll get back to it at some point. And I know it's by Togashi, so I know pretty much I know the vibe is that Yu Yu Hakusho walked so that Hunter x Hunter could run. And I enjoyed it a lot. I really do like Yu Yu Hakusho, and I will get back to it at some point. I know it has its fans. Like, a lot of people prefer Yu Yu Hakusho over Hunter x Hunter.
Oh, it has its fans. Yu Yu Hakusho is tremendously popular.
Yeah.
It's a really good show.
For me, I would put it between like a maybe low A in my opinion. But how about you guys?
I scoff at you, sir. Yu Yu Hakusho is like shonen perfection. I would either put it behind OG Dragon Ball or ahead of OG.
You would say it's S tier?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
I think that's
agree.
fair.
I mean, to be honest, I did not see the entire thing yet, and this is me with already having seen Hunter x Hunter. Okay, so S tier, you would say behind Dragon Ball?
Yeah,
Or-
I'd probably put it behind original Dragon Ball. I'd put it above DBZ though.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah. They're like
So I guess the next one's a little controversial.
Japan, 1867. The Tokugawa dynasty stands upon failing legs. An invincible samurai, Kenshin Himura, walks the path of death and destruction, ushering in a new regime. Hated and feared by many, he is known as Hidokiri Batosai, the Manslayer. In retribution for his deeds, he has taken an oath to protect the innocent and never kill again. But old memories seldom fade, and bad habits die hard.
What are you, another wannabe samurai?
I wasn't finished speaking.
Rurouni Kenshin premieres Monday, March 17th at 6:30. Only Toonami.
Oh, I hate that I like this show so much.
Rurouni Kenshin.
Oh, man.
To be fair, when most of us watched this, we didn't know.
The thing was
is
for
true.
me too was that at one point I was planning to watch it, but then like everyone, but then I think shortly after that that news dropped, and I was like,
We're not going to
this
beat around the
stuff.
bush. He's a pedophile.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
He's
Yeah.
a pedophile, and he had enough CP that the police thought that he was a distributor.
Mm.
And he got off with a slap on the wrist.
A
which is
slap on the
disgusting.
wrist.
God damn
Yeah.
it, Japan.
Ridiculous. Oh, but if you got with any kind of drug in Japan, your career is over forever.
Ugh.
That's terrible.
Terrible,
God.
bro.
Judging the show purely on its own merits.
Yeah, pretty good show.
It's a really good show.
Yeah.
And when it was airing on Toonami, it was the coolest thing. Like, Yu Yu Hakusho just came along and was like, Yu Yu Hakusho had already had some time on Adult Swim, so like, that was hype. But Rurouni Kenshin coming out of nowhere was like, oh, yeah! Toonami is back! Adult Swim can kick rocks!
Yeah, and from what I
mean,
hear,
at the time, we were like, oh, we didn't get Inuyasha. We didn't have Yu Yu Hakusho at first, but they did move it over there. We lost Big O to Adult Swim. We're losing Gundam to Adult Swim. Man, what's Toonami got? Toonami's got Rurouni Kenshin, bitch.
yeah, and from what I hear, the original show is better than like the recent like adaptation they put out. That's what I've been hearing, at least. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a really well animated show.
It's just the giant elephant in the room is that you can't ignore the crimes of the author.
Yeah.
No.
I would say if judging based purely on its merit, I would go low S.
Low
Yeah.
S.
Just the show on its own, ignoring the controversy. It's one of those separate the art from the artist kind of things. Which, it's hard to do, but in a case like this, that you kind of have to.
I completely condemn the author, but man, low S. I want to dock it points, but it's so good.
Yeah.
And I will never watch it again.
Yeah. At least until he's dead.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. Like once he can't make anything off it, I'm gold with it. But till then, I just can't do it.
Hurry up and kick the bucket.
Yeah, please.
So next show on the list is
Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. And that's just the tip of the iceberg.
Wait, he's very fast. Yeah.
The world's greatest team of heroes has finally come home.
Home sweet home.
Toonami presents Justice League, premiering Monday, June 2nd at 5.
Not so fast.
All them heroes is in the house.
Just watch.
Justice League. Now, I did watch a couple episodes of Justice League. Actually, I didn't know this, but I actually watched it. Not on Cartoon Network, though. I think a friend of mine had a DVD because I remember the first 2 episodes. And then because it was like a core memory unlock, because I literally did not remember until I started watching the first 2 episodes. It's like, I remember seeing these. And then I remembered a friend of mine had a DVD, and I visited their house once, and they put on that DVD. So I actually remember seeing like the first 2 episodes, which served as the pilot. But like I had fun. I didn't see as many episodes as the others. I think I saw like only 5, but I had a good time with it. I know like this is like the definitive cast of Justice League, because like I've heard them in like Injustice and all that. But yeah, how do y'all feel on Justice League, the original Justice League series?
It's a good show.
It's a very good show.
Very good show.
How would y'all rank it?
You know, like I could comfortably put it above Superman.
Above on S tier?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ooh. That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think that's probably exactly where I think it would go. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I would go as far as to put it right behind Batman, but that might be pushing it, because as far as Toonami Legacy goes, it's not that big a deal. It was kind of an afterthought until Justice League Unlimited was premiering on Toonami.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was just nice to have, as the 4th show leading the block, because they had a pretty stable 3 shonen thing going on after it, and it was nice to have some variety. And it's a fantastic show that is, one of the best animated action shows of all time. So yeah, I think that's a good place for it.
Like I do remember hearing that, like, because I did when Toonami played the Fatal 5 movie, that was actually a sequel to this series.
Yeah, sorta. I mean, there could be some debate there, but you could comfortably put it in the same universe.
All right. So next up.
In an effort to dominate robotic warfare, the secret organization Black Ghost has transformed these 9 humans into cybernetic soldiers. The problem is, nobody asked them.
We were kidnapped off the street so you could remodel us.
There's no escape. Surrender to your fate.
Cyborg 009, tonight at 6.
How did I do all this?
Being happy ain't all bad.
Cyborg 009. I don't know anything about this, sorry.
This was a lovely hidden gem. It's kind of funny. Before this aired on Toonami, one guy who was really into like sci-fi and robots in my Japanese language class played some episodes for the class. So when this came to Toonami, I was like, oh, I know this show. It's a really good show that they just kind of got out of the blue. It showed up. I remember on Toonzone, people were like, "What's Cyborg 009?" Like it just popping up on the schedule out of nowhere, like Rurouni Kenshin did. And they're like, "Oh, so that's what Cyborg 009 is." This show kind of slaps.
It does.
It's pretty good.
Wasn't it also like a reboot of an older series, or no?
Yes.
Yeah, and let's just say that the show did not get treated with the amount of respect it probably deserved, because the tapes that we were sent to restore it for our SD Blu-ray release were a absolute mess. Like they were they basically just shipped Justin a pallet of tapes, and we're just like, here, whatever. And he was going through them, and like some of the tapes were literally like the tapes were coming out of the cassettes.
Oh
like
my!
They just didn't care.
Mm.
Realistically, if we hadn't gotten it when we did, that show would probably be lost for good.
Oh.
Wow.
So, like that show never got the respect it deserved.
Thank you, Discotech. I rewarded you by buying the SD Blu-ray.
Now release Initial D. I'm sorry, Logan. I always mess with Logan. It's like, please bring over Initial D. Anyway, so where would we put Cyborg 009?
Low B? Like,
low
yeah,
B?
low B.
Low B,
it's good.
yeah.
It's good. Just it's not anything like exciting.
Yeah.
Put it behind Mobile Suit Gundam.
Behind Mobile Suit Gundam.
Yeah, at the bottom of. Oh no!
I was gonna say, wait, Gundam's A.
Oh yeah, I was mixing it up. No, I would say it's a high B.
Yeah, I guess high B is fair.
Would you put it above Zoids or?
No, I'd probably put it behind Ronin Warriors.
Yeah, I would.
I would put it above Ronin Warriors.
That's fair.
All right, above Ronin Warriors it is.
Now, this is the one I've been waiting for.
The peaceful planet of Neotopia is about to erupt in violence.
Attack!
Get ready for Gundam like you've never seen before.
Ready? Let's go!
Really cute and tiny.
Stand back! Withdraw at once. Time for better ideas.
SD Gundam, starting September 1st at 5.
So the gang's all here.
The Gundams you love. Fun-sized.
Next one, another Gundam show, SD Gundam.
F tier. I've been waiting for this one the whole time. It's an F.
I was gonna say, is this gonna be our first F?
No.
Yes.
No. It's a D.
Okay.
No, this show is awful.
It is not awful.
It didn't even get a complete release in the US until like 12 years later. There's an entire second season worth of 26 episodes that they literally dumped out in a single DVD set, that the only reason you knew it was new episodes was the very top of the disc said all new adventures. And that was it. They dubbed it. It never got released until just an unceremonious, and we're throwing this out. It's like, there are so many better SD Gundam shows than this. This was their next attempt at the Doozy Bots thing, in that let's make a Gundam show aimed at America. We'll do it with SD Gundams, and we'll do it with some pretty mediocre and honestly ugly looking CGI.
Yeah, when I was grabbing the images, like to put on the list, I was having a hard time getting like an image for SD Gundam. I'm like, God, like, why do all these look like crap?
Except for when they have mounts. Ooh, I don't like when they have mounts. Though it is kind of funny when the Zaku's mounts talk.
So Logan says F. What does everyone else feel on it?
That's overly harsh, honestly.
Jump scare in the chat.
I think it's worthy of a C, but I would settle for D.
Okay, I'm not going C.
I'll give it a D if you're that convinced that it's worth a C, but man, for me, it's an F.
It is not worse than Tenchi in Tokyo. It is not worse than.
So then I'll put it above Tenchi D. I'll put it above Tenchi. Above Tenchi, fair. Below Cardcaptors.
Fair.
Next one, an instant classic.
He moves like a crane, graceful, with a wind of battle, leaving only one standing. His name, Samurai Jack. Toonami presents 3 hours of a warrior on a journey to enlightenment. in a place without rules. Samurai Jack. This Saturday from 1 to 4, a special 3-hour marathon. Only Toonami.
50 years have passed, but I do not age.
How much longer can you keep this up?
Time has lost its effect on me. Yet, the suffering continues.
You've forgotten your purpose!
Aku's grasp chokes the past, present, and future.
Your training is complete. Go! Kill the samurai! There is no hope for you, foolish samurai. Aku is the master of masters and will end you!
There's no way home. There's nothing to fight for.
Show yourself, samurai, so you can die.
It always seems bad at first, but then I find a way. Leave here now and live, or stay and face your destiny.
Our destiny is your death!
Very well. Aku destroyed everything. Gotta get back to the past. Samurai Jack.
An all-new limited series, premiering Saturday, March 11th at 11 p.m.
Samurai Jack, and I'm counting the final season too.
Yeah, that's an S.
That's right.
An S. Where would you put on S?
Above Powerpuff.
Above Powerpuff.
Powerpuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it stole Gurren Lagann's ending, but
You want to know what's funny? You want to know what's funny? Because I didn't see Gurren Lagann until way later, and I saw the ending, and I was talking to you guys about it, and then I said, "This show pulled the Samurai Jack," and Silver was like, "No. Samurai Jack pulled the Gurren Lagann."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen the original series, but I do have the final season fresh in my head. I bought the game, which apparently changes the ending, and I still haven't played more than 2 hours of it.
The way I guess that the reason I would rank Samurai Jack as S tier is there are not many shows on here that if they went, hey, we're going to run the first few episodes in theaters as a celebration, that I would go out of my way to go see. Samurai Jack was one where I did.
I mean, Gendy Tartakovsky, like that's all you need.
Yeah,
exactly.
I would say, like, in terms of like shows Gendy has made, I really would put Primal above Samurai Jack, but we'll get there when we get there.
All right, so I guess moving on.
Goku's small.
Do I have to go back to school?
And there's new Dragon Balls.
The star is black?
Sounds like trouble.
Soon all life forms will be robot mutants.
How can a little body like that harness such enormous power? A show so exclusive, we can only show it once a week. Dragon Ball GT, starting Friday, November 7th at 6:30. Big things get hit by small packages. Saturday night on Cartoon Network. Evil villains? Got 'em. Heroic figures? Check. 5,000 punches to the face? Oh yeah. Watch premiere episodes of the best action cartoon around. Dragon Ball GT, Saturday nights at 10 p.m. on Toonami. Believe only on Cartoon Network.
Dragon Ball GT. So a little history lesson for me. Because I told y'all that my first exposure to DBZ was Nicktoons Network airing DBZ Kai. I just want to explain the order of events and how it fucked up my head. They played DBZ Kai. They got to the moment, and I think Silver explained this, but I forgot what the explanation was. Cell, when they were at the Cell Saga, Cell absorbed 18 and he became Perfect Cell. After that, the show went on a hiatus for like, I want to say maybe a year. Like I remember this fondly. Cell became Perfect Cell, and the show was missing in action for like months. And during that time, they played Dragon Ball Z movies, and they didn't care about which order of timeline of events they did. So my knowledge of DBZ was up to Cell becoming Perfect Cell. The first movie they played was Broly, the first Broly. Then they played Fusion Reborn. Then they played Android 13, and then they did like the Wrath of the Dragon. Keep in mind, all I knew was up to Cell, and I'm seeing Gohan as a Super Saiyan. I'm seeing Goku go Super Saiyan 3, and I'm seeing Fusion and all that, and I was like, what the hell is going on? And then eventually DBZ Kai came back, finished its run, and what did they? And at the time, DBZ Kai ended at Cell. What did they do after Kai ended? They played GT. And yet again,
and let us stress that Kai ended with
Cell.
Future Trunks killing
Cell
Cell
on Nicktoons.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
on
then Toonami
Nicktoons.
would later air it as part of the final chapters in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
you're going from the end of the Cell saga to
all the way to
GT.
GT. And here's the difference.
Those poor kids.
Here's the difference. At least they started with episode 1.
Yeah, because that was the biggest problem with GT when it aired on Toonami was they basically made their own special like compilation episode of the first like 15 or 16 episodes and jumped straight to episode 17 as the
that's
premiere
what
of
Funimation
GT.
did.
Yeah.
You think you know GT, you don't know GT. Step into the Grand Tour. And yes, I did and yes, the version I saw was that old Funimation version with the Grand Tour intro and with the weird ass soundtrack of like guitar synths all over the episodes.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark Menza.
So yes, I have seen all of GT, and I haven't seen it since. But honestly, I'm not really looking forward to going. I'm honestly not really itching to go back to it. There were some stuff in it that I liked, like I liked Super Saiyan 4, and some of the villains were nice. I liked the concept of Baby. The execution was kind of bad. And I like the concept of the Shadow Dragons too. Just the fact that like, using the Dragon Balls for God knows how many times can have a negative effect on it. But that was pretty cool. It's just the execution of some of these were not
Super
great.
Android 17 was a neat idea.
Oh yeah, that too. I mean, I remember at the time
execution was bad.
and that was the
I'll
most.
give it credit for having an okay final episode.
And that was the most Android 17 you got since Cell, and I'm so glad he kind of had a redemption arc in Dragon Ball Super, but we'll get there. So for me, I would put GT in C. What about you guys? Because I wouldn't say it's not the worst thing.
Too high.
Yeah. I probably would put it more like mid D, probably. Like as a show, I mean, it's been years since I last watched it, but I don't remember it being all too good.
You could put it at the top of D.
Yeah, I'd put it high D. Like it has individual aspects of it that are kind of good, but I mean, to me, like the biggest thing is I just don't see it being compatible with the current canon of like the Dragon Ball TV stuff. You know, the argument that like the evil dragons were based on the wishes. Like, I'm sorry, but bringing Frieza back, stuff like that to me in the modern stuff would negate some of the stuff that shows up in GT. Like, I'm not going to sit there and say it's completely non-canon, but to me, it just doesn't mesh. And that knocks it down a peg.
Yeah, I'll go with D myself. Actually, there's a fun fact. You talk about the Nicktoons version of GT. They actually aired a promo. I don't know if anybody knows this. They aired a promo for DBZ that actually uses a theme that's used for WWE for a wrestler known as the Brian Kendrick back in 2008.
I remember seeing the original GT promo, but I had no idea that's where that song came from. Huh.
Yep.
Huh. But yeah, GT, it exists. Yeah, what's funny is that Team 4 Star is doing like a commentary over it at the moment, and over the course of it, they're slowly losing their minds, and it's just
As
amazing.
one does.
Okay, so moving on.
The Clone Wars have begun.
In this time of need, why do we hold back the Chosen One?
Whether or not he is the Chosen One is still to be determined.
As master and apprentice struggle with the dark side.
You're no Qui-Gon Jinn.
More and more systems join Count Dooku's armies.
The city is under attack.
Leaving the Jedi Knights caught between the Separatist forces and a republic that is slowly becoming an empire.
Now is the time to launch our final operation.
Let's end this battle, Commander.
We have to go! Now!
Defend the city, we must.
I won't fail you. Don't fail yourself.
The Jedi shall fall.
Toonami presents the Emmy-winning micro-series all in one shot. Star Wars Clone Wars, Volumes 1 and 2, next Saturday from 7 to 10 p.m. Impressive. Most impressive.
May the Force be with you.
Only Toonami.
Another Gendy Tartakovsky staple, Star Wars Clone Wars micro series. Before Disney came
Really
in.
good.
Those are really, really good. I'd make it S.
S tier?
Yeah, S.
How do you feel about it compared to the newer Clone Wars?
Where on S would you put it? Above Samurai Jack or between Samurai Jack and Powerpuff, or
Probably
After
under
Powerpuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as far as whether it's like compared to the other one, I mean, as far as I
It's
recall,
night and day.
yeah, I mean, I think it's better, but I think the biggest problem is, and of course, it gets into the canon argument. I'm pretty sure they decided to declare once they made the CGI Clone Wars, they basically were like, yeah, these are more of like, if you had to compare them to something, they'd be like the Marvel What If. And then they're like, oh, here's some stuff, but like it didn't really happen this way, but it's like a stylized interpretation. Because I'm pretty sure they rendered the Gendy ones non-canon, which sucks, but what can you do?
Because they're cool. They're so cool.
Yeah.
at the very least, they actually got a re-release on Disney Plus.
Yeah, that's
nice.
that's helpful. That's nice.
All right.
You have it ahead of Powerpuff. Put it behind Powerpuff.
Yeah, I'd put it behind Powerpuff.
Yeah.
Behind Powerpuff, all right.
Yeah.
And next up is
Every Friday at 5:30, Toonami's breaking off movies for the masses. Next Friday, Shobu's on a quest to be the best. You ready?
Bring it on!
Let the duel begin.
You have no idea the world of hurt you are going to be in.
Step into a dimension where magic and monsters rule. Time to check the deck. Duel Masters, next Friday at 5:30. It's all in the cards. Be there.
Duel Masters, which is a Yu-Gi-Oh clone. I'm assuming it's a Yu-Gi-Oh clone.
No.
Or is it a Pokemon clone?
It is a Yu-Gi-Oh clone, and they really punched up the dub, so it was pretty entertaining. It kind of got a pass because of the silliness of the dub, as opposed to like straight Yu-Gi-Oh, which is also very silly, but it takes itself very seriously.
So
I liked Duel Masters. It was a fun show to kick off Saturday Toonami when it was there. But I would be comfortable with a D or a low C.
How does everyone else feel?
I'd go D.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, I'd go D as well. Yeah.
Would you put low D or middle or
I'd put it a high D.
High D.
Above GT or below?
I'd put it above GT.
I'd put it above it, yeah.
I would, yeah.
D is for Duel Masters. You know what D is also for? Dimension W, but we'll get there.
I recently rewatched that, but I'll get to that. Next up is
in the year year 2000, a brilliant scientist created the ultimate machine. A thinking, feeling robot with the power to save the world. Now, Earth's only hope against evil is a little boy with superpowers and the soul of a hero.
I don't think so!
Toonami presents the most legendary anime series of all time, Reborn, Osamu Tezuka's Astro Boy, premiering Monday, March 8th at 5. Boys don't cry.
Astro Boy 2003.
Fantastic show.
Yeah, it's a great show. It didn't
Great
get a fair
show.
shake.
I really hope Sony gives that license to somebody because that needs a re-release.
Yeah, that's one where I because of what happened with Cyborg 009, I worry about the condition of Astro Boy. It's I wish we could get it. That would be, especially after having worked on the 1980 version of Astro Boy, I really wish we could get 2003.
Y'all re-released the 1980 Astro Boy?
Yes.
I'll have to look into that.
2 years ago.
Oh. I mean, okay. So where would y'all rank Astro Boy 2003?
I would put it behind Cyborg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, then. Next up.
Every Friday at 5, Toonami's got a little something special. Next Friday,
must have Energon.
The battle to control the Earth's supply of Energon is raging so hard, we're giving Optimus and the gang some extra airtime.
Now they're in trouble.
Check out 4 all-new episodes of Transformers Energon next Friday from 5 to 7. He who controls the Energon controls the universe.
That's our cue, boy.
Transformers Energon. Only 4 out of the 52 episodes aired on a single day.
Oh, that's right. They pretty much didn't air Energon, but they did air a bit of Cybertron. I go back and forth whether Energon is better than Armada.
Yeah, it's it's. Sorry.
No. I was just say I'd probably put them neck and neck because they're kind of tossed up between the two.
Yeah, where did we throw?
We put that low
Armada?
C.
Low C.
Low C. Put it behind Armada.
Yeah.
Even though I thought I did like Kicker more than the 3 kids in Armada.
They're basically tied, so yeah.
But I also didn't really like the CG in Energon. I thought it was kind of clunky.
Yeah, because I find it funny, and this will be the same for the next show too, but it's a lot of these shows that are technically Toonami staples, but only freaking 5 or less of them actually aired. So Transformers Energon only 4, and then the next show, Jackie Chan Adventures, only 9 episodes aired.
Get Chan! The Drunken Master is back. When the world needs a hero, he's ready to kick some.
Bam and bam, bam! You wouldn't hit a guy wearing dresses, would you?
Jackie Chan Adventures coming up next.
Goodbye, thank you.
Only Toonami. Chan-tastic.
But yes, next show is Jackie Chan Adventures.
But it's a very good show.
I remember seeing a lot of promotion for it, and I think I saw a friend watching it, but I've never actually seen it myself. Because I think when I was growing up, I already had cable, so I wasn't watching any of 4Kids or whatever, because I already had Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network and all that.
It's very odd to me that when they were coming up with filler for Saturday Night Toonami, they turned to Jackie Chan Adventures as opposed to X-Men Evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah. Weird choices from the network. But it's I like the show. I liked it as a kid.
Yeah, it's a good show. If this was a Kids WB tier list, it would probably be on top, but Toonami, yeah.
I'd say maybe the top of B.
Top of
B. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is one because I am making it a mission to rewatch some older classic shows I didn't see. So one day I'll get to it. But yeah. Next up,
Kira Yamato seemed like all his other friends. But he has a secret.
You did betray your own people, didn't you?
And a deadly talent.
I also happen to be a coordinator.
A genetically enhanced coordinator. Kira possesses abilities far beyond his earthling friends.
There's no reason why I have to do any of those things.
Cast as protector and conqueror, Kira is unsure of either role.
But that doesn't mean I can fight in battle. It's time.
Battle lines are drawn, and a new war emerges.
Here they come. All hands, level 1 battle stations.
Kira finds himself facing down an enemy he doesn't hate.
We don't want anything to do with your war.
And championing a cause he doesn't understand.
Why can't you go away and let us live in peace?
As Zaft and the Earth forces face off, Kira and his Gundam may be Earth's only hope.
I'm not about to be defeated here!
Or the harbinger of its demise.
Failure is not an option. It's coming.
Portside Valiant, fire!
Strike Gundam heading out!
Gundam Seed, tonight at 10:30, only Toonami.
Is Logan's favorite, or this show recently just had an ending, I want to say, but like Gundam Seed.
So the biggest problem I have with this is, my current opinion is very colored because I have spent the last almost 20 years waiting for the movie, and we finally got it. Like, I went to the LA premiere of the movie. Like that's how much I've been waiting for this movie.
And it sure was more Gundam Seed Destiny.
Yeah, but you know what? It was the Shin Asuka apology tour. Like the Shin Asuka redemption tour. Shin got his props in this movie. But like the thing is, as far as the way it aired on Toonami, Seed had a rough time. It was on Saturdays. It didn't get a complete run on Toonami. It eventually got stuck in a 1 or 2 a.m. death slot on Friday night, Saturday morning. So not even the Saturday Toonami block. And the thing Toonami's version of Seed is most known for are the disco laser guns. Because apparently Cartoon Network got way up their asses about firearms and whatnot at that point, and so instead of the characters carrying regular pistols, they had a bunch of glowing lights and shit added to the guns, and they shot laser beams. And it was for the era that the show was released in, that was some really goofy stuff. So and the thing is, I mean, Seed is Seed. I love it. It's not my favorite Gundam, but I love it. I mean, for me, I'd put it high C above Gundam Wing, but
I'm good with that.
I'm good with that, yeah.
Like the show itself, like a whole run of the first Gundam Seed, not counting Destiny, that's like a B, maybe an A, but what we got on Toonami, C.
Bit of a hack job. But like I said, as a franchise, I do love it. I mean, I spent 14 hours on Friday transcribing subtitles from a crappy cam rip and putting them on a rip of the Amazon Japan release. So that should go to tell you how much I love this franchise.
Jesus. All right, next up.
It was created to defend the Earth. But these guys have other ideas.
Check it out.
What have you done to my robot?
My robot.
The power of Megas just might save the world. If these two idiots don't screw it up first. An all-new episode, Megas XLR. Saturday nights at 9. Mischief weighs a ton. Only Toonami.
Another Cartoon Network classic that I actually did spend some time to watch. Megas XLR. The one thing I knew going into this was that it was a show that got written off that also was done dirty, and I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it a lot. I had no idea that David DeLuise played Coop, who I remember as the father from Wizards of Waverly Place, and now I can't unhear it every time he speaks. And then yeah, I mean, I just enjoyed the show a lot. The intro got stuck in my head. And I mean, like, because also going into this knowing that it was a canceled show, I was kind of expecting like a pretty like disappointing ending. I mean, like, I don't want to say the ending was good, but like, you know, at the very least, I was expecting to be left on. I was expecting to be left on a cliffhanger, and you know, at least
and
that
it was
wasn't.
epic. That was an epic ending.
Yeah, like the whole like evil Coop stuff and all that, and all that. And
It's
one,
you, yeah, and and even more of me. And
well-
then some. That was the line, and then some.
what was I gonna say? And too bad Steve isn't here, because the one biggest selling point for the show, it takes place in New Jersey, and just the fact that like they go out of the way that that got like I wish Steve was here and he'd seen it, because he's the New Jersey guy, and it was just like there was so much Jersey in there, and like I was telling him like some of the stuff, like one of the scenes was like Coop getting blocked by a robot, and he's like, "Where are you from?" "New York." "Out of the way, buddy." And Steve literally said, "I say that every day." And it's funny because I was watching it and I'm seeing like clearly there was a bunch of references to other shows, because one of the episodes was a fucking Transformers what's the
Reunion.
word? Yeah, like, because they had Peter Cullen and I forgot his name, the actor from Megatron,
Frank Welker.
Frank Welker in there, and I'm like, what the? And then there was another one. Oh, and then they did like a freaking Power Ranger Super Sentai knockoff.
That
And then,
that was straight up Gachumon.
Yeah.
It was kind of like an amalgamation of Gachumon and Power Rangers, because they did have Zorps. I love it. He just crams the robots onto Mega.
Yeah.
And the
God. Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
it's
I had
so
a lot of
freaking
fun watching it. It was kind of a pain to watch though, because
I am
like
the Regis Mach 5.
like it was kind of a pain to watch though, because I had to settle for like this 480p like rip straight from like Cartoon Network, and like, man, I'm not expecting 4K. I'm not expecting 4K, but at least like a DVD rip or something. And it was like either that or spend like $50 on iTunes, and I'm like, I have way better uses of my money than this.
Do you though? It's a show worth owning.
Maybe. So
I love Megas XLR.
Great show.
But,
No,
but
I would really-
I can't give it an S. I can't do that.
Yeah, it's a good A show.
It's a good A.
show?
It's a good A. Put it behind Sailor Moon.
Behind Sailor Moon, above G Gundam.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
That's fair.
You know, I would really love it for Adult Swim to maybe look into unwriting it off, but I don't know if that's something that's even on the pipeline.
Well, I wish the same for Symbionic Titan, but we'll get there. Next show.
A new Rave Master has been chosen.
It can't be.
His task, to recover the Rave Stones and destroy the Shadow Power forever. A simple plan, but it ain't gonna be easy.
The power of the Rave will be mine.
I don't think so.
Rave Master, Saturday nights at 8:30. Stone.
Anger management at work.
Only Toonami.
Rave Master. Is this another clone series, or is this his own thing?
It's Rave Master is just an okay kids dub of okay shonen from the same guy that went on to do Fairy Tail.
Oh God.
Yeah. Oh.
It was a pretty fun show, but it's like a low C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
banger opening song though. Real Big Fish.
Do we put it behind? Do we put it behind the
Oh
Transformers
no,
show?
not behind the train. Put a to GI Joe.
Next to GI Joe.
Yeah,
That seems
yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, next up, another instant classic.
5 teenage superheroes. Secret identities? None.
Your animal force cannot protect you forever!
Schoolwork? As if. Angst? Plenty.
Titans! Trouble!
Oh man, we gotta get out of here!
Teen Titans coming up next. Welcome to the big time.
Isn't that awesome? Super.
On Toonami.
Teen Titans.
There's trouble. You know who to call.
So yet again, I didn't watch Teen Titans. I mean, I still haven't. I actually am planning to, because I mentioned this a while back, but like, I do plan on watching a lot of, because I grew up a Nickelodeon kid, so like I didn't see a lot of the Cartoon Network stuff. But I am trying to watch some more of that. But I know how big Teen Titans is, and unfortunately, I was also there around 2016 when the coolest thing to do was hate on Go. And yeah, but like pretty much like I know how big Teen Titans is, but I also know that it ends on a cliffhanger, or not a cliff. Is it a cliffhanger? It ends on a cliffhanger, and that just kind of sours me, because it's like I kind of am wanting to see it, but at the same time, I just hate watching any show that has like a very lackluster ending.
Cliffhanger, and it's more of a metaphor.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But how do y'all feel on Teen Titans, and where should we rank it?
So it's a
Think
really
right
good
now.
show. It's really good. I would put it behind Batman Beyond.
Behind Batman Beyond?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Alright. Next up,
The original Justice League has become a memory.
I am resigning from the Justice League.
What's gonna happen to the League now? We rebuild.
From the ashes of that great conflict, a new team has arisen. A much, much bigger team.
Each of you brings something different to the table.
Old friends, new heroes. And as usual, plenty of bad guys jumping up to get beat down.
Calm down, and I'll let you go. How about you kiss my ass?
Watch out, evildoers. There's nowhere to run. Because this year, they're all around you. The League is unlimited. Toonami presents an all-new original series, starring every superhero worth cheering for, and then some. Justice League Unlimited, premiering July 31st at 8:30 p.m.
And where am I exactly? Among friends.
There's strength in numbers. Only Toonami.
Justice League Unlimited.
S.
S.
I would put it above Powerpuff Girls.
Is it the same, like in the same, like I guess canon as the Justice League show?
It's a sequel.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
like
it is?
basically season 3, I think, something like that.
Yeah, something like that, like season 3 or something.
But
somewhere.
it is so good.
Yeah,
Absolutely
now I think we
fantastic.
mentioned earlier, it started premiering on Toonami, whereas the previous Justice League stuff was just reruns from airing elsewhere.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next up.
The Sarbillion Galaxy is full of danger.
Oh no, we've got trouble!
Fortunately, the Dice team and their Dino Breakers are ready to rumble. Not bad for a bunch of kids. Dice, premiering Saturday, January 22nd at 7:30.
Wow! What a plan!
Incredible! The squad's rolling deep. Only Toonami.
Dice. I
F.
don't know a whole lot. F? Seriously?
I would say I don't even remember this show, so that's
I remember
like,
watching this.
yeah,
Hold
like
on.
that's an F just based on like, wait, what?
Hold on. Let me look at the 40 episodes and only 10 aired. I should also note that since we are nearing the end of the Cartoon Network era, Toonami, a lot of the shows they aired around that time were like next to nothing, or like next to no airtime, because around that time Toonami would end and they would just play on Cartoon Network properly.
Yeah, they
But
were very fickle. They would pull things very, very quickly.
Yeah.
But
So-
Dice, look, I've seen other people review Dice. It's not a good show. Bandai really wanted this to be a thing, but it is not a good show.
so I guess this is our first F tier show then.
I would say it's an F tier.
Yeah, like I said, I don't even remember this show, so yeah.
Look, if anything is an F tier, it's Dice. And another show that we'll get to very soon.
Uh-huh. All right. Next up,
Kyo was just an ordinary genius.
XY squared to the 6th.
That's correct. Till his father sent him a mysterious birthday present. Now this little boy, Zatch, might be just the friend Kyo needs. If all the Mamotos don't destroy them both.
I knew this was a bad idea!
Zatch Bell premieres Saturday, March 5th at 9:30. Open up and say only Toonami.
Zatch Bell. I know that this is considered a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good show.
We get asked about it at Discotheque all the time.
I mean,
it's a really fun show. Even though the dub was a bit censored, it's a really solid dub. It's got a great cast.
I've never finished the dub either.
Yeah, they didn't finish the dub. They didn't finish what was available of the dub on Toonami. Some of those episodes aired in Canada on Bionics, but even beyond that, the rest of the series was not dubbed. I think there's like 50 episodes that didn't get dubbed.
Yeah,
and the anime itself didn't finish.
Oof.
That's
there
a
were
whole
two.
kettle of fish.
There were 2 movies. They didn't dub those either.
Yeah. Thank you, Discotheque, for releasing those.
My biggest problem with the show is, I think it happens to everybody. Like, there's always like something where you just look at the show and you're like, this is animated perfectly fine, but I just do not like the way it looks. And for me, that's always been my problem with this show is I just don't like the way it looks.
I kind of like the way it looks, though sometimes the Mamotos are ugly. What the heck is with Consomme? Really? What the heck? But it's a fun show.
It's a good show.
Yeah, it's probably like middle C.
Like, middle C seems good.
Nothing great, nothing terrible. Like it's just there.
After all this time, the battle for King has finally begun.
I know that recently there was news that I guess like Toei's like license on the series expired. So like if another studio or company wanted to make an anime, they could now. But that's like too early to tell. But that they opened licensing opportunities. So if anyone wanted to make a new series, they would have to reach out to the creator.
Put it behind Thundercats.
Yeah.
Behind Thundercats. All right. Next up.
On the mean streets of Gotham City, a new breed of supervillains emerges. But deep in the shadows, old school justice awaits. I'm the Batman. The Caped Crusader returns in an all-new animated series. The Batman, premiering Saturday, April 2nd at 8:30. You won't even see it coming. Only Toonami. This is it.
Is the Batman. I didn't even know about this until I was making the list. There was a Batman show in the mid-2000s called The Batman.
And it was like forced to do things differently because it was following up Batman the animated series, obviously. But That kind of hamstringed it a little bit, but in later seasons, it got really good. Unfortunately, those later seasons didn't air on Toonami.
Sad.
We got all of the first season, then they reran it, and then they took it off, and then they played some of season 2, and then it was gone forever.
A shame.
Yeah. So overall, I might give it a B, but for Toonami, a C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Toonami run, I'd agree with that.
So
Put it at the top of C.
C, top C. All right, and here's a big one.
Monkey D. Luffy wants to become king of the pirates. The only problem? He can't swim. But he's gathered a crew. And together, they'll seek the legendary treasure of Gold Roger. Things are gonna get a little strange along the way. Who is that rubber boy? One Piece. Premieres Saturday, April 23rd from 10 to 11 p.m. Don't let the straw hat fool you. Only Toonami.
So, when I was making the list, I thought, let me split One Piece in two. Because when One Piece aired on Cartoon Network, it was the 4Kids dub, and then Adult Swim would play the Funimation dub, so I just treated those as two separate entries. I didn't know that the Funimation version of One Piece did air on Cartoon Network later.
And part of Skypiea.
Yeah, so I had no idea that that was a thing. So when I was making the list, I did it off the assumption of the 4Kids dub and the Funimation version being two separate entries. So, I mean, and it's still there. Like, there is a second One Piece on the list. So for this version of One Piece, we're going to treat this as the 4Kids dub of One Piece. So, One Piece 4Kids dub.
It may surprise you that I don't think this is actually an F tier. Even though this dub is awful in many ways, it kind of still is One Piece. It's still a decent action show. It's still a pretty fun show. There are people that got into One Piece because of this crappy dub. So as much as I'd throw it in F, I think it's probably a D.
Yeah, I would agree, just because exactly, like, there was enough nostalgia and enjoyment from what this one did that made it worth Funimation's while to, you know, like they did with DBZ, go back and redub the other stuff instead of just picking up where it left off. Like, it was worth their time and money to do that because the audience was really wanting, you know, something faithful out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a good thing they did.
Bottom D,
yeah.
Bottom D, yeah.
That is the will of D.
I see what you did there. All right, next up.
The destruction of Unicron has created a black hole, which threatens to swallow the planet.
Let's go!
Now, the Autobots' only hope is to find the ancient planet keys.
Prepare for battle!
But as usual, the Decepticons aren't playing along.
Beat it, Megatron! Oh, really?
Transformers Cybertron. New episodes, Saturdays at 7. Unlock the power.
Gotcha!
Only Toonami.
Is Transformers Cybertron.
Just put it with the other ones.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, a lot of these Transformers shows just blend in together,
and that's probably their biggest problem, and maybe their biggest, in a sense, strength is they just all kind of blend together.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
So the next show.
Are you ready to duel? Make your move!
In a magic battle of fast wits and even faster wrists, it's all about who's left holding the cards.
Let's go! You'll have to defeat me, and I can assure you that won't happen.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming up next. Stack the deck.
I win! It's over!
Is Yu-Gi-Oh! Although looking at the wiki, they only aired 6 episodes, so it was only on the air for a month.
Yeah, it was filler.
Damn. Well, I guess F? Seriously?
I would settle for a D because they're tier. I put it in E tier.
Yeah, I put it low D. Probably would I put it above 4Kids One Piece? Probably.
It's more faithful.
Yeah, that's its saving grace to getting put above that.
I mean, this version of Yu-Gi-Oh does have its fans.
Put it above Tenchi in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Above
because it's at least watchable.
Yeah.
It is. It's watchable.
All right, next up.
It's not the same like Jackie Chan. I just associate that with Kids WB. So
yeah, that's fair too.
Yeah, I was
going
to say
a Kids WB show, it'd probably be a B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so next up is another heavy hitter.
Ninjutsu, the art of stealth and perseverance. To follow this path, one must be strong in mind, body, and spirit. Ready. But the way is treacherous. Some will succeed, some will fail. But only one will rule the school. Naruto, 1 hour premiere Saturday, September 10th at 9. No guts, no glory. Only Toonami. The prodigal son has returned.
Don't tell me it's Naruto again.
It is Naruto again.
Next Saturday at 12:30, Naruto is back.
Here we go.
And this time, he's uncut. Impossible!
That's crazy!
We're starting over at the beginning, and you're invited.
Oh, I'm very grateful.
Because no matter how many times you may have seen Naruto, you've never seen him like this.
Bring it on. This is gonna be fun. Others will be wrecked for life, and some of you may go crazy.
I'm going to be greater than any of them. Naruto! A ninja legend!
Naruto. Next Saturday at 12:30.
I am so there!
Believe it.
Conquer stupid tricks! Naruto!
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Another show that defined a generation. Naruto. The original Naruto, not Shippuden. We'll get to that later. Naruto. I have seen Naruto, not from Toonami though. I think I just saw it on Hulu. I remember like enjoying it. Unfortunately, enjoying it more than Shippuden, which is not an uncommon opinion. And like I just kind of like I enjoy I enjoy, sorry, I keep stuttering. Like I enjoy the soundtrack more. I enjoy just like a lot of stuff more, because here's the thing. I didn't see Naruto until way later, because like I when I was watching Toonami, they did give Shippuden, but I didn't like see original Naruto. And Shippuden, with having a lot of filler, they would have flashback episodes to a lot of those early moments. So that's how I got a lot of my Naruto knowledge. But then I actually went back to the original show, and I'm like, the original show does a way better job telling these events than the fucking recap in Shippuden does. Like, it's insane. Like the first episode where he takes a scroll and he does the Shadow Clone Jutsu against him. Like, done way better, looks way better than a recap episode of Shippuden does. And it's kind of ironic that like this is currently rerunning on Rewind, and it's also the first time that it's running like in 4:3, because this is going off the Blu-ray that Viz Media put out. It's also the first time that the original opening and the ending plays. Because
the uncut run that we had on Toonami in 2012 still used the dub opening.
What was I gonna say? Oh, and also like out of all the endings and the openings, Wind, the first ending, is still my favorite ending of Naruto. Overall, I just had a better experience with it. I guess also because the original Naruto series didn't have a bad problem. I didn't have such a problem with filler that Shippuden would. Like the only filler issues it had was like it did the ending of part one with Naruto and Sasuke, and now it needed a fuck ton of filler before it could get to Shippuden. Uh, but other than that, I mean, like I enjoyed Naruto way more. In my opinion, I would put this somewhere in A. How do y'all feel on this?
Naruto, before Sasuke and Naruto have their fight, is top tier shonen. It is really good storytelling, great characters, a lot of fun. You know, the female characters could certainly be better fleshed out, but you know that's
Cough Sakura.
Oh, absolutely.
Music is fantastic, characters are great, really nicely animated, just a fantastic show overall. One thing that absolutely blew me away when this aired on Toonami was it was almost uncensored, which was crazy because it was a PG show and they just ran it PG. They did have to do some censorship, but it was so violent, and they had jokes like the sexy jutsu, and like it's crazy what they got away with on daytime Cartoon Network in 2000.
I was gonna say, did they keep the third Hokage dying the same way?
Oh yeah. I mean, they censored it a bit, but yeah, they definitely censored a lot of times when somebody stabs, because that was a whole problem. But it's remarkably unscathed, and as the show went on, it was less and less censored to the point that it was practically uncut, other than minor things here and there. And eventually, they did start using the real opening, though never the real endings. It is a really good show. For Toonami Legacy, it is a big deal. It is like behind DBZ and Sailor Moon for relevance on Toonami.
If it wasn't Dragon Ball, it was Naruto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So
So the thing that drags it down is that whole batch of filler, which mostly aired.
Yeah.
They didn't even air. There were like 11 episodes that they didn't air.
it's funny because the final episode of Naruto is technically canon that would shift into Shippuden, and that never aired.
Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Well, anyway, yeah, it's good. It's very good. Before I was thinking it should be A, maybe behind Sailor Moon, but I mean, I'm comparing it to Rurouni Kenshin in particular. Maybe it's S.
Yeah, I'd put it low S right above that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, definitely low S.
Low S above Rurouni Kenshin. Is everyone fine with that?
Yep.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next up.
In a world of head shavers, one man stands up for the little hair. In an action show unlike any you've ever seen, Bo. He's a complicated man, but no one understands him but his woman. Actually, I don't think anyone understands him. Bo. Premiere Saturday, October 1st at 10:30. Only Toonami.
Is another Toonami classic. I have not seen this, but I know I definitely know that it has a lot of fans. Bo.
No, there was only 7 bows. Bo.
Wait, did I read that right? Bo. Sorry, Bo. You know what I mean.
As my coworker Mark calls it, Bo 7.
Yeah, that's what you should call it.
So
I love this show. This show's fantastic.
It's
such a
hilarious.
wild-
It's weird.
I remember as a kid loving it because it was so out there and weird for this block to run.
It's
like,
B for
wow.
Bobo.
Yes, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Top of B.
Top of B
High
above
B,
Sailor
yes.
Moon.
Yeah.
No, that's
No,
A.
that's A.
A? Oh wait,
No,
no, sorry.
Yeah,
Top.
there you go. Yeah.
Sorry, I mixed up the two. And now we move into our very first, and unfortunately, it's still the best Toonami original series.
In the year 2049, the world's most popular motorsport is the immortal Grand Prix.
Welcome to the beginning of this season's IG1 Grand Prix!
Get ready, folks! Sparks will fly!
Takashi Jin could be its greatest pilot ever.
He's got a style that's different from anything I've ever seen.
If he can just get over being a teenager.
Takashi, stay focused! What are you doing?
I'm winning this thing!
Watch out! You're gonna crash!
This season, Takashi and Team Satomi hit the big leagues on a quest to take the crown.
We want to be champions. We work as a team.
You know, I don't like you.
Give me one more day to find a sponsor.
The only thing standing in their way? 180 miles of track. And 5 teams determined to win.
I don't think anyone can beat Felstein with me at forward.
All at 350 miles an hour.
You're in the big leagues now, Hotshot.
They wouldn't have it any other way. From the studio that brought you Ghost in the Shell, Cartoon Network is proud to present the first Toonami original series, IGPX. Premiering Saturday, November 5th at 10 p.m.
Come on, Takashi. I'll take you apart. Watch out, Takashi. It's a trap.
Life in the fast lane.
Say goodbye, you little fuck.
Only Toonami.
IGPX.
I give it a B.
Yeah.
I recently rewatched it. It holds up a lot better than all their other originals.
I still say it's the best original. Oh, but we'll get there. Don't worry, we'll get there. What's funny is that I was at MomoCon one year, I think like 2 years ago, and there was a discotheque booth with a bunch of stuff, and I saw the IGPX DVD set, and I decided to grab it because I'm like, hey, I've never seen this, and I know it's a big part of Toonami's history. So I bought the DVD set and I watched it, and I liked it. And then not long after that, a good old discotheque decides that they revealed the Blu-ray. And
well, to be fair, that took like 10 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was one of those where I knew about the Blu-ray for like 2.5 years and couldn't tell you when you were like, hey, I'm going to buy this. I was going to be like, don't buy it, but I couldn't tell you that.
Well, now that's going to be a collector's item because they don't make that case anymore.
Yeah, that was why it was out of print. Was we literally could not get that case anymore.
What was I gonna say? A similar thing happened with Berserk because I was out of the country and I was actually browsing Netflix, and I was in Dominican Republic. That version of Netflix had Berserk, and I'm like, hey guys, I'm gonna watch Berserk while I'm here when I have some downtime. Obviously, I was busy with other stuff, so I only got like 4 episodes in. And then I came back home and I'm like, man, I never finished Berserk. And Logan's like, oh, too bad, so sad. And then what do you know? They have their discotheque live stream and they ended with Berserk, and I hate you. So anyway, IGPX and B.
Mm-hmm.
Where would we put it? B.
High B.
Above Jackie Chan.
Yeah, above Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
Okay, and what I thought was going to be our first F-tier show.
Trained from an early age, these swordsmen are Wulin's greatest warriors. Now, they must defeat one of their own to save Wulin from destruction. Wulin Warriors, Saturday, February 4th at 8 p.m. Only Toonami on Cartoon Network.
Wulin Warriors.
You don't even have to say nothing, just put that shit in there.
I just want to say it was Johnny Quest and Wulin Warriors that everyone was replying to DeMarco on Twitter for Rewind.
If we get anything like that, it would probably be like, what is the Thunderbolt Fantasy, I believe it's called?
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Because that's Gen Orobochi stuff. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's a shame because the show that they made into Wulin Warriors is a good show.
It is.
It is.
But Wulin Warriors is not.
No.
It's kind of entertaining. It's fun to hear like those New York voice actors voicing these puppets. Like Sean Schimmel's in there.
Sean Schimmel's in there.
Yep, he is. When he was in New York.
Oh yeah, and I heard him on Berserk too because I recently went through the Blu-ray. All right.
Yeah, it's bad. It's F.
Yeah.
You think that will it work on Adult Swim instead?
Maybe if they
did the
original
Thunderbolt Fantasy version, yeah.
Well, yeah, just play Thunderbolt Fantasy subtitled. They play subtitled things now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just do it.
All right, we are 10 shows away from rounding out the Cartoon Network era. Next one is Chronicles. Yeah, I should also mention that this is the part of Toonami to where this was pre-cancellation, so a lot of the shows that are coming up barely had like any airtime. So yeah, this will be a speed round. Pokemon Chronicles.
I'd give it a high D.
High D.
Yeah.
Those are some pretty fun episodes.
Would you put it above Duel Masters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then below Duel Masters.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then next is.
You may know their names, but you've never seen them like this. Johnny Storm, the Human Torch. Ben Grimm, the Thing.
And clobbering time!
Susan Storm, the Invisible Woman. Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic. Mutated from their human forms, they now battle the forces of evil as the Fantastic Four, starting Saturday at 8. It's 4-part harmony. Only Toonami on Cartoon Network.
Fantastic Four, World's Greatest Heroes.
This show's rough.
I don't even remember this show.
I don't remember watching the show.
Would you say
I really
F?
wanted to give it a. I wouldn't put it in F.
Low D.
Low D.
Low D.
Like somewhere around SD Gundam.
Yeah, but put it behind Super Friends.
Yeah, that fits. I guess like as little of it as I remember. Like I'm looking it up right now, and it's like, yeah, I guess I do remember sort of seeing it. I just don't remember.
It's not a terrible show. It's just kind of boring.
Yeah.
Even though it's like it tries to be stylish, like it's got a unique art style, but I just remember being really bored.
The next one is another Pokemon show.
Network brings you the newest season of Pokemon to hit the U.S.
I'm so ready.
It's Pokemon Battle Frontier. Ash and Pikachu are back, and this time they face 7 impossible challenges that will push Ash's Pokemon training skills to the limit.
Uh-oh.
It's Pokemon Battle Frontier. Catch the hour-long premiere September 9th at 9, only on
Battle Frontier. Only 14 episodes aired out of the 47.
With the other one?
Nah, I'd knock it down a peg of worse than GT.
I'm assuming that this was during Gen 3.
Yeah, let's sandwich GT with a couple of Pokemon.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. Next is.
Let us begin.
Starting next Monday, Magoozy's going back to the top of the deck with Yu-Gi-Oh! GX.
Brace yourself!
We're replaying every card, every duelist ever dealt, right from the start.
Well, I'm ready. Time to throw down. It's your move. You asked for it!
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX starts over, starting next Monday at 5. Get your game on, again!
Give me your best shot.
You got it.
On Magoozy, only on Cartoon Network.
Yu-Gi-Oh! GX. Only 30 out of its 180 episode run aired.
I don't like this show. Though I do like the fact that it's a school for card games as opposed to world saving stakes, but then I hear it gets to world saving stakes.
Yeah.
I was always really annoyed when this was on Toonami.
I didn't even know it was on Toonami, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a lot of the stuff.
Filler.
I was gonna say a lot of the stuff that aired during like the Tom 4 pre-cancellation stuff is like barely any runtime. Cause like some of these shows I didn't even know aired on Toonami. Like I didn't know Ben 10 Alien Force aired, but we'll get there. So where would we put Yu-Gi-Oh! GX?
I'd actually put it behind 4-piece.
4-piece.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would kick it to F, but I think that's a little harsh.
I don't
Compared
think
to
it's
what's
that
in F right
bad.
now,
it's
yeah.
not that bad.
F is bad, just straight up bad shows.
Yeah.
D is a lot of things that don't really, maybe never shouldn't have been on Toonami, but are not absolutely terrible.
They're bad, but they're not unwatchable.
Yeah, there you go.
Next one is
Two young warriors battling great odds.
Are you ready?
One on the court,
I don't know much about tennis, but I love it.
the other in an evil fantasy world.
Pretty exciting stuff.
First they were on Jetstream. Now we're putting them on Toonami.
That's awesome. This is going to be really good.
Check out The Prince of Tennis and Mare. Game, set, mace. Only Toonami and Toonami Jetstream.
The Prince of Tennis. It had 14 out of its 178 episodes air on Toonami.
Airing. They ran it. They skipped episodes to try and like catch up to Jetstream. So they ran like the first episode, and then they skipped a few episodes, and then they skipped a bunch more episodes. It was, and then they were like, "This is a terrible idea. Let's restart it and play all the episodes in the correct order." It was a really cursed airing, but it's a pretty good dub. I enjoyed it watching every episode on Toonami Jetstream. I don't think it's worse than a C. I think
Not worse than a C. Like sports anime is just a weird choice for the action block, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it behind Zatch.
Behind Zatch.
Yeah.
All right.
I think it is a slightly better choice than Dot Hack Science.
All right, next show is
Two heavy hitters are getting the call.
That's incredible.
Don't miss The Prince of Tennis and Mare. Premiering next Saturday at 10 and 10:30.
That's way cool.
Serve it up. Only Toonami and Toonami Jetstream.
Mar, and it had
Mare.
Mare.
Mare Awakens Romance.
It had 16 out of its 102 episodes aired.
Same kind of deal. They just skipped episodes to get to Jetstream, and it was a blah. And this did well enough that it got bumped ahead of Prince of Tennis when they decided to restart, which kind of annoyed me because I liked having the Shonen Jump shows all in a row and having Inuyasha next to Mare because they're both Shonen Sunday. But yeah, whatever. Mare's pretty fun. I liked Mare.
So where would we rank Mare?
I would stick it right behind Hamtaro.
Right behind Hamtaro. All right.
Oh no, wait! I got no. It's not better than the Batman.
So then C.
Yeah, I guess it's C.
Below the Batman.
Yeah, like it's a perfectly fine series, but it's nothing fantastic.
Huh. All right. Next show is
Have you ever noticed we go to a break just when things are getting good? These 8 fingers are working overtime, bringing the greatness to you.
Stormhawks. Only 9 out of the 52 episodes aired.
Didn't really have a presence on Toonami, but I liked this show. I thought it was a great show.
I don't think I ever saw this one.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, yet again, these are like shows that were like at the tail end, so like not much. Like literally only 9 out of 52. The next show only had a single episode, and next 2 shows only had a single episode. And yeah, so I guess this is all on Sketch. Where would you put this?
This is a fun adventure action show. Recorded in Canada, has a lot of those familiar voices. Scott McNeil was absolutely hilarious as multiple characters. And when it showed up on Toonami after it had been airing outside of it on Cartoon Network and various points, I was like, okay, cool. This is a good show. I like having this on Toonami, actually. That said, maybe if I'd seen every episode, I could give it a B, but it's probably, yeah, it's a C. Put it behind Gundam Seed.
Behind Gundam Seed. Where did I?
Oh no, wait,
it?
we got Gundam Wing in there. You know what? Put it behind Zatchbell.
It's behind Zatchbell. All right. So for this one,
Hey, Mega Man's been around for years. 20 to be exact. Mega Man Star Force will be right back.
Phew! Gotta go take a 49. CN5.
Time for Mega Man to kick some Mega butt. Now back to Mega Man Star Force.
because I find it funny. So it's Mega Man Star Force, 55 episodes, but only a single episode aired on Toonami. A special episode on August 25th.
It was actually like a marathon of multiple episodes. It was weird.
I'm gonna assume, because I know there's a game with the same name, I'm gonna assume that this was to coincide with the game releasing.
Yeah.
So how would you rank?
Put it behind Prince of Tennis.
Prince of Tennis.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we finally filled out one of the rows enough to make it two. All right. Next up is
a new world of adventure is beginning with Bakugan. Each card holds its own battling beast. But as these new brawlers soon discover, Bakugan isn't just a game. Oh no! These battles are for the fate of Destroya, and the only way to win is as a team. Watch the premiere of Bakugan tonight at 9 p.m. You up for a battle? Always. Only on Cartoon Network.
Bakugan. Only a single episode aired on Toonami out of the 52.
Put that shit in F.
Wow, I don't think it's that bad, Sketch. Wow.
I was gonna say, I actually remember. I remember seeing the promo for this on Cartoon Network, but I don't think it was advertised as Toonami. It was just advertised as on Cartoon Network or something.
Yeah, I mostly remember watching it through Cartoon Network, not Toonami. It's not a Toonami show. We're ranking it by if it's a good fit for Toonami, it's an F. But I don't think, if we're also counting the quality of the show, I think it's like a low D.
All right, put it behind GX.
Yeah, it literally said only one episode. All right, 2 more shows of the Cartoon Network era left.
Ever want to be powerful or important? You got that right! That's how Shu feels, and he's about to get his wish, times 1,000. Because Shu does have power, and he's about to become the most important boy around. Let's get him! With a little help from his shadow, the infamous Blue Dragon. Maybe help isn't the right word. What's going on? Check out Blue Dragon in Toonami, tonight at 10. You and your shadow. Don't mess with us! Only on Cartoon Network.
Blue Dragon, 8 out of the 51 episodes. The only thing I know about this was that it was a video game that Akira Toriyama did art for. And I hear it wasn't that great.
That's all right. It's a fine JRPG.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, the game is better than the show. The show's okay. I don't know. Put it behind GT, I guess.
GT. All right. And finally,
Battle-tested warriors have always known that you must crush your enemy.
Hey, Tennyson!
Completely. Peekaboo. Leave nothing to chance. For if you do,
We're gonna finish the mission.
they will strike again. Ben 10 is back. And again. But he has no idea what he's up against this time. Ben 10 Alien Force. Saturdays at 10 a.m. Go full force. Only on Cartoon Network. A Cartoon Network original series, Ben 10 Alien Force. The future is here. Will you be a part of it?
I'm in a bit of a situation.
Maybe you can find Max and save your planet.
I can't do it without Grandpa.
You are Ben Tennyson.
Destroy him.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Ben 10 Alien Force. Go full force. Only on Cartoon Network.
Our final Cartoon Network era Toonami show, which I didn't even know aired on Toonami, because I actually remember seeing seeing this the night it came out. Ben 10 Alien Force. It's funny because I didn't see original Ben 10, but I remember seeing Alien Force, and I actually remember liking it a lot. I do plan to rewatch it. Like I plan to rewatch classic Ben 10 and then eventually Alien Force. But how do y'all feel about Ben 10 Alien Force?
It was aired on Toonami as filler. It was just repeats that had already aired on Cartoon Network weeks ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say
That
because
said,
I remember seeing it on Cartoon Network.
It's a pretty good show. You know?
Yeah, it's a pretty good show.
I have more fondness for original Ben 10, to be honest.
Same.
But Ben 10 Alien Force had some pretty good storylines. They developed the characters well. I'd say Ben 10 probably peaked in Alien Force.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I could even give it a B.
A B?
Yeah, maybe like a low B.
Low B. Would you put it above Tenchi Muyo?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Above Tenchi Muyo before Voltron?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, mainly because it was just kind of an afterthought on Toonami. It could maybe be a high B in as far as action cartoon qualities go. But I mean, there's some really good shows in the B tier. So I think that's reasonable.
All right, well, this rounds out the Cartoon Network era of Toonami.
Well, this is the end, beautiful friends. After more than 11 years, this is Toonami's final broadcast. It's been a lot of fun, and we'd like to thank each and every one of you who've made this journey with us. Toonami wouldn't have been anything without you. Hopefully, we've left you with some good memories. So, until we meet again, stay gold. Bang.
So we finished off all the Cartoon Network shows. So at this point in time, Toonami was canceled, and then in 2012 we had April Fools. Then it came back. So now we ranked every show that was in Cartoon Network's era, and now we begin the Adult Swim era of Toonami. So I guess we should start with the first on the list.
My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. I'm 15 years old. For as long as I can remember, I've been able to see the souls of the dearly departed.
I'm a soul reaper. My name is Rukia. The Hollows were once souls of human beings, no different from anyone else.
Time to eat your soul!
We stand in awe before that which cannot be seen.
You know, Bleach has been on a filler arc since we took over. But now that it's back to the real business, it's about time we show this sweet piece some love.
Thank you for the compliment.
The story arc is insanely huge, so here's the quick lowdown.
Ready to do this?
Yeah! It's all about Ichigo, a teenager who sees spirits. He kind of screws up early on and is forced to become a soul reaper. They call him Shinigami. Now he has to defend his town from these creepy evil souls called Hollows. Everything in Bleach depends on maintaining the balance of souls, and there are all kinds of players in this crazy game.
Let me enlighten you.
Let's see, there are the humans, pretty straightforward. The Shinigami, or Soul Reapers. And the Aaron-Car, maskless hollows that have Shinigami-like powers.
Attack now!
Anyway, there's too much to explain here, but trust me, it's all gravy.
The real battle starts now!
Bleach, every Saturday at midnight on Toonami.
That's what I'm talking about!
Right where it belongs.
So first up is kind of a big one, I guess. Bleach. Now, one thing I just want to know, because before Toonami came back, Adult Swim had Adult Swim Action, right? So a lot of the shows that aired on there just carried over to Toonami when that relaunched, right? Because Bleach was already on Adult Swim before.
It's what I consider freebie shows, basically shows that were already in their library that they could just run for nothing, basically.
Yeah, and Bleach that was still under contract.
Yep.
Yeah, because I was gonna say Bleach aired on Adult Swim before, right? Like before Toonami.
Was it 2006 that Bleach premiered on Adult Swim, or was it 07? I'm trying to remember.
2006.
2006, yeah.
Like a year after Naruto.
Yeah, so it was like before Toonami was even canceled. Wow. But yeah, Bleach. So I watched this a couple years back. Because Thousand Year Blood War was on the horizon, so I binged Bleach. I should also note that when I binged Bleach, I skipped filler because I wanted to be caught up before Thousand Year Blood War, and I saw that they had like filler arcs that stretched to almost like 50 to 60 episodes. So like I was like not gonna do that. But so for me, I really enjoyed Bleach because like I knew that it was considered one of the big three. It was Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece. If I had to put Bleach on my totem pole of shonens, I'd put this above Naruto. Below One Piece, and maybe below Dragon Ball. So I like Bleach. I enjoy Bleach a lot. I'll say that right now. I love the concept that they have for Bleach, and I just love Ichigo as a character because I don't know. To me, he just kind of feels a little different than like your standard other shonen protagonists like Naruto and Luffy. But when I was first watching Bleach, you know, uh, it's kind of hard to explain. I'm terrible at like giving my opinions, but I just felt, you know, I don't want to say relatable, but like he's essentially kind of, because it's. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words, but I pretty much what I'm saying is that I really like out of all the main characters, Ichigo is kind of high up on my list.
He's like Yusuke.
Yeah, kind of. And I really loved where the story was going, and then when I got to the Arankar stuff, first off, I mean, like I was kind of getting a little like overwhelmed, if I'm not gonna lie, because that went on way too long. That and Soul Society, but like the Arankar stuff, like some of the middle stuff, I was just like, can we get a move on, please? Because like all I really care about is Ichigo saving Orihime, and then like also like Aizen, which also Aizen, really great villain. Like, I mean, like this, pretty much like I enjoy Bleach a lot is what I'm trying to say. And put that when is Thousand Year Blood War on Toonami, by the way, get on that. But if I had to rank Bleach, if I had to rank Bleach, I would possibly say like somewhere in A, maybe B for me. But that's just my opinion. How do you all feel about it?
I like Bleach. It's a good show. I don't know if I would consider it one of my favorite shonens. For Toonami shonens, probably B tier. What really drags it down for me is all the filler, And this is even before like Toonami started running it, because I remember watching Bleach on Adult Swim, and I remember all the filler from the Adult Swim run, from the episodes that I did watch of that.
Yeah, my problem with it is that it, like, when Toonami came back, it was sort of the end of my, like, anime drought, because I'd sort of fallen out from watching anime for a few years. And so the biggest problem was when it came back, it was, a couple hundred episodes into it or whatever. So it was like, oh, hey, here's the new revived Toonami block, and the lead off show is a show that if you really haven't been watching it, like, you're not exactly dropping into it at the best place to learn what the show kind of is. So it was like, for me, I was just kind of like, okay, this is whatever. Like, it's cool that it's helping prop up Toonami's revival, but I'm like, I'm not really gonna watch this because I don't know anything about these characters or what any of it is. And like, I mean, yeah, I left it on and like kind of picked up on little bits and pieces, but like it's always been one of those blank spots where I've kind of wanted to go back to it at some point, but just never had the time. So like, it's one of those shows that like I respect its pedigree and I know like how important it is, but like it's a blank spot for me really, just because like I said, it just never, I picked it up at the completely wrong time, so it was just like, it was just whatever for me. So like I'm not actually sure how I'd rank it, just because I don't know that I can personally fairly give it a fair shake, because I mean, how do you rank something that you didn't watch like the first 2/3 of?
Yeah, I mean, also it's kind of like still unfinished. Like Thousand Year Blood, we're still trekking along, but I mean, I've enjoyed it so far.
Now,
Oh,
yeah. I watched Bleach during the beginnings of the its beginnings in the Adult Swim action block. I agree with
Logan.
I agree I agree with that. The filler is kind of too long, and I agree that it also, like, if you're a newbie trying to start watching Bleach, yeah, it's hard to like trying to keep up with everything. It's hard to see what's going on without knowing the backstory of it. But for me, I enjoy Bleach a hell of a lot. So I would probably rank it probably like around probably a mid A.
Mid A.
Yeah.
Do y'all feel it would be A, or because I personally feel it would be A?
Now let me speak. Back in 2006, I felt very strongly that Bleach belonged on Toonami, and in 2012, when it finally aired on Toonami, I felt vindicated. I really liked early Bleach. I think we all probably did. The Soul Society, that stuff, banger stuff, really, really solid. When it came back through Toonami, as it continued on Adult Swim, I kind of watched it off and on, didn't pay so much attention to it until Toonami came back and I was more dedicatedly watching it. And at that point, the arc that they were in was pretty good and certainly watchable, way more watchable than the majority of Naruto Shippuden. So even though I didn't think it was all that great, it was, it was pretty entertaining. It was fine. I think it really propped up Saturday Toonami. It was that show that they needed early on because they didn't have like any other big names. So I think it's very important in that regard.
Yep.
It was a reliable soldier until it finished and it got replaced. And it's kind of a shame that Bleach hasn't come back around since, because like I said, I really like the earlier parts of Bleach. I wouldn't give it an A. I was actually looking towards C range, but since the Since the
Ooh,
okay, let me clarify. Since the majority of the bad parts of Bleach didn't air on Toonami, even though the best parts of Bleach didn't air on Toonami, that does kind of lift it up a little bit. So I would give it a B.
When Toonami aired it, I was like,
would
I'm
you
not
give it a
impressed
top
with that
B?
door.
I mean, like, okay, like, I mean, y'all have me there because, like I said, I was way after y'all. So when I watched it, I was streaming it, and I was just skipping the filler. So that's kind of on me. So I guess that's why I probably have like a
Bleach
different.
filler is super weird, like Naruto Shippuden filler, where it's like you're in the middle of an arc and they're like, "Oh, now we're gonna do filler for however long," and that does help with the pacing of the canon stuff, which I do appreciate. But it's just so obnoxious when you're like, "Oh man, this is hype." Oh, we're just doing something completely unrelated now. Cool. I'll be back in 10 weeks.
I
That's
guess
true. That's true.
I guess like one other thing I do also want to give Bleach. I don't know how exactly to word this, but like it's like one like also like a show I guess like at the time that like was kind of rare to give like a lot of like female leads like something to do. Like I mean I don't know. Like I said, I'm not too knowledgeable, but it's like
It's a heck of a lot better than Shippuden in that regard.
yeah, I mean
Yeah.
it's just that like this show you got like a bunch of like female characters and they actually do stuff which you know you can't say about a couple other shows. And like I like you know like how Orihime like how you like how she is in the beginning. I wasn't a huge fan when she got captured in the Arankar stuff. And then I wasn't too big on Rukia either, mainly because in the beginning she didn't do anything, and it took like all the way like into the Arankar stuff. I don't know if she did stuff in the filler arc, and for us to actually like see what she can do, um, and Yoriichi's like top like one of the best characters in the show too. I have to say that. Um, but yeah, so what were y'all thinking? Like top B then?
You're not looking at the list here. I think top B would be fine.
Top B above Bobobo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like I said, you know, it's hard for me to fully judge, but like, you know, from what I have seen, I would tend to agree with that.
I would say Bleach should get like one of those remake animes, but it currently has an anime that's finishing it, so little ways out. But yeah, next.
A classroom full of kids has been murdered. The only survivor, Ganta Igarashi.
The only recourse that we have is capital punishment.
Wrongfully convicted, Ganta has been shipped off to the worst place on Earth. Deadman Wonderland. One part amusement park, one part maximum security lockdown.
This is life, boys.
The only way to survive is to fight.
Now you'll see him suffer the slings and arrows.
But Ganta's got a special talent. He's a dead man. His ticket to fame and glory? A brutal blood sport called Carnival Corpse.
Bloody is awesomest attraction in the whole park.
Only the very strong, or very insane, make it out in one piece. Can Ganta survive this crazy world? Or is he just more meat for the grinder? Deadman Wonderland, Saturday nights at 12:30. Get busy living, or get busy dying. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Another show, and that I've heard so many people, even before I was a big Toonami fan, because I actually had a friend in high school that was like an anime guy, and I think I asked him once about anime, and he told me, "Bro, you gotta watch this show. It's called Deadman Wonderland," and all that. And I'd never seen it until recently. But like even before then, everyone talked about Deadman Wonderland, and one thing I knew before going into it was that it's a show that desperately needs a second season. And after seeing it, yeah, I can definitely say that. So this was one of the shows I had on my list to watch. I literally binged through it in like 2 days, and I just want to say how flabbergasted I was with the amount of like swearing and slurs, and it's like and I'm not caught off guard. I don't care if a show has swearing or a few slurs thrown in there, but I swear to God, like there was one sentence, like if you had to take a shot every time someone cursed up a storm, like in a single sentence, you'd already be passed out. But I really, really see why so many people love this show. Like just like the horrific first episode where this man just loses his entire like class and then he gets framed for it, and the freaking prison. I swear to like what I don't know the name of the warden, but like the guy, he's played by Eric Vale. Uh, just so all sorts of fucked up, and
It's just
he
anime super jail.
anime.
Anime super jail.
Oh my god! But I really enjoy. I really had a great time with this, and yeah, I was left with a bunch of questions, which unfortunately have not been answered.
Read the manga.
Read the manga.
I was also gonna. I made a joke too. That was like, is season 2 of Deadman Wonderland like the Half-Life 3 of the anime community?
I would be like, so like taken back if Toonami is like, hey, we're bringing back Deadman Wonderland. We're funding a season 2. That'd be awesome.
That means
why did they never do that?
they funded Fooly Cooly, but not Deadman Wonderland.
Oh.
We'll get there.
Priorities.
But for me, I will say, like, I did have a good time with this. It was also when I was watching it, because knowing how messed up the series is, I was like on high alert with some of these characters, and like one that like I was like so like I don't trust you was like I don't know her name, but the girl who looks all innocent. But I was already like, nope, she's too innocent. There's something wrong with her. There's something wrong with her.
No?
It's like, no, she and then she just kept being innocent. I'm like, oh, you know what? Maybe she's good. And then like they were forced to fight each other, and then she like went insane, and that's when I was like, there it is.
Total mask off.
I was just like, because Sam was there when I was watching it too, and I'm just like, I literally screamed. I screamed out loud. Why is everyone in this series so damaged? Because she goes through her backstory and she was getting collapsed under a building. Her mom saves the flowers over her own daughter.
The fucking primroses.
The fucking primroses. And I was, when I saw that she brought the flowers over her, I was like, what is wrong with everyone in this show? I was literally like, God, you all are terrible. But in my opinion, Deadman Wonderland, I like either top B, low A for me. How do y'all feel on that?
I would actually
top
go
A.
high A.
Yeah, high A. This show is awesome. It's one of my favorite animes, and probably one of the best picks that Toonami, the rebooted Toonami, has gotten. Probably of all time. Like this would be in like my top 10 list of acquired anime that Toonami's aired.
Really?
Yeah, I like this show a lot.
I mean, I like it a lot. I don't know that I'd rank it that high. I mean, it was, from the perspective of, it was a really good get to sort of start off with, the whole, like, this isn't your daddy's Toonami, even though we're naming it at the same people that used to watch it. But, like, it was a good move to be like, this isn't Cartoon Network Toonami. Especially when, the really all you were doing was converting Bleach over to, from Adult Swim to, was it Adult Swim Action to, to Toonami. So like it really wasn't a change for anything but packaging. So, when the only other thing that's making Toonami when it launched was this, along with obviously the packaging, like it was a good get to start with. But I mean, it's great. I mean, I think honestly though, the biggest problem that drags it down in the ranking is that the fact that, the first season's fine, but it doesn't really end. Like it 100% sets up, another season, because obviously the manga had more, but then we never got anything out of it. And that's the common trapping of a lot of these shows that are manga adaptations is they'll get an anime season in order to help bolster the manga's sales, but if the anime doesn't catch, it just doesn't, like, they don't keep throwing money at it, so you don't get any more of the anime, and then you're left wondering.
Oh, trust me. Oh, trust me, I'm feeling that very hard with the last show on the list, but we'll get there. Yeah, like anyone else?
I love Deadman Wonderland. I'm an agent of chaos. I love the chaos, and that man fulfilled all my needs. It was definitely one of the best pickups Toonami got during the revised era, and I wish Toonami still picked up some of those obscure animes today, but yeah, Deadman is a phenomenal anime in my opinion. I really can't put it in the B tier. I'm willing to go low A tier, but because I just enjoy that show so much.
I don't feel like it's better than Cyborg 009. It's like my cutoff point. Though oddly, I do think in some ways it's better than Bleach.
Oh yeah.
So
actually,
it's definitely not better than Mobile Suit Gundam. No way.
Yeah.
No.
So then,
yeah, low A sounds about right.
Low A. All right.
Yeah.
Also,
I guess
I completely forgot to bring this up, but like going back on the topic of Bleach real quick, because you mentioned that it came out in 2006 and that it should have been a Toonami pickup. And I was going to say, do you think Bleach would have worked during Cartoon Network Toonami or no?
I mean, Naruto did. So I
mean,
think
but
it's
like
totally
that
could have.
a lot from Bleach.
I was going to say,
look, they could air it at 10 p.m. It would have been fine.
But like the whole thing is like undead and like afterlife and stuff like that. Like, do you think that would have
Naruto handles pretty heavy topics?
Yeah, but also like Naruto was heavily edited on Cartoon Network.
Not really. It was pretty uncut after like the first 52 episodes. Around the time they started airing Bleach. I think it's doable.
All right.
I won't say that it, like slapping it on Adult Swim is easy because you don't have to edit anything. But I still think it was doable. But
all right.
Yeah.
So next,
I also think Eureka 7 was doable. We'll get to that. Except one episode would have been butchered.
Next.
All robots now die.
It was my impression that robots can live forever. Not anymore.
That is the way of the ruin. Everyone just falls apart. Except for Casher. The ruin doesn't touch him. And even though he caused it, he can't remember why.
How could you forget such a thing?
So Casher makes his way forward, looking for answers.
Just what am I? I have no idea.
There are few humans left.
This is all your fault.
And most robots want to kill Casher to survive.
I can devour you and I will live forever.
The one constant is the wake of bodies he leaves in his path.
We don't stop till everything around you is destroyed.
Can Casher find a life of peace?
I do not want to fight.
Or is he destined to destroy them all?
You are a killing machine.
Casher sins. Tonight at 1 a.m. Wake up. Time to die. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
So this show. So when I was doing my list of shows to watch, originally I had the list longer, and I had a couple more shows on there. But then when I realized I was getting down to the wire, I needed to like start making some cuts. Initially, I cut this from my list, and because unlike Deadman Wonderland, I heard no one.
Oh, you wanted to kill Cashern?
No, so like I asked around.
I think it's
like,
pretty simple. C is for Cashern. Put it behind the Batman.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
So I asked around, like, hey, what's the consensus?
I'm okay with giving it a B.
See, I asked around, what's the consensus with Casher and Sins? And like Sam here said, oh, it's mid. It's like, it's not really that great of a show and all that. I was like, so then I guess I'll take it off my list. But then I was going back to it and like, well, this was one of the shows that was there during the relaunch. So it's like I should at least watch the shows that were there when Toonami relaunched. And I did. I decided to put Casher back and I gutted Blue Exorcist instead.
Good choice.
So I watched Cash and Sins, and so when I was watching all the shows, there were two shows on the list of Adult Swim stuff that really surprised the heck out of me. One was Cash and Sins. The other was Parasite. We'll get there eventually. But Cashin, because I heard no one talk about this, so when I picked it up and started watching it, I was like, Jesus Christ! Because like it was just like the whole thing of him being like, he started the apocalypse and everyone around him just hates his guts. And then there was what's her name? That one girl with the pink hair who apparently murdered his sister. And it was just like the themes of the show were so freaking rough. And you had the professor guy, because I'm already blanking out on a lot of these characters' names. All I know is Cashman because title. But there was the professor and then the little girl, and they pretty much like they had like this whole like message about like immortality and shit, which kind of got super freaking deep. Like I was not expecting that. And then also one thing I do have to say, my God, the soundtrack of the show, like I still have a few of those
really
stuck in my head, and it's just insane. So like a lot of the show is him just going around, like just seeing the destruction for himself, and it really took me by surprise of like how I guess like deep this show got and like how emotional it is. And then the ending broke me because they decide to live their lives together, and then everyone around him dies, and he's still alive, and he's the only one there because he's immortal, and that broke me. I'm not even lying. Like I almost was in tears during that last episode. This show's good. I really enjoyed it. And to the point where Silver from Toonami Squad was jumping for joy. He's like, I'm not the only one who enjoys Cash and Sins. Let's fucking go. Point is, I really love Cash and Sins. I enjoyed the heck out of it. And I'm surprised that I heard no one else talk about this. But I was also told that like because it was paired next to Deadman Wonderland, and everyone loves Deadman Wonderland more. But those are my feelings on it. How do y'all feel about it?
I know nothing, not even myself, yet my enemies call me Casher.
You two are a couple of reckless wretches who cause trouble with every last thing you do. Get out of here right now!
Get ready for Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Next.
I think Cashin is a really good show that I'm glad that they did air. I don't think it should have been one of their first shows coming back because it was a mood killer. After Deadman Wonderland every week, it was a 100%. Mood killer.
I can already imagine it.
I am glad it aired. I enjoyed it.
It's better than the original Casher series, like by a long shot. Like the old 70s Casher. Like I mean, they're very different shows. It's clearly one of those like let's remake a goofy action hero show into like a gritty. It's that exact kind of thing when people are like, oh, we need to make this dark and mature, but like they actually pulled it off. So like from that aspect, it's really good. I mean, yeah, I would agree. It was a big mood killer early on. I mean, the only thing that I would say that it was good in regard to where it aired early was it was the kind of show that showed that they weren't afraid to take risks with some of the stuff they selected. I mean, you could argue that maybe it was, they just didn't have a whole lot of stuff on the table at the time, and it was probably cheap for them to get because it was kind of an unknown. But, like, I'm reminded of when Jason has said in the past that, like, if he'd had his way, they would have loved to have aired Turn A Gundam on like old school, Cartoon Network era Toonami. Like, Cashern's the kind of show where I sit there and think, like, your audience, even on your adult era Toonami, didn't quite like grab this show, and it's always just made me kind of go, I don't think Turn A would have worked back in the day because I hesitate to call it too cerebral, but like it's not exactly the kind of show you think of when you think of an action show straight up. Like it's more of a cerebral show than it is an action show at its heart. Again, not Cashern was not a bad choice. It was just the timing of it. I agree was not the greatest. But I mean, is it my favorite show? No. Do I think it's bad? No, not at all.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good. So then,
but look at the C tier shows and say how many of them are not pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely have above.
But what? Now I'm looking at this list, I kind of feel like let's slap it between Cyborg and Astro Boy.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
That's actually that's a really good spot.
Lump all the robot shows together.
Wait, I'm trying to find it. Where did I? Was it C?
You're almost there. It's on B.
Oh, B. I'm thinking C. Right here. Yeah, I see it now.
Right there.
Yeah, but that one, that show really caught me off guard because I heard nothing about it. The only opinions I had were Sam and Silver, which Sam was saying it's mid, Silver saying it's peak, and I'm just like, I think I just need to figure this out for myself, and I did, and I really enjoyed it.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
Next up.
You have dared to knock on the door. Now, the door is open.
There are some lines you really shouldn't cross.
Great deeds require great sacrifice.
The laws of alchemy don't justify murder!
It all begins very soon.
What could be more beautiful than doing work that puts your soul at risk? That's what it means to be alive.
Okay, the next three shows are easy S's. We just got to figure out where.
Oh, yeah.
We are not going to stand here and talk about Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, and Cowboy fucking Bebop. They are fantastic shows.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. This was also a carryover from Adult Swim Action, right? Because they aired the 2003 series, right? So
I believe they ran FMA Brotherhood in 2010, or was it 2011?
Yeah, 2010.
2010, yeah.
So yeah, they had it until about 2014, I want to say.
Yeah.
They let that license lapse.
So it aired in 2010, and then they just kept rerunning it since.
Yeah, it didn't air, like, it had like a break, and then they did more episodes at some point. But yeah, it pretty much aired and with reruns from 2010 till 2014. They never took the show off.
Yeah. Now I did watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood way back, like years ago. I think I was just browsing anime on Netflix, and this was when I was just joining Toonami Squad, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I got some time on me. Let me check out Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and yeah. I do have to agree. It's S easily. Clearly, though,
I am a little upset with Aniplex of America because they still haven't done anything with the original series. Yet you can still easily access. Can you still easily access FMA Brotherhood? Is it still on Crunchyroll?
Yeah, Brotherhood's on Crunchyroll.
You can't access 2003 anymore. That was locked to Funimation, which is dead now.
No, they took that away. Removed it. They
Oh,
revoked
did.
that license in
it
like
was
what was it,
gone even
2017
before
or
that.
something?
They
Yeah.
did that minimal. Or I don't even think they re-released the 2003 Blu-rays because I know Funimation released them.
They did
Yeah, Funimation did one, but not
Yeah,
Aniplex.
Funimation did one. But I
Aniplex
thought,
did put out 2003.
oh,
like,
did they release one? Because I knew they put
yeah,
out that
for a
like
short
collector's
while.
edition. I knew they put out that collector's edition of
I
Brotherhood.
believe
Yeah,
2003
they
was
did
available on
2003, and
Netflix
then they
for
did
like
Brotherhood.
a hot minute.
I remembered seeing 2003 on Netflix, like on the list. Like at the time, I was watching Brotherhood, but I never like watched it because I was watching Brotherhood. And,
So when it
now it's
aired,
too
when
late.
it came back on Toonami and aired in full, like it was, I really enjoyed it, especially because I had seen the original when, 2003 when it aired, and I still like 2003. In fact, I remember it came up recently. Somebody was saying, "Oh, don't watch Conqueror of Shambhala," and I'm like, "That's the fucking finale for 2003. You have to watch it." But like,
It's not a good movie though.
it's not a good movie, but it's still the finale. Like,
Better than
but the
Sickest
thing
Summer
is, like,
Milos.
for Brotherhood, like,
At least I can ignore Milos, right? Like that's a movie I can just ignore.
you can't because it was they didn't want to mess with the ending of Brotherhood, so they just stuck it in the middle of the run and just were like, oh, this
Animation went
slots in
hard,
around like episode 30 or some shit. I liked, I thought Brotherhood was great. Like, and even though I like the way 2003 went, especially when it had to diverge from the manga, like Brotherhood is definitely the superior of the two, like hands down.
I think I like them both for different reasons. Like,
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
Brotherhood 2003 for what it does, and then I like Brotherhood for following the manga more because I like how the manga ended and I like the story of the manga more.
Yeah,
But I like equally.
I do one day I do need to see 2003. So far, I've only seen Brotherhood, but I do know like it goes off in its own direction.
Yo, the high C is matey.
But like when Brotherhood, the story of Full Metal Alchemist in general just had me all over the place because it's like and it's funny you mentioned the Milos movie because like I heard that like they tried doing a Full Metal Alchemist movie but then they realized they couldn't like after Milos that they probably can't because the story of Full Metal Alchemist is always moving, like there's never a break in the show.
What I find funny is that they've aired both Conqueror of Shambhala and Sacred Star of Milos.
And I was always like guessing like who's this like I remember like who's Pride and Bradley being one of the homunculi too, like got me all angry. I was like, are you kidding me? This man's so cool and he's fucking evil. Like I'm so like the ending of the show as a whole like was amazing in my opinion. But so obviously S tier, but where on S are we putting it?
Right? Maybe behind Dragon Ball?
Higher than Dragon Ball? Higher than
No,
Dragon
behind Dragon Ball.
Behind.
Behind.
I mean, would I rank it above Samurai Jack?
Uh-huh.
Probably.
Yeah, I would.
I would. Yeah.
I love Samurai Jack, but I love Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood.
I think behind Dragon Ball is good.
Yeah, that's
behind
fair.
Dragon Ball. Like behind Dragon Ball
behind
Z?
Dragon Ball, not Z.
Okay.
Though part of me is like, I really like Yu Yu Hakusho, but your Brotherhood's better.
All right.
Just a little.
Next.
What happens when technology subsumes humanity? When humanity is no longer defined by being human.
I believe you'll understand after you see this.
The legendary cyberpunk classic finally comes to television in an all-new original series, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. Premiering Saturday, November 6th at 12:30. The future is now.
Section 9 specializes in cyber warfare and doing it quick.
Let's move it!
Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex. I did see this because they reran it in 2017, and then a second gig like after that too. I mean, if I'm gonna be honest too, I do not remember much from it. And at the time, I didn't see the original film. I did see the original Ghost in the Shell movie years later. So I do have an appreciation for the original Ghost in the Shell movie and Standalone Complex. Although I'm not gonna lie, I can't remember half the show, so I'm kind of lost here. But I now this show, Adult Swim funded this, didn't they? Or they helped like make
No.
this?
They co-funded it, but
Yeah, that's why they still have airing rights to it technically. But
It's like it was Manga Entertainment, Production IG, and Adult Swim, with Adult Swim having perpetual rights to the show for broadcast purposes. But the show ownership is with Stars.
Yeah, you can watch it on the CW, can't you?
No.
I think they took that down, but that
Oh,
was
they
so
did?
weird when that was up there.
And the thing is, like, Stars and Lionsgate or whatever, like, they barely even know they own the show. Like, when they put the Blu-rays out, they are such haphazard, like, pieces of crap, and it's such an insult to
garbage.
such a quality show.
Don't buy that.
It's very, very unfortunate, and I would urge people to import the Korean Blu-rays, but unfortunately those are out of print and have been for years. So because they're about the only good like English friendly release. The UK versions have frame rate issues. The US versions have audio and subtitle issues. The Japanese ones don't have any kind of subtitles at all. Like it's just it's unfortunate, but yeah, it's because it's one of my favorite shows, and you know, I mean, I do wish that Adult Swim had aired the finale movie, even though now there's also the Netflix series that continues on from there, which I personally like.
Oh,
But
gosh, remember that ran on Anim Monday?
like Solid State Society was an interesting movie. I mean, you know, especially it was designed as the finale for standalone Complex up until the Netflix version. But yeah, I mean, you know, it would have been nice if they'd run it, but it's one of those shows that, you know, because of the way you have, you know, obviously in the name, you have the complex episodes that are all of the overarching serialized story, and then you have just the little standalone episodes. It's, you know, it's one of those shows that you can, in most cases, just throw on and watch. And, you know, like if it's on the block weekly, it's a good, you know, it's a good filler, realistically. You know, I mean, it's still a quality show. You know, they've been chasing the popularity of standalone Complex ever since. You know, the new Ghost in the Shell stuff, the Netflix show that went back to the standalone Complex. Well, you know, they keep chasing that, and I'm hoping the new series they announced for, I think it's 2026. Hopefully, if they're just gonna go with a complete clean slate and start over again, new cast, new everything. Much as I love the English dub cast, if you are gonna start everything over and just ignore anything that they've done up till now and just readapt the manga, you know, hopefully it'll be good.
Hopefully. I mean, hopefully they don't. Hopefully it's not, you know, like a Promised Neverland situation or a CG situation. Like they didn't say like what studio was doing. Well,
Don't even speak that into existence.
They also recently just put out Ghost in the Shell 2 in theaters, didn't they? Like I remember seeing that.
That's a weird movie. Like that's one of those movies that if you watch standalone Complex on Adult Swim back in the day, and then when Bandai originally licensed that and brought it over here, it was like, and actually I think somebody had licensed it even before they did, but they didn't dub it.
I think it was DreamWorks.
Yeah, DreamWorks had it, and Bandai got it, and they dubbed it, and that was a movie that it used the standalone Complex cast. But if you went into it expecting anything like the show, you were sorely disappointed, because that's again another one of those like cerebral type things. Like it's very different, and it's much more true to the manga, whereas like the original movie kind of splits the difference. And so that's why you can go from like the original movie to standalone complex, and it generally works. But yeah, the second movie is, whew, I mean, beautiful movie, like gorgeous movie, looks great in 4K. But
Yeah, that's what I always heard, was that the movie was very beautiful.
I find it hard to go to read the manga of Ghost in the Shell when I've seen the movie Ghost in the Shell. The manga is nothing like the movie.
So
yeah, like Major Kusanagi's a hell of a lot more goofy in the manga too. Like she's cracking jokes quite a bit, and like the manga itself is very like it's serious, but it's also kind of goofy, and that doesn't carry over into basically any of the anime portrayals. Like she's often really stern in the anime, which works, but I don't know. It's just it's very very different.
At least it's not the live action with
Jeff, shut up.
Okay. Jesus, I had no idea. Anyway, so
I actually have never seen that movie.
I actually,
and I don't
to
intend
be
to.
honest, I kind of like it, but
Oh boy! All right,
so where
are
on
we ranking this?
It's S tier, right? Because y'all were already saying S tier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So where?
I think the highest would be behind Samurai Jack. The lowest would be behind Clone Wars.
The lowest.
Yeah, I'd probably put it smack in the middle there. I'd put it like right above Powerpuff.
Right above Powerpuff.
Yeah.
Good.
So above Powerpuff, behind Justice League. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
All right.
Yeah.
Next up, another iconic show.
4 cowboys, 4 bounty hunters, 4 hearts, 4 notes. Following a dusty trail of money, sin, and desperation. Living day to day, dreaming hour by hour. 4 beats, 4 parts of a movement. Mars to Venus, Callisto to Ganymede. Bounty to bounty, and outlaw to outlaw. 1 ship, 1 crew, 1 destiny. Cowboy Bebop.
Prepared for takeoff. Jet is on the job.
We're here! Welcome, visitors!
Get everyone and themselves together.
I did watch. I did first time watching this. I did streamed it just like I did with Full Metal Alchemist. It was on Hulu. And I already knew that Cowboy Bebop was a household name already. So I think at one point I was just like, let me check it out, and I watched it on Hulu, and I agreed. I was by the end of it, I was just like, I'm not ready for this to be over, man. Cowboy Bebop. I see why a lot of people hold it in high regards, and it's funny too because like I look on like documentaries and just like a couple videos of like explaining that like it performed terribly in Japan, and it wasn't until like it was brought over to the U.S. that like people started. You have a.
I don't really agree with that narrative. Cowboy Bebop is kind of popular in Japan. It's not like the biggest thing in the world over there, but it's not like it failed over there either. It got a Blu-ray release. Let me say this right now: Trigun, the original Trigun series, has never seen a Blu-ray release ever. Yet Sunrise took the time out of their time to actually go back and grab the film from the original Cowboy Bebop run and do a Blu-ray release, not only in the US with Funimation releasing it, but in Japan too. So I don't really buy that narrative that it was a failure over there.
I mean, I probably should have walked back failure, but I just remember like that it initially aired on one channel, but they didn't air all the episodes and it was out of order. And then like they put in the end, like one day you'll see the real
I
Cowboy
think part
Bebop.
of the problem with that is that the people that bought that show for broadcast didn't really know what they were getting.
Yeah.
Because Bandai was known for making Gundam shows and like toyetic shows, and they're like, okay, we designed these cool spaceships and we got this cool space show. You want it, right? And networks pick it up and they're like, well, this is not what we thought we were getting.
Yeah, like from what I heard, the second network picked it up and they decided and they made their sales back on like vinyls and stuff like of the soundtrack.
Of course.
But yeah, Cowboy Bebop, like a legendary anime, and also like looking into it, like because they brought it over to the U.S. and they were trying to figure out how, and then that's when Toonami was a thing. But because the show is a little more mature for Toonami, it was the first anime on Adult Swim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was the first show.
Before there was
first
an
anime
Adult
anime.
Swim action block, there was just Cowboy Bebop.
Yep. It premiered in the same year that Adult Swim premiered, right?
Yep.
2001.
2001.
Oh, I didn't know it was that early. I thought it was like a little later.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. It was
Adult
all.
Swim actually came out in 2002, I believe, with their lineup of basically shows that were supposed to go to Toonami.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing about Bebop, like on both sides of the pond, as it were, like if you look at, when it came out and when Outlaw Star came out, like that's the perfect point about how people weren't entirely understanding what they were getting, because Outlaw Star started airing in January of '98, and then Bebop came in April of '98. So like that was the thing, was here's Sunrise pumping out this, space, action,
Trigun
not
was
really
the same
bounty
year.
hunter show. Yeah, but it's like that's the thing, is you're going, here's Sunrise with Outlaw Star, and then that was relatively popular, and so then of course Sunrise is like, oh, we also have this show, and it kind of. It's ironic because it's another Steve Bloom led series, but it was kind of misunderstood in the same way Big O was. Like, the networks in Japan grabbed them thinking like, oh, it's going to be a space adventure series, and then it turns out no, it's a more contemplative like Western series in a sense. And same thing with Big O. It's like, oh, it's going to be a giant robot show starring Batman, and it's like, no, it's more of a film noir type show. Like, and so that's the thing. And both of them, ironically, come over to the U.S. and American audiences just grabbed them a hell of a lot more, and it worked out. Now, granted, it took a little longer for Bebop, but that was just based on when it was produced and when it came over, but. Yeah, I mean, it's Bebop.
It's Bebop. And then, so we agree it's S tier, right? Where on S tier would you say, though?
One could make the argument that in the realm of action animation, it is second only to Batman.
Second to Batman?
Yeah, that's what I was going to go to. Yep.
Yeah, because it's a tighter narrative than Dragon Ball. So
yeah, absolutely.
At least it's not the live action show. I saw.
Let me take it aside here. I think we have too many shows in the S, and some of them should move to A.
Damn, you're really gonna say that now after we spent so much time ranking them?
Yes, I am.
Dang. We could probably do like a list cleanup like in the end of this.
All right.
But
it just seems weird that we have so few in A.
Maybe
I so many in S.
I kind of forgot what we were thinking last time. All right, next up.
In the beginning, each man had his reasons for joining, but no matter the motive, these 7 samurai became honor-bound to protect Kana Village.
The other samurai, they've come back!
Now, they not only fight for the farmers, they fight for themselves.
There's no time for pain now.
They fight for honor.
This is war. Get used to it.
And they fight for vengeance.
Now, which of us is going to take Ukyo's head?
The time of the samurai is ending, and not all will survive the battle.
It's not a matter of who dies, but who dies first.
But this fight will be long remembered. Witness the beginning of the end.
When samurai raise their swords, they don't hesitate to bring them down!
Samurai 7, tonight at 1:30. The way of the samurai is in death.
None of us should expect to live to see the sunset.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
I did not watch this Samurai 7. I didn't even think that. Like, what's the consensus on this show? Samurai
It's
7.
okay.
It's fine.
I think
fine.
it's forgotten by most of the Toonami audience that it aired.
Yeah,
I mean,
it just kind of snuck in there.
yeah, and that's the thing
It's
is
one
like
of
when
those
you look
shows that
at
they
what's-
picked up because it was cheap.
Yeah, well, and like when you look at what's been
It was
around,
like
it, like
what?
the
It
last
was like
few
the Night
shows.
of Sevens, I believe that they marketed it as. It's like, oh, we have Erica 7, and then we have Samurai 7. We'll talk
Right.
about Erica,
Right.
but Erica was like a freebie show that they managed to get from Bandai, not from Funimation. I believe they had it still in their library. Like, hey, can we run the show? Sure.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they really wanted it back in the ASA era, but they got beat out by IFC
yep.
on all channels.
Yep.
So they did a little bit of making up for lost time with Adult Swim Toonami early on, as we will continue to see. But it's a fine show. It's not a great show.
I thought it was C tier.
See, yeah.
I would put it.
Yeah.
Yeah, C's. C.
C.
Definitely C.
Like mid C.
After
Like,
Prince
I'm-
of Tennis.
After Prince of Tennis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then. Next up.
What should I be doing?
You better hold on tight.
The fun is just starting.
Another show with the number 7, Eureka 7. I also did not see this, but I heard a lot about it.
I love this show.
I could not get into the show back in the day, and I've tried since, and still can't get into it.
Was it like even a completed run or a finished show?
Yeah.
I should say. Because I remember the
entire year.
Yeah, it just got an unnecessary sequel that they never aired.
I was gonna say because didn't they
more
like
than
come
that.
out with movies or something?
Yeah, there were movies.
So
And remakes.
there's a movie sequel to the original series, but it's not really a sequel. It effectively used most of the footage of the show, but it sort of reworks the narrative. Like it changes things like Renton knows Eureka from like childhood, things like that. That one originally was called Pocket Full of Rainbows in Japan, and then they changed it to Good Night, Sleep Tight, Young Lovers in the U.S. I'm not really sure why they renamed it. It's a weird name. So yeah, there's that. Then you have Eureka 7 AO or AO. That's the sequel series. Not good. Like dub's fine, but not a good show. Then now you have the High Evolution movie series, where the first movie is like this massive clip show, and it's honestly one of the most ugly movies I've watched in a long time, because they animated a sort of like prequel to like what happened before the beginning of the TV series, and it's like 15 or 20 minutes long, and it's all brand new animation. Looks great, looks fantastic, good piece of like story to build on. I love it. Then all of a sudden it goes into this ugly clip show where the movie keeps going from like it's using the 4:3 footage, but they kept the whole thing in 16:9, so it's pillar boxed.
Ugh.
And like they'll put these like text bits over the top of the screen, and it carries over from the edge, like from the full 16:9 frame, and it's just so ugly the way they do it, and the entire narrative jumps around so much in the first movie that apparently people have told me that the second and third movies are really quite good and that they fixed a lot of the issues of the first one. But the first one burnt me so bad that even though I bought the Blu-rays, I still haven't sat down and watched them. So it's it's one of those shows that just the original movie is fine enough, but otherwise just ignore that any of the rest of the franchise exists.
So yeah, just stick with the show then is what I hear.
Yeah, there were a couple of video games that were pretty good, but like they're like side story stuff. They're fine, but otherwise, yeah, pretend that the rest just doesn't exist.
So how do y'all feel on the show then? I don't know where it stands amongst like other shows like anime and all that, like, and I'm not just talking Toonami, I'm talking like just in general.
Personally, for me, I mean, at least as far as like ranking wise, I'd put it just above Gundam Seed. I mean, I think like just as a show, it's really good. I understand like Sam was saying, he had trouble getting into it. I'll admit, my first time watching it, it took me until I want to say it's like episode 18 or 19 when some events kick in that like that's where the show like finally. I hesitate to say grab me because I wouldn't have watched it that far in if I wasn't interested enough. But like that's when the show really kind of for me kicked into gear, and then the last 10 or so episodes like just for me fires on all cylinders.
Mm-hmm. Initially I did have Eureka 7 on my list, but once again I was strapped for time, so I had to make cuts, and it's 50 episodes long, so I made the decision to cut that. One of these days I'll probably go back and watch it, but yeah,
it's worth a watch.
Yeah.
I feel like it could go as high as behind Voltron.
Yeah, I'd be good with that.
I'd be good with it, yeah.
Alright, so I guess behind Voltron it is. Alright, next up.
Slammed down on the outskirts of town. What the heck is that?
That didn't work out so well.
Agreed. In a distant galaxy, the planet Galaluna lies in ruin.
You'll pay for this, I swear it.
Its only hope for a future, forced into exile on a tiny backwater world called Earth.
This is to be our new home.
Now, a princess, her soldier, and their robot must face the most difficult test of their lives. High school.
Salutations.
Like every teenager, they've got a secret.
Lance, no, not here.
But this one's pretty big. When danger threatens, they transform into the mighty symbiotic Titan.
That is special.
Today, they'll defend Earth as their own.
Energized sword.
And hope that their people have a future. Symbionic Titan. Every Saturday night at 2 a.m.
Armor up.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Now I'm gonna have fun with this. Symbionic Titan. I watched this during Cartoon Network. I didn't remember a whole lot of it, but I remember watching it when it aired on Cartoon Network. Then it got added to Netflix years later, and that's when I watched it again. And I fell in love with this. And I knew before I saw it on Netflix that the show was canceled. And I think I mentioned this last time, but like when I go and start watching a show that I know is like canceled or something, and I'm already expecting to be like disappointed near the end, or to feel like I'm not like just knowing that not to expect like a good ending because it's canceled and like we get some loose threads. I like out of a lot of the Gendy shows, Gendy is a household name. Like a lot of the stuff he produces is top tier. I don't know if this is a hot take, Symbiotic Titan is my favorite Gendy show.
I'm right there with you.
Same.
Okay, so I'm not alone. I really, really, really loved it, and I fell in love with the characters and like the lore, and just like how surprised I was like that they managed to like subvert some tropes. Like I remember seeing, the traditional, the what do you call it, the usual school setting with all the typical like cliches and all that, and you got like the cheerleader girl, I forgot her name, who you think is just going to be like such an airhead, but yet she ends up falling in love with Octus, and she actually improves herself, and that caught me off guard. And Lance too, like he's so freaking I don't know the right word, stoic. Like in the beginning, he's just
really good
suspicious,
characters.
really suspicious about every. Yeah, that's it. Everyone has a character arc in here. So like the people they are in the end of the season are not the same people when they started, and just the lore of the show too, with how like their home world just fell and all that. It was really surprising too, and unfortunately, left a lot of questions unanswered. But point is, I had so much fun with Symbiotic Titan, and then like those last few episodes where like Octus was taken out and they had to figure out how to get him back, and how he came back is still yet to be like weird, and unfortunately we'll never find the answer to that. But point that I'm trying to say is I love Symbiotic Titan. It's my favorite Gendy show. If it was up to me, I'd have it either high A, low S.
See, I'd go high A just because, unfortunately, the fact that it doesn't really have a good resolution.
Yeah.
If it got a Samurai Jack style, final season or even like a final movie of some kind,
I'm crossing my fingers that one day, like Adult Swim can unwrite off this show and just produce more episodes. That's all I hope for, and that's all I want.
Yeah, because I mean, come on, any show that has Tim Russ voicing like a shady government agent, like that's just good. That's good TV right there. Like, but yeah, like that's the thing is if it could get the same kind of treatment that Samurai Jack got, then I would easily move it to S. That for me is the only thing that really hinders it, is the fact that it doesn't have any kind of real good resolution to the story. Like even if we got like a comic book or something, like just give us something, please.
It's so unfortunate that it got cut off, but honestly, despite that, the episodes are so good, I still think it's S.
JP, Sam, what do you guys feel? Where do y'all feel it should rank?
High A. If we got a season 2, I would be like S tier. It's S tier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like for me, it's just straddling that line, like so close. Like it's right there. Wants to go into S. It's just not right there.
Okay, so high A it is. Now, would you put it above Sailor Moon or below it or above?
Yes.
Above Sailor Moon.
Top of A.
Above Sailor Moon.
Yeah, with it that close to jumping into S territory, it can't be anywhere but top of A.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, next up.
The kingdom of Thundera lies in ruin.
The day I have always feared has arrived.
But a small group of warriors has survived. That's our cue. A lord.
Take the sword and become one with it.
A rival.
You may be king, but I'm still older than you.
A cleric.
Try and catch me.
A soldier.
Hold on! It's about to get bumpy.
The twins. And of course, together they are Thundera's last hope against the immortal Mumra and his lizard army.
You cannot comprehend the forces you are dealing with.
Just say the word, Lion-O.
The all-new Thundercats are back on Toonami and better than ever.
Thundercats!
Every Saturday night at 2:30.
Give me sight beyond sight.
Only on Adult Swim.
Thundercats reboot, the 2011 reboot. I remember seeing commercials for this, but I just was not interested. I am sorry. I don't know. Something about
That's
it. Like,
unfortunate because it's pretty good.
I don't know what it was.
Like more than the 80s Thundercats, but I'm still not a Thundercats fan.
Yeah, me either.
It suffers the same kind of problem as Symbionic Titan did in that
It didn't get another season.
it just doesn't end. It just ends, I guess I should say. Like it doesn't, it 100% sets up more and then didn't get it. And that hampers the overall quality of the show because I liked it. I mean, and granted, I'm somebody who watched the original Thundercats as a kid, but like I thought it was a great way of rebooting the show, great voice cast. But yeah, then it just it sets up stakes and then unfortunately never has any payoff. So it's like,
Yeah, it's
sad.
It's unfortunate. I also feel like in the second season, the writing got a little rough. Like they were so mean to Lion-O for no freaking reason.
That's true.
Like why we hating on Lion-O here?
And admittedly, it does kind of suffer in the aspect that they, like, I liked that they had, the king was, voiced by Lion-O's, previous voice actor.
I loved that. I thought
that was great.
Fantastic.
But then of course you have stuff like the Samo Flange reference. It's like, do we really need to put Blundercats jokes in there? Like it's funny, but
Jeez.
I don't know. It kind of, in a sense, it kind of dates it. Like I don't know, but
yeah. Really strong voice cast, though. Really strong.
Yeah, fantastic voice
cast in that show is great. Oh, what a good voice cast.
High D, low C. I mean,
I probably put low C.
Ooh. Okay, it's definitely above original Thundercats.
Okay, yeah.
Can we put it behind the Batman?
Behind the Batman. Everyone
Yeah.
else good with that?
Yeah,
that's fair.
All right. Next up.
The reincarnation of an ancient warrior.
I'm not her!
The reincarnation of who?
And a half man, half demon. Must regain the shards of a magic jewel.
I like not the looks of it.
Or all humanity is lost. Hammer true.
Not in my lifetime, pal.
Of course. They may kill each other first.
Your brain's broken or something.
Inuyasha, starting Saturday, August 31st at 11 p.m.
Sit, boy!
Part of Adult Swim.
Inuyasha!
Kagome!
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 Inuyasha! Inuyasha!
Kagome!
Inuyasha!
Don't expect I'll go easy on
you. Inuyasha. This was another carryover from Adult Swim Action, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. So they took it off for a little bit and then they brought it right back.
So y'all are gonna kill me for this because initially I had this on my list too, but like only like the first season because I know there's a lot of episodes. But yet again I was strapped for time, so I decided not to. The only piece of Inuyasha material I have seen is Yashahime. I have not seen the original series nor the final act. I am sorry.
Oh boy!
I am so sorry. It's like saying that I watched Boruto and not Naruto nor Shippuden. But I do plan on giving Inuyasha its time. But it like I was just running short on time, and the first season was like I think 26 episodes, and I had like a week left, so I was like, okay, Sorry, Inuyasha, I'll give you your time eventually. But I do
the show's
know.
like 155 episodes or
You
something.
should have given it like a couple of episodes at least.
I don't know. I just like I don't want to like leave it off at a cliffhanger. So I try to do like the first arc of a series or the first season or whatever. Just so
that ain't gonna work with Inuyasha.
I mean, look, the easiest thing you could have watched is the old Adult Swim ad where it's just Kagome and Inuyasha shouting each other's names for 30 seconds.
I saw that
is still
actually.
the greatest. That is still the greatest ad for that show that anybody has ever made.
I think I saw that actually.
Inuyasha,
Kagome.
I think I saw that actually because they pre-flight when that was still a thing. I think they played that in a pre-flight episode.
Yeah.
But so Inuyasha, how I know it's a pretty influential. Like I know that's another landmark
better
show.
than Bleach.
It's better than Bleach.
Yes.
Gee. So would you put this at the top of B or low A?
I'd put it in A.
I'd put it low A. Yeah.
Maybe after Outlaw Star.
Yeah, honestly, looking at what we've got there, yeah, I'd say that's a fair placement.
Inuyasha is always an enjoyable watch.
Okay,
maybe not always, but
I mean, the advantage it has is it doesn't suffer from that. Like it ended without ending because we at least know that the final chapters exist. So
yeah, I was gonna ask, like, so I'm assuming that it ended like, but the original show didn't have an ending or something.
It pulled a Bleach in the ending, like it ended without ending.
And the journey continues.
Yeah.
And then
I have Final Act in its own thing, so we'll talk about
Good,
it.
because it's not going to rank high.
No.
Okay, so next up.
Speaking of things that aren't going to rank high.
We're depending on you.
Say no, this isn't a game.
Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Come on now, Sana. Don't you want to have a little fun?
I see finding pirates isn't your only talent.
So what's funny was that when I did my list of shows and Silver wanted me so badly to watch a Tenchi series, I said that I'm only watching one Tenchi show and it's the original. And then I think Sam or I forgot who else made a joke that was like, hey, at least it's not GXP. And I literally said I refuse to see that because even with that, I already knew how terrible it is when even Jason wasn't a fan of it. I remember they touched on it in a pre-flight episode. Tenchi Muyo GXP.
Garbage.
Yeah.
F tier. Put it in the middle between Woolen and Dice.
Yep. So here's a funny thing. I worked on a show that we released at Discotech not too long ago called Duel Parallel Trouble Adventures. And as I was watching it, I went, why do some of these names sound familiar? And it turns out that Duel is a prequel to GXP, like way, like it's still set on Earth. And if you want anything from the GXP timeline that's enjoyable, watch Duel, because the show doesn't really require any knowledge of GXP, and it's actually a lot of fun. And then you just pretend that GXP doesn't exist.
I was gonna say at least Silver's not here because he's the only fan of this show, and they announced a couple years back. Was it a couple years? But I remember they announced like a sequel to it, and we're all just like, "Oh God, why?" And then you got Silver going, "Yeah, let's fucking go." But yeah, I knew way long ago that this was going to be some hot garbage, so I already knew F tier it is. Anyway, next up.
Death Weapon Meister Academy. The proving ground for both Weapon and Meister.
Better get ready, because we're gonna do it!
For Maka, Soul, Blackstar, and Tsubaki, the objective is clear. Kill and harvest evil souls.
In the name of Lord Death, this evil must be purged.
The ultimate goal, turn each weapon into a death scythe. Powerful enough for Lord Death himself. When both Weapon and Maestro are in perfect resonance,
Witch Hunter!
there's no stopping them.
You trying to kill us?
But these students are a long way from figuring it all out. In fact, they haven't figured much of anything out.
How have you been doing?
Please don't ask.
Time to hit the books. Get ready for the series premiere of Soul Eater next Saturday at 1 a.m. Eat it.
Your soul is mine.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
A show that I am still not finished. Soul Eater. So
you skipped an episode that's actually crucial to the plot points of the show, but okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll go back and watch it. All right. Anyway, let me give some background. All right. So, the guys have been bothering me to watch Soul Eater for years, but I remember Silver did a joke that I think I wasn't a huge fan of, so I put my foot down and I was like, you know what, y'all are not gonna get Soul Eater until Silver watches Jujutsu Kaisen, which the man absolutely refuses to even touch that show. So I was like, Soul Eater, you ain't like. And then I think when I made the list and they once again they started, getting on my case for not having Soul Eater on there, and I was just like, hey, you already know my stance, guys. And I was like, okay, here's a little compromise. If Silver watches Jujutsu Kaisen 0, the prequel movie, I will give Soul Eater a watch of 12 episodes. And Silver did, and it was like torture to him. It was like literally like his reactions were just he reacted to the show and at the same time was throwing jabs at me like, wow, this guy has a shitty life, but at least he doesn't live in Florida.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, fine. You got me to watch 12 episodes of Soul Eater, and I did. But then the guys were still like, come on, man. Like, you need to finish the rest. And I was like, look, like, fine, here's a compromise. Because when it comes to me and reaction material, I usually tend to recommend some trash, or at the very least something that I know is entertaining for the other person to see the other person watch. So I was like, okay, fine. I'll give you an actual good show to watch. So I made Silver watch Vinland Saga, and he's not even done with the first season yet. But I was like, fine. He saw Vinland Saga, so now I'm watching Soul Eater, and I'm not done. What was the last episode I saw? I think 33. They're on the island, like the Winter Island, battling for brew. Which I keep thinking of that dumb meme when the cold brew hits, and I just keep thinking to myself, they're fighting for that cold brew, and I'm just expecting the fucking polar bear to come crashing through the tornado in the middle of the island. That's just how my brain works. But yeah, I understand why a lot of people love Soul Eater. One other thing I should say was that it's the same creator as Fire Force, which I did see Fire Force. We'll get there eventually. But I knew that Soul Eater was the predecessor to Fire Force, and even Fire Force made some references to Soul Eater, which I didn't get until like seeing Soul Eater. But point is, yeah, I'm enjoying Soul Eater. I can't honestly say where I would definitively rank it because I am not done. But I'm having a good time. I feel very bad for Stein, and I hate Excalibur with a passion.
We all do. But
I love Excalibur.
and also the Kid. I hate Kid, but at the same time, I somewhat understand Kid with this with the OCD. Now, I would not drop everything and go back home just to align a painting. I would not drop a mission. Just to go back home to see if something's perfectly centered. But OCD can be a bitch. How do y'all feel on Soul Eater?
I love Soul Eater. It's one of my favorite animes. Probably one of my favorite shows Toonami's aired.
Soul Eater's really good. The ending really brings it down.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
goody.
yeah.
I agree there.
Oh, goody. Now I can look forward to that.
I was surprised they never aired the spin-off.
There was a spinoff?
Yeah, there's a
Believe it or
spinoff. Believe it or not, it's
Please
not
don't
really
tell me.
worth your time.
Please don't tell me it involves Excalibur.
No, it's
Oh.
it's a spin-off series with like 3 different who want to be like who are in this. I forget what it's about, but it's nothing like Soul Eater, and it kind of follows a lot more to what the original manga of it is. So doesn't really have the same touch because the anime adaptation of Soul Eater is nothing like the manga. It diverges and does its own thing.
Oh. So would you say the manga is better than the anime or vice versa?
The anime is better than the manga, in my opinion. I like the manga. The manga's good. It just some questionable choices in the manga. It's been years since I've last read it, but
Yeah, as not great as the ending of the anime is, the manga's ending might be worse.
Oh, goody.
But yeah, that's neither here nor there. So I'm looking at it like, is it better than Inuyasha?
Oh, that's a tough question to ask, and I don't have an answer.
Me neither.
I would say probably not.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's better than any of the A rank shows.
now I put it in B because I think it's below Bobobo. Maybe behind.
Sure. Below Bobobo works for me.
Yeah.
Below Bobobo, above IGPX.
I mean, I'd put it behind IGPX personally.
Yeah, I would say behind IGPX and above Jackie Chan. I would probably that's
yeah,
fitting. Yeah,
that's good.
That's serviceable. It's fine.
So next up.
Listen up, Toonami faithful. Big news. Only 2 more weeks till one of my favorite shows returns to the mix.
Set the sail! Let's find the next island!
We have to start 200 plus episodes in, but I'm just glad it's back where it belongs. Plus, it's in sweet HD.
This is awesome!
We kick it off just as the crew drops anchor at Long Ring Long, a crazy stretched out place. And home to a foxy foe.
You want to fight? Bring it on!
Let the Davy back fight begin.
Guns, cannons, explosives, barrel out!
This show has a lot of episodes, and I mean a lot. If you want to catch up on the series, you can hit up Funimation.com for all things One Piece. Monkey D. Luffy and the Straw Hat Pirates are back. And if you haven't seen One Piece, you haven't lived.
We're drawing close to a new world in which only true pirates can survive.
One Piece returns May 18th at 1 a.m. Welcome home. Only Toonami on Adult Swim. It's been more than a minute since we last saw Luffy and the crew.
The Straw Hats are back, and they're causing trouble again.
But just like fine rum, this show only gets better with age.
Whoa! The greatest pirate anime of all time is coming home.
Hands in the air, pirate!
One Piece returns with 2 episodes back to back, Saturday night at 1:30 a.m.
It sounds like we're celebrities or something.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
One Piece again. Even though I already had it on there, but I made the
Real
stupid
One
decision.
Piece.
The real
Real
One
One
Piece.
Piece.
The One Piece
The
is
real
real.
one.
Can we get much higher? Now for me,
can we get much higher?
So for me, when I started Toonami, One Piece was airing. I remember a lot of the Thriller Bark stuff because that was what was airing during like 2016. And then I remember when they pulled it, and I remember a lot of people were mad, and I was mad, but that was just because I was following the crowd. Because I personally haven't actually seen One Piece. I've only seen what Toonami aired, which was Thriller Bark. Then years down the line, the East Blue and the Alabasta sagas would get added to Netflix. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch it on Netflix, and I'm just gonna watch because One Piece is a long show. So I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna watch the first 2 arcs, and then I'll come back to it eventually. I saw East Blue and Alabasta, and I binged the rest of the show. It took me an entire year to go from episode 1 all the way to like, I think at the time that I caught up, we were in Wano, and it was when Kaido and Big Mom reunited, just before they got to the flashback with Odin. Now I should also mention, because then I kind of dropped the One Piece the anime for a bit, but then I picked it back up when Gear 5 came into the picture, and then I dropped it again, so I'm not caught up. But point is, yeah, I'm a One Piece fan now. Show's amazing. So and it is perfect that, because I remember at the time too, when I caught up to One Piece, Toonami, it didn't come back yet. I think it was like 2021. So
2022.
no, yeah, it came back in 2022, but I'm saying that at the time that I caught up, it was 2021. And I was just like, damn, now I actually really understand how much it hurt losing it on Toonami. And then the day that it was announced it came back, Silver and I just had the biggest, goofiest smiles on our faces. Because holy shit, One Piece is back, and I actually understand the plot now. But yes, One Piece. I fucking love the show. How do y'all feel about it?
One Piece is my favorite show of all time.
I
God
will say
damn.
when Toonami started running it again in 2013, I wasn't a big fan of Long Ring Long. I didn't really like that arc at all.
Not the best place to start.
No, honestly, really, I don't think any place they would have started. I know why they started it there, because it's when they started doing HD episodes, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it, but at the same time, I'm like, maybe they should have started from episode 1. I understand that probably would have been a time sink, because they've already aired those episodes, technically.
Yeah.
But
might have done better.
Probably would have done much better. Honestly, where they restarted One Piece probably was a better place to start it after the time skip. So that was probably a good move on their part.
Yeah, except those arcs kind of suck.
Oh boy, Dressrosa and its 118 episodes, I think.
And we're knee deep in it.
I mean, like, look, I don't mind. I'm not a fan when Toonami decides to like double One Piece or any other show, for the sake of like stalling runs. But like, I make an exception for One Piece because Dressrosa fucking hurts. Like, it's so long and the pacing is bad. So like, if they double One Piece, fine, I don't mind that. Now, if they double fucking Demon Slayer, I'm asking, why the fuck are you doing that?
Get rid of it.
Yeah, it's fine when it's a rerun.
Oh yeah, that too.
This is the thing about One Piece is it's a very piecemealed experience on Toonami, especially if we're looking at just the Funimation episodes.
Oh, so you want to start counting 4 kids now?
I kind of like break it down by arcs. Okay, Long Ring Longland, fine, fun arc, not a problem. Water 7, Annie's Lobby, Thriller Bark, really good One Piece.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fishman Island and Dressrosa, not so much. So that's gonna bring things down a bit. That's gonna bring things down to earth. So I can't give this show an S. I can't. The production values and the pacing are too bad to give it an S. But
yeah, especially if we're ranking it just based on what we've had air on the block.
It's kind of crazy too, because I remember a few One Piece fans when the show got dropped on Toonami initially, that they dropped just short of like some of the best stuff, the Sabaody, the Marine Food arc and all that, and then actually seeing it, I'm like,
it's phenomenal. It's one of my favorite One Piece arcs.
And it's like, damn, Toonami really skipped some peak One Piece.
But I feel like Marineford's too long.
I don't blame them, because the show wasn't really doing well back in, what was it, 2016, 2017. I get why they dropped it.
I mean, now
I
it's
also understand why now expectations are so low. They're like, yeah, we'll get One Piece again. Toei's offering us the deal. We're getting it.
Well, it's also just the fact that like One Piece, I mean, it's a big thing, but like even back then, like, compared to other shows like Dragon Ball and Naruto and all that, like, One Piece was kind of not there, or at least like was just. I don't know the right term. I don't want to say it was a stepchild, but like
It should have been, but circumstances be as
Yeah.
they may. But you know what? One Piece won the long game.
I was gonna say, because now it's in its renaissance here with like the live action, the first, or at least a rare good live action adaptation. You have that, then it's like now all of a sudden getting so much attention. Luffy getting a
Thanksgiving
balloon
Day
in the
parade balloon.
getting a balloon in the parade. Like they collaborated with the Mets, I think, because they had like a bunch of
Collaborate with a lot of sports teams, and they just had that thing in Vegas where the big
the
dome
spear.
was all one piece.
The spear. So now One Piece is now kind of in a renaissance.
It's the best time to have ever to be a One Piece fan.
It's one of those things where I respect, like, there are times where Toei just keeps trying to make things happen, and it's like, just give up. You guys are not making this happen.
Yep.
This is one of those cases where I respect that they did not want to give up, and their efforts have paid off.
They just brute forced One Piece into popularity in the U.S., and I love it.
And you know what? It worked. And unfortunately, if there's one takeaway that's bad from that, it's that they keep looking at stuff that just does not work and going, we did it for One Piece, we can do it for this other stuff. It's like, no, just stop, for the love of God.
No, One Piece is a special.
Well, they could put some of that effort toward Pretty Cure, you know.
They could, but I'm more looking at, like, Saint Seiya.
Don't insult the two fans out there, and it's just Silver and his alternate account.
You know what? I went to that movie.
For Saint Seiya? It came out last year.
I didn't hate the movie.
So
but I'm not a big fan of Saint Seiya, so I.
So where would y'all rank One Piece if we're going off what Toonami strictly aired, which is
High A.
Yeah, high A's pretty. How about right behind Sailor Moon?
Behind Sailor Moon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So next up,
November 6, 2022. 10,000 lucky fans purchase a copy of Sword Art Online. A beta tester, Kirito, has been waiting for this for a long time.
Link start!
This virtual reality game is a technological masterpiece.
This thing's amazing.
A world all its own. The only problem is,
Where'd the logout button go?
once these players are logged into Sword Art Online, there's no way for them to log out, ever. And if they die in the game, they're dead for real.
We have to tell everyone that it is possible to beat this game.
Now these gamers must band together and defeat the final boss, or this game will be their last. Get ready for the series premiere of Sword Art Online next Saturday at 2 a.m.
This world can't beat me. I will survive.
Game over. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Okay, so I got a bit of a story for you all here, okay? And Logan and Sam as my witnesses.
Oh boy.
Sword Art Online. So the first thing I saw of Sword Art Online was Alicization, because it aired on Toonami, and I was watching Toonami at the time. I did not see the first two seasons. I saw Alicization because Toonami aired it. A while later, because I was the guys were wanting me to react to shows, and I was obliging because at the time I didn't see a whole lot of shows. And then I decided, you know what? Since I technically saw season 3 before seeing seasons 1 and 2, I'm going to go back and watch seasons 1 and 2 of Sword Art Online. Oh God. Unfortunately, some of those logs are kind of lost to time. But I was just like, I feel so numb sometimes with a lot of the things this show has done. And then the peak, but it gets better, okay? So, and I think I mentioned this to you at one time, Sketch. When I got to episode 9 of season 1, Logan told me, hey, Sam, when you finish episode 10, you need to do some supplementary reading because something is missed. And I'm like, okay.
Yes, I'm that son of a bitch.
You missed something. You missed 2 years worth.
Yeah.
So
there's a reason we have a Morgan Freeman emote in our Discord.
Okay, so when I saw episode 10, because I was reacting to it at the same time, when they, because it was funny because I did the joke. I was like, because they kissed in episode 10, and I was like, hey, you know what this means? And then literally as soon as I said that, she was like, or I forgot who asked, but like, can I stay over? And I was like, oh my god, wait, hold on, what? I was like, nah. So then they're at her house, and then I'm like, okay, good episode, I guess. And then she fucking stripped, and I was like, hello? Wait, I was joking. What's going on here? What in the fuck is happening? And I was literally like, I was joking. Why is this actually happening?
Him and like, so are you gonna take off your clothes?
And he was just like, I just wanted to sleep. What the fuck?
literally. And then the episode ends. And then the episode ends. And then to me it looks like the aftermath. Like I'm like, wait, hold on. Did they actually just do it right now? And then I finished the episode, and then Logan sent me the infamous 16.5. To which then, because there was a thumbnail there, so I was already like, I know what I know what to expect. So I was literally like, you know what? I'm gonna have some fun with this. I got some alcohol, and I read it while consuming liquor. I was drunk off my ass reading 16.5, and my chat log was insane. And then I woke up the next morning. You know that meme, that Demon Slayer meme with Tanjiro looking at the phone? That was me the next day. I was like, I hate this show. I hate that something like this exists. What is wrong with the author? And it provided some nice material. And yeah, so Morgan Freeman, to explain that, because because as soon as I read the 2 years line, they were like, hell yeah, let's go. And then they sent a couple of memes, and then Logan, back before AI was, a joke and not, the thing it is now, he had a few of those memes narrated by Morgan Freeman. So like it was Morgan Freeman saying the 2 years line, and then we just kind of made it this running joke, and like, and this is my headcanon now, that Morgan Freeman narrated the entirety of Sword Art Online 16.5. So like anytime we mention that, we bring up Morgan Freeman. God, that I'll never forget that. That was so.
2 years worth.
If Logan, if you still have any of those laying around, feel free to send them.
I just sent one in the chat.
So, story time over. Sword Art Online. I saw both seasons. I enjoyed season 2 more than 1. I'll say that. I really did. I liked the whole, like, the first arc of Sword Art Online in the first season with them being trapped in the game.
Aincrad is the best part of SAO.
Aincrad, I enjoyed Aincrad, but it also snuck up on me because I'm thinking, okay, so they're going to fight their way to the top. But then, like, halfway through, no, here's the guy responsible for it all. And, like, no, we're having the final battle on, like, what, floor 50 or something? And it's like, okay, so that just kind of came out of nowhere. And then I got to the fairy stuff. Now, one thing I do want to say before I
you don't know is that Kirito's a speedrunner.
Before I got into the series, I already knew that, like, his quote unquote sister or adopted sister or cousin or whatever was into him. So I already knew to expect some sort of incest type
fairy
plot.
dance is so bad.
I already knew to expect some sort of incesty plot going on there, but actually seeing it just gave me this biggest level of disgust that it's like I didn't think it was going to be like
she
this.
finally fell in love with someone who isn't her cousin, only to find out that it was her cousin all along.
God, Sweet Home Alabama.
And man, the things they did to Asuna in that season.
That
yeah.
too.
The
Yeah.
back half. Ooh.
And then to go to season 2, I enjoyed bits of it, like the Gun Gale stuff. I didn't like in
I
the
did like
end.
Gun Gale.
I like Gun Gale. I just didn't like the ending to Gun Gale. You know, that one scene that I did. You want to know what's funny too? Yeah, I was like watching that, and then she wakes up from the thing, and she's like, "Oh no!" Like someone's knocking at the door, and I'm like, "Uh oh!"
Assault number 2.
Get a bat ready, and then I see that it's the guy, like that one guy, her friend or whatever, and I'm like, "Oh, okay, no alarm. It's just her friend or whatever." So then they're sitting, but then they give the guy the fisheye lens. As soon as the guy had the fisheye lens, I was like, "Oh no, oh no, oh no!" Thank God. And then the second half to season 2 was actually some pretty good stuff. Like I actually kind of not cried, but like teared up a bit with the whole
Super God AIDS.
With the what's her name? Yui? Was it?
I enjoy Sword Art Online, but it has a bad habit of trying to tackle issues that it has no business.
Yeah, I just said that this was the first case where we had, a arguably plot critical movie that Toonami didn't get to air, and because it's Aniplex, it's not easily accessible elsewhere. And then they moved into the next season, and yeah, I mean it's not like ultra critical, but it wouldn't have hurt to have run it. But obviously I understand why they didn't run it, but.
I mean, the only thing I know from that movie was that
Ordinal Scale is some of the best SAO.
That's the downside.
I should say I did see that when I was watching, because I stopped my watch of it after Ordinal Scale because I had already seen Alicization. But yeah, I mean, Sword Art Online, it's like there are some good moments there, but there's far too many negatives. There was a reason that that there was that whole Progressive series. Yeah. So, although in my opinion, because I've seen the 2 Progressive movies, and it's like, look, if you want to rewrite it, fine, but like you're moving at a snail's pace. Well, actually, the problem that I had with the first movie was that I felt like it was moving too slow, and then the second movie was even slower than the first movie. I'm like, Jesus Christ. And I don't even know what they plan on doing from here on, but yeah. But anyway, Sword Art Online, for me, in my opinion, somewhere either low C, high D. How do you all feel on that?
That's fair. Low C sounds about right.
Yeah.
I don't hate Sword Art Online. I actually like some of it, but there are parts of it where I'm just like, this is really stupid and really bad.
I might come to Sword Art Online's defense and say, I don't think it's worse than Gundam Seed.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm a Seed defender, and I would probably still rank it above that.
Would you put it above Tenchi Muyo?
That's. I would actually put it above Mare.
Oh, how do y'all feel?
I'm okay with that.
That's fine.
Okay. Below Thundercats 2011, above Mare. And next up,
the enemy ship is closing.
Prepare for battle.
Life forces you to choose between good and evil.
Revealed all around us, our enemies are.
Between standing up and giving in.
Stay towards the edge of the ray, now!
Between light and dark.
Goodbye, Jedi!
These are the stories of the heroes fighting on that edge.
Here they come!
And no matter which side you're on, you're gonna get bloody.
Open fire!
Don't make me destroy you!
This is our chance.
We're hit!
Sound the alarm!
This has got to be a trap.
Get ready for the return of Star Wars: The Clone Wars. Next Saturday night at 3.
The fight isn't over yet.
Filler never felt so good.
Failure. We win.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
We have Star Wars: The Clone Wars, the CG series from like was it 2008 or 2009? At this point in time, Disney already bought Lucasfilm, right?
No.
So
No.
no,
No, they bought Lucas in like 2014, 2013,
No,
something like that.
no, it was 2012.
2012. That's right.
So what
So
was the
basically, what happened
reason?
was, so this was still in Cartoon Network's library at the time, and even though Disney purchased, the purchase went through sometime in 2012, 2013, they still had it in their library. Disney
Yeah.
didn't request it out of their library, so they had it for a time period.
Hmm. They didn't have to forfeit it until 2014.
Yep.
So then,
Wait, was it 2014 or was it 2013? Because I think
It
it
was
left before
2014.
I was gonna say the last air date is September 20th, 2014.
Yeah. It left the same time as Beware the Batman and
Oh, right.
Oh, yep.
some other shows. And that's how they had nothing for the back end. Except reruns of Full Metal and Ghost in the Shell again.
That's why they had to put Space Dandy on at 3 a.m. I forgot about all that.
Yeah.
I
to this day have not seen much of this show. I hear it gets really good. What aired on Toonami, though,
only 56 episodes out of the 133 aired.
That's actually more than I thought.
I know. I actually remember seeing ads for it, and a friend of mine, he's a huge Star Wars fan, so like he always was talking about Clone Wars at the time. I just never got into it. Like Clone Wars would air, but like at the time Clone Wars was playing, they were also playing Ben 10 Alien Force and Secret Saturdays, and that's what I had my mind set on.
I always think of like Clone Wars as the micro series that Gendy Tartakovsky did. I've tried so many times with Clone Wars, the CGI series, and I just can't get into it. Or it's like follow-ups.
It has its fans. I know a few of them in real life.
I find it so fucking dumb because Disney canceled the show after they purchased Lucasfilm, and then just like, oh, we're starting up Disney Plus. We're gonna bring it back for you guys. Like fucking assholes.
The cause and solution to all of their own problems.
Right.
Yeah, I mean the one thing that I think was a smart decision, having seen like the episodes that they cut from the Toonami run, was they were told to cut like some of the Jar Jar focused episodes.
Yeah.
And at the time I was like, why are you cutting episodes? Like that's stupid. Then I actually went and watched them, and I'm like, yeah, that was a really, really good decision. Like
they still played some stinkers, though.
They did,
Oh,
but like
yeah.
if there was anything that you would consider filler, it was those. Like those were smart to cut. I mean, it's.
Don't turn off those lightsabers.
Don't make me destroy you!
Star Wars will return.
Switching on the giant iron.
That robot was walking around loose yesterday! What is this thing anyway?
Fully Cooley is in your head. Next.
It's an okay show. I mean, it was one of those things that like again, it's really hard to compare it because yeah, you had the Gendy show, and it's like that the micro series was so good. Like I was appreciative that they were filling in because I always hated when they did the prequels, and I was like, you know, oh, the Clone Wars are starting, and then the next movie jumps to, oh, the Clone Wars have been going on for like 9 years, and we're not going to show any of it. Like, what the fuck? Like, really, you're going to skip all of that material? And so I appreciated what they were trying to do with the show, but yeah, the execution wasn't great, but it did introduce some characters that, you know, have continually gone on in some of the new stuff that are still, you know, important players. So, you know, it's all right. Like not the greatest, not the worst.
My friend owns a replica Captain Rex helmet. That's how much I know this series means to some people.
I mean, if I was gonna rank it, probably, honestly, probably a high D.
Ooh.
It's not great.
That's really low.
I don't know. It's like I think it's just too hard to not color my impression by the micro series.
I mean, that's fair, but I mean, let's give this show a fair shake. It lasted over 100 episodes, and overall, it's a really good show of its era.
Yeah, and I guess it is better than some of the lower C stuff. So
I think
above Thundercats.
I think I mean, which Thundercats you talking about? 2011.
I was gonna say 2011.
Yeah, I honestly think you could make the case that it's better than Ben 10 Alien Force.
Yeah.
So B tier between Ben 10 Alien Force and Eureka 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright then. Next up.
Nothing really special ever happens here. In this place. School sucks. My dad's a weirdo. And there's my brother's girlfriend. I don't even know what to say about her. Anyway, life was pretty slow. Until she came along. Next thing I knew, I had things coming out of my head.
It's weird, not normal, these horns sticking out.
And I had a robot living in my house. And well, a bunch of other weird stuff.
You're the one who caused all this! I don't care!
But that alien girl, she's kind of cool, I guess.
Don't lie, you like her.
Whatever. It's really not that big a deal. Do you find this difficult to understand? Nothing amazing happens here. Nothing amazing.
Naoto was an ordinary boy, living in an ordinary town, with an ordinary life.
What are you doing?
Homework.
Until an encounter with a mysterious stranger and her bass guitar changed everything.
Guess I better hit him again.
The portal in his head and the robots coming out of it are the least of his problems. And besides battling a space patrol officer, the Department of Interstellar Immigration, and medical mechanica, he's still got to work through the biggest challenge of all. Puberty.
I should teach you how to be a man, Taku.
Toonami is proud to present one of the greatest anime series of all time. Finally, where it belongs, Fooly Cooly. Next Saturday night at 2:30. Think smooth. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Is a fun show that unfortunately they keep bringing back, but we're not talking about those. We're talking about the original Fooly Cooly. For Fooly Cooly, I actually split up the seasons because each season of Fooly Cooly might as well be its own show. Like certain shows with multiple seasons, I'll lump them together because they're essentially the same story. But a few shows I did keep their seasons separate because they're essentially different shows. I did that with Fooly Cooly and I did that with JoJo, but we'll get there. But Fooly Cooly, the original 6-episode OVA. Didn't this also air on Adult Swim back then?
Of course.
Yes.
That's where it got popular.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Now I did not see this. I did not see this until Progressive was coming out. So they reran season 1 in 2018 before the launch of Progressive. So I saw it then. And I've seen it a couple times because they reran it a couple times, like the marathon and then the recent rerun. But Fooly Cooly, it's amazing. Unfortunately, I don't have those nostalgia goggles that a lot of other people do for this. I understand a lot of what makes the show special, the music especially, and it was just one of those like lightning in a bottle type moments, because like wasn't there something going on at like Gynax or whatever, and
When is there not something going on at Gynax?
and I just remember like, oh, like what, they were given like a certain budget or whatever, and they just decided to blow it all in like 6 episodes.
It was effectively they were looking for kind of a fun cool down after coming off of the Evangelion project.
Yep.
And they wanted to try out some other animation techniques that they hadn't really done before.
Yeah, so they were basically just like, let's have some fun now.
Evangelion was too depressing. Let's have fun now.
Basically.
Yeah.
So
and we could talk about the philosophical merits of Fooly Cooly till the cows come home, but let's just say behind Cowboy Bebop.
Behind Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
Fooly Cooly.
Yeah, and the thing is, like this is one of those shows that Adult Swim, it owes a lot to, and Fooly Cooly owes a lot to Adult Swim, because like the thing is, if you look at who originally released it, like who dubbed it and released it over here, it was a company called Sync Point. Like nobody even knows who they are. Like they were that small of a company, and so like it blew up because of it getting on Adult Swim. Like if it hadn't been for that, I don't think that the show would be as beloved as it is.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah.
Adult Swim is the best and the worst thing to ever happen to Fooly Cooly.
Exactly.
It's also a textbook case of how good a proper adaptation of the dialogue can be, because there are so many jokes in the Japanese version that if you tried to just do a straight translation of them, that show would be completely incoherent.
Duh. Yeah, I remember, like, I think I've heard talk about Fooly Cooly here and there, but it wasn't until they made the announcement of, hey, we greenlit Fooly Cooly for 2 more seasons that I really started seeing people talk about it. And then those seasons came out, but we'll get there. So next up,
The Gigantiverse. A dangerous place full of strange, depraved creatures. Creatures who prey on the weak, the innocent, the sexy.
I can't wait to molest you!
Creatures so filthy and disgusting. Only one warrior has the strength, the power, and the balls to take them on. That man is King Star King.
Having a bowel movement inside of a tornado!
Evildoers beware. King Star King is gonna tear you some new holes and do whatever he wants with them.
I'm coming for you.
Adult Swim presents a trip into the wild side of animation. King Star King. 6 full episodes, only on AdultSwim.com.
You ready for some violence up in this piece? The King Star King! Now you are a hero! The greatest hero who ever was!
So I added these because they were on the wiki, but like looking into them, they were nothing more than just like pilots. So like you have King Star King and Korgotha Barbaria. I think I just put both of them on the same thing. Like, oh no, wait, is that King? Yeah, it's just King Star King. I guess I removed Korgoth. I don't know why I did that, but
King Star King Korgoth. Korgoth is like A, probably low A, probably.
Yeah, Korgoth's pretty good. King Star King is a weird little show, but it's fine.
I think the most memorable thing of it was when it aired, the creator was like replying to literally every tweet that any of us made. That was the funniest shit.
I was not on Twitter at that time.
Yeah, he literally, if anybody used the hashtag for it, he was in some way replying to you. Like, didn't matter if you were like, I love this show, I hate this show, I'm very confused by this show. Like, he was replying to you. Which I respected. Like, he was proud of his product, and I can respect that.
I mean, and then it did get like a special, like not that long ago. Like, was it a year ago or something like that?
Yeah. That was.
Yes, it.
Not as good. Not as good as the first season.
I barely remember anything about it.
Probably for the best.
Yeah. So where would y'all rank King Star King?
It's tough.
It is tough.
It's such an oddball. I mean, we're gonna have other oddball shows here that I think would be easier to rank, honestly. But I don't know. It was a flash in the pan. They really just played it as.
Didn't they play this during April Fools?
No, it was a DST.
DST night.
Yeah.
After hour, we had something to do.
And I don't even remember how many episodes they aired. I feel like it wasn't many.
It says 7, but only one of them aired.
Yeah. I almost feel like we shouldn't even rank it.
I'm starting to question why I even have it here now that I'm thinking about it. It's just because I was looking through Toonami Wiki, and I guess I was just adding what it was on there, and like thinking about it now, I was like, why did I put that on there?
Yeah, because it feels.
I mean, in all fairness,
like a movie kind of thing, like in that it was a one and done.
It aired once. So did Bakugan.
True.
But King Star King was more of an intentional. Haha! Look at this weird stuff.
Yeah.
Which I do appreciate that Toonami does from time to time.
So would you put this in, say, C then? Or higher?
Put it. Looking at. Put it behind G.I. Joe.
Behind G.I. Joe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't remember it enough, so sure.
I think that's fine.
If I could redo this list, I probably would have taken that off. But next up.
Since man first looked up at the stars, he has dreamed of faraway worlds, imagined encountering alien beings, and then capturing them for money.
Bring it on!
Alien hunting is a dangerous line of work, requiring cunning, stealth, and above all, subtlety. But no one's ever called our hero subtle.
Let's dance!
They do call him Dandy. Space Dandy.
New idea. Run away!
A flair for the dramatic, a love for the ladies, and one sweet head of hair. That's the Dandy way.
No one out Dandy's Space Dandy.
As Dandy and his crew race through the galaxy aboard the Aloha Oi, they search for fame.
Boobies, of course.
Fortune.
I need boobies, nothing more.
And, of course, boobies.
You mean that restaurant with the jiggly waitresses and the not-so-hot wings?
You got it. These are the tales of their adventures. From the creators of Soul Eater, Full Metal Alchemist, and Cowboy Bebop, Toonami is proud to present the world premiere of Space Dandy, starting January 4th at 11:30.
Can you spot me some cash?
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
A monumental, well, I don't know about monumental, but I know for a fact that this is essentially one of the shows that Adult Swim Toonami was known for. Space Dandy.
It's a dandy in space.
I saw it because it had a rerun in 2018, but it was playing at like 2 a.m., so I was barely awake at the time, so I don't remember a lot of episodes. But I did rewatch it recently because it was on my list, and I kept it there. I literally binged Space Dandy in like 2 days, and I just spent an entire day watching Space Dandy, and I am so like I understand why this it's weird in the best ways possible, and also just like the millions of like references to other shows. I think the one that had me laughing the most was like it was a Cowboy Bebop reference, but they were on like a trash planet, and Meow sees like a fridge, and he wants what's in it, and what comes out is the blob monster from the one episode of Bebop, the toys in the attic. And I just found that so amazing because it's like you could reference a million other things in Bebop, but you chose the fridge blob, and I'm so proud of that. I guess the other 2 other episodes that really stood out to me was I don't know the name of it, but the one episode where he had to escort that girl to the alien check-in, and she ended up he ended up just reuniting her with her grandfather. And then the episode near the end of the show where he's just having a dance off with I don't know what, like the golden guy, and like the animation just goes insane, and then like at some point he explodes the universe or something, all just because all for his dancing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Oh, and the episode where he has to fake being Scarlett's boyfriend, and her ex is a Gundam pilot.
Yep.
I was literally just like, is her ex-boyfriend Char? But
for better or for worse, Space Dandy is responsible for the modern era of simuldubs.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's a good thing, but it's also, in a sense, it's kind of a bad thing. I mean, I don't put that on the show's shoulders necessarily, but I do think it was a trailblazer as a result. I love the show. I think a lot of people
Space Dandy is glorious.
I think they had a lot of expectations because of Watanabe being behind the show, and everybody was like, "Oh, it's going to be the next Cowboy Bebop," and it's like that was never going to be what it was.
This is like barely Watanabe's show in the first place. Like his name's attached to it.
It's basically Shingo Natsume's show.
Yeah, it's Shingo Natsume.
And as I recall, Jason said that like Watanabe has been kind of down on like feeling like Space Dandy was a flop, and it's like
I hate that.
I hate that because he shouldn't feel like it was a flop. It was. I mean, I
should be proud of that work.
Sure, but it did die down afterwards. I guess it didn't have the staying power like Bebop or even Samurai Champloo.
But even then, I mean, Bebop's staying power is kind of freakish in the pantheon of anime.
Truly.
So, how would you feel Space Dandy is A or S?
Oh, it's S.
It's S. Yeah. So where on S would you put it then? Like,
that's a tough one.
I could go as high as below Fooly Cooly.
Below Fooly Cooly?
Yeah. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Damn. But yeah, I really did enjoy Space Dandy a lot. And I mean, yeah, that's all I got. Oh, and just like the ending of the show where he essentially gets offered the position of God, turns it down.
Like, nah.
And then the show just loops back to episode 1. And it's like we're just in a continuous time loop, aren't we?
Hey, Big O, pay attention to how you do it.
Also, don't forget how funny those live action ads for the Blu-ray were with those. They may not have been like produced for the show proper, but those ads are funny as hell.
God, Tormenton did a good job of marketing that show.
Oh my god. So, next up.
Naruto, is that you?
You went and got all grown up.
Show me what you got, kid.
That'll be enough of that.
Just like old times, huh?
Multi-shadow clone jutsu!
Impressive, without a doubt. He's matured.
I'm still gonna be Hokage one day!
Sometimes between wrangling premieres and sweating the weekly lineup,
The OG shows that hold it all down get lost in the mix.
so tonight, we're giving one of our greatest anime titles a little extra love.
All hail Naruto Shippuden.
There's the start signal.
Let's go!
Naruto's always dreamed of becoming the greatest shinobi in the village.
There's no shortcut to becoming Hokage, correct?
And with 500 episodes in the Hurricane Chronicles alone, we'd say he's well on his way.
Are you crazy? Taking on 6 enemies by yourself?
Don't make a move. If you do, we'll shoot.
You know, Tom, I can't even remember the last time Naruto wasn't on the block.
Me neither. But honestly, I wouldn't want it any other way.
I'm too shy for this, so excuse me.
Naruto Shippuden, every Saturday night at 2:30.
If you know, you know.
Only Toonami.
A show that premiered on the same day as Space Dandy and will actually be meeting its end in maybe 2 months. A show that's kind of like polarizing, for better or worse, and that is the sequel to Naruto, Naruto Shippuden. You want to know
Oh
what's
man,
you want to know what's
there's
funny?
some good moments in Naruto Shippuden, but it's so bogged down by so many filler episodes and how slow it moves.
Like
and just how-
30% filler.
Yeah.
And it's 500 episodes.
Yeah.
You want to know what's funny? Because I did see original Naruto, but I already knew a lot of the plots to original Naruto because of the consistent recap filler of Shippuden. So, like, I knew a lot about, like, their first meeting, their first test with Kakashi, and, like, and
Yes,
the
remind
Land
us
of
of a
Waves.
much better chapter in the series.
Yeah, because of all the recap. But I will say, when I saw original Naruto, though the original, way that those events were handled are way better than, all the recap shit in Shippuden. But yeah, unfortunately, Shippuden has good moments when it's in canon, but then you'll be in canon for like 2 episodes and like, hey, we're back to another 40 episode filler arc. Let's go. And
Let's not go.
Oh my god.
Shippuden, of all shows, its greatest crime is wasting the audience's time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say that even when it went in the canon stuff, like the pacing would still like, because you would be in canon and you would have like 5 minutes of new footage and then, hey, let's spend 10 minutes on recapping, and then like the last like 5 or 10 minutes on new stuff again. Or like you have a fight in Shippuden and someone's about to lose. Now let's spend the next 3 episodes on that person's backstory before they eventually lose the fight.
It's a pretty good manga, but the anime sucks.
I will say that Naruto is one of those series that does need some sort of remake anime a la Brotherhood. Because I don't think we're going to get that anytime soon because currently his son's in the spotlight. And also there was supposed to be like a 4 episode like thing that never came out. But the point is, Shippuden...
I'll come out when Uzumaki comes out.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Shippuden had a lot of like its ups and downs, more downs than ups. But like I will say that there were some good moments in there. The pain arc, where like Hinata literally gets freaking stabbed and Naruto loses it, and I remember also being so mad that he just kind of forgot that. Like after the events, is like, and then it's funny too because you have Naruto the Last, and the movie literally goes out of its way to make him remember, hey, that happened. And then there was the when he meets his mom, which kind of got me a little bit, if I'm not gonna lie. And then of course the final fight, like the rematch with Sasuke, which literally years in the making. And it's funny too because I didn't really notice this, but like in a lot of material, like advertising material for Naruto, especially Shippuden, a lot of Shippuden's marketing shows like Naruto and Sasuke fighting each other, and you think, damn, they must really get into a lot of brawls, but it's like, no, they only really fought once, and they don't fight again until the end of the show. But yet, for some reason, all the marketing makes it look like they keep getting into each other's faces when that never happens. But the final fight with Sasuke is like one of the best things too. I think what's kind of crazy is the recent episodes, like the past 20 or so episodes, like actually like calling back to original Naruto and using some of the original score from the first series is like, hey, this show used to be good, remember? I just find that hilarious. But so yeah, Naruto Shippuden. Where would y'all rank it? Somewhere in the C or B? Or even lower than that?
Probably low B, because I mean, I guess I keep looking back at the at the fact that we ranked the original in S, and I mean,
I think that should be in A.
Damn, we're all just changing our minds now.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I would probably agree with moving the original down to A, but like, I think that's why I would probably put Shippuden in B, is because I mean, realistically, like aside from the name change, it's basically just more of the original. I mean, I know obviously, there was
less good.
Yeah, right, and that's the problem. Is it's like it's more of the original, but then it really started piling on the filler and whatnot, and I think that dragged it down where the original didn't really seem to have that same kind of problem.
I noticed.
I don't think Shippuden is as fun as OG Naruto. Like OG Naruto is fun to watch.
Yeah, that's definitely.
It's kind of hard to sit through.
Because Naruto, like in the original series, it's like, oh, like a school of ninjas, like and they're like ninjas growing up and all that, and then like Sasuke like goes turncoat, leaves the village, and now all of a sudden it's like I gotta get Sasuke back for 500 episodes straight.
I guess like the way I'd put it like in comparison to the original is when I first watched the original, I didn't see how they were going to make all the exam stuff like exciting. I'm like, who wants to watch, episode upon episode of them taking tests? And yet, honestly, it did a pretty decent job of making that entertaining. Shippuden, on the other hand, didn't really manage to find a way to do that with some of the duller parts of its material.
I think one of the biggest crimes.
There are some really good arcs in Shippuden, but those you have to sit through a lot of filler.
It's one of those. The good is good, but the bad is really bad.
Really bad. I would rather rewatch every episode of SAO 5 times than sit through all of Shippuden.
Wow. So then I think at that point you have to put it at least in C.
I think it's C.
Probably, yeah.
So should we put it below?
I don't think I'd put it above Gundam Wing.
Yeah, it's above Gundam Wing, I guess.
Would you put it above Gundam Seed?
I mean,
yes. If we're gonna put it above Wing, it has to go above Seed.
Yeah.
And I think we should keep it below Tenchi just for Silver's sake.
Okay, it can go behind Tenchi Universe.
And it's kind of crazy.
Personally, I think Zatch Bell is a better show. I think Thundercats is a better show. I think Stormhawks and Prince Dennis are better shows. But
we'll do a list. We'll do a list cleanup at the end of this. Like after we rank everything else, we could do a cleanup.
The C tier is just crazy. It's just all over the place.
I think it was also because we were in a rush last time, and a lot of the final shows on the Cartoon Network list were kind of like 1-2 episode runs. But yeah, so Shippuden, it's kind of crazy to think that come in like 2 months, it's actually like nearing its finale. Like this coming week.
The only Naruto show to finish its run on Toonami.
We're approaching the final arc because I think the next episode begins like his wedding planning stuff. Which speaking of, if you haven't seen the last, you might want to get on that because Toonami once again skipped the canon movie.
After 22 seasons and 500 episodes.
Naruto Shippuden's epic run has come to a close.
Can you believe we started airing the uncut versions way back in 2014?
Wow, the Naruto series is inarguably one of the best animes of all time.
And even though the Hurricane Chronicles are done,
Shippuden will forever be in our hearts.
if we have hearts.
Yep. Now, on with the show.
Yeah. So, next up.
For Ren Okumura's whole life, he's never been as good as his twin brother Yukio.
You should really try straightening out your life.
Now, Yukio's headed off to the prestigious True Cross Academy, and Ren is headed nowhere.
The day will soon come when you must leave this monastery and strike out on your own.
Until the day he learns the real truth about the world. There are demons amongst us. And the biggest demon of them all has his sights set on Ren.
Lord Satan has long awaited you.
Now, if he's going to survive, he'll need to join the ranks of an ancient order.
Come with me.
The Exorcists. The only ones powerful enough to stop the demon horde. School's in session.
In my business card.
And it's gonna be a hell of a fight.
And in my soul, the devil!
Get ready for the series premiere of Blue Exorcist next Saturday at 1:30. May you kick a lot of ass before the devil knows you're dead.
Burn in hell!
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Cursed demon!
Elements like lies trip you up.
Just as I thought.
Till you meet a slow defeat.
The human realm and the demon realm have always coexisted.
They have learned of your awakening.
What the hell do you mean by awakening?
But lately, demons have been crossing over.
Just what the hell am I anyway?
You are not a human being, Ren.
Now, it's up to two brothers to rid the world of evil spirits. The only problem?
You are the offspring of Satan. Demons of all species will come after you for every kind of reason. This sword is more important than your life. Keep it by your side, even when you sleep. Once drawn, your demonic powers will be awakened.
Steal your soul for Blue Exorcist. Next Saturday at 1 a.m. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Blue Exorcist. I did not see it. I was planning to see it, but I was low on time, and I was like, you know what? Because it already has a new season, and it's getting another season later. I'll get to it eventually. So I didn't watch Blue Exorcist. I know that they had the first season, but then stuff happened, and they couldn't get
Blue Exorcist at all.
My initial impression was it was okay, and then they got to Good Guy Satan. I was like, I'm done. I'm not finishing this, and I never did.
Oh
D.
I like the first season of Blue Exorcist. I have not gone to watch the other seasons. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad of a show.
It's pretty bad.
I literally couldn't tell you anything about it at this point because I don't remember anything.
Oh my god! Too bad Steve isn't here because he recently just went through it again in preparation for the new season. So like, he could say a lot more than what we're saying right now. But like, what was the
like a low C? I don't think it's a D show.
Low C.
D series.
You know what? I'm like tempted to message Steve and ask him, hey, where would you rank Blue Exorcist?
Okay, you can put it at the bottom of C, I guess, but I think it's top D.
Okay, bottom of C. Next up.
Since the 1990s, half the world's reported piracy has occurred in the South China Seas.
The package you got from the Asahi Industry headquarters in Tokyo. This is it, right?
Yeah. Rokuro Okajima didn't know that when his company sent him there. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him.
Why don't I do you a favor and show you what color your brain is?
Because the only thing worse than being a hostage of the Black Lagoon Trading Company
Yo, Rock! Heads up! A gun? I don't want it!
is being a member.
Wake up, sailor! We have a job!
Now, the pirate life beckons, and the ocean is his for the taking. If he can keep his new co-workers from getting him killed. Because Rock is about to learn that life on the Black Lagoon...
What now?
...can be one hell of a ride.
We kill them all!
When it comes to killing, she doesn't mess around.
Batten down the hatches, lock and load, and get ready to lay it all on the line.
Let's finish this job.
Black Lagoon, premiering next Saturday at 2 a.m. Take what you can, give nothing back, except bullets. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Now it's time for all of us to go shot for shot.
Black Lagoon, and I did see this. I saw this way back. It was another one of the shows that the guys were recommending I see, and yeah, I saw Black Lagoon, and I had a lot of fun. Like, a lot of fun.
It's
And
a good show. It's a really good show.
It's really
Great
good.
show. Needs, I wish they could air the OVA, but because of the length of it, I can see why it would be
I
problematic.
think it's not the length
Oh.
and
the
more
episodes
of
are
just
like
cost.
33 minutes long.
Oh, they didn't
Yeah,
air? I thought they did.
No, the OVA
They
is never.
reversed Blood Trail.
Honestly, it's
No,
there for the
oddly
fans of
enough,
that
they
OVA.
replaced it with another OVA.
I wish Black Lagoon would get a new season because there's at minimum at least another 12 episodes worth of manga that they could adapt. The problem is it's one of those manga that goes on hiatus for, I won't say Hunter x Hunter style, but it goes on hiatus for pretty sizable chunks. So I can understand why they are hesitant to make any more. But yeah, I love Black Lagoon. I think it's one of the last like ocean dubs, modern ocean dubs, and it was great that Funimation, when they dubbed the OVA, went back to them so that we could keep the cast.
Mm-hmm. Black
For
Lagoon's
me,
great.
I'd put it as an A.
Yeah,
I enjoyed Black Lagoon a lot. Especially the OVA. I swear to God, I heard that one scene where the girl like literally takes the knife from her shoe and just kicks the guy in the groin while also stabbing him. I was like, I felt that. I felt that so much. Where on A would you put Black Lagoon?
I mean, personally, I think it belongs in S, but if we're gonna put it in A, after Symbionic Titan.
After Symbionic Titan? Alright. Really quickly.
The better pirate show, lol.
Okay. Next up.
100 years ago, the Titans arrived.
And just like that, everything changed. We knew home was a pen. Humanity, cattle.
In the aftermath of that reckoning, humanity struggles for survival inside a great walled city. Eren Yeager has spent his entire life inside those walls, wondering what's on the other side.
We live in a cage. All we do is eat and sleep.
Unfortunately, he's about to find out.
It's impossible. That wall's 50 meters high.
Because the Titans are back. And they only want one thing. To devour every human on Earth.
The entire city is gonna stand. Shut up for a second. We're trained for this.
Now, Eren and his friends will have no choice but to fight back against impossible odds or die screaming.
If it comes to it, lay down your lives!
The Titans are coming, and humanity is on the menu.
This is it, people! Do or die!
Titan, premiering next Saturday night at 11:30. Only Toonami on Adult Swim. Attack on Titan, premiering January 9th at 12:30. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Another monumental Adult Swim Toonami era gets that recently ended, and yeah, it's kind of insane. Attack on Titan, and for this, I am including the entirety of Attack on Titan, not like the multiple seasons, because for some reason. For some reason,
they did it that way.
For some reason, Toonami Wiki wants to list Attack on Titan in separate seasons. But sorry, you were saying?
I love Attack on Titan. This is one of my favorite animes of the 2010. It's so good.
It's crazy because like I remember a lot of people talked about it, and I remember consistently seeing a bunch of Attack on Titan references because everyone always points to like the colossal over the wall while Eren is down there and all that. I would not watch Attack on Titan until season 2 made its round. So like when season 2 was coming out, that's when I gave season 1 a watch, and like I enjoyed it a lot. I would not say that I seasons 1 and 2 I watched Attack on Titan, but like I enjoyed it, but that was about it. It wasn't until halfway through season 3 that I actually started to really pay attention to the show and really like give it my all here. And especially when season 3 ended and you got that whole backstory with his father and how like humanity when humanity isn't like it's not the apocalypse, it's just that you're a race of people that are oppressed but because you have some terrifying power or whatever, like that Jesus Christ, like that was such a freaking heel turn. Like who you wouldn't think that right from the beginning. And then it's crazy because the author knew this from the beginning, because you go back to like season 1 and all that, and you look in the background, like there are details that like you don't notice on your first viewing, and you go back there and there they are. And it's so crazy how like the author managed to literally tie everything back around to the beginning and the ending. Like it's we mentioned this in our podcast episode, but like it's not the perfect ending, but it was the ending the show needed to be. I had something else to say and I just lost my train of thought. Oh yeah. However, getting to the ending was such a freaking pain in the ass because they want to say it's the final season, and 3 years later, and we're still watching the final season. It's like it's 2020, and I'm watching the final season of Attack on Titan. It's 2021, I'm watching the final season of Attack on Titan. But when it finally did end, it was amazing. But how do y'all feel on Attack on Titan?
Like I said, I love it. It's one of my favorite animes. Honestly, it's probably one of the best shows Toonami's ever ran. I truly adore this show a lot.
Bold. Very bold.
Armin once told me that beyond the wall lies a great expanse of water. And I always wondered, what's beyond that?
This button turns on the bat signal.
Hey, you just hit a girl.
I just hit a criminal. Beware the Batman is next.
First season of Attack on Titan, I thought it was super, super cool. It kind of cooled off on it in the middle, and then as it came to an end, I was like, yeah, that was pretty satisfying overall. I think it's a fairly strong production overall. There are things about it I wish were different, but
Yeah, I'm a little torn about parts of the final season, but overall, I still really love it. I probably will go back and rewatch it again because
It's
it's
just
that good.
it's just crazy to think that like the main character who you thought was the good guy turned out to be the bad guy. And it's also kind of funny because a while back, I want to say maybe a year or two ago, I watched.
He's just an idiot that came across great powers.
Like
it's not a good excuse, Aaron.
No, it's not.
It's not a good excuse for total genocide. It's not.
It's actually kind of funny because I made a joke of like, damn, if I had a nickel for every time Bryce Papenbrook played a character who tried to incite mass I don't want to say mass genocide, but like mass murder, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. For him as Aaron, and currently he's playing Higurashi in Psalm 100. You know, the guy that sets fire to his village and lets loose all the zombies.
That's a much lower scale, but
I mean,
okay.
The lower scale I know, but like, I don't know. That's what I thought of immediately, like when he made his announcement. Shit, I felt like I had something else and then I forgot. Oh yeah, I was like, if anyone else had anything to say on Attack on Titan.
Great show.
The greatest of all time.
So where would y'all rank it then? Do you want to say it's S or A?
I would lean towards A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would probably go with A also.
There's some story parts in season 4 where I'm like, I'm not fully gel with that.
So
how about after Big O?
After Big O, are you fine with that, Logan?
Of course I am. Well,
After Big O. I'm thinking before Big O. Never mind. All right, Attack on Titan. Like, I mean, it's still crazy. It's just crazy whenever like a long-running like manga or show like finally sees its end. Like, sorry,
we're getting close. We're getting close on another one.
Yeah, My Hero's hitting its end too soon, but we'll get there. But next up,
Bruce Wayne is younger.
Where are you going?
Hot date. Alfred is even more of a badass.
Just who exactly are you?
I'm the butler. And Gotham's villains, Batman, know they must.
It only gets worse from here.
Beware the Batman. Starting next Saturday night at 3. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Beware the Batman. The only thing I know about this was that it was another show that was written off, and I think Toonami had to burn out the rest of the episodes the day before.
Yeah, they burned off the best episodes.
Yep.
It probably would have been better for them to just kind of pull the schedule from midnight to 3 a.m. and just kind of run Beware the Batman at that point. But okay, whatever, fine. Burn it off from 3 a.m. to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they really had to run Space Dandy that night, so.
Yeah. I like the show.
I guess that was actually the night Attack on Titan ended, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
So I think so too. Wow.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Might have been. Yeah.
What, like the when season 1 ended?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not
yeah,
like
that was like a real rough week.
Oh, sure was.
I liked the show because I thought it was nice that they were kind of going with the lesser known villains from the Batman canon.
The lesser rogue gallery.
Yeah, like I
Professor Pig.
It was a nice change. You know, I mean, wasn't the best Batman show, but I liked it. I thought it was pretty fun.
I thought it was pretty good.
I think the Green Lantern CGI series that was airing around the same time is better than Beware the Batman, but Beware the Batman is still a good show.
Yeah. Green Lantern animated series is really good. Beware the Batman is, I think, it's unfortunate or fortunate that there are so many great Batman shows. So, like, you got animated series, you got Brave and the Bold, you got Batman Beyond, you got The Batman, and you got Beware the Batman. So, by process of elimination, it's just not the best Batman show, but it's still a good show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely a good way to put it.
So would y'all put this in C then, or higher?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
C. I'm almost tempted to put it right next to the Batman.
I was thinking that too.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Might as
I
well.
mean, like better than Thundercats and
It's a
Sword Art
better
Online.
watch than Thundercats.
Yeah.
Uh,
The advantage you have with like a Batman show also is like what sets it apart from Thundercats is you don't necessarily need an end to a Batman show.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's if it's just the final episode,
Batman's
it's like,
not going
okay,
on some epic journey to find some dangus.
right. So it's like if it's just the last episode, it is what it is. So yeah, I think that definitely gives it the leg up over Thundercats.
Thundercats just wanted to be Pirates of Darkwater.
oh my god.
Like I feel like the pirate episode of Thundercats, the Sand pirate episode, is like this. They really wanted to be Pirates of Darkwater.
Jesus
they really
Christ. All right. Next up.
Digging tunnels. Day after day. That's my job.
This village is all we have.
We're sick of being cooped up in this little town. It's the young who are gonna break out. Youth of this town, aim for the surface!
Kamina! There's something you've got to see! Huh? I think it's running!
Can we drive it? Adios, Jiha Village. We're going up to the surface.
Look, you think it's some kind of wonderland up here.
Let's go!
But it isn't.
When facing impossible odds.
There are more of these things?
The place is crawling with them!
In an unknown world.
Human scum!
There's only one thing to do.
Are you guys ready?
Fight.
I can't do this! Kick logic out and do the impossible! That's the way Team Gurren rolls! A combining of courage that sets a man's soul on fire! Gurren Lagann!
Gurren Lagann premieres next Saturday night at 2. Dig deep. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Gurren Lagann.
Certified peak.
Yes. I saw it a couple of years back, and then I recently saw the movies in theaters because Aniplex put out those movies in theaters, and yeah, the movies are just like compilations of the show, but like, I mean, Logan could tell you better, but like the animation. I mean, they have some new animations, so they tell some events differently. I will say I like the movie events of the second half way better than I did the TV version of the events. Somewhat like the final fight where they form like Tengen Toppa during
Yeah, it's a more epic ending.
Yeah, I like that a lot more because when I was watching it, of course, like I was all hyped, but I felt like the final fight in the TV show went by too freaking quick. Like I felt like there needed to be more in the movie. The movie just rectified that. But yeah, Gurren Lagann top, easily S.
That's a great show. I love it. One of my favorite animes.
Yeah, you know, if it's the last thing Gainax ever did, even if it's effectively Proto Trigger, it's a good way. You know, it's a good way to go out.
Didn't they like recently announce some sort of collaboration with Gurren Lagann and Kill la Kill?
So because Gainax has been losing money hand over fist for decades, they sold the rights off, just like they did with Fooly Cooly, where IG bought the rights to that. They sold the Gurren Lagann rights to Trigger and Konami, which Konami already owned part of it. But basically, it's now been transitioned over to Studio Trigger completely.
Ah, yes, Konami, owner of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Gurren Lagann.
Very weird, but okay.
Yeah, I remember seeing the Konami logo and the movie screen. Is like, what?
Oh yeah, I was like,
Okay.
wait, Konami?
It was funny because Konami was hurting for money for a while there too, and I was like, oh, who's gonna give up the ghost first, Konami or Gainax? And well,
Gainax didn't have pachinko machines.
Yeah.
Well, they had some.
Well, considering that Konami's like putting out video games again, I think they're hurting. I don't know how all that works. But where would y'all put Gurren Lagann, like on the S tier?
Above Rurouni Kenshin for sure.
Yeah.
Would you put it above
Full Metal?
Yeah.
Would you put it above Samurai Jack?
Yes.
Yeah.
Technically, Samurai Jack got its ending from Gurren Lagann somewhat.
Yeah.
It's funny too because when I watched,
I'd put it above DBZ.
Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny too because when I watched Gurren Lagann, I think it was like 2018. So when I saw the ending, I screamed, "What the fuck? This show pulled a Samurai Jack," and then Silver was like, "No. Samurai Jack pulled the Gurren Lagann."
Yeah.
Gurren Lagann. It was it this year or last year that I turned 15, like 15th year anniversary.
Technically last year.
Technically last year.
But I mean, it's one of those we're getting a full 1 year 15th anniversary celebration kind of things.
Yeah, and then they put those movies out, but of course they're like stupid expensive now because Aniplex.
$140.
Just for the dub, I don't think I can double dip.
Yeah, well, and let's just say there's a bunch of technical issues that I take some personal affront to when it comes to the way they decided to release those discs.
Gross.
So,
all right, moving on.
Next up.
For over a century, the Helsing organization has served the British Empire, fighting a secret war against the forces of darkness.
You've recently been multiple vampire attacks within their borders.
There's no use running.
Far too many to be pure coincidence.
Guns won't help you either.
We are the monsters that protect England from the other monsters.
You're agents of vampire?
He is nothing like any vampire you've ever known.
They tell stories of your amazing strength.
He is truly inhuman, this one. This stranger from the night.
It's time to educate you on how a real vampire does battle. Welcome to the eve of war.
Search and destroy!
It shall be done.
You will be cut down like straw.
Come on, then.
Sing does not run from our enemies! Kill them all!
I haven't had this much fun in ages.
Toonami is proud to present the 10-part OVA, Helsing Ultimate, starting next Saturday night at 3. Open wide.
You made it. Congratulations.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Helsing Ultimate. So this one, for the longest time, I have only seen the Team 4-star Helsing Ultimate Abridged parody. I have never actually seen the vanilla
Give that
Helsing
bitch
Ultimate.
a cannon, bitches love cannons.
Give that bitch a cannon, bitches love cannon.
It was a very enthusiastic walk.
I put Helsing Ultimate on my list and I watched it, and the entire time I'm watching it, I'm just quoting the abridged show.
Boondock.
That was like literally everyone when they were watching it during Toonami. It's like, oh, we're gonna be quoting Team 4-star during this.
It was just like, oh god, I'm trying to remember. It was like, police girl, put my head between your boobs, and and then there was it was I can't believe what surprises me more, the fact that the church strong armed you, or the fact that you didn't see what I did to the statue of Big J. the Jesus 420 YOLO swag. On the
Hooray! It's the
statue.
Catholic Church. Oh no, it's the Catholic Church.
But going on to the action, going on.
Pull out Lucky Charms.
Okay, but going on to the actual like show itself, not the abridged. Because it was my first time watching it, so I'd like.
I'm still amazed they played this.
It's still amazing. Like
and almost uncut.
I had a lot of fun with it. I had a lot of
scenes here and there, but practically in full.
I had a lot of fun with it. Some of the extra bits kind of weirded me out though. Like the show would look all super serious, but then like Alucard would have like a drug trip dream sequence of like sunflowers and all that. The one that caught me off guard was that there's a bunch of different voices shouting to Alucard. One of them supposedly David. Well, fuck, I'm forgetting his name. Oh no, not David. Bruce Willis. It was like Bruce Willis. And then the one that got me was the end where this guy says, "I'm the negotiator," and that's clearly Steve Bloom, and that's supposed to be a Big O reference. And it was just stuff like that, and then also I didn't know that there would be necrophilia in the show. That caught me off guard, and I was like, okay,
amazing how much of that they showed.
I was gonna say, like, they had to have taken that off.
They cut out some things. They didn't.
They edited some sexual assault on a child, which appreciated. Didn't even want to see that.
But like overall, I had a lot of fun with Hellsing Ultimate, and I mean it's like the same experience that I had watching the abridged series, but like just watching the original. I will say I really like Crispin Freeman as Alucard.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know what's crazy though? The police girl thing, right? I thought that was only something from abridged. So when he was calling her police girl there, I was like, wait, this was actually from the source. Yeah. And then the other one was when the pair of brothers are attacking the organization, and the young Valentine like is like just off his fucking rails and just killing guys and saying, "I'm so fucking hard right now." I'm like, so he's not too far off from what he was in abridged.
Not too far off.
But yeah, and also
it's
like
an absolutely ridiculous show that unfortunately has kind of a stinker ending.
Yeah, the ending. Honestly, I'd argue the last 2 episodes weren't that great.
They're not.
I was also gonna say, because there was an original.
Walter's
Hellsing
face turn
show.
is such bullshit. Why'd that even happen?
I was also gonna say because like there is an original Hellsing show. What would you say is the better, Ultimate or the original?
Ultimate.
Ultimate.
By far.
Even with the ending. Okay. Well, yeah.
So the thing is that the original was done by Gonzo, the original Hellsing series, and then this was done by Madhouse and a bunch of other studios. So the OVA is leagues above better than the original.
All right. So
the original's got pretty good music.
That's about
all can be said about it.
Where would y'all rank Hellsing Ultimate then?
B? I think it's B.
B.
I could say the bottom of B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it gets stinky, but it's still a really good time.
Yeah, it's a fun watch.
And next up,
here we go.
Insolent fool.
No one comes to Earth and pushes us around.
There's nothing you can do to stop me!
Earth's heroes have returned.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
And they're kicking even more ass this time.
I gave you one last chance to walk away and you blew it!
Watch Dragon Ball Z the way it was meant to be seen.
Yeah, I'm in.
Right here with us. Uncut.
Please spare me! I beg!
Die. Toonami is proud to present Dragon Ball Z Kai, starting next Saturday at midnight.
Rather impressive, isn't it? Never felt a power like this before.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
This ends now!
It's really happening! Boo is finally coming back to life!
There's not a person alive who can defeat Majin Buu.
This foe is beyond anything you've ever fought before. Never sensed anything like it.
We're dealing with pure evil. Destruction is his only goal.
Is that Majin Buu?
No, Gohan, look out!
He'll bring calamity down on all of us.
What kind of monster is he?
This is Majin Buu.
If he continues his rampage of terror, gone will be the days of peace and tranquility for all living creatures in the universe.
What is that?
Some special effect.
I'm not going to hell by myself. I'm taking you all along for the ride. This is a fine mess we find ourselves in.
We have to get away from here as fast as we can. Is that the best you've got?
Boo goes the dynamite. DBZ Kai, the Boo Saga, starting next Saturday night at midnight.
Something, I guess, like going into some stuff that I'm excited about. This is my first anime ever, Dragon Ball Z Kai, because I saw this on Nicktoons Network, and then I would later, years down the road, would just be scrolling through my TV guide, and I saw DBZ Kai on my TV guide, and it turns out that was Toonami, and that introduced me to Toonami. So DBZ Kai, I have to thank essentially for me being here now. Dragon Ball Z Kai. When I first saw it, and it was Nicktoons, so it was partially censored, and I didn't know that at the time. But then looking back on it, it was censored, yeah, but it wasn't terrible. Like, it had a run on 4Kids, which was way worse.
Blue Popo. And they edited the dragon out of the opening. Why'd they even do that?
So stupid.
It's just Ball Z Kai.
So like
the balls are inert.
So like I wasn't on the internet much, but like the few times I would hear about DBZ Kai, everyone was like, "Oh, it's such a kid-censored show. DBZ is so much better, hardcore, and all that." And then years down the road, like when I saw it on Adult Swim, and I'm seeing Goku spill blood from his fight with Vegeta.
With us.
So then that's when I realized, and then doing some more research, because that's when I was really on the internet, was that DBZ Kai was essentially just supposed to be like the true to the manga edition of the anime, and the only reason why it gets the reputation of being censored is because like Nicktoons and 4Kids were the first like places that would air, which makes me wonder, do you think DBZ Kai would have had the same reputation if, say, like it aired on Adult Swim at first, or like on some other like adult, pretty much like Uncut?
If it aired on Cartoon Network, if they were still interested in airing anime back then, I think it probably would have been edited way less.
Yeah.
Well, like the looking back on it, I don't think the Nicktoons run of Kai was bad, like censored wise. Like I think they just turned the blood white, and like some of the deaths. And yeah,
that does look wrong.
Yeah. Although I was watching it on Nicktoons and I thought this is fine. I think it's leagues better than the Saban episodes. but the thing about Kai, the thing about Kai is even in Japan it had some censorship from DBZ, which is what a lot of people like. The Goku's hole in his stomach when he gets shot by Piccolo's beam to stop Raditz is like, oh, it's so censored. It's like, chill out, man. Was it because it was airing on a different time slot or whatever?
It's fine, yeah, because it was on a morning time slot in Japan.
I guess one of the other biggest like sins or like biggest things about the show was the original soundtrack, the Yamamoto soundtrack, which
I really
then,
like the Yamamoto soundtrack.
which unfortunately,
Doggone.
because of all the plagiarism, like, you know, at the very least for me, at least I actually got to experience the Yamamoto soundtrack since it was on Nicktoons. So they had that version for the longest time, and then the plagiarism stuff happened, and I think some of the later episodes got replaced with the older score. So I do remember a good chunk of episodes with the Yamamoto score.
And then they replaced all the earlier episodes with a not great version of just mixing in Kikuchi tracks, which is...
I was also going to say...
Kikuchi's music is great. It doesn't work that well if you don't put it in the right place.
I was also going to say, because the one other thing I heard is that when Kai aired in 2014, didn't they accidentally air the first episode with the Yamamoto
They did,
score?
and I wonder how far they could have gotten with the Yamamoto score if people just didn't say anything.
Yeah, because, I mean, I know Funimation had, it's probably about 75% or 80% with the Yamamoto score, because the original Blu-ray releases up until, because I think it was, I don't want to say it's 9 volumes, up until like 7 or 8, they had released it, because I have the original versions, and then the last couple volumes they delayed one of them because they had to cancel the release and redo it with the replaced music. Then they finished it off with the replacement music, and then went back and redid the rest of the discs with the replacement Kikuchi score. So Funimation themselves had quite a few of the episodes with the Yamamoto score.
Didn't Japan get as far as like literally the second to last episode with the Yamamoto score?
It broadcast that way, but the Blu-rays over there didn't get that far. They got roughly as far as the Funimation ones did, if I remember right. But yeah, broadcast-wise, yeah, it's there's only like 2 episodes that don't exist with the Yamamoto score.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but DBZ Kai, it's essentially Dragon Ball Z better. Fight me, I don't care. It is DBZ better. Although I should note, I'm also
the final chapter.
Yes, this is. I was going to say that right now. This also includes final chapters. Which, can I just say, when I discovered
Have you
this,
seen my final chapters? You can't miss it. It's green.
I just want to say, like, me personally, when you get exposed to the series, the way Nicktoons handled things were just weird, because they aired DBZ Kai, which consisted up to Cell Saga, but then I remember this. Cell became perfect. He absorbed 18 and he turned into his perfect form. The show went on a hiatus for months. And to fill the gap, they were airing the DBZ movies. So movies like Broly, Cooler, BoJack, all that. And keep in mind, they didn't really care. Like, my knowledge was up to Cell becoming perfect, and they were giving movies that were taking place later in the timeline, like Broly, like BoJack. They did Fusion Reborn. They also did the Wrath of the Dragon. So, I'm seeing Super Saiyan 3 when I'm not supposed to. And then
that's not that different from how things went back in the early days either.
Yeah. And then Kai finished, which was up to Cell Saga, and then they aired GT. And I already mentioned that last time when we ranked GT. And then it's funny too, because because I would later learn that yes, the Boo Saga exists, and I'm like, well, is there not a Kai version of Boo Saga? And well, what do you know? We would get that later. For better or worse.
Find it funny that Toei is like, you can't release the Blu-ray of the final chapters until it airs on television, and lo and behold, they did. Which explains why Laura Bailey's in the dub.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I remember seeing online the final chapters existed for quite a while, and it took such a long time to come out.
Yeah,
I have no idea what happened. I would assume that their Nicktoons deal fell apart, and that basically the rights expired, and Adult Swim was like, "Hey, we'll take it, but that's ours."
Yeah.
But I was
I think it wasn't even going to air in Japan, except they had an opening.
I like the Japanese opening of Final Chapters more than I do the English one. It's a completely different track. If you haven't seen it, look it up. No, it's not Fight It Out. It's called I don't know the translation, but Kuken Setsu Go. Like it's a completely different opening than.
Is that the one done by the guy who does the Hunter x Hunter opening?
Maybe. I don't
Fight It Out. I'm thinking of.
But yeah, so where would we rank DBZ Kai? Because I will say it like for the first section of DBZ up to Cell Saga, it does it tells the events better. Less filler. Like Tom says in the recent bumper, more action, less filler.
It's the best way to watch DBZ if you want to watch DBZ.
I'd put it above regular DBZ because
it's the best dub.
Yeah, I would say the dub is more accurate. It doesn't try to punch stuff up. They kind of go back and forth on like, oh, are we going to translate the attacks more similar to the Japanese, or technically not even translate them? And then they've kind of gone back on that in later stuff. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag there, but I think the tightened up pacing overall and the better dub for me puts it above OG DBZ.
Final Chapters kind of brings down the dub a little bit, though.
It does. That's true.
Because the Boo Saga DBZ dub was really good.
It was, and plus the fact that the Boo Saga international cut meanders for like an extra 12 episodes, which I've never understood why they just tacked on a bunch of more episodes.
It's funny because
about reducing filler, and yet here you are giving us more episodes than the Japanese run. That doesn't make sense.
It's funny because the Japanese version, was kind of different. Let's not forget. It's technically also we had the I don't know if it's unofficial, but we had Team 4-Star on Toonami for that one night, and then
only in the promo because somebody said something and then they got a different version of the episode.
Tony got all pissy about it. Yeah.
But I was gonna say, didn't they air it?
Let him say Toei is still pissed about it to this day.
My understanding is the episode got posted on the streaming version by mistake for 12 hours, and thankfully somebody grabbed it before it was taken down.
I love the Team 4-Star stuff in that.
God, that was so good. That was such a tongue-in-cheek way to handle that, to reference it. But of course,
no, they had to ruin it, and they literally just used the dub from the Boo Saga.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Which was very strange.
It feels like a last-minute decision.
So,
would you put it above DBZ then?
See, the thing is, legacy-wise, DBZ, legacy-wise, is doing the heavy lifting for DBZ for me in general.
True.
And Kai does not have that legacy, though it was a very important part of Saturday Toonami. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
True.
Oh, yeah. It was their anchor for many, many years, and I guess it is still their anchor.
Yeah.
So,
would you keep it?
I don't know.
Would you keep it in S tier or A tier?
I mean, I wouldn't put Z in S tier anyway, but I guess it should be right ahead of DBZ because it is the better dub overall.
We'll put them neck and neck.
I don't know.
How does everyone else feel about it?
I'm fine.
It's fine. Yeah.
All right. And then next up.
They say all good things come to an end. But we say, to hell with that.
This place is crawling with demons!
I'll cut every single one of them down!
Join Inuyasha, Kagome, and the rest of the gang.
Stand back! Wind tunnel!
As they battle the evil demon, Naraku.
Go ahead. Try to cut me down.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Their quest, find the last shards of the Shikan Jewel, or die trying.
You cannot win.
See about that.
It's going to take extensive training.
We don't have time for any of that, and you know it!
Come on, let's go!
Right!
Toonami is proud to present Inuyasha, the final act, starting next Saturday night at 2. This is the way the world ends. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Prepare yourself!
The finale to Inuyasha, the final act. I think I remember
It's
seeing a
rushed
couple.
and bad.
Yep.
Yep.
So
like the story itself, interesting enough, an okay ending, but they just rush through too much stuff. It's just breakneck pace, and it's just not an enjoyable watch.
Yeah, the original Inuyasha didn't really seem to suffer from like any major like filler fatigue, and so then to have the final act, like, I mean, it was 26 episodes, but like it should have been somewhere in the realm of like 39 to 52. Like it should have been expanded by 25 to 50%. You know, the story could have supported
the final episodes of that series.
We're not intimidated by demonic threats either.
I'm afraid this is as far as you go.
We don't have time to play games with you!
You crazy man!
Up to Hanoji Academy.
I see you've decided to take part in my system.
Will I take apart your system and bring it down on top of you?
Yeah, the story could have supported it. I mean, I'll give them credit. The dub was good because they brought back the Ocean cast that they could get because, as I recall, Kagome was recast because her original actress had retired. So I don't know. I mean, it's fine. Like, it's not great, but it's definitely below the original for sure. Like that's undoubtable.
Oh yeah.
Would you say?
Oh yeah.
And would you say the way Inuyasha ended was good, or I don't know?
It was an okay ending.
Yeah, like the ending itself, it's not bad. It's just
satisfactory enough. It's a happy ending.
The overall pacing of the season was just the biggest problem.
Yeah. It was just a mess.
Yeah, decent story, bad execution.
So would y'all put in B or A?
No,
or C?
Not B.
Yeah, I'd have to go C.
Yeah.
I would go pretty low in C, honestly.
Would you put it below Blue Exorcist?
I think Blue Exorcist. Yeah, above Blue Exorcist.
Yeah.
Above Blue Exorcist or below?
Above.
Okay. All right. And now, so this next couple portion is actually kind of, I guess, special to me or a little bit important because the next few shows here would be my first animes aside from DBZ Kai, because when I discovered Toonami after DBZ Kai.
Fear is freedom. Subjugation is liberation. And you will all surrender to... Sorry to interrupt, but I hear you're the queen bee at this school. I want to know if you're the one who killed my dad.
How dare you! Get her!
Out of my way!
Don't you know a Goku uniform when you see one?
Using the Goku uniforms as our weapons, we will carve a path to humanity's future.
I'm sorry, Father. If only I was strong enough, I'd beat it out of her!
You should be careful what you wish for.
Who's there? What the hell? Is that a sailor uniform?
Put me on! Put me on!
They're called life fibers. They're living fibers woven into clothing for combat. These special fibers enhance strength and reveal special abilities.
Is Zenketsu one of those?
The new girls come back.
This time, I'm gonna knock you all on your asses! Let's do this, Zenketsu!
Whoa, what's she wearing?
How dare you come to school wearing that? I'm gonna rip that bikini to shreds! Impossible, 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 impossible!
Okay, Satsuki Kiryuin! Did you or didn't you kill my father? Then I guess I'll have to beat the truth out of her. I can't wait.
You were totally badass, all swinging that scissor blade around, dressed up like a hooker. Shit!
Came Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill was my second anime behind DBZ Kai. And I made sure to, and yeah, I know, trust me, like everyone was asked. That's a hell of a jump.
That was a heck of an anime 101 for you.
Yeah, because like
fighting action into fan service central.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. So like the thing is for me was that it wasn't even episode 1. I think it was like episode 6 or something. And like I actually had a friend on Skype. Yeah, Skype when that existed, watching it with me, and I haven't seen it since Toonami. So I rewatched it before doing this thing, and I'm glad I did because the thing is when I watched it then I wasn't an anime guy or didn't know much, so I kind of was lost on a lot of things. So I'm glad I see it now with understanding way more than I did back then. But also when I rewatched it, it was clear to me that Toonami made some cuts when it aired because there were some scenes that I just was why like I think y'all know what I'm talking about. I like that one.
I'm glad Toonami cut that out.
Yeah, that was a good call on their part.
Ugh, just so gross.
So, and another thing with Kill la Kill was that I don't know if it was the first, but wasn't it like a landmark title for Trigger? Wasn't it? It was like a make or break type thing. Like
it was their first anime.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
I thought because I could have like it was like a make or break situation for them. So like if it didn't succeed.
Oh wait, didn't the Little Witch Academia OVA exist first?
They had the short film a year before, but I mean, so yeah, technically, and they also did Inferno Cop. So I mean, they did have a few like it was their first TV series.
Yeah.
So I rewatched it, and then it's crazy. Like I'm glad also, and then also I didn't know this, but apparently the physical release of the show had an extra episode in there, a 25th episode. So like Silver sent me that. So it's like kind of crazy to me that like like after 9 years I got a bit of closure and like seeing like I guess the epilogue to it. But Kill la Kill, I enjoyed it. I loved it a lot, and it has its fans too. Like there's a reason 10 years later it still is like talked about like to this day. And for me, it holds a special place, because it was the second anime that I've seen, and it was like on the same night that I discovered Toonami too. So for me, I would put it somewhere in A, but I want to know how you guys feel about it.
It's worth an A.
Yeah.
Don't play the video game.
Will always be like
it's not good.
That's too bad.
Yeah, I mean it's the game is like story wise it's fine because it's basically just the anime story, and the actual like graphics are really good, but the gameplay on it's just super clunky. So
yeah.
Also, there's like barely any characters, right?
Yeah, it's weird.
Mm.
But
So-
yeah, like show wise, I'd go with an A. I mean, I enjoy it. I mean, there's a reason that like it's such a flagship for Trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So where on A would you put it then? Personally, I think it would go above Sailor Moon, behind Black Lagoon.
Maybe a
I'm
little
okay.
high, but I could roll with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
All right. Next up.
Sunny, up at 6 today. First one up. My name is Hana. And this is how my days usually start.
Hana, we do not raise our children to cover up their failures.
Heads up! We just don't need you here. And no one cares about you anyway. Someone from down that road is going to come for me. Yeah, that'll never happen.
Come on, Hana. Are you gonna sit there all day?
Authorities have identified the woman who broke out of the high-security and purportedly escape-proof Diamandra Special Penitentiary early yesterday morning. Melandro should be considered armed and extremely dangerous.
Hello, mother. Hello, daughter. Hello, mayhem.
500 for each one of those traps! You shoot them on sight!
Nothing to worry about, kid.
Michiko and Hachin, premiering next Saturday night at 1.
Hold on tight.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Michiko and Hachin. For me, like, because at the time that I tuned into Toonami, Michiko and Hachin didn't air yet, and at the time, I only watched DBZ Kai and Kill la Kill, so I stopped watching after those two aired. And I think Final Act came to an end, and then Michiko and Hachin replaced it. And I remember seeing the promo for it, and I'm like, ooh, this looks cool. So then I watched it. I saw the first 5 or 6 episodes, but I then kind of stopped because like there was a period of time where I wasn't watching Toonami. And then I came back to it, and ironically, it was the last like 3 episodes, like when Intruder 2 was happening. So I missed like a good chunk of it. So I rewatched that because like Michiko and Hachin, I missed a good chunk and I had a hard time remembering a lot of it. So glad I rewatched that. I had a lot of fun with it, and I don't know, like it's hard to say exactly, because I was also wondering, like, is Michiko like her biological mother? Like, because that's never really explained. But like in the end, when they reunited, that actually was kind of teary a bit. But I wanted to see what do you guys think about Michiko and Hachin?
So I'm gonna need to flow with this one.
Oh,
because Michiko and Hachin is one of my top favorite animes of all time. Specifically because in my community, the Black community, we never had like an anime that's catered to us. And I feel like Michiko and Hachin and another show we're about to talk about real soon did that for me. And I love the story. Fun fact, I didn't even know this until later last year, that the character Michiko is actually based on the singer Aaliyah.
Huh.
Yeah. And that was man, I'm getting emotional about it. It's crazy, but yeah, I would personally my personal taste would put it in S rank, but I would be okay with an A rank. But the show,
I do.
Show,
go ahead. I was going to say I do think it deserves A rank, but you were saying.
Oh, I'm just saying that I just see that I just feel like the show is just the storytelling, the animation, everything about it, the emotional moments in it was just top notch.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there because there were some moments that kind of got me, but not gonna lie, like because not only just with Michiko and Hachin, but Michiko and I forgot her name, but the police officer that she grew up with. So they're kind of like they're kind of like sisters, but then like they went their separate ways, and then at the end they were.
You know what called her Jumbo, but that's not her name.
But yeah, how does everyone else feel about it?
I think it's a great show. I mean, the director Sayo Yamamoto has like the 3 shows that have been done that she's done are Michiko and Hachin, Lupin the Third, The Woman Called Fujiko Mine, and Yuri on Ice. All 3 of which, like, I've never watched Yuri on Ice, but I know it's extremely popular. But like Michiko and Hachin and Lupin, The Woman Called Fujiko Mine, both just have so much style to them. Like, they're just so good.
Yeah, I find it funny that they started to get The Woman Called Fujiko Mine, and they couldn't because too much boobies, too many boobies had it.
That's a shame. So then I guess we all feel A tier.
Yeah, A tier.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Where would y'all put it? High, low, like
I don't,
would you,
Maybe like middle.
yeah.
would you
Maybe
put
after
would
you go?
would you put it above Attack on Titan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
Attack on Titan below Big O. So next up,
Oh, man! The capital's even bigger than I thought!
Our land is plagued by corruption.
How can they do this to people?
It's the minister who supports this sort of cruelty.
That man is a demon! Can't any of you see that? Please!
I am going to survive this hell no matter what happens.
We can't shoot innocent people! Tell me about the boy.
He's gonna be joining us.
I haven't agreed to anything.
If we don't do something about the scum terrorizing the capital, then it's never gonna get cleaned up.
You're done.
So it's our job to take out those bastards whenever we get the chance.
That was awesome!
Damn straight.
How would you like to be the newest member of Night Raid?
You're gonna kill me if I refuse to join, right?
Your choice.
I beg you, have mercy on us.
I'm not sure I'm familiar with that.
It's like you guys are taking out the trash, killing off the bad guys one by one.
You're a rogue team of assassins for the sake of justice!
No matter how you describe it, we're still murderers.
Any given moment, every one of us could be forced to atone for the blood that we've spilled.
Are you prepared to risk your life?
I want to do it! Please allow me to be part of Night Raid!
Works for me. Now let's go punish this scumbag. Move out!
Akame ga Kill premieres next Saturday at 12:30 on Adult Swim.
so so Akame ga Kill. So it's funny. So I had this on my list of shows to watch, but when I was getting close to time, I decided to drop it. We recorded, but we only did the Cartoon Network stuff. So I'm like, well, you know what? Since I have a bit of extra time, let me watch a few more. One of them being Akame ga Kill. So I didn't watch it, but I knew two things about it. One, everyone loves Esdeath. The freaks out there love Esdeath. And the second
right.
and the second one is that everyone dies. And
You forgot everybody loves bowling.
So when I started the show, I already had this mentality in my head.
Bulat was his name.
Everyone,
I
so I
just
had
named the guy from Legend of Korra.
Jesus. So I had this mentality in my head that's like, don't get too attached to anyone, and oh my god, so one of the things I should note was that this isn't the first piece of material that I saw the creator, because recently I saw a simulcast for a show on High Dive called Chained Soldier. I don't know if any of y'all have seen that. I knew, God, yeah, that. And I knew
When
it
are we
was the
putting
same-
that on Toonami?
Oh my god, that would be amazing. No, so I knew that. So then, like, when I'm watching this stuff, I'm like, you know what? Esdeath is just the prototype to like a lot of these characters in Chained Soldier, and I enjoyed some of it. I liked some of the beginning stuff, and like him joining the Night Raid. But like as soon as episode 6 started killing off people, I was like, here we go already. And I don't know. So I liked the first half too. I liked the first half. The second half was decent, but then when we got to like when I got to the final stretch, I lost it. Because it's just like all out of nowhere, the child prince goes mad and turns into a big ass kaiju, and Tatsumi, fucking. Any Sonic fans here? Did anyone ever play Sonic in the Black Knight? Because that's what it reminded me of.
I know what you're talking about too.
The freaking when he pulls out the golden armor, and I just swear to God, like I thought of the final scene, the final fight, like the boss fight in that game, and I'm just like I literally screamed out loud. So this is literally the ending to Sonic and the Black Knight, and I was like, what the fuck is going on anymore? And then he stopped it, and that's how he died. I was literally like, he stopped the monster, and I'm like, you're telling me that's how he dies? Like millions of ways to go out, and that's how he. I was literally like, I was so fucking flabbergasted. I'm like, are you serious? Are you like, oh my god? And then the last episode, I'll admit, was pretty cool. Akame having that showdown with Esdet, that was pretty cool. And then when she put the sword on her, I'm like, oh, so this is how she dies. She's gonna do like some suicide move that's gonna give her like a big ass power boost, and then she lives after that. I'm like, are you serious? But then I'm like, oh wait, Leone, she's still alive too. Nope, she gets shot by freaking minister guy, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you?
That was the worst.
I was like, this girl has like. This girl has like freaking superhuman strength. The guy shoots like her belt, which gives her that power, and all of a sudden she's. This is bullshit. That's so bullshit. It's just the ending of that show was so fucking bullshit. And I hear that it did deviate from the source material, so the source material is different. And I learned some of the differences, like certain characters don't die in the manga, but I'm judging the anime. And the anime was like, I liked it in the first half, but by the end of it, I was like, this is so fucking stupid.
They ain't gonna lie, they had us in the first half.
They had us in the first half, not gonna lie. So for me, I put this low C, high D. How do y'all feel on it?
I didn't.
You know, my appreciation for this show has actually increased with time. But
I think for like a mindless fun show, it's fine. For Joe's Toonami's run, not really my favorite.
Put it behind Zatch Bell.
Here lies Tatsumi. He never scored.
That's right. I think he does in the manga.
He does. Logan showed.
He has an actual relationship with Mine.
Yeah, which that pissed me off too. That like she does this cool thing, like in it, like somewhat of a Dragon Ball Z beam struggle that looked so cool. They kiss, and I'm like, yes, let's go. And then she dies, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Fucking kidding
garbage.
Me. It's fucking garbage. Show's fucking garbage. Speaking of, not speaking of. On the opposite side, though, next.
I got a call from the school today. They said you left early.
Something happened?
Just felt a little sick, that's all. I can't tell Mom or Dad about this. I think I'm crazy.
What the hell is going on?
I can't tell anyone about this.
There a problem with your hand?
No, it's fine. I don't know how the hell you got in there, but you're coming out. What did you do to my hand?
I was eating it. I sense one of my own.
There's more of you?
Your host is not optimal.
It wants to fight.
What? You want to fight that thing?
There's no choice. If it kills you, I will die as well. We're in this together.
That one is dangerous. He must be eliminated.
This cannot be happening!
Did you just save my life?
The only life I consider important is my own, so I chose the safest option.
When I first took control of this human host, I instantly received a directive.
What did you do with my daughter?
To devour your entire species.
Parasite, starting next Saturday at 1 a.m.
Looks like someone's terrified.
Get infected.
Parasite the Maxim. So I said earlier that when I was watching a lot of these shows, 2 shows caught me completely by surprise. So one of them was Cashin Sins, The other was Parasite. So with the thing is with Parasite, because I was watching Toonami at the time, and they had the promo for Parasite, but because I was a little scaredy bitch boy and saw, people's heads getting eaten and, body parts being flying around, I was like, ooh, I don't like this. And I saw the first episode of Parasite and I put it down. And I didn't go back to it. But I'm like, things are different now. I'm gonna watch Parasite, and I did. And I'm like, holy shit. Like this I don't want to say it's peak, but it's definitely high up there. Like I had so many emotions when I was going through the show.
I think if it wasn't for the fucking dubstep music, the show would be an all-time classic. The OST is
Freaking Skrillex music. There were a lot of moments that I really loved in the show. Like I can definitely see why it's on a lot of people's recommendations. And fucking like yet again, like when I finished it, I was like, I can't believe I slept on this for so long. So yeah, like Parasite completely took me by surprise. I'm like, when I turned it away, I didn't give it the time of day, and then like here I am now finally paying attention to it, and yeah, it's literally like one of the best animes out there. How do y'all feel on Parasite?
I like the show.
I like Parasite a lot. I think it is a really great show, and I'm glad Toonami aired it. I watched the simulcast when it was airing, and all of a sudden I was like, oh man, this would be so good on Toonami. And then Sentai got it. I was like, well, that's probably not going to happen. And then we get the dang food truck in Anime Expo. I'm like, yes!
There was a food truck.
Yeah.
Yep.
The food truck that spoiled that Toonami was licensing Parasite.
Oh. I didn't see. You see, I wasn't on the internet as much as y'all back then, so like I had no idea on this stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think they made a mention of that at their San Diego Comic-Con because I think they made some passing comment. Well, a food truck spoiled our announcement, so here's Parasite.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
it's like, yes.
It's also one of those rare gets for Sentai where it's not in their usual, like, I don't want to say, like, horny stuff. Because,
yeah, but there's sex.
You're not wrong there.
My guy actually scored, unlike Tatsubi.
You're not wrong there. Okay, but where would y'all rank Parasite?
Parasite's really good.
I would put it high A, maybe low S, but that's just me.
I think high A would be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
put it behind Black Lagoon.
Black Lagoon.
That was what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it did.
Put them Madhouse shows back to back.
Yeah, I was also gonna say too, because like I look at I see Studio Madhouse a lot when I'm watching these older shows, and I'm like, does Studio Madhouse still exist? Because like I never see. They do. All right.
They just recently did Fearin'.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
So next up.
Starts Saturday, November 7th at midnight.
Tom, I'm reading a large ship, unknown design. It's firing on us. Brace for impact.
Sarah, open fire.
There's definitely a life form aboard that vessel.
I'm not down with any visitors who don't call first.
Be careful, Tom.
Intruder 2 starts this Saturday night at midnight.
The first total immersion event in years. The first one in the Adult Swim era of Toonami, Intruder 2, and I actually remember seeing Intruder 2 somewhat when it was happening, but I didn't see all the episodes, and I was also lost because I'm like, who the fuck is that as the Intruder? Only to realize years later after seeing Intruder 1, oh, that's Tom 1, voiced by Sonny Strait. Holy shit. But I want to ask you guys, because y'all were probably there when it was happening, how do y'all feel about Intruder 2?
It's still the best total immersion event Toonami has ever done.
Yeah,
Yeah,
put it above Intruder 1.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the greatest total immersion event.
They'll never top this.
Yeah,
Nope,
it's
never.
funny because it's like it's you wouldn't expect it to be able to beat the first one because it relies so heavily on the existence of the first one, but it does.
Evil Tom Intruder being the antagonist was just so good.
Yeah,
it's perfect.
And
if
like
they ever bring back Evil Tom again,
and he made him blow up the ship. There were stakes.
Yeah. And like Sarah was dead partially. And also one thing I really like, because the graphic designer in me gets all giddy when they do this, is like when they adjust the packaging to show things are bad, and then each week an episode plays. When an episode plays, it got worse and worse, and then like when he blew up the ship, the packaging was just non-binary code for like an entire week.
Yeah.
Like
now that's total immersion.
Yeah,
I really liked that. And then it got me so angry when like they did the Forge and they did like nothing. Like, but we'll get there.
The other thing that worked with it was they proved that, because the Cartoon Network era ones were basically like a week-long event, so you only had to go a day before you got the next installment.
Yep.
So like with this, it was it was spread out because we obviously only got them weekly, but it showed that like they could really deliver on that dramatic tension and make you interested in watching it week by week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And another thing about the bumpers is like a lot of the scenes they use for the bumpers tied into the episode of The Intruder, which I thought that was very, very clever.
Yeah. I mean, because like the static and all that got like way worse as it went on, and then he blew up the ship, so like it was just nothing but code for like that 1 week.
This is honestly like peak effort Adult Swim Toonami. I don't think it's ever been as good since.
Nope.
Yeah. So next up, after we had Intruder 2 and we relocated to Shogo 162, we had Michiko. I actually remember this too. Michiko and Hachin had its last episode during Intruder because I actually remember seeing it. And then what would replace it?
Fine then. Let's get started. Mugen is the name, pal. You got that? Who are you? My name is G. Wait, what? You should remember it. Mess with us and you're a dead man. I can handle you. Mugen, Gene, and Fu. Samurai shampoo. Samurai shampoo.
Vagrant Mugen! Vagrant and Ronin Jin! Are you ready to grovel at my feet and beg for forgiveness?
I'd rather die on my feet with my head held high. I agree with him. It's your turn now, pal. All right.
Burn it to the ground!
Aren't you going to run? Nah, I can't imagine a more perfect setting.
Samurai Champloo. Around this time, I was getting a lot more into Toonami. I was watching more of it. And I did see a couple episodes of Samurai Champloo, but I never saw the entire thing. I remember seeing some of the middle episodes, and then the ending. I remember seeing the last episode, specifically because One Punch Man would premiere after. One Punch Man was its replacement. So I remember being all excited for that. But I recently did watch through all of Samurai Champloo, and it stupid good, really good. Like I like the whole like aesthetic they had going with like this. Was it Edo Japan? Like I'm not too knowledgeable on like Japanese history, but like that whole aesthetic combined with like with with with, with like these hip hop like there were moments, I'm not gonna lie, it made me feel like I was watching an episode of the Boondocks. Um, then in a good way. Like yet again terrible with my opinions, but point that I'm trying to say is I really had a fun time watching Samurai Champloo. If it was up to me, somewhere in A. But yeah, how does everyone else feel?
I like
I'll go
Samurai
with A.
Champloo. It's a great show. Yeah, I'd say A too.
Yeah.
A. All right.
Just the music alone. The music alone.
Oh, I have the opening stuck in my head still. Uh, actually, I forgot it now. It's ironic because I was trying to say the name. Oh, Battle Cry. That's what it was.
Battle Cry. Yep.
Where would we put it on A?
High A, personally.
Yeah.
Above Kill
probably,
Kill?
Yeah.
Above Parasite?
I'd probably put it above Parasite myself.
How do y'all feel on that? All right.
I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Above Parasite, below Black Lagoon. So too bad Sketch had to step out for a minute, but I was actually hoping he'd be here for this one because next is
In the distant future, a discovery of the fourth dimension has allowed for abundant renewable energy for the whole world. To harness it, coils now power everything. But things aren't always as rosy as they seem. Illegal coils offer the underground a dangerous option. And it's up to collectors like Kiyoma Mabuchi to stop them.
None of you clowns have the stones to handle illegal coils.
His distrust of the coils may be the only thing that's going to keep him alive.
If they destroy you, don't blame me.
Now, he must discover the secret within this one-of-a-kind android, Mira, as the world around him closes in to maintain a dark truth.
This is it! This is the beginning!
Toonami is proud to present Dimension W, Saturday, February 27th at 12:30. Power up.
Dimension W.
Pretty sure
Oh.
I don't remember this.
This show certainly exists.
So it's kind of funny because I actually did remember watching it on Toonami, and I remember liking it. But then I also remember, I just remember the ending kind of came out of nowhere or something, and then later I would ask the guys, "Hey, what's the consensus on this show?" And they're like, "Bro, it's freaking terrible. It's like mid." And I'm like, "What?" So then I recently rewatched it for this, and in the beginning, I'm like, well, I'm having a good time. I like it. Like, I don't see where does it get bad. And then I see where it gets bad because I kind of liked it in the beginning when it was trying to be this like I not detective show, but like where I forgot his name is trying to hunt those coils down, and now he has Mira as his partner, and they're just going about their business, doing their work, and that's what I liked a lot. So I thought it was going to be a lot of that, but then like here comes a really rushed final ending arc out of nowhere, and all of a sudden all the plot lines get resolved, and there's just you're gonna out of nowhere introduce this scientist guy who's worked with the Mira's father from the beginning, and he was the one responsible for everything bad in this world, and then some big ass kaiju. And yeah, by the end of the show I was like, okay, yeah, I see why now. I think what disappointed me was that I really loved the opening stuff, but those last few episodes just killed everything. So how do y'all feel in Dimension W?
Bad show.
Yeah, the only thing I know about it is that I know the manga was still ongoing, so I'm assuming the anime decided to go off in its own direction.
I am tempted to look that up. Same with the Kami Got Kill, because I do want to see how the original, like the source materials, handled this.
Yeah,
I think the
I
most
know
interesting-
there's also an unaired episode of Dimension W, which, frankly, you know, if this goes to show you anything about the show and its reception here, we got the Blu-rays, and then the OVA episode had been announced like 4 days before the American Blu-ray release, and they never even bothered to like dub it and put it on Crunchyroll that I know of. Like they just didn't even bother with that, and the company that licensed it in the UK, they licensed it and then just quietly dropped it and canceled the release. They just never even released it.
Jesus Christ.
I did like the I will give it this. I did like the opening.
The opening's the best part.
The break
the opening
dancing.
was good. Like the break dancing was fun. Like the theme song was good. Like, you know, so I can at least find something, you know, good to say about it.
I think the most interesting thing I can say about it is that this was done by Studio Orange before they started doing CGI anime.
Yeah.
I saw them in the I saw them in the credits, and I'm like, wait, the same studio for Beastars and Trigun Stampede?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for me, like I think what killed me most about Dimension W was that I liked the begin. It's another case of they had us in the first half, not gonna lie. Because it's like I'm thinking it's gonna be somewhat of like a buddy cop type thing. Well, not cops, but like, you know, these two unlikely, you know, people having to pair up and freaking hunt down coils. But no, like they had 2 episodes of them going coil hunting, and then immediately we're just thrown into this freaking island final arc. And yeah, that was like, ugh, I did not like that. I did not like
I have
that
to
at all.
wonder how much Funimation asked to put this on Toonami. This seriously feels like, we have this new show that we're co-funding. How about you air it? And we'll give it to you for basically nothing.
Yeah.
So,
you know, to its credit, it did pretty well on Toonami.
I mean, it ratings-wise, it didn't do half bad.
Yeah. I guess people were just curious enough about something completely new.
Yeah.
But it really fell apart at the end. There's some I like some characters, particularly Loser was an interesting character. I thought Kyoma was an okay protagonist, and I liked Mira too. You know, it was fun. Watching them do things, but the story's just bad and overly condensed, and it's a mess.
Which makes me really curious about like the manga and the source material, because I'm actually curious to look at that, because Logan said it was still ongoing when the anime was made, so that already tells me okay, the source material has to be different. But where would we rank Dimension W? C, D?
D.
Yeah.
Would you put it above Tenchi in Tokyo?
Above Tenchi in Tokyo, below Yu-Gi-Oh!
Because Dimension W is at best inoffensive. Unless you know anything about science, then it's very offensive.
Oh my god. Next up.
Every single year, millions of the world's most skilled applicants apply for the Hunter exam. But only a handful make the cut.
Will all of the applicants please enter? Being a hunter is a dangerous job. You could die at any time for any number of ridiculous reasons.
You know it's a suicide mission, right?
Death is not among my fears.
Let's do this. 1, 2, 3. Now's our chance. Come on.
I'm becoming a hunter no matter what!
Toonami presents Hunter x Hunter. Premieres Saturday, April 16th at 1. You can't spell impossible without possible on Adult Swim.
another long-running show, and honestly, it was for the longest time my favorite anime until that got dethroned by another show we'll talk about later. Hunter x Hunter. And I remember seeing the first few episodes, fell off it a bit, but then I came back in the end of the exam, like the Hunter exam, and then I stayed with it ever since. And I really love the show. The Chimera Ant arc is both depressing and it's stupidly bloated. But like that entire scene where Gon just has a meltdown over being unable to save Kite, and then what he does against Pito, literal goosebumps. The show and the show as a whole, like it pretty much. I know for a fact that Yu Yu Hakusho walked so Hunter x Hunter could run, and Hunter x Hunter, because I would read the manga somewhat. Like I didn't catch up to it, but it had my attention like that, and I really liked. I liked Gon, like as a main character, and the relationship between Gon and Killua. For me, I would put this somewhere at the very lowest high B, maybe somewhere in A. How do y'all feel on it?
Bro, no, this is S.
Oh,
yeah.
Hunter x Hunter is peak shonen.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's another one of those symptoms of the only real disappointment is that it's not done. And, obviously the circumstances behind Togashi and the manga are why the anime hasn't really been able to continue. So, like, it's a different situation from some of those other shows that don't have a continuation. So I don't really hold it against it for the same reason I would a different show.
Same. And where it ended was an okay ending.
It was fine,
like,
yeah.
At the very least,
it could have been a lot worse.
I mean, at the very least, it was Gon's ending, because I know after that it becomes about Killua later. I mean, not Killua, Kurapika. Because I know he still has some unresolved business.
Oh boy, does he.
So so when I was saying A, I was just trying to be super nice because I didn't know if it was okay if I said S. But since y'all just said S, I'm going S. So like, where exactly on S?
Oh, I feel like either before or after OG Dragon Ball.
Before or after?
I'd probably go after myself, but yeah.
Above Full Metal Alchemist?
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're talking about top tier anime from shonen manga, Yu Yu Hakusho, Brotherhood, Hunter x Hunter 2011, and Dragon Ball are all that.
Yeah.
All right then. Well, so it'll be S tier between Full Metal Alchemist and Dragon Ball. Next up.
In the distant future, mankind has reached the stars, but the galaxy is troubled.
No more colonial rule!
The push for independence is spreading across Mars at an alarming pace.
The Calamity War is over, but Earth still rules Mars with an iron fist.
Earth Sphere's economy depends on that used-up colony.
You little punks are to do exactly as we say, understand? Pick up the pace, kid!
They either smack us for a few laughs, use us as human shields.
Those who oppose them, fight.
Time for us to change the game.
Let's take them down, you guys! We're not gonna die! Not like this!
Their only hope for independence is a medically enhanced child soldier and a legendary mobile suit called Gundam.
Let's go, Barbatos.
Mika! I don't know where you got that thing, but you really believe that you can take down the graves of Galahorn with an old mobile suit like that?
That's right.
Toonami is proud to present a new chapter in one of the greatest anime sagas of all time, Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans, next Saturday at midnight.
Did you pieces of trash forget who you're dealing with?
I just wanted to make things clear. We're the ones who are in charge around here now. Got it.
Suit up again. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
This would be the return of Gundam to Toonami, because it's been literal years. This is the first Gundam series on Adult Swim Toonami, and I'm not 100% sure because I wasn't in the community at the time, but was this a big deal or not? Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans.
It was a big deal at the time.
Yeah, it was a big deal because it was a relatively new Gundam show. It hadn't ended all that long ago in Japan.
Yeah, that dub turnaround was like 6 months.
Yeah, it was a really weird situation licensing wise too, because it was dubbed in LA by Bang Zoom, but Funimation got the license instead of Nozomi, like all the other Gundam stuff, and it was just weird. Like, I've never really understood why that happened, but it got it on Toonami, so that was great. In fact, a friend of mine did a bunch of secondary voices for the second season. I mean, I like IBO. The biggest problem I have with it is the end of the first season is very scattered, and it's because the production team got told kind of last minute that, oh, hey, we're giving you guys another season. And so a lot of the characters that they were planning to kill off, they were like, we really can't kill them yet. And so you can see plot threads that were going in a direction that suddenly just stop dead, and it feels completely unnatural, and it hurts the show for that.
I would agree.
I haven't seen it since it aired. And like, I don't know what exactly the context to this is, but I remember Silver made a joke thumbnail of Iron-Blooded Orphans, but he called it Pedo-Blooded Orphans.
I mean, it's really just because, I mean, I'm assuming it probably more has to do with the end of season 2 and some of the stuff that goes on there. I mean, to be fair, both characters are teenagers, so I mean, I know where he was going with that, so I wouldn't necessarily say he was wrong for it, but I mean, it was a big deal in general too, because the last like major TV Gundam show, especially one that got a dub that and also had come over directly, was Gundam 00 back in like 2008, and that didn't even air on Cartoon Network. That aired on Sci-Fi's, and they butchered it because they cut stuff that was after the after the credits and whatnot. So like then it was OVAs and movies and Reconquista and G, but it didn't get brought over here. It didn't get dubbed. So IBO was a big thing just because it was a return to TV Gundam that got a dub relatively quickly, and it got put on TV for us. So it was a big deal. I mean, would I rank it above stuff like Seed and Wing? Probably not myself. But if so, I mean, I could see the argument that it might be the better show.
I think there are things about IBO that are better and also worse than both of those Gundam shows.
Yeah. I mean, so I guess if anything, maybe stick it smack in the middle of with the two of them and just rank it about the same.
Wait, where again? A, B? Sorry, I
it would be C, like basically C. Sitting right with Seed and Wing.
Yeah.
So up, just like there, like
between Wing and Seed.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Next up.
This is an emergency evacuation warning. A giant creature of unknown origin has appeared in City D.
And the situation seems to be spiraling out of control.
Please evacuate immediately.
Guess I'll go.
Who are you?
Just a guy who's a hero for fun.
For fun!
I'm the hero I'd always dreamed of becoming.
We're unstoppable!
became so powerful, no one can beat me. Having overwhelming strength is pretty boring, actually. Fear, joy, anger, I feel none of them anymore.
I'm gonna slice your eyes out with these. Huh?
I got dirt in my special pants place. Let me just shake this out. Before, I'd have all kinds of emotions whirling inside me when I fought.
Put a spin sight on that big headlight of yours!
Now, all I need is one punch to end it.
I am the submarine!
What a weakling!
You're gonna pay for my ceiling.
Twin blade kick!
Checkmate. Oops.
Sorry. You will never beat the Beast King.
Is this the guy you mean?
Try and stop me!
I just do the hero thing as a hobby, but as long as I get a kick out of it, in the end, that's all I really care about.
Emergency evacuation. A new monster has appeared in City F.
Occurrences of tiger-level threats and above are increasing in frequency.
Time to hunt. All of these nobodies combined wouldn't be enough to take me down. Let's find out who's the strongest in here.
Hello, my name is Saitama. What's shaking?
I've been waiting for this moment.
Come at me, bro.
I'll kill you so bad you'll beg for death.
Nice. I'm hyped.
Killing you is the reason I've come.
Wasn't expecting that. The world is chock full of super strong and pretty awful people. Standing up to them is what heroes do. Even if that means doing it alone.
Get ready for Season 2 of One Punch Man, premiering next Saturday at 11:30.
You need a hand or...
No! I have to be able to handle this on my own!
Okay then. Try not to lose.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
So I'd mentioned a couple times in the past. So I wouldn't really commit to watching Toonami. At the very least, I wouldn't commit to it every week and watch all the shows until One Punch Man came to the block. Once One Punch Man joined, that's when I was locked in. And so our next show, One Punch Man, and I'm including both seasons here. And I remember how big of a deal this was back then because I wasn't even watching anime at the time. And I just remember everyone talked about One Punch Man. One Punch Man this. Can Saitama beat Goku? All that stuff. So like when I heard that One Punch Man was coming to Toonami, I was like, all right, that's it. I'm locked in. I'm ready to go. I am ready to see the show because everyone talked about it. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna watch it on Toonami. And I really had a lot of fun, and I enjoyed it. That was season 1. And then, freaking 4 years later, season 2 finally dropped. Which, because I recently did rewatch One Punch Man, and I will say that season 2, yes, is a downgrade from season 1. However, it is not the worst animation I've seen. There's been way worse like action animation than One Punch Man season 2. I'm not a fan that
and
JC's
beyond that, the story, the humor, it's all still pretty good.
Yeah, I'm just not a fan that like they ended season. Wait, what'd you say?
I said I think season 2 of One Punch Man is a step down in terms of story and humor from season 1.
Well, yeah.
They ended it in the middle
used their best
of an
stuff
arc.
in the first. They used the best stuff in the first story arc.
And the fact that season 2 ends in the middle of an arc. So that's fun.
Yeah, that doesn't help. And we're still waiting on that third season.
Supposedly this year, apparently. It's still JC staff. I remember they announced season 3, and everyone was saying that it's going to be Mappa, and no, it's JC staff again. I'm like, the Mappa recently cooked with Jujutsu Kaisen, the Shibuya arc, which, if you haven't seen Jujutsu Kaisen season 2, specifically the Shibuya arc sketch, do yourself a favor. That the animation is fucking insane. But like,
I'll wait till Toonami.
Tush! I hate
I'm still waiting.
One Punch Man comes back to bite him after the break.
Think you can run from me?
Toonami delivered. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is coming up next.
Scarlet Overdrive!
Anyway, but I don't know. But One Punch Man as a whole, seasons 1 and 2, I like story wise. I love the show a lot because it's essentially a lot of these shows are about like, oh, this character wants to be strong and all that. But what if you have a character who's already the strongest and to just beat up everyone? What do you do now? It's One Punch Man is supposed to be that the message of like, well, if you manage to become the best, then what now? What do you do after that? Which, I kind of see them explore that topics. Like, I remember the one scene where King and Saitama are having a conversation. And Saitama's like, I didn't really feel, and then King is telling him, like, you need to look at it from a different perspective. And like, you say you're the best, you're the best at this, but like, truly, have you ever thought, like, I kind of forgot a lot of what they were talking about. But, and then all the other characters around Saitama are just as interesting. Like, I mean, if we're going to be honest, Saitama is like the main character, and yet there's so many moments where he's not on screen. Genos I like a lot. Speed of Sound Sonic, I don't know if he becomes a monster or not. Like he like they gave him those monster cells. I am reading the manga because I planned on reading the manga after I caught up. Also, Tornado and Blizzard exist.
Ladies.
Yes,
they do.
But
and they're really powerful. It's nice to see really powerful female characters.
Yes. And also on the anime side, yeah, season 1's like phenomenal. So the thing is that
punched way above its weight class.
The thing I say with season 1, I said this a while ago because like I made the same. I say One Punch Man season 1 is kind of like Fooly Cooly season 1, in like the sense that like you had the right people at the right time doing this. It was like capturing lightning in a bottle, and you can't replicate that again. Which, for Fooly Cooly, we'll talk about later. But for One Punch Man, that's what I say in terms of season 1 to season 2, and possibly season 3. I still don't understand why they kept JC Steph. But for me, for One Punch Man as a whole, I would put this in A tier at least.
Yeah, A. Like season 1 is really, really, really good.
Yeah.
Season 2 drags it down for me. If it was just season 1, I would say S. But
at the very least, they should have made season 2 like a 2-core season to at least tell the whole arc in a single season and not stretch it out.
I don't know why they did 12 episodes again. That's weird.
So where in A would we put it?
Oh, how about above Deadman?
Above Deadman?
Yeah, that's fair.
So
and A. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Next up.
This moment's been a long time coming, JoJo.
Dio, you villain! What sort of monster have you become?
That mast must be destroyed, and its master must be reduced to ash! You dare think you could lay a finger on me? I will stand astride this world. Humanity will kneel at Dio Brando's feet.
I'm not going to let you kill anyone else! Your fight is with me!
Prepare for the carnage! Courage is to look your fear in the eye and know that it has no dominion over you. Bare your soul. Hold nothing back, lest you not survive beyond this moment.
Dio! I'm not done with you!
Won't you die already?
My spirit trembles. My heart is ablaze.
Sento Homo Nova!
Blood is thicker than water. Get ready for the premiere of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Saturday, October 15th at 12:30. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Feel the beat of my hum on overdrive!
Granny should be able to sleep well tonight.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. So I did a little different for JoJo. JoJo, I actually decided to split up its seasons. Well, I say that, but part 1 and 2 are together, but like 3, 4, and 5 are their own shows, because JoJo parts are essentially different shows in my opinion. Like sometimes they have connecting themes, like one part will connect to the other, but overall each part of JoJo is essentially its own show. So for JoJo, I decided to split it up, even though part 1 and 2 are the same because they're classified as season 1. So that's why I kept part 1 and 2 the same. But JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, this was also a big deal, right? It's funny too because I actually remember watching that April Fool's promo that Junior uploaded years ago, and everyone apparently was wanting JoJo for the longest time. So
I
JoJo
couldn't
was
get it
announced.
because Warner Brothers, their parent company, wouldn't allow them to, or at least for a cheap price. Which is so dumb.
Absolutely hilarious. It took until Viz licensing it before Toonami could even get their hands on it.
Yeah, and Warner released one of quite possibly the worst anime DVDs of the modern era when they released the first first season. That DVD was a fucking joke.
And it's wild to think that we're back to where we were again. But yeah. So for this, it's specifically JoJo Part 1 and 2 that we're ranking. I remember it's funny too because when I always saw JoJo, I always thought of Part 3. Like I always thought of Stans, I thought of Jotaro and all that. So when JoJo came out and it was Part 1 and it was, Jonathan Joestar and hormone breathing and all of that, I'm like, where's the cool guy with the hat and the thing with the I forgot it wasn't called like Stan, But then, I actually watched Part 1 and then Part 2 and I'm like, I'm having a lot of fun with this. I hate Dio to death. He killed the dog, which, I mean, the show has an obsession with animal cruelty. It's insane.
It does.
So fucking insane. But
spoiler alert, I think Part 3 is the worst JoJo.
Oh.
Spicy.
Big hot take here, but I kind of agree.
We'll
think about season 1. I know a lot of people are like, "Oh, you have to, get through Phantom Blood." It's like, bitch, Phantom Blood is amazing.
Yeah, I don't understand that perspective on it. I like it.
Like, it's not peak, but it's really entertaining stuff.
I'd have to say,
I just think Battle Tendency is a lot better than Phantom Blood.
Yes, Battle Tendency is really, really good, though. I mean,
Joseph.
The whole Nazi thing is.
Joseph is my favorite JoJo.
Same. Well, until he cheats on his wife.
I just love the.
But I still like old man Joseph. I can't lie.
What's his name? Ben Diskin. I think that's Ben.
Ben Diskin was young
doing his
Joseph
number one
Joestar,
voice.
doing his number one voice. I love it. I love the dub Battle Tendency. Dude, even Bryce Papenbrook's awful Italian Caesar.
Oh wait, that was Bryce as Caesar. Oh my god!
Yeah.
Because I didn't see it since it ran on Toonami, so I didn't know too many actors at the time. But now that you say that, I gotta look into that now. So where would y'all rank JoJo Part 1 and 2, specifically Season 1 of JoJo?
A?
A's good.
Yeah.
I think behind Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
Behind Black Lagoon, above Samurai Champloo.
Yeah.
All right. Next up.
Tom, we have an emergency. New sensors are showing dangerous seismic activity around us.
There's something out there in that storm.
You need to get back to the station now. Tom, we have an emergency. New sensors are showing dangerous seismic activity all around us. You need to get back to the station now. There's been a hull breach. Sensors show the hull breach right ahead of you.
Can't confirm visual yet.
The second total immersion event for the Adult Swim era of Toonami, Intruder 3.
What
But
an
when
uninspired name.
I was also going to say that this doesn't really, they should have called this something else, because this really doesn't have anything to do with
It's all about
Intruders or
worms.
Intruder. Yeah, worms.
They could have called it something else. It's
Should have called it in
It's
Tremors.
good. Tremors. Giant pink worm.
You know, it was a fine little push of the lore, introducing Georgia. It was on. They fought some worms.
Worm that they don't do anything with.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they
I'd
got
probably throw it down with the other ones from the Cartoon Network era. So like B,
I'd
maybe
even
less.
toss it below them. It's probably. Let's just put it at the top of C.
Top of C.
Yeah, that's fair. Just thinking about it, yeah, Countdown's probably the like better between. If I'm just judging between those two, so yeah.
Countdown actually does something with the characters.
Yeah, that's the thing. It actually goes somewhere.
Intruder 3 is just kind of like, there's worms. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
It turns out that this base that we've been in all this time is actually a huge spaceship. That was kind of cool.
And now they're back in space. Oh, and Sarah has a new body now. Like she now has like a pixie form.
Yeah.
What was I going to say?
Something I really stopped doing, like total immersion events yearly.
So next up.
All contact has been lost with the Vesta 1 command crew. They are cut off and all alone. Or are they? Check out the new animated short, Scavengers, next Saturday night starting at midnight. Only Toonami.
Now for an extra treat. Scavengers.
Where did I get this one? Oh, so this is the Scavengers.
The original pilot for Scavengers, which is a fascinating piece of animation.
Yes.
It's a very interesting short. I love the show, Scavengers Reign. Great series that's never airing on Toonami. Thank you, Warner.
Watch it on Netflix. But so Scavengers, the pilot short. Where do y'all think that would fall?
It's really good. How about after Intruder 1?
After Intruder 1?
I would agree with that.
Alrighty.
Right.
So, next up.
Man, it's been way too long.
I'm proud to say world peace on Earth is now officially permanentized.
Do you really think you have to keep training?
Yeah! Majin Buu is ridiculously strong. And you never know. One day, someone even stronger could show up. So I've got to keep training to keep you guys safe.
Another planet has been decimated.
Just what could be happening out there? This is bad. Horribly, horribly bad. Lord Beerus the Destroyer has awoken.
I see him clearly. The ultimate fighter. His power will keep me suitably entertained.
You've waited long enough. And now the time has come. Toonami is proud to present Dragon Ball Super. Premiering January 7th at 11:30.
I will find him. This Super Saiyan God.
The tournament will have the strongest warriors from across the multiverse.
If we lose, our entire universe will be destroyed. Bring it!
My energy's rising, overflowing. I spend every tortured hour in this hellscape dreaming of fighting you again.
The whole cosmos will know the glory of Prince Vegeta!
Dragon Ball Super, Saturdays at 11.
Be a warrior. Reawaken the fighter you truly are.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Another pretty big deal. And I actually remember the news to this, not for Toonami getting it, but the original news of Dragon Ball coming back to TV. The first new Dragon Ball series in years, which kick-started after the success of Battle of Gods and Resurrection F. But Dragon Ball Super. If y'all were watching when it launched in Japan, that was a fun, like I say the biggest mistakes was them retelling Battle of Gods and Resurrection F with worse animation. And then the original stuff was really good. I liked the Universe 6 tournament. Although I feel like we didn't need another carbon copy of Cell. And it's kind of crazy that he's not even the latest copy of Cell. For those who read the manga. But like, so the Universe 6 stuff was really fun. And then I remember the Goku Black, the Future Trunks stuff. That was like when Super was really getting trending online because everyone at the time was making theories on who could go. This was such a big thing at the time. Who is Goku Black? Is he Goku? Is he Zamasu? Is he like everyone had their own theories on who Goku Black could be. I remember that time on the internet. That was a fun time. But then everyone liked the Goku Black stuff, but no one liked the ending to it. It's so freaking where like the Zenos just explode the universe, and like all of a sudden, their Future Trunks and Future Mai are now living in another timeline with the same with other copies of it. It's so fucking weird.
On the plus side, it gave us Eric Vale's greatest line as Trunks ever.
Hold your fire! This man isn't black. I'm so shocked that stayed, and like they never edited it either. Oh my god!
They knew exactly what they were doing.
Oh god, like that, like the show was great. No, and then no, it wasn't even just that. It was also that one filler episode where aliens think Mr. Satan is the strongest man, so they want to fight Mr. Satan, but then Mr. Satan gets Goku to fight him. But then,
oh no, my tractor!
Oh no,
that is the greatest ad-lib.
Oh no, my tractor! It's so fucking great. But then we get to the Universal, the survival tournament, and like that was really fun too. Like playing with the concept of like different universes and like seeing like other beings from there. It was I really enjoyed it. But then in the last section where everyone is just fighting Jiren and the universe, and the Pride Troopers. That was kind of overstaying its welcome, and there were just some choices I didn't like hey, let's reuse Vegeta's sacrifice from the Buu saga, okay, I was about to say something else, but then I realized this wasn't in the anime, this was a manga thing. So would y'all believe me if I told you that in the manga, Master Roshi actually went toe-to-toe with Jiren?
What?
He went toe-to-toe with Jiren in the manga.
Okay.
Like
I mean, good for Roshi.
He was dodging his punches and all that, and Goku sees that, and that's kinda how he somewhat gets Ultra Instinct. That's not a lie. So if you read the Dragon Ball Super, like, just a little tangent, the Dragon Ball Super manga, it's a little different from the series because, like, they started with the Battle of God stuff, they skipped the Resurrection F stuff, went straight into the Universe 6 stuff, but they tell the events differently from the anime. So there's a lot of different things that the manga does compared to the anime. So, like, another example is the Future Trunks stuff in the manga is way different, like, than the anime. Like, example, Goku Black, he doesn't even go Rose at first. He actually gets normal gold-haired Super Saiyan, and then he goes Rose. And then they also do a lot of retconning. It's weird. I suggest reading the manga version of Dragon Ball Super. But everyone says, and I say it too, the manga version of the Universe 6 stuff is so god-awful. It's worse than the anime. It's actually funny. The manga version of the Goku Black stuff is better than the anime, but the manga version of the Universe 6 stuff is worse than the anime. One thing I do have to give Dragon Ball Super, one thing, like they redeemed Android 17. Like, that was, like, no one saw that coming when he would, because when they showed the posters for the Universe Survival stuff, everyone was like, whoa, Android 17, he's going to be part of the team? That's pretty cool. And at first it was like, oh yeah, that's pretty cool. But then it's so wild that he ended up being the MVP of the whole tournament and had the biggest. He had some of the best moments in the arc. Had a Chad line at the end. He was the one that wished for all the universes to come back. I find it funny. It's like they're trying to say sorry for Super 17 and GT, in my opinion. But what I'm trying to Dragon Ball Super, great time. It's not the greatest show ever, though. It has a lot of flaws. So if it was up to me, I would put it high B, low A. How do y'all feel about it?
I mean, I like it. I don't think it's better than. It's weird because, like, if I had the choice on which one I'm gonna watch, I'd probably pick Super before I'd pick, like, Z.
Ooh.
Even though I do think Z's the better show. It's hard to explain, but, like, I feel like I enjoy Super slightly better if I'm subtracting the first 27 episodes, something like that. Just because, honestly, yeah, redoing the movies was a waste of time. But I understand why they had to do it. So it's like, all right, fine, whatever.
What a lot of people do is that, like, everyone says, if you're new to Dragon Ball and you're going from Dragon Ball Z, for Super, everyone says just watch the two movies and then start at, like, I forgot the number, but the episode after Resurrection F, like, where they start the new stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there is some fun stuff that they expanded in there, like the Ginyu stuff.
Ginyu coming back.
That stuff's fun.
Resurrection F is, a bit worth your time if you already saw the movie.
Oh,
but Battle of Gods wasn't at all.
Yeah, no, that one's a total waste.
Like 13 episodes for Battle of Gods? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'd still probably watch the first episode because that one, as I recall, is pretty much all unique stuff.
It's essentially, you could say it's a prequel to Battle of Gods.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So then I'd ignore the rest of that
and technically, and technically, there's an episode that bridges Battle of Gods and Resurrection F. That's completely original too, where True. It's like where it's just how they end up training on his planet. And, like, how they kind of stumble upon the blue form.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. High B is probably fair.
But don't worry, guys. The show's totally coming back for a season 2. Okay, Geekdom on the internet said so.
Any day now.
Curious to see, though, how Dragon Ball Daima, when that comes out, how that'll rank amongst.
Well, it'll be nicely animated.
Yeah, they spent a lot of time. But how does everyone else feel on Dragon Ball Super?
I am not a fan of Dragon Ball Super. I kind of wish it didn't exist.
Oh my god. Ooh, why say that, good sir?
It's just needless.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I will say that
there are some ideas that I think that I think there are some worthwhile ideas in there, but it just no.
I still contend, and I think I said this when we talked about GT, I still contend that just the Frieza resurrection wish alone makes GT hard to reconcile with like direct canon, because I'm sorry, when you have those dragons, like the dragons that were generated by the most evil wishes used on the Dragon Balls, or like the most powerful wishes, like I'm sorry, but Oolong wishing for panties versus then Frieza getting wished back from death, I'm pretty sure that's gonna rank a lot higher than panties.
Yeah.
So that one, that's one of the things that's super. And granted, you can
but
also
were
play that blame on
panties
the movie.
a necessary evil?
Well, and the idea was it was never necessarily evil wishes. It was just like the power of the wishes in general. So I mean, I guess like they're kind of on like, I mean, they're minimal wishes compared to like, oh, we wished back the entire population of a planet. But yeah, I don't know. It's just
I don't care how it messes with canon. I just don't like Super very much.
That's fair.
I'm pretty over it.
So I guess high B then.
That's where I'd put it. I mean,
can we put it after Soul Eater?
Okay, I could accept that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, next up.
Tell me, do you believe in the existence of new types, Captain?
What's this?
Spend enough time on the battlefield and you'll encounter a sort of power that can't be explained away easily.
Target has been acquired.
Since its victory in the 1-year war, the Federation has lived in fear of this unseen power.
I remember this. I've seen this before.
The power that screams J'accuse at the privileged class that lives on Earth.
Help me. I'm afraid something terrible will happen.
The power that calls all the abandoned space noids to awaken.
For the first time in my life, I knew what I was supposed to do.
The unidentified single-horn suit transformed or morphed. It's a Gundam! Get the hell out of my way!
Toonami presents Gundam Unicorn, premiering January 7th at 1.
Another Gundam show. Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn. The only thing I remember from this put me to sleep.
If you want to watch Gundam Unicorn, watch the OVA. Don't watch the TV.
Gundam Unicorn is a very pretty OVA and a not very well-paced TV series.
Yeah, like that's the thing. The difference between the Gundam Unicorn 7-episode OVAs and the Re-0096 TV cut is if 0096 had been, say, 12, maybe 14 episodes, it would probably be just fine. The problem is they stretched it into like 22 episodes or whatever. And so like the longer it goes on, the longer the recaps of the last episode start to be, because they had to pad the thing out to make it fit the runtime they needed. And like by the time you get to the final episode, it's basically like, hey, the first half of this is recapping everything you just saw in the last episode because we literally don't have any more content to do here. And rather than animate, like there's literally like 2 new pieces of animation in the entire run that were not in the OVAs. And like even then they only corrected like one shot that they messed up in the OVAs. I'm a big fan of Unicorn. I mean, I really enjoyed it, but not the TV cut. Watch, like Sam said, watch the OVAs.
Even beyond that, I just think the ending's kind of stinky.
Yeah,
it's a weird ending because like people to this day still argue: are they actually time traveling, or are they just seeing images of the past? And it's like nobody's ever actually clarified on that one.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, and the thing is, there's talk that because there's Gundam NT or Narrative, which was a side story / sequel from the same writer as Unicorn, and supposedly, according to Sunrise's roadmap, there's supposed to be another Unicorn OVA at some point, but who knows if or when that will ever happen.
I'm looking at C, and it could probably be somewhere pretty low on C, but top of D makes sense to me.
Honestly, yeah. If I'm judging it solely based on the TV version, yeah, I'd go D.
So would you put it at the very top?
Yeah. Because
that's where it
straddles
final act in Blue Exorcist.
Yeah, well, like that's where it straddles the line of like, I like the content of the story, the execution and the TV cut's bad. So it's like I would rank it C otherwise, but it's the method of delivery drags it down.
Yeah, like we got all these other Gundam shows in the C tier. I'm like, it's got to be significantly lower than that. Because as many problems as those have, they're nowhere near as bad a watching experience.
Yeah.
All right then. Next up. The little Sand, Whale, and Me. This was made with Toonami's 20th anniversary. It was released, 4 episodes, I think, per. So this was during the 20th anniversary celebration. I have not seen it since then. I probably should have watched it before that because I'm having a hard time remembering it.
I forgot this existed.
It was a fever dream.
To be completely honest, I kind of view it as, here's AT&T money, Mamoru Oshii. Here, have some money from us.
Yeah.
Was not expecting a live action thing from Mamoru Oshii.
See, I'm not surprised by that just because like I've worked on some of his other movies like Fast Food Grifters. So that doesn't surprise me, and like the weirdness of it doesn't surprise me if you look at some of his other stuff. But it just it's definitely Oshii, but it's just a bad fit for Toonami. It just didn't make sense.
Just kind of weird. But that said, I don't think it's terrible. It's just
okay.
It's just whatever it is.
It just it exists. like I said, I forgot it existed.
It exists. Put it next to King Star King.
Yeah.
It exists tiers.
It exists tiers. What was King Star King again?
Lower C next to G.I. Joe.
Oh, next to G.I. Joe, yeah. There it is. Behind or above?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I'd say
they're about
behind.
equal.
I think King Star King has a better creative vision.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, next up.
People, children, flesh, man, flesh, family, flesh, girl, flesh, woman, flesh, boy, flesh. No way! There's no way that I could ever eat another person's flesh! I want to eat that, but I know I can't! What's happening to me?
Humans aren't your friends. They're nothing but food to eat.
I can't be a ghoul! Not if this is what it's like!
This is ridiculous. Why don't you just give in already? A half-breed like you isn't gonna last 5 seconds out here.
I'm not like you monsters!
The ghouls of this once quiet ward are suddenly becoming more active. It's our sworn duty to drive every last ghoul out of Tokyo.
Nasty little insect. I'm alone. I'm not a human or a ghoul. There's no place for me.
I'm coming for you, Kamachi.
Toonami is proud to present the premiere of Tokyo Ghoul, Saturday at 1 a.m. Eat up.
A very controversial show for 2 reasons. Tokyo Ghoul. Controversial in the sense that it was a horribly animated adaptation. And it was also controversial because this was when One Piece got canceled, and this replaced One Piece. And everyone was not happy that you replaced peak fiction with garbage.
And so late, like everybody was talking about Tokyo Ghoul like 2-3 years before that. And I know Toonami can be late to the show sometimes, and it works out okay, but this time, nobody cared.
Nobody cared.
Yeah, nobody
cared, and
bothered. I think everyone was like, "Oh, they're going to run season 1, and then just going to stop." No, guys, when they acquire season, they acquire everything.
Time to go on the run with Lupin the Third.
That man is a notorious thief who worked all over the
world. There are things about that second season that I kind of like, but man, it's just a mess of an adaptation.
And thank God they never bothered with Ree. They never bothered with Ree.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I remember watching it, and yet again, I haven't seen it since the run, so my memory's fuzzy. But like, I remember enjoying the first few episodes, and then I remember this man getting captured and tortured ungodly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then like after that, I was like, "What's going on anymore?" Like at that point, I had no idea what was going on. But how do you all feel? Would this be a C or a D?
D.
D for me, because like, I don't even think I finished it when it was running.
I would go with D. Put it after Unicorn.
On D after Unicorn.
No, wait. There's some pretty good shows in D actually. there's some decent stuff in here.
Would you put it above Dimension W?
Yes, I would put it above Dimension W.
Yeah.
Dimension W below Yu-Gi-Oh? Above Dimension W below Yu-Gi-Oh?
Sure.
All right. And next up.
Lupin! That man is a notorious thief who worked all over the world!
Let's go meet this treasure that's soon to be ours.
Don't say that I didn't warn you.
Stop that woman!
Jeez, Pops, can't get anything past you.
He'll steal your heart, and then he's coming for everything else. Lupin the Third, premiering next Saturday night at 2.
Take it off.
That'll be my pleasure.
Only Toonami on a...
The return of Lupin the Third to TV, at least, because I mean, I'm going off like knowledge. Like Logan could probably tell you better, but like Lupin the Third, it had like part 1, 2, and 3. They were TV animes, and then like for the longest time they were like relegated to like OVAs and movies and things. So like part 4 was like the first new Lupin the Third TV anime in years. Am I right on that?
Brute forcing a show into success.
Lupin the Third Part 4 and Lupin Part I have Lupin separated too. So Part 4, 5, and 6 are their own
That
thing.
makes sense.
Yeah.
So Lupin Part 4.
I love Part 4. Part 4 is my favorite of any of the Lupin shows, and considering I've worked on all of them but Part 6 and Part 2, because Discotech had released Part 2 before I worked for them, I adore Part 4. I wish that Rebecca were a regular character in the subsequent specials and seasons. They finally introduced a character that actually was strong enough to become a part of the Lupin gang, and it's a crime that they have not used her more.
Does it hurt you that she showed up in Part 5 for like one episode and then pieced out ever since?
No, I mean it was disappointing in the fact that they didn't use her more than that, but it was great that they didn't just relegate her to only existing in Part 4. So it was at least something. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like that was the thing, was Lupin Part 2 aired on Adult Swim back in the day, and that dub was a little more goofy, but like it introduced the cast that in my opinion is like the Lupin cast, like Richard Epcar, Tony Oliver. Like it's when I think of Lupin, that's my cast. And like, I don't know, just Part 4 nailed it. The biggest disappointment for me with Part 4 was we got the international version, so we didn't get the Yuji Ono score.
Yeah.
And it had those
different
really
music?
annoying... Yeah, we got different music because it was produced for the Italian market, because Lupin is extremely popular in Italy. So that's why it's the Italian season.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, they produced 2 sets of music. Yuji Ono, who did all the Lupin music, produced the Japanese soundtrack, but internationally, they would not let us use anything but the international soundtrack. Now, I love the opening and ending themes for the international soundtrack. The general episode music is, I mean, it's fine. Like, it's not bad, but it's just also not great.
Yeah, I forgot about this.
Yeah, the biggest issue I have with the international cut is that super annoying introductory video that's like a minute and a half long. That's like, I'm Lupin the Third, and I'm Jigen, and I'm Goemon, and like, it's the thing was, it would have been perfectly fine if that had been on like maybe the first 2 or 3 episodes, and then they cut it. But it was on every single frickin' episode. That was annoying. I did not like that, and I wish they had cut that, but, what can you do? So, for me, this would be like mid-level A. For me, I'd put it around Big O.
I remember enjoying Lupin. So this was my first Lupin show, mainly just because I never really seen Lupin before. But like I remember having a lot of fun with it. And yeah, I'm with Logan that I really did it. I liked Rebecca a lot. And I wish she stayed more than just in Part 4. How did Sketch and Sam, how do y'all feel on Lupin Part 4?
I'm not a big Lupin guy.
I like Lupin pretty well. I think A's a bit high, but looking at some of the other shows in A,
would you put it on low A, say underneath Deadman Wonderland? Or
how about between One Punch and Deadman?
Between One Punch and Deadman
I can accept
Wonderland.
that.
I kind of flip-flop on which of Part 4, Part 5, and Part 6 of which one I like the best. Because there's different things I like about each of them. I don't know. Yeah, let's just go with that for now.
All right. Next up.
No way, we got it! That treasure's been at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years, and now whatever's in it is ours.
It seems like this thing was locked from the inside. Something's written on it. D-I-O.
How could a human being stay buried underwater for 100 years?
Because that person is evil incarnate, and his name is Dio! Now that he has been awakened from his 100-year slumber, it is our fate to fight that man!
There's some sort of invisible string that connects you all to him. His rebirth is also your own, awakening your sleeping powers. I'm afraid this may get a little bit rough.
The only way to break this curse is to find Dio and kill him!
I will eliminate them all. The Joestar clan must be destroyed.
Don't say I didn't warn you!
Get ready for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders, premiering next Saturday at 12:30.
Your death will be swift and painful!
You sure about that?
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Stardust Crusaders. And this is the one part of JoJo that everyone talks about, and the one piece of JoJo that I thought was just the entire show, but no, that's just part 3. JoJo Part 3, looking back on it, like I had a lot of fun with Part 3, but I think at the time I wasn't a fan of them being like an episodic thing, where they're like, hey, here's a new stand user every episode, sometimes a 2-parter and all that.
It got pretty ridiculous.
I honestly think it's like the original OVA that came out years ago.
The stand user is the orangutan, and the boat is the stand.
Oh my god, that's so freaking.
One time they had to fight the sun. It was just like Super Mario Brothers 3.
He literally just tossed the rock at it. Oh god, I'm trying to I guess what would y'all say your favorite stand battle is? Mine would have to be Darby the player, like the card game, not the video game.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Good. Yeah, I did enjoy that.
I mean, also like Dio, of course, because like another thing is that Part 3 is kind of a meme, specifically the Japanese version, because you got
Dio was really good.
Because you got Dio's actor just going all over the place, and then you got Zawardo. So I guess where would y'all put Part 3 then?
How about behind Soul Eater?
Yeah. Behind Soul Eater, above Dragon Ball Super?
Yeah.
All right. So one thing I forgot to mention, I probably, because I was lost in thought for a quick second when y'all were on Lupin, but actually I did see the first episode of Lupin Part 4 in MomoCon, because they screened it there. That was the first event that I live.
Everyone just left after their whole presentation, like, oh, we made our announcements. Here's an episode of Lupin. Everyone leaves.
And there were some people still there. But yeah, that was also my first live Toonami panel. That was also my first year of MomoCon, and I made MomoCon.
Thanks, Richard Epcar, for spoiling it.
No, that was Part 5. That was Part 5.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can be
forgiven right. It was
you could be forgiven for
press
mistaking
release.
that. Yeah, but you can be forgiven for mistaking that, because there have been instances where some of us on the Lupin production team have been like, we should probably ask him to delete that tweet because it's potentially spoiling things.
So next up is
figure out a way to move up the ship if you have to. If you can. Then you have to. Or we're all dead.
Countdown, and I actually remember they screened the first trailer to this at MomoCon. Same, but yeah, Countdown, the third total immersion event of the Adult Swim era, and y'all already were saying that it's better than Intruder 3, and I agree with y'all there. How do y'all feel on
Yeah.
Countdown?
I like this stuff building the story of Tom and Sarah. I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, apparently Sarah gets corrupted and she becomes like super evil and everything. And that apparently there's now 2 timelines. One of Tom just floating in space, while the other Tom is just back on the Absolution. He's a little scarred, but he's still on the Absolution. Or the Vindication, that's what they called it.
Mhm.
So how do y'all feel on Countdown? Where would y'all rank it then?
I might actually above the Cartoon Network ones.
Yeah, thinking more about it, that's kind of where I'm going with it, just because the whole like future Tom and Sarah thing was kind of interesting.
Maybe even the bottom of A.
Bottom of A?
I could go with that.
So like
Yeah.
underneath Deadman?
Yeah.
Yep.
Now, I wish Steve was here for this. But the next show is another long runner that aired on Toonami, and it has its fans, but it also has its detractors.
Welcome, acceptees. On this momentous day, you will take your first step down a new path. I pray that one among you will have what it takes to become the most powerful mage in the land. And now, to accept your grimoires.
Hey, is my grimoire running late or something?
In this world, magic is everything. It's not a matter of whether you have it, but how much. You're the only person I've ever heard of who can't use any magic at all.
You possess not the slightest bit of magic in a world where magic is everything? Forget about becoming the Wizard King. You'll be lucky to just get a job.
I'll show all of you. I will become the Wizard King. I'll prove anyone can be great. I won't give up that easily.
Get ready for the premiere of Black Clover next Saturday at 11:30. School's in session.
I will be the Wizard King. Nothing's going to stop me.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Give it up for Black Clover. The silence shows are all the fans coming out for it.
I mean, it's not a bad show.
No,
I mean, the beginning portions of it is pretty bad, but it gets better as it goes along.
The thing is, the manga has a much better pace, and that's
for sure.
kind of what people like about it. And then the anime doesn't really have that. So, but there are people that really like this show, and you know what? They can have it.
I know Steve is all over this. But it's funny too because I remember.
Like, it's a fine shonen series. I wouldn't put it anywhere near like top level shonen. It's a fine show.
No.
I just remember a lot of people were calling it a Naruto ripoff.
Well, it is.
Yeah. And it's also because like they were also trying to market it so big as like it's the next big thing or whatever, and it wasn't.
Oh, TV Tokyo definitely tried.
Yeah, it was pretty obnoxious, honestly.
It's like you had Naruto, you have Luffy. Now get ready for the next big shonen mascot, Asta.
It's like, hey, TV Tokyo. The next big shonen's My Hero Academia. Get the fuck out.
So for me, when it first aired, I kind of was just with Black Clover because like I hated it was because of Asta. the way he sounds, like I'm pretty sure it's the same in Japanese, but in the dub, he's just so
Dallas Reed is
irritating.
at least a lot more tolerable than the Japanese voice.
I like,
Oh yeah.
and yeah, that's another thing. It introduced me to Dallas Reed, who, like, every time I hear him in something, he's always screaming. And I think one show that he wasn't screaming in actually got me to appreciate him. And it only took me actually hearing his normal voice and not his screaming voice.
Yeah,
But
good.
I didn't like the beginning of Black Clover a lot. But like when they got to the when they started season 2, like after they did the water temple stuff, and they were back into it, when they went to the witch land and he unlocked his devil form, that's when I really started like getting into the show. I felt like the whole plot with the elves though went on for way too long, and then and then showcasing that it was some devil guy behind the scenes the whole time. It's also funny too because I thought the show was going to end after that because they spent so much time building these guys up, but when they finished it, it just kept going, and I'm like, well, okay, I guess we're still going. What else are we doing? And then they do the whole war with the Spade Kingdom, and like they get that started, and then the show ends. It's like so weird. And it's funny too because that movie that came out, they initially said that was going to continue the story, and it never did. It was just like another side thing. But for me, I don't know. I'd put Black Clover low B. How do y'all feel about that?
Seems fair.
Yeah, I think that's fine. How about how about
Above Hellsing or above Tenchi?
Above Hellsing.
Above Hellsing?
Yeah.
All right, we're almost there. We're in 2018 now. We only have 2 rows. We're in the I don't want to say home stretch yet. So next up,
I can't believe it! The guy's already saved 100 people at least. Look, he's got more!
Fear not, citizens, because I am here.
It was an age of heroes.
Want to be a hero too, huh?
More than anything, you don't stand a chance without a quirk.
Even if everyone thinks I'm useless, I'm not gonna give up.
There are stories about every hero. How they became great.
No, you idiots! Stop!
Most have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think.
Why are you here? I don't know!
You too can become a hero.
If you want to be a pro, you're gonna have to push yourself to the brink.
Let's go! Let's go! Put your back into it, Midoriya! Don't give up!
You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best!
Show who you are. Embody what it means to be a hero.
When everyone's a hero, is trying your best good enough? Damn right. My Hero Academia, premiering next Saturday at 11:30.
If I'm being honest, this is going to be super hard.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
What does it mean to be a symbol? That's what I want to know.
That's tough. I'm not certain how to explain it to you.
I don't think you all know how dangerous this is!
Whichever one of you is the strongest, step up! Come fight me! Pretty bold of them to attack without hesitation like that. I'm almost impressed.
My Hero Academia. Saturdays at midnight.
Bet you didn't see that coming!
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
another big shonen show, which I think at the time too, everyone was like, what took them so long? Because they were already 3 seasons in by the time Toonami got them. But My Hero Academia finally joined Toonami. And I remember it's because I was on the internet more often now. And I remember a lot of people talked about My Hero Academia specifically when season 2 was out. Like, because I remember a lot of people made such a big deal about that, about the festival, like the tournament arc. And then it popped back up again in season 3 when All For One had the showdown with One For All. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, All May had the showdown with One For All. Or All For One, God. And then But then, like, over the years, I've kind of seen talk about My Hero just kind of die down. Like, the last time I saw anyone talk about My Hero Academia was season 4 with him going 100% against Overhaul. But then, like, after that, the show just kind of fell off. And it's only recently that it's kind of picking back up again since it was announced at the time of this recording that the manga in 5 chapters is actually coming to an end. So everyone's like reminiscing. But for me, like I don't know. I like My Hero Academia. I don't love it. I think it's better than other shonens out there, and a lot of people put at like debate if like Deku is like the face of modern shonen, which that's debatable. But My Hero definitely it's another show to where like the story it's good, it could be better, and for the love of God, stay away from the fan base. For me, I give it high B, low A. What about you guys?
Probably be low A. It's a great series when it has its great moments, but
yeah, I think a low A is good. Maybe put it right above One Punch Man.
Above One Punch Man.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because like that's kind of like you mentioned, you know, that like the talk about it kind of died down, and like that was my biggest thing was it felt like a lot of the stuff that it was doing, like that was fairly unique early on, just kind of devolved into sort of feeling generic for a while, and so it was just kind of ho hum. With the like it felt like all the exciting stuff was shifted over to the movies. Which I mean, obviously you have to put some kind of big like punchy moments into your movies because you want them to be some big spectacular moment. But like
a reason to sit in the theater.
Yeah, but like it felt like the show might have suffered in a sense for that because it was just kind of like I said, it was just kind of ho hum.
We all might have suffered.
Oh.
When Toshinori lost his powers, this show really lost some steam, but I think it picked up in the 6th season a bit, and I do want to watch the 7th season. I'm just waiting for Toonami.
I know, like you would think at this point it would be there because, like, I thought after Zom 100 ended it would be there, but like we're still waiting, and I'm like, okay, it has to be after that marathon.
The interesting thing about My Hero is like we started it so late, but they caught up really fast. And then it was like, okay, so it was a little rough when we were
Gundam.
When we were starting things up. It was a little rough that My Hero was so far behind. They caught up, and then like it was practically airing at the same time as the dub was releasing. It was like, okay, well, I guess all that suffering was worth it. And now My Hero is a big part of Toonami. But now we're constantly like, okay, we got My Hero again. We've watched My Hero, it's gone again. Now we wait. For how long? Who knows?
Usually
it's a frustrating experience.
It is. And honestly, since the manga has like a date, like an end date now, I'm assuming that the season we're having now is probably like the penultimate, and then the last one would probably be the next season, which I hope they don't pull an Attack on Titan move for that. Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh boy, they just announced that Demon Slayer was just going to finish in 3 movies.
I know, and I'm so
And none of them will air on Toonami.
No. They will, because you know for a fact they're going to turn those movies into a TV arc.
Oh, right. I think I did hear that they were going to make them into TV arcs. Yay.
Anyway, well, that's enough of that tangent. Now...
Forget
There's nothing I want to be. There's nothing I want to do. All that exists is zero. Would it kill you to have even the tiniest reaction?
Morning! Good morning, Hidami.
When you hit pause on the world like that, your body will slowly start to rot away.
I suppose I'll just have to bust on in.
Where is she? The one who pulled that out of you!
You can't escape me!
This is a matter between you and me, so don't lay a hand on her.
I think I'm going to overflow!
This girl packs a punch like a shooting star.
The world must be destroyed before it can become beautiful.
Guess that's what they call adolescence.
The next show is the first, I guess, like Adult Swim era Toonami original, and it's also.
If you don't count Samurai Jack season 5.
What?
If you don't count Samurai Jack season 5, I count it technically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The first
anime co-production of the Adult Swim era.
Yeah. The first sequel to Fully Cooley Progressive. My
opinion on this has softened over the years. I still don't like it, but my god, considering the other sequels that we have gotten from Fully Cooley, it's not that bad.
I find it funny. I made the joke a while back that was like, I liked how we all dogpiled on Progressive, but then Grunge came out, and then we look at Progressive like Thanos is like, perhaps I treated you too harshly.
Yeah.
I think for me, because the trailer showed both Progressive and Alternative, I wanted really badly to like Progressive more. And the thing was, the first episode of Progressive, yet again, that was a MomoCon panel, and I was there for that. The first episode of Progressive, that felt special. Like the first scene where she's having that dream sequence with Pillow's music playing. Thank You, My Twilight. That's on my playlist, by the way. That's such a great song. But that entire first episode, and just like up to the end when Haruko unmasked herself, I thought we were gonna have something special here. The first episode of Progressive was actually really good. And then the rest of the show came out. I really wanted to like Progressive a lot, and in the end, it just didn't.
In the end, it didn't even matter.
I mean, back then, we kind of said this was the worst of the sequels, but we've had 2 more sequels since then, and now it's the second worst. But we'll get there.
Yeah.
For Progressive,
it's the second worst by a mile.
Yeah.
Progressive, I would see this somewhere in the C tier. How do y'all feel on that?
Yeah, maybe low C.
Low C.
Where I think what killed me most about Progressive 2 was that I was wanting to see, because this was technically labeled as a sequel to season 1. So I was hoping for some callbacks, like maybe like some of the older characters. Like now it's
the only thing they have is like Eyebrow Guy had a son.
Yeah, Eyebrow Guy had a son, and that's it.
Yeah.
But
I think it's better than those Transformers shows. Is it better?
Like typing it up, like, oh, there's going to be surprises for fans of the original, and like nothing here.
Is it better than Blue Sub? It's probably better than Blue Sub.
Yeah, I'd probably put it above Blue Sub, but that's about as far as I think I'd go.
Above Blue Sub, behind Zoids. And yep. So next up.
I'm Pee-Pee-Me, and I've got some news. The Earth is under attack.
Damn you, stupid thunder!
Do you even have any idea what you've done?
Well, do you? So, you like this one? Isn't the red great?
Yeah, it'll camouflage the blood well.
How about Scorpion?
I am your true god.
I'm Pee-Pee-Me, and I've got some news. The Earth is under attack.
Damn you, stupid thunder!
Do you even have any idea what you've done? Well, do you?
So, do you like this one? Isn't the red great?
Yeah, it'll camouflage the blood well.
How about Scorpion? I am your true god.
Toonami presents Pop Team Epic. Premieres June 30th at midnight.
Is this the utopia you envisioned?
Yeah, I guess so.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Pop Team Epic. This was a weird get. Like, were y'all surprised when they got this or no?
No, not really.
I kind of was reasonably surprised, but some of us had heard that Kim Manning really liked this show, and that got the wheels turning.
But also, like, the Japanese side really wanted this everywhere. It was every fucking where. It was on Amazon Prime. It was on Crunchyroll. It was on High Dive.
Jesus Christ!
Not so much.
This felt like the first real moment where, like, you know, obviously there'd been plenty of stuff that was, you know, that was comedy, but it was still like comedy action. You know, stuff like you know, say like Space Dandy. Like there was enough general action enough in that, like, you know, because Toonami had always insisted, like, we're an action block. This was the first time where it was like, no, you really can't argue that there's action in this show. Like, this was, okay, we're finally going to actually just stop pretending we're an action block and just become an animation block.
Yeah. Pretty much.
I mean, yeah, good. I mean, like, yeah, like, I don't mind them picking up a few, like, non-action shows, and I enjoyed Pop Team Epic a lot. Are you upset?
I am not upset.
Nope.
And
you will pay for your crimes.
In 24 hours, your motherfucking life ends.
And it's also funny, our dear pal Joshua of Toonami Squad predicted season 2 all the way back in 2018. So
and he was right. It's just like 5 years early.
To give context to sketch, when the last episode aired, you know how, like, when an episode of Pop Team Epic ends, they finish it with this fake idol show, and they do like a episode preview for the next episode of whatever this idol show is, and then the last episode of season 1 was like, oh, this idol show is getting a season 2, and I was like, oh, hey guys, look, season 2, and Joshua was like, oh my god, we need to report right away, and then he literally made a post, breaking news, Pop Team Epic is getting a season 2, and then we all had to tell him, no, that's just a joke, and deleted the tweet. So, like, it was funny when it actually did get a second season years later. We were all joking, hey guys, Joshua finally called it.
Yeah.
It's so great. Too bad we won't see that, though, because of the crunchy assholes. But where would we rank Pop Team Epic? I would put this in A.
A's maybe a little high.
Yeah, I'd probably say that's a little high. I'd give it a B. I mean, it's fun. It's not like it's nothing amazing, but it's fun.
So
how about next to Soul Eater?
Next to Soul Eater?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, sure.
Did you want it behind it?
We're going rogue. No.
Oh.
Leave it.
Oh.
Leave it.
Okay. Next up.
Something evil is lurking in this town.
In a gruesome chain of horrific incidents, the death count has risen to 7.
A catastrophic danger is closing in as we speak.
What the hell? Who let you in here?
Great. I'm in the mood for a brawl.
Back off if you know what's good for you! This kid's power is unreal. You think you've won, but he'll be here to butcher you into bloody pieces soon enough!
Who is he?
Oh, you'll find out. He's the one who gave me this power!
There's someone out there who can bestow the power of a stand?
My moment has finally arrived! Say goodbye to this world! You are not getting away!
If you want to piss me off, keep running!
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Diamond is unbreakable.
premiering August 18th at 12:30.
You and your prissy-ass hair are getting ripped apart!
What the hell did you just say about my hair?
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Another season of JoJo. Diamond is Unbreakable. This came out right after Part 3 ended. And, you know, thinking about it now, I think I like Part 4 more than I do Part 3. Like, I'd have to say my favorite part is 2. If I had to rank, I'd say 2, 4, 3, 1, then 5. At least
4,
like the
2,
5's kind of low.
3, and 1.
But Part 4 Diamond is Unbreakable. I had a lot of fun with this. I just found it neat of like the concept of like you just got because with part 3 they were going around the world while Part 4 was just set in the one location, and it's just funny. I just found it funny. Like every
really weird town.
Yep. I also
all kinds of crazy things happen in nowhere.
I just found it
Mario.
I found it funny when like they fought like a stand user, and then the next episode, all of a sudden that stand user is now their best friend. It was like, didn't we just kick your ass like 2 episodes ago, and now they're helping us?
That's how you make friends in Shonen.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes. But
you kick their ass and go, now we're friends.
It's that time again. Diamond is Unbreakable breaks right now.
Diamond!
Up next, we have an all-new premiere episode of Fooly Cooly Alternative.
Come on!
I like Part 4 a lot. I like Josuke a lot, especially his performance by Billy Kametz, rest in peace. But and I like Kira as a villain. Like he's next to Dio in my opinion. When it comes to villains, like Dio is like the number one.
He's a really good villain.
He is. He
is super creepy.
The way he goes out though, it's like, hey guy, like call 911. Like that 911 definitely saved the day there.
Just run his face over.
So.
Oh man! Oh, I'm sorry.
So I would put Part 4 in A. How do y'all feel?
Yeah, you can put it in A.
Would you put it next to
It's a little bit better than the first season of JoJo, I think.
So, like, right next to it, like above, behind Black Lagoon?
Yeah.
All right. Next up.
How can they expect any of us to know exactly what we want to do with our lives by now anyway? Let's be real, we've only been alive 17 years. How do we know? You did all this? These are amazing.
Come on. Get ready to dance, girls! Yeah!
Do I look grown up? Is it that bad?
Did you see this?
Kijini? Oh my god, you're a celebrity! Oh no, right!
College planning sheets. Make sure you guys turn them in this week.
I totally forgot about that. You can always just stay in high school forever. I wish something cool like a talking cat would appear. She would give me like a magical wand.
Order up!
Let me guess. You 17? Ready or not? You're all tangled up like in a knot, huh?
That can't be good.
It's like a kaiju movie.
You're all muddled in the head. Is that Hijiri? They kissed! Bet you're thinking today will be like yesterday, yesterday like the day before yesterday, and so on and so on. I can't deal! 17 has arrived. Life can't wait forever. It's shattered, just like your fragile teenage dreams.
Is the second of the 2 seasons of Fooly Cooly that were greenlit. Fooly
AKA the
Cooly,
good one.
The good one. Every alternative. The one that everyone liked so much that it got its own sequel, which we'll touch on later. Fooly Cooly Alternative, which is apparently supposed to be a loose prequel to season 1. I everyone I enjoyed it a lot. You know, Kana's kind of relatable. It's like that story of like never wanting to grow up and all that, but like things change and you know you have to accept it and all that. I like especially when they marathoned it recently. It was just like, oh god, like you know she Kana's kind of left a little bitter because like her friend essentially just tells her off, badmouths her, and then pieces out and never see her again. And that's like, damn. And then you see it later in Shoegaze how she still thinks about that, but like yet again getting ahead of ourselves. But like, yeah, Alternative was the better of the 2. If you want to rank Fooly Cooly, obviously season 1 at the top, then Alternative, then Shoegaze, then Progressive, then Grunge. So where would you all put Alternative? Higher than C? Like B?
Oh yeah, I think it's B.
Yeah. I mean, if you had to make a sequel, at least this was entertaining enough to watch. And it had some tokusatsu references to both like Deca Ranger and Kamen Rider Forze, so I can't hate it.
So
I would like it right between IGPX and Pop Team.
That high.
I'd agree with that because like I said, you know, if there's any of them that I would sit down and go, I would rewatch this, it's that one. Obviously, the original excluded. You know that's on a whole separate level.
Yeah, but I mean, like alternative, like because it's like different teams doing these seasons, so it's not like you have one team doing everything. So the team that did alternative was cooking with that one. So next up,
the peace and stability of our modern world has brought about big changes.
The Hidden Leaf Village is getting more and more modern. But of course, starting tomorrow, we still have to attend that old-fashioned ninja academy.
This institute was the Hidden Leaf's training center for shinobi.
Boruto Uzumaki has arrived on the scene, you know? This is gonna be the place where I make my mark on the world.
You think you're special? Go hide in your father's shadow. I don't want to be your little friend, Hokage's boy.
You cause trouble nearly every single time.
What's your deal?
Is this supposed to be another one of your pranks?
You can see it too, huh, Boruto?
Oh no, is it happening again?
You really shouldn't overdo it.
Whatever path I choose, it won't have anything to do with my dad. Because this is my story.
Boruto, premiering September 29th at 10:30.
The age of shinobi is over.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Naruto Sun. Does anyone
out of
like
Bort license plates in the gift shop?
Damn.
Bort?
Bort.
Come on, really? Bort?
It's Bort. Sam's favorite, Silver's favorite. Everyone loves Bort.
All I'm gonna say is I think it deserves to be higher than Shippuden.
Yes.
Ooh.
I honestly would agree with that.
So the thing with Boruto is that it's another case of a bad anime. Well, not bad anime adaptation, but like once again riddled with filler. Because like Toonami only aired the first 52 episodes, which is kind of a shame because they stopped just before the movie adaptation, which is arguably one of the better parts of the show, like from story and animation perspective. And then like the manga, like I don't read the Boruto manga, but from like I've seen a lot, like everyone says like manga Boruto is much better. The anime like kills, like because the anime would eventually touch upon the manga canon given like 100 episodes or so. So it is kind of a shame that Toonami did drop it because like I would have at least liked to have seen some of those manga canon episodes air because like some of them are really really good. Spoilers for Boruto, but like Naruto using that final ditch effort again with Kurama with the Baryon mode against Isuki Osatsuki. That whole sequence is just freaking beautifully animated, and then him losing Kurama, that was such a gut punch, especially for longtime Naruto fans. Like that was a moment for Naruto fans, not really Boruto fans. Like that entire scene was just nuts. But like in terms of Toonami, like the Boruto, no one like compared to his dad, no one likes him. The anime just had too much filler. It like they needed, I don't know, like they just really needed to not at the very least give the manga some time before making anime because the anime is literally just consistent
Or
for
how about like the manga could be its own thing and the anime could be its own thing? Like
for that too.
Yeah, there are enough shows that do that yeah, they honestly could have just done that.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. And it's actually crazy. Like Boruto is actually like over now. Like it has a finite amount of episodes now, so they technically could have kept going until like it ran out. Although considering Shippuden has about 6 episodes left, I'm still in the camp that they're gonna put him in. They're gonna put Boruto in. But
put me in, coach.
No one wants it. But like it might happen. It's actually funny because Silver recently shared like
They're pretty strapped for ideas, and Viz was probably willing to give it to him for a reasonable price. I still don't think they're going to do it though.
It's funny because Silver recently shared like a manga spoiler for one of the recent chapters because apparently they had a time skip in the manga, and it was so dumb. And Logan, I remember Logan made a joke. I kind of forgot it, but it was like, "Do you see what happens when Naruto gets laid? Naruto shouldn't have gotten laid. That's the message." I'm tongue twisting. Where would we rank Boruto?
Higher than Shippuden.
It seems arbitrary, but just stick it right in front of Shippuden.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at the shows on.
Yeah, because like I don't think I could put it above Tenchi.
Like, yeah, I couldn't really put it above Tenchi Universe.
And
Yeah.
Next up,
whether you believe it or not, the world around you is filled with strange phenomena that science has yet to explain.
How would you like me to haunt your dreams?
Hey, Mob, sorry, do you think you could swing by? Evil spirit's right in front of me.
Shigeo Kageyama, also known as Mob, second year of middle school.
I can sense the presence of a very powerful spirit.
He is an Esper, blessed with psychic abilities.
You're sending in a middle schooler? Get your...
Who are you? Oh, I'm nobody.
Even though these tremendous powers have been bestowed upon him, subconsciously, he's always avoided displaying these abilities.
There you go again, always bending spoons. The next one you bend gets replaced using your allowance, you hear?
When people are unable to truly express themselves, their emotions come to a halt.
Why do you always look so bored all the time?
I'm not bored, I promise.
The emotions locked away deep inside his heart expand little by little. However, there's a limit to how much his emotions can take before leaking out and going wild.
Laugh, come on, you little brat, laugh it off already!
That emotion is rage.
Come at me with everything you've got. You might find that task a hell of a lot easier than making me laugh.
It's time to die!
These are my emotions. I only allowed them to come out upon your request. Satisfied?
Mob Psycho 100 premieres next Saturday at 11:30 p.m. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
A show that only aired one season and would later get mired in controversy thanks to a certain company, Mob Psycho 100. This is my favorite anime of all time. I recently rewatched it again with my brother because I was showing it to him, and I realized that I relate a lot to Mob. And there's another anime that's out right now with a main character that I relate to, but we'll get there. But Mob Psycho, like for me, because I'm talking about all 3 seasons here, but show is literally a 10 out of 10. Unfortunately, if we're talking Toonami wise, they only aired season 1, so only season 1. I don't know if you want to rank it based on that information, or
let's just rank season 1.
Hey JP, we're ranking Mob Psycho 100. We're ranking Mob Psycho 100. But Mob Psycho is my favorite anime of all time. If it was up to me, I'd put this in S tier, but that's me with all 3 seasons. But Toonami only aired 1, so like, do we rank it just on the 1 season then?
I'm ranking it just on 1 season. Season 1, I think, is kind of weak compared to season 2.
Yep. So
I'm probably feeling a B, like a B tier. Like it's a very good show. Just season 1 is not the strongest.
I think it's worth an A.
I would say at the very least A.
Yeah.
How about behind Deadman?
Yeah, that's where I probably put it.
Behind Deadman.
Behind Deadman Wonderland. Now, if Toonami had aired all 3 seasons, I would have said S tier right away. But unfortunately, Crunchyroll gonna Crunchyroll. Yeah.
I think before then, I think there was some type of contract issue with the Funimation deal that kind of prevented them from getting season 2.
Who knows?
Weird.
Yeah. So next up,
speaking of things we're still waiting to watch the sequel of.
To be quiet and do as you're told. That's how cowards live.
Stay down.
Megaloboxing fuses athleticism with innovative gear technology to create the future of boxing.
What in the hell are you wearing? That's some busted-ass gear, little doggy.
You remember the plan, right? Toward the end of the 3rd round, you're gonna take the fall.
I'm sick and tired of throwing these damn fights.
If the kid wasn't wasting away in this hole, he might have had a shot at the big time.
What the hell am I doing?
Fighting in Megalonia means fighting at the highest level, and that means true megaloboxing.
You promised I could fight for real today.
I hear your partner was pretty pissed off.
How's an illegal megaloboxer with no fame and no ID supposed to make some money otherwise?
What's this about true megaloboxing?
A street dog wouldn't understand.
Try me.
What's going on, partner? Why is the champ here with us riff-raff, and why's he calling you out?
Just call this a sudden change in circumstance.
Are you out of your mind? Megalobox premieres next Saturday at midnight. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Megalobox. So, Toonami only aired the 1st season. To be fair, you would think that this would be a 1-season show. When they announced the 2nd season, I was caught off guard. I'm like, wait, we're really in a 2nd season? Because I mean, like, you would think the show would be told in that. And the 2nd season,
ending.
Yeah.
If I'm ranking shows based on just aesthetics and just visuals alone, Megalobox would be top tier. As a show itself, it's fine. It's a perfectly fine sports anime.
I liked it a lot. I will say yet again, like jumping ahead, but like the sequel, the 2nd season really does a lot. Because like that takes place like in the future, and like apparently he's let everyone down, and but yet again, Toonami didn't air season 2. They only aired season 1, so we're only judging season 1.
Yeah, it's an interesting exploration of his character and the other characters, but we're not counting that.
There's the bell.
Megalobox will return for round 2 in a moment. Damn. How long is he gonna keep us waiting?
are meant to be fulfilled. The Promised Neverland is coming up next.
Norman!
Just pretending.
Yep. So,
instead we got this great underdog story that is really pretty entertaining.
I mean, it's basically future tomorrow's Joe. So
that's exactly what.
That's what it is.
Having worked on the 2 movies for that, I loved the first season. I actually still haven't watched the second season because I was kind of like, do I want a second season? Like I don't know that I do. Like I was good with the way the first season ended.
Yeah.
But I mean, the second season caught me off guard. It was a case of like, do we need it though? And then it came out, and it was like, wow, that was really good. Like, I'm surprised. It's essentially, we asked that question with Fooly Cooley, and the answer to that was no. We asked the same question to Megalobots, and the answer to that was yes.
Yeah.
But yet again, only counting season 1. So I would put this in A. How do y'all feel?
A.
It's
a little
still
higher
good.
than I actually expected. I was comfortable with B, but I'd put it in A.
Yeah, I'm good with A.
I really liked it.
Would you put it above My Hero or like Gundam?
No. How about
below Mob Psycho?
After Mob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet again, the next show.
Good morning to you, my darling children. Let us appreciate that all 38 of you are able to live happy lives under this roof.
You know, it's weird. None of us have ever gotten any letters. Letters? Yeah, nothing from any of our siblings who've been adopted over the years. Mom? What song is that? Never go near the gate or fence.
Yeah, Mom always tells us that. Because going near there can be very dangerous.
Is someone there?
This is all a mistake!
These 3 ought to be prepared for plucking. The future isn't promised. The Promised Neverland premieres next Saturday at midnight.
Someday, we'll have to leave here, won't we?
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
There's a search party after us by now. And who knows what lives in these woods? Douse the lights!
Which way did they go?
They're headed southeast. You of all people know how valuable children with perfect scores are. Do you think you'd be able to retrieve those children?
Something's coming!
I'll get back all the children who betrayed me.
You guys, this way! Hurry!
Every one of them.
Get there! The outside world is no place for you. We'll take you home.
Why don't you leave us alone? We just want a normal life!
You're meat. You never had a life.
I'll never give up.
Let's go. And whatever you do, don't look back. Who are you? Show us your face! I don't care if they say it's impossible.
What the heck?
We'll make it!
Hey, you!
That's a promise I have to keep. For everyone.
She's right. We'll make it.
This is our chance to finally be free!
The Promised Neverland Season 2 premieres next Saturday at 1:30. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
We asked the same question. Does it need a second season? And the answer to that was no.
Well, it probably could use a second season.
Well,
I'm surprised they haven't made one yet.
It needed the Promised Neverland.
Promised Neverland.
Because that season 2 is garbage and they didn't promise shit.
I think what hurt really bad was that you had season 1 faithful.
As a fan of the manga, as somebody who's read the manga, I was incredibly disappointed by the anime. At every turn, it was just a disappointment for me. I did not like it at all.
Did you not like season 1? Because I was gonna say season 1 was so good, and then they just had to.
I don't know, I liked how it's handled more in the manga. Like there's more of a horror vibe in the manga that I got compared to like the anime. it's a fine adaptation for the first season. Second season, they skip over one of my favorite arcs, and they fuck it up by basically speed running the entirety of the manga, and it's like, what are you fucking doing?
I'll never understand how it wasn't popular enough to get more than one second season.
Japanese productions can be weird. So I'm assuming we're gonna put this in C or D.
It's gotta be C.
Yeah. Like, for me, low C.
Yeah. I put it behind Progressive.
Behind Progressive, above Blue Submarine.
Because the first season's still good.
Yeah.
It's just that second season just kills it.
Yep. Next up.
You've stolen enough money to live in luxury for the rest of your life, right?
No shortage of ladies either.
I have always wondered, why risk the danger of being a thief? Why keep at it after all this time?
Get down!
Eliminate intruders on sight.
Things are really getting kind of hairy.
The perimeter has them surrounded.
Move in right away.
Lupin, you're caught in quite an interesting game.
Hey, Lupin, I can't hold out much longer.
So are you ready to die, Lupin the Third?
It's just like the Assassin All-Stars are out tonight.
Hold on!
The Master Thief is back. Lupin the Third, Part 5. Premieres next Saturday at 1. Only Toonami.
And what's your diagnosis, Doctor?
Because it's exciting.
Very good.
On Adult Swim.
Lupin the Third, Part 5. I remember really enjoying it a lot. Wasn't this also, at the time this came out, like the anniversary for Lupin? Because like I remember they did a bunch of throwback episodes where he was wearing different jackets, which was supposed to be like reminiscent of like the earlier parts.
Yeah, they did references to Pink Jacket and Red Jacket and Green Jacket and all that, and they did the Is Lupin Still Burning OVA that was like sort of a remake of, it's not really a remake, but it's like a callback, throwback sort of thing to the very first episode of the first series. So. Which, coincidentally, is the only time that the Japanese version of the Lupin theme from Part 4 aired on Toonami, because they used the Yuji Ono title theme from 4 as the opening title theme for that OVA.
So, would you say Part 5 is better than 4, or...
I mean, Sketch said it earlier too. Like, it's really hard because there are parts of each that are better and worse, and like I go back and forth. Like, I still think 4's probably my favorite, but man, like 5's really close for me.
Because 4 ended with Leonardo da Vinci, didn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh boy.
I remember 5 ended with like Fujiko getting locked in a tower, and
yeah, it did the Sword Art Online ending without sucking.
Yeah, pretty much.
The only thing that I don't like about the ending of Part 5 is the whole Lupin wearing the mask thing, and like that they're implying that the Lupin we've seen over all of this doesn't actually look like Lupin, and that was the only thing I didn't like about the ending of 5.
What, like, was that like a long running thing or something?
No, like that was really it. Like, it just sort of came out of nowhere in Part 5.
So then, would you want to put like Part 5 next to 4 then?
That's probably where I'd put it, because I'd struggle to pick which one I'd prefer over the other.
What did we put Part 4 again? Did we put in A?
Low A, I thought.
Yeah,
low A, right next to One Punch.
Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah, I see it now. All right. Next up.
Those two are battling it out again.
All Soma wants to do is beat his father in a cooking competition. But with almost 500 straight losses,
That's only 489!
he still has a long way to go.
Come back once you've learned what you're made of.
His only hope is to hone his skills at the elite Totsuki Culinary Academy.
What's the name of your family's restaurant?
It's just a little diner located in my...
A diner?
Where the competition is fierce.
You're a glorified fry cook.
You don't belong here.
The stakes couldn't be higher.
Out of 1,000 freshmen, only 100 will remain to advance.
And the dishes are out of this world.
It looks like somebody's enjoying their meal.
Battle through the culinary adventure of a lifetime in Food Wars. Premiering next Saturday at 1 a.m.
Order up!
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Go on. Have a taste.
It certainly does smell delicious.
I can't take it.
Order up! Simply sublime!
This is indeed the true face of cooking.
And now they're going to see just how strong we rebels are as a team.
Totsuki Fine Dining Academy. The members of the 10
I'll crush that scrawny Solo Yukihira for sure this time!
have been challenged to a regimental food war by a band of 8 rebels.
I'm afraid your days of being unbeaten are finally now at an end.
The war must go on until all enemies are defeated.
I'm gonna cute the crap out of this dish.
Power versus power. Technique pitted against technique. But the real question is, will the rebels be able to achieve victory?
Light it up.
Food Wars Season 4 premieres next Saturday at 1:30 a.m. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Flash!
I remember this surprised a lot of people. Food Wars, and this is all seasons of Food Wars. I think I knew it somewhat at the time too. I just remember that it was this cooking show where people get horny when they eat good food, and their clothes rip off.
That's a fine enough summary. And somebody wants to be the greatest chef that ever was.
Yep. I really liked Food Wars a lot. Like, I was in it all the way, and then everyone says it should have ended at season 4. What'd you say, Sam?
When you get into, I like the beginning parts of Food Wars. When you get into the later seasons, that's not good.
Yep.
Yep.
After like season 3, just
season 4 was okay, but season 5,
no one wanted it. Not even the
should have
author
ended
wanted
with
it.
season 4.
Apparently,
should have ended there.
Apparently, not even the author wanted season 5. He was like told to make more. But I think Food Wars, it was a good time and a good pickup for the block, because it was also that time where what other shows could they get or whatever, and this was another rare case of them getting a non-action show. Like, we had Pop Team Epic, but like that was really about it. So this was like another case of them getting a non-action show. So for Food Wars, I was thinking somewhere in B. How do you all feel about that?
Those later seasons really dragged it down for me.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is if we were only talking like seasons 1 through 3, then I'd probably go with that. But they just
how about either ahead or behind SAO?
I'd put it ahead of SAO, but yeah,
because
maybe the top of C.
Yeah, like right there above SAO, I think is fair.
Above SAO. All right. Next up,
Universal Century 0068. Chaos reigns as the zombie regime exerts its control. But the one-year war is still years away.
What in the world is that thing?
Mobile suits are merely in development. But so is the scorned future leader of a new movement.
He has a keen mind. He's a special boy with many unique qualities.
Tensions rise.
Your father was assassinated by those zombie fiends.
Allegiances are drawn.
Join me! Stand with me! On the battlefield!
and sides are chosen.
Who are they?
The enemy. And I'm gonna take them out.
See the story that started it all, reimagined and gorgeously updated. Mobile Suit Gundam, The Origin, premieres July 6th at 3. Suit up again.
It's not all you got! Why, you?
For the first time, only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Another Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam: The Origin, which is supposed to tell the origin of the series antagonist Char Aznable, if I'm getting that right.
And it did so very well.
Yeah, the TV version of this is not like Unicorn, where these were based off of an OVA series also, but the TV cut didn't dick around and meander too much. So it's it basically converted 4 of the 6 OVAs, if I remember correctly, because I don't think the OVAs 5 and 6 were adapted by the show. They might have been. I'm not 100% sure.
I think it adapted all of them.
It might have. It's been a while since I watched the OVAs. But either way, this one is good. Like it doesn't screw around too much. And so it's like you can watch the OVAs, you can watch the TV version. Either one's fine. Like it's good. The biggest issue is it's not in continuity with the original series. Like there are functional differences in the universe, like especially with regard to like mobile suits and things like that don't jive with the original series. But if you overlook that, or and if you're not enough of a Gundam fan to give a shit, then it's perfectly fine. It's good. I mean, the dub's really good. I like Keith Silverstein as Char. I think he's a good replacement for the departed Michael Kopsa, who did the ocean dub version of Char in the original series. So yeah, it's a good show.
It's a good show. Hardly anybody watched because it was on at 3 a.m.
Yeah, that was.
It was also.
And it's unfortunate because you can't get the TV cut on Blu-ray anywhere. Like Unicorn eventually released its TV cut in like a limited edition box set that included the OVAs and the TV series in Japan, but they have done nothing for Portrait of a Red Comet. So the only way to watch it now is either finding the Toonami recordings, or I think it's available sub or dub on Crunchyroll. But
Sounds
put it on Blu-ray, you cowards.
Yeah.
So where would you rank it then?
I think it's worth an A.
Yeah, honestly, I'd probably put it right behind the original Mobile Suit Gundam.
I'm fine with that.
I mean, it's like I said, it's not really in canon with the original, but it's like quality-wise, it's about up there.
Next up.
One day, without cause or warning, people the world over began catching fire.
Get away from the rail line! It isn't safe here!
No one knows when it'll happen next, or to whom. And so we all live in fear.
Everyone, prepare for battle!
I refuse to be what they say I am. No matter what I have to do, I will be a hero!
Fire Force, Saturday at midnight. On Adult Swim.
All of you get back and stay back.
The terror and the warmth of the flames engulfed my entire being. It was exhilarating.
I gotta be a devil that fights evil!
Fire Force, Saturdays at 1 on Adult Swim.
Fire Force. I remember this came out at a really horrible time.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't even just Toonami, Japan in general. Like, the show came out. It had like 3 episodes, and then the arson happened. And then Toonami had to like delay the announcement. Because like, I think it was like Attack on Titan season 3, like, or season 3 part 1 ended. And then everyone was like wondering, oh no, was it Attack on Titan? I remember they
did one for the show still. I think
like, I know one of the
all 3 episodes and then it just continued onwards, like nothing happened.
Okay, wait, I remember now. Like they like a show finished, but like there was no announcement of what was replacing it, so everyone was in the dark. And then they announced, it's Fire Force, which then everyone was like, "That's so poor. That's poor timing." And I'm kind of sad because Fire Force is a good show, but like because of I don't know if it has something to do with the timing that it came out, but because of that, like it got like next to no promotion on Toonami, and that kind of makes me a little sad. Like it had a 30-second promo, which in my opinion, like if a new show comes to Toonami, the promo for it needs to be like a minute long at the very least. Like I feel like 30-second promos do not do a show like enough, justice. Like do not do enough to sell a show. So like Fire Force gets like a 30-second promo, and then it's just there. And then like season 2, they didn't even do a promo for season 2. Like they reran season 1 until 2 was ready, and then 2 comes out, and they did like a few topical promos for it. Like I remember they did a few episodic promos for it, but then they just stopped, and season 2 just ended. I'm just like, I like the show a lot. I just and yet again, it probably has something to do with the timing that it came out. But like, I just wish that Toonami did more to promote the show. I mean, they probably couldn't because of the fire, but like, say nowadays, like if a season 3 is confirmed, but we still don't know when that's happening. But Fire Force, like I liked Fire Force a lot, and yeah, it's the same creator as Soul Eater. So there were a couple of Soul Eater references in there. How do y'all feel on Fire Force?
It was fine. I mean,
yeah,
I never really got into it all that much, so.
Yeah, same.
I enjoyed Fire Force all right. I just wish it didn't go so heavy on the fan service at points. Like, okay, she's like just survived a traumatic experience, and we're zooming in on her figure. I'm like, cut that crap out.
Yeah.
The Soul Eater writer only got hornier. It's kind of a mess in that regard, but the story itself, interesting enough. It's got great animation.
It does.
It's a pretty good opening.
What was it? Studio Bones or someone else?
David Production.
Yeah, it was David Production, and it used a lot of people that were Shaft. It's kind of an interesting production.
So where would we rank Fire Force then?
B.
B?
B, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Would you put it above or below Soul Eater?
Definitely below Soul Eater. You could put it after Tenchi.
After Tenchi, above Black Clover.
Yeah.
I definitely enjoyed Fire Force more than I paid any attention to Black Clover.
Say, and then next up,
we are at the dawn of a new age.
Do you see that?
I see it. This is how the war begins.
We are at the dawn of a new age.
All flight crews be at your stations.
Do you see that?
I see it.
What the hell?
Swarm incoming! The Nanos everywhere! We're under heavy fire!
We did not seek this conflict, but we will rise to meet it.
You have an opportunity no one else has to perhaps turn the tide of the war.
It was a massive risk bringing you here.
They'll become the best fighters you'd ever see.
Forward force is taking heavy losses.
Ready to advance? I'll cover.
Genlock will give us the edge we need to strike back.
The future is metal. Genlock premieres August 3rd.
This is how the war begins.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Genlock is the first and the only show from Rooster Teeth that Toonami got, and rest in peace, Rooster Teeth, by the way. I mean, like, I didn't really look up a lot online. I remember they were making a big deal out of this when the show dropped, like not on Toonami, but just in general, because you had Michael B. Jordan behind it. And then I just remember when it was announced for Toonami, I was genuinely surprised. I'm like, wait, what? Like this
Gotta have that synergy between all brands and Warner Brothers. That's what they were doing at the time.
even though they
That
never
didn't
aired
last.
season 2.
Well, maybe we're better off.
I just remember liking the first season.
At the time, I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, like, for like,
show.
It's a mecha show, and it's also like one of the only like American, or I don't know about American, but like Western, animated shows on the block in a while. And I was kind of weirded out by like the plot of like him essentially being a copy, and how like the original body or the original version of his mind was like corrupted and everything. So where would y'all rank Genlock then?
How about after Beware the Batman?
After Beware the Batman?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right. Next up.
All this time, I've been so scared that if I tell her how I really feel about her, she could not want to be my friend anymore. I've kept this inside me for 5 years. And... hold up. What's that weird light?
Why did it get so dark? I can't talk.
It's the end of the world! What the hell? I'm free!
Well, look who's finally awake. It's October 5th in the year 5738. It has been 3,700 years. I swear I'm going to take back the world. Through science, I'll figure out what happened to us.
I swear, I'm gonna save you, Zuriha!
We may be a couple of high school kids, but we're gonna rebuild civilization from the ground up. Together we'll bring life back to this stone world.
Dr. Stone premieres next Saturday at midnight. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Desire, it's the driving force of science. And whenever we make something new, it paves the way for more inventions to come.
The quest to rebuild civilization continues.
We're starting to clear the most critical hurdle in the way of humanity's future.
We're gonna make a whole mountain and revive the entire world.
But a mysterious broadcast threatens the mission.
We suddenly got a strong signal from somewhere. I think that's Morse code.
It's a message meant for us.
It seems to be repeating the same signal over and over. It just says why.
So we finally meet. Are you the masterminds behind humanity's petrification? I can't help but get excited.
Don't miss the Season 3 premiere of Dr. Stone next Saturday at 12:30.
We're coming for you, Wyman!
The Doctor is in. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Dr. Stone. I really like Dr. Stone. Like, it's
As you should.
Yes.
It's not my favorite shonen out there, but it's like one of those like, shows that I'm there for, like it's just, I guess, like not a feel good. Oh yeah, it's feel good. Mainly, I don't know how to describe it, but like it's not amazing, nor is it trash. Oh, you were saying?
I learned a lot from it. I learned about science.
I think it's quite good.
The anime equivalent of Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yep.
Yeah, Dr. Stone is just anime Bill Nye.
The biggest thing I remember about it was the year that it came out at both Anime Expo and Crunchyroll Expo. There were tons of Dr. Stone and Fire Force stuff, and I remember seeing it, and I'm like, I don't know about this Dr. Stone show. And I thought, all the hype around Fire Force, I'm like, okay, I can see this going somewhere. And it's funny because for me, it ended up being the exact opposite. Like, I watched Fire Force, it was okay, I kind of fell off from it, whatever. Dr. Stone, I had really no expectations of when it started, and it grabbed me from the jump. And just, I stuck with it. Like, I really, really enjoyed it. And it's just funny, like thinking back on that, like, and how much both of them were being promoted, and it's like I completely called both of those entirely wrong, at least for myself.
I enjoyed all the seasons a lot. It's actually kind of funny because like next season is technically the last season, and yet again, I'm just like wondering. Every time a show says the final season, I'm like scared now. But Dr. Stone, like it's one of those like shows that they're good, like they're enjoyable, but like nothing more than that. And that's not an insult, but like like anytime there's a new season or something new related to it, I'll be there. I love Dr. Stone. Like I like the characters, the
I feel you're
Kohaku's there.
underselling it. I think it's a really good show. It's a really good story, great characters, lots of emotional depth. You learn stuff all the time. It's a good show.
Yeah, I was about to say it is a good show. It's like Randy Orton in the RKO. It came out of nowhere and hit us good.
Yeah, I think so.
The dub cast is really well, like the people they pick to play the roles, like they just really work.
Oh man,
like such a solid cast.
So
very solid.
So where we rank Dr. Stone then? In A or B?
I'd go high A myself.
A?
Yeah, I'd go high
A.
Mm.
High A.
So would you put it above JoJo or above Parasite? Or
honestly, for myself, I'd probably go
honestly,
above Black
I would.
Lagoon.
Yeah.
Above Black Lagoon. Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right then.
As long as that last season isn't a stinker due to bad pacing, it stands the chance of remaining an A-tier show.
Hopefully they actually finish it in one season and not take 3 years.
Well,
it
only gets one more.
Speaking of shows that are dragging its final season out, next show's...
There have always been man-eating demons prowling about after dark. That's why it's not safe to go outside at night.
The smell of blood. Nezuko, are you okay? What happened?
The demon slayers protect us by killing as many as they can.
She's a demon! Hang on, Nezuko! Don't let it take control! Why are you protecting it? She's my sister! She's turned because her wounds were exposed to demon blood. She can't be healed, which means I have to decapitate your sister here. There's a way, and I'll find it no matter what it takes! I'll hunt down the one who slaughtered my family! I promise I'll make everything right! Please! I wonder if... Don't you touch her! Just maybe. These two are different.
Demon Slayer. Premieres Saturday at 1:30. Only Toonami.
Allow me to introduce you to the Yoshiwara Entertainment District. The flashiest spot in Japan that's teeming with lust and desire. A hotbed for demons.
The red light district is overrun.
Let that poor woman go!
Just who the hell do you think you're talking to?
Everyone get back inside! It's too dangerous to stay out here!
And it's going to take some serious swordsmanship
I'm ready to do whatever you got!
to slay these sirens.
Wow. This might be harder than I thought.
Beautiful, powerful demons can do anything we want! So just die!
Ready? Let's go!
Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba Entertainment District. Premieres next Saturday at midnight. And let the good times roll.
Set your heart ablaze!
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Demon Slayer. That literally announced today its final arc is getting a movie trilogy. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about Demon Slayer on Toonami, which, at the time is season 1, Mugen Train and the Entertainment District. Which it's funny because at the time Demon Slayer in English dub premiered on Toonami season 1, and then they did Mugen Train the movie, realized that they have a cash cow, and are like, yeah, no, now you need to pay a premium for this. and like we thought Demon Slayer was dead after season 1, but then nope, we got Mugen Train and Entertainment District, and it was just because those seasons are older now, which meant Aniplex negotiated a cheaper price for it. Which, okay, better late than never. But I like Demon Slayer a lot. Yet again, it's like it's not peak fiction to me. I think it's because the animation that's why everyone talks about Demon Slayer a lot. Like it's because the animation goes insane. I mean, like if you saw the last fight in the Entertainment District, like that's literally like movie quality.
Yeah, I had a weird relationship with Demon Slayer because I started watching season 1 when it aired on the block, and that was another one that it for some reason didn't seem to grab me, and so I fell off from it. And then when a friend of mine, when Mugen Train was in theaters, he was like, "Hey, I want to go see this. Do you want to go see it?" And I was like, part of me was, like, I fell off from the show. Do I really care? And I was like, whatever, good opportunity to hang out. So I said, fuck it, let's go. And so I went and saw it, and I had a vague understanding of what happened in the rest of the season because like I still had it on, like when it was on the block, like I would still keep it on my TV. I just wasn't like super paying attention to it. And then I don't know, like Mugen Train just hit everything in the right notes to where I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe I was a little harsh on this, and maybe I should give it a second chance. So I went back and rewatched season 1, and was like, okay, you know what? I've said it before on our own podcast, where it's like some shows for me, I can watch them weekly, and I'm perfectly fine with that. And then other ones, I need to watch them either binge watch or watch them in 3 or 4 episode chunks to just really get them to hit right. And Demon Slayer for me ended up being one of those where I needed to watch it in chunks. And once I did that, like that got it to click for me, and I've been on board with it since.
How do y'all?
No. I was
go
going
ahead.
to ask.
Sorry,
I was going to ask. Would y'all call Demon Slayer? Will you put Demon Slayer as one of the Toonami's flagship shows of Adult Swim? Do you think it belongs in that top?
If it had stayed as a dub premiere, maybe, but because they price gouged it and we had to wait years until after it aired just to get the next few seasons. Unfortunately, no. I feel like it would have been a different story had they premiered this, had they premiered the next seasons like they did season 1.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But where would you rank it? Would you say it's A or S?
I'd say A. Like A tier show. Oh.
Yeah, A tier.
Yeah.
A's fine. I feel kind of in the middle of A.
Yeah, that's fine.
Maybe below Attack on Titan, above Reboot?
Sure.
Sure, why not? Next up.
The powerful stand user has arrived in Naples. His father and I go way back. His name was Dio Brando. I had to know whether Giorno Giovanna was Dio's son.
Hand over your wallet.
And if he was,
don't say I didn't try to warn you.
How much he took after his father.
Despite his calm demeanor,
take him down before he gets away!
He has a savage side, which makes him dangerous!
I strongly suggest you abandon following me.
Salvation awaits! Prepare, as before you lie 2 paths!
Do you think he's a true enemy?
Intercept him, Golden Wind!
Could he be an ally?
I still don't know why I've been granted these powers. But I think it would be a waste not to use them.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, premieres next Saturday at 2:30.
Now say goodbye to your senses.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim. All that glitters is surely gold.
It looks like there's a stand on the loose.
A stand?
Yeah, it's a freaking ambush! Watch out!
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Golden Wind, returns Saturday night at 12:30 on Adult Swim.
Our final JoJo season, unfortunately, because Netflix sucks. JoJo Part 5 Golden Wind. I just remember I liked it a lot, but I just didn't like how they concluded it. Because it's like out of nowhere, Giorno gets the arrow in his stand, and he's just able to counter Diablo for some fucking reason. Like, I don't know, that just came out of nowhere.
It kind of did.
Mm-hmm. But JoJo Part 5 Golden Wing, I think I mentioned, I think like, because it's like the way I think I put 5 at the bottom because it was like 2, then 4, then 3, then 1, then 5. I think that's how I had it. But I mean, like, not to say it's bad, but like there were just some things that were confusing. Like one of the characters of the show just sits out for the rest of it, and it's actually funny because the reason he sits out, the author's his own words, was that like his ability was too OP, so they didn't want him to, so he didn't want him to stay because I guess like I don't know, like I just remember him saying that his ability was too overpowered, so that's why I think Fugo is his name, sits out the rest of the show. But I like there were some moments in it I liked. It's essentially like a gang drama, but with a JoJo twist. And like it's funny, they try to play up that like, oh, he's the son of Dio and all that, and like that literally doesn't matter at all in the end of it because like it does nothing. But how do y'all feel on JoJo Part 5?
I mean, I like it. I'll be honest. This was where I started sort of tapering off. Like, to me, things started feeling sort of samey, and I like, and so that was the thing. Was like I started kind of getting bored of it. Like, because I don't know. Like, even though they changed things up, enough to make it unique, it's still just. I guess I was missing like the whole change from the Hamon to the stands. I was kind of looking for like, can we go to something new again? Like I don't know,
Well, not to jump ahead, but I mean the series would see a reboot after Part 6 for a reason.
It was at the point it was at there. I was looking for that reboot a little sooner, I guess.
So how would y'all rank it then? Would you say it's C or higher?
No, not C. I think it's better than Part 3.
Better than Part 3?
Maybe just above Part 3.
I mean, despite my quibbles with it feeling samey, I mean it's better than Part 3.
All right. Well, next up.
We're caught in a tractor beam.
That seems like a bad sign.
There might be a host of untold dangers awaiting us on the space station.
Right. Let's go blow some stuff up.
You think you can wield this power? You think you're better than us? If you have any doubt about the order of things, observe.
The Forge starts Saturday, November 9th at 11. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Is the next total immersion event we would see The Forge, which would kill Tom again, give him another body again, and have them stranded in space this time. So The Forge, I liked it a lot. I felt like there were some real stakes in there. I mean, and they brought in Bo Billingsley,
That's true.
Who's Steve Bloom's partner in crime. I mean, that's all I really got on it. How do y'all feel on The Forge?
I think The Forge, to me, is the second best Adult Swim total merger event. Maybe the second best total. Well, probably third best total merger event altogether. Just because it had more stakes than I think Countdown
And Intruder 3.
especially Intruder 3. The only issue I had with it is how they messed with the Toonami lore, the Tom lore.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that was my biggest gripe with it. But other than that, I think it's still like the second best Adult Swim TIE.
Yeah, I'd probably put it low A above Countdown. I mean, because I think it is better than Countdown, but I don't think it stands with the Intruders, the first two anyway. Intruders.
One of the things that disappointed me the most was that whenever a tie happens, they do some cool thing with the graphics and the bumpers. When the Forge happened, all they did was just color everything red and called it a day, and I hated that. It's like, come on, guys. And like the only time they did something different was when they got all staticky in the end. But that, and unfortunately,
to be fair, the Forge event didn't have anything didn't need glitchiness because it wasn't part of the story like it was for Countdown or True to True. So.
So, at this time in Toonami's life, this was 2020, and this was when we were getting that content drought. So, but, I mean, we did get a few shows, so next up...
Do you remember anything else, like the suspect's outfit or height?
The victim of this violent assault has been identified as Miss Tsukiko Sagi, the creator of the popular character Moromi.
He was short, 5th or 6th grade, maybe.
I heard he wore short pants and a baseball cap.
I heard that he smiles when he swings down the bat.
Residents in the area are now even more terrified.
People around here seem to be talking about some little slugger with a baseball bat, but I don't believe a word of it.
Time to go to school.
There are many times that I feel like I don't know where I am.
Who the hell are you? I am no one! Did you know you're utterly despised by your co-workers? Perhaps you're the one who really seems to need a doctor.
I'll never let you go!
No, it's not true! Somebody stop me!
Shut up!
Don't worry, it's not your fault.
Satoshi Kon's classic Paranoia Agent premieres next Saturday at 1. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Paranoia Agent, which was a carryover, this aired on Adult Swim Action, right?
Yeah.
Back in
So I remember enjoying it. I just I'm not the biggest horror guy, but I mean, this wasn't that crazy. I mean, I watched alongside it. It was just I found it more weird than scary in some places. How do y'all feel on Paranoia Agent?
It's not supposed to be scary.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's very heavy.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it since it aired.
It's very cerebral,
it's more
but
psychological thriller type thing.
I think for me, this show's a little personal because this came out because Funimation announced their relicense of it, which was a big moment for anime fans because the show had been unlicensed for years.
Adult Swim could not wait to play this thing again.
Yeah, but it also came to Funimation now during the lockdown, and I think I really needed to watch that show during that time to distract myself from everything happening.
What a perfect show to watch during lockdown.
Yeah, it's funny because I remember the first time it aired, I actually didn't really like it. I don't know if it just didn't click for me at the time, but yeah, during its first run, I was like, I don't really get the hype over it, and I sat down and watched it again, maybe around 2014 or so, and that changed my perspective on it a lot. So when it came back to the block, I watched it again and definitely enjoyed it a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. I'll say that honestly because I'm having a hard time trying to form an opinion on it, but that's also because I haven't seen it since it aired, so I couldn't really tell you exactly. But yeah, this was also like during the lockdown periods. Where would y'all rank it then?
A?
A?
Yeah, I would go A.
Would you put it in high, low?
Like Perfect Blue is my favorite Satoshi Kon work. I have not seen Paprika, so I don't know about that one. So, but I love Paranoid Agent.
Yeah, considering it's really, I mean, it's granted he did the JoJo OVA, but like it's really his only true TV series.
Mm-hmm.
So it's it's a little unique in that regard because it kind of let him stretch his legs compared to working on a movie. Yeah, A. I guess where?
Would you put it high, low, somewhere in the middle?
I would put it high.
Yeah.
Maybe right after Symbionic Titan.
Ooh, all the way at the top?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dang.
It's like really close to being S tier.
All right.
Yeah.
Next up.
Supreme Ruler created the ultimate game to ensure there were no more wars, especially those suck-ass rad wars.
They weren't rad, they were bad.
Thanks to the game, we can all live forever in peace, unless you're one of those poor suckers who die in the arena.
I'm gonna knock that ball in the dirt.
But even they'll be okay in the end, especially those ultimate losers, the Leptons.
If you put as much effort into practicing as you do goofing off, we might actually have a chance out there.
Not even a great player like Gaz Diggsy could teach them the meaning of teamwork and save the universe, and learn all sorts of lessons along the way.
Ow.
They don't look so tough.
Are you kidding me? They look incredibly tough, and we haven't slept in like 72 hours.
You ding-dongs are hopeless. I'm hitting the ball. Straight from the balls of Christy Caracas comes
Ball Master.
Duel Masters. Premiering Sunday, April 8th at midnight.
You gotta give the people what they want. People want balls. Ouch!
If you put as much effort into practicing as you do goofing off, we might actually have a chance out there.
That's a joke, right?
A sign that we were desperate for content because JoJo had to be pulled because the lockdown made the dub harder, made it hard for the dub to be recorded, so they needed to take time off. There was nothing else, so we got Ball Masters 9009, which was just an Adult Swim show that they put on Toonami to fill the time, and and the creator is an anime fan, so there's a lot of anime references. How do y'all feel on Ball Masters? I'm okay with it.
Ball Masters is fantastic.
Yeah.
Put it right next to Pop Team Epic.
Yeah. That's the perfect spot for it.
I mean, I enjoyed it a lot. It's just a shame that I never really finished. And then they aired that special, which the creator was hoping the special...
just kind of went from there, but whatever.
That special was not nearly as good as the show.
The creator was
so
hoping
it went really hard on
season.
the anime references. He went really hard on those.
Did that special premiere on Toonami?
Yeah,
it did.
Okay.
All right. So now we're on our final row. We're almost there. Home stretch.
Oh, no, wait. I think it premiered on a Monday, and then they encored it on Toonami.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
I remember, it was like My Hero, then they played that, and then the Justice League movie.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, we're finally in the home stretch, final row. So Ball Masters never aired its final 2 episodes because we had this show to come in.
You're looking at a being so powerful he can obliterate over half the moon in seconds. So fast, he's been clocked at Mach 20. A world where he's allowed to live is a world waiting to be destroyed.
Flying super cephalopod bent on world destruction? Check. Impossible target? Check. But he might be the best damn teacher any of us has ever had.
Assassination Classroom. Premiering next Saturday night at 1 a.m. Only Toonami on Adult Swim. The students in 3E are still gunning for Koro-sensei.
You would be wise to stay together.
But this semester, they're not the only killers in class.
Now then, Koro-sensei, let your final death match begin.
Assassination Classroom, Season 2, premieres next Saturday at 12:30.
Be not afraid.
Fear not the name of the Reaper.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Assassination Classroom, which perfect thing to air during the lockdown because like Funimation has like a lot of shows that they've dubbed and never aired on Toonami, so that you easily could have had some stuff there. But and I remember Assassination Classroom was like one that a lot of people wanted. I remember Steve mainly wanted it, so when this was announced, he got all insane about it. And I like Assassination Classroom a lot, like and the whole theme about it and everything. How do you all feel on it?
Yeah, it's a good show.
I couldn't get into it.
I'm glad Toonami eventually played it, and the audience resonated with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like I like Sonny Strait as Koro Sensei.
He's so good.
He is, and
incredible.
And then his backstory, like how he even became a freaking tentacle monster. It's weird. And then, I don't know. And then like the last season was just kind of weird because the last section, because like out of nowhere, like the one assassin guy who was also like his student all of a sudden gets tentacle powers now. But the last two episodes were genuinely sad though when they actually like put him out and then they're dealing with the aftermath of it. But yeah, great show. Where would you all put Assassination Classroom?
Top of B?
Top of B? Above Bleach?
Yeah.
I could reason for it being a low A, but how does everybody else feel?
Yeah, no, I could go with high B.
I'll go. Yeah.
All right. Next up.
They say what you do in life.
My name is Makasu. I died recently.
Is reflected in the afterlife.
I embrace the cold arms of death.
And Makasu has really up.
This guy makes me want to myself and play dead.
Now, his only hope is to reset the entire universe.
We keep hurting ourselves. Ow!
But how can he when it's game over?
The time has come to answer for your mortal crimes, Makasu!
What's the point when there's no more points?
A lime fell on my head. Wow, another one. Oh, I can create music that will soothe the soul.
All the music.
Can you go beat your drum off somewhere else, sir?
All the madness.
Oh my god!
Catch the season 2 premiere of Gemusetu, Death Beats, November 7th at 2 a.m.
Oh wow!
This time it's not about tennis.
Keith, could you come please join me in the potty? Bathroom, please.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Another show that was just going to be Adult Swim, but it was moved to Toonami.
This did premiere on Toonami, except the final episode.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, they did, didn't they? I remember they.
No, the final episode got delayed because they were playing the Wonder Woman movie.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
So it actually premiered on Sunday that week instead of Encoring.
But anyway, Gamusetsu.
This show's a fever dream.
Yep. Gamusetsu Death Beats, the sequel to Gamusetsu Machu Picchu, which played on April Fools. I was just like a lot of the time was like, what the fuck is going on here? Like that was literally my thought process throughout the entire thing.
That is the correct thought process. It was a deeply bizarre show.
Had a couple anime references in there, so you could make the argument it was for Toonami.
Yeah, sure.
So, like, how did you all feel about it when it came out, and like, how did you all feel about it even being on Toonami?
I enjoyed watching it.
Yeah, same.
A fun show. Just I don't know about it being on Toonami. Kind of like
an odd choice.
It's a very oddball choice.
I mean, it was 2020.
I'd say the second coming of Hamtaro if it weren't for Pop Team Epic already doing that. And Duel Masters too.
So where would y'all rank Gamusetsu Death Beats?
B? Maybe B?
B.
Yeah, B's fine. How about next to Hamtaro?
Next to Hamtaro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So next up. Now, technically, if we're talking about air order, this did come first because it had a marathon before it eventually did get added to Toonami in a traditional run. Gendy Tartakovsky's Primal, which, yeah, y'all want to see season 2, episode 1 for the 20th time in a row? Isn't that fun, guys? Isn't that fun, guys? You want to see the Sea of Despair for the 20th time in a row?
I'm just like so confused. They could have reran all 3 seasons of Fooly Cooly, but whatever. I'm just talking about the show itself. Primal is amazing. It's probably peak Gendy Tartakovsky.
The show is great. It is just when they decided to rerun season 2 for almost an entire year before we finally got something else. But I had a lot of fun with Primal. Like the first season where it was just Spear and Fang in like this episodic adventure of them like just going around, and then season 2 kind of becoming a little more serialized with them trying to save Mira, I think is her name.
Yeah.
And I had fun on both of them. I liked season 1 more, if I'm being honest.
I like both equally. I just don't think there's anybody else in the Western animation industry that can do what Gendy Tartakovsky can do. And I really love Primal. It's easily like top tier, like better than Samurai Jack.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So how do y'all feel on that? Do you think it's S tier above Samurai Jack, or?
I think I enjoy Samurai Jack a little bit better, but that's also colored by the fact that I was, there was all that wait to finally get the final season, and so like, it's one of those like I've spent more time with Samurai Jack, so like it's easier to say I like that one better. But I mean, Primal is fantastic. I mean, I definitely agree. Like there's nobody in the Western industry that's willing to take the kind of chances and do the kind of stuff that Gendy does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, would you say maybe S tier next to Samurai Jack, below it?
I'd go below it myself. I mean, I can see Sam's position on putting it above Jack.
The thing
like
I put it above with is that it's Gendy's first true Adult Swim series. I know Samurai Jack season 5, and he did work on Korgoth, but this is like him fully like breaking away from like making something kiddie to making something truly, really adult.
Yeah, that's true.
I know he worked on like the priest animated sequence in the movie and all that stuff, but this is like him flexing a lot and just saying, okay, how about I make a series where there's no dialogue at all?
Right.
And it's all done through this visual tool. And it's just done masterfully. And it's the cinematography, the storyboarding, the animation, it's all excellent. Wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I could put it above Jack then.
Yeah.
All right, next is Samurai Jack on the S tier above it. So, next up.
Utah Hibiki can't remember his name, who his friends are, or where he lives.
I can't remember anything.
But he can see kaiju before others can. So when an old computer tells him to fight,
Utah, there is danger closing in on this world.
he fights.
This kaiju has to be stopped!
From Studio Trigger, Toonami is proud to present SSSS Gridman, premiering January 16th at 2:30. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
This was like one of the new shows that we haven't had in a while, like because we haven't had a new show in a while, and one of our squad members, Andre, it's his favorite show ever. SSSS Gridman. You know, so this is another case of I didn't appreciate it until watching later material, because not to get ahead of myself, but like there's SSSS Gridman, then the show after it, SSSS Dynazenon, which is like a different universe. But then there's a movie which crosses the two shows over, and it acts more of like a sequel to Gridman, because Gridman kind of like ends with some loose threads, and that movie in like such a great way kind of gives Gridman the closure it needed. But yet again, I'm also talking about things that didn't air on Toonami. If we're talking about what did air on Toonami, SSSX Gridman alone. I like the series a lot. I just got really confused near the end when like all of a sudden Akane is a god. The world that they're in isn't real, and like turns out that was not Yuta the whole time. That was Gridman like as the character and not Yuta. But if we're talking the action with the kaiju and the monsters, like that was so good. Like I know it's supposed to be like referential to those old tokusatsu shows, Ultraman and all that.
Well, it's literally based on
well, yeah,
Gridman, the hyper agent.
yeah. So yet again, I'm not knowledgeable in this stuff, but you know, I had a lot of fun with this, and it gave us Rika, and that's all I care about. But I mean, the show,
Akane.
yeah. Well, actually, so like one thing I want to bring up is that like, oh my god, one of our members of Toonami Squad, Andre, he was the one that was tweeting the show when it was airing, and his tweets are literally the best tweets he's ever produced, because the entire time he's just simping for Akane to the point that he pretty much says, "All right, the Church of Akane is here. Where are my fellow worshippers? Let's all stand and give praise to our wonderful goddess Akane." And it was, oh my god, it's just so fun, so great. I enjoyed Gridman a lot, but in the end of it, I felt like there was stuff that was just left hanging, which I wanted resolution for, which we did get that resolution in a movie that still has yet to even be released internationally. Like that movie's been out in Japan for over a year, and it still has not seen a worldwide release. But yet again, talking about this show only, I would personally put it in A tier. How do you all feel about that?
A tier's fine.
A tier, yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. Personally, as somebody who grew up with like the early era Power Rangers and then all the stuff that tried to replicate the success, the fact that this anime went out of its way to reference stuff from Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad, which is that's where the SSSS part comes from in the name.
Yeah,
like it actually references the American adaptation of the show, of the original Gridman show. Like, you just don't see that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, there are times where Super Sentai and stuff like that will make little references to Power Rangers and stuff, but to see like a major anime production like this that's not only referencing the original Toku but the American adaptation is just so rare.
So would you say high A, middle, low? I personally, I'd probably put it maybe above Sailor Moon, below Kill la Kill. Or maybe...
Yeah, I'd probably go around there.
And next up,
10 years have passed since a deadly forest fire separated young sisters Toa and Setsuna. Reunited, the half-demon twins, along with Inuyasha's daughter Miroha, have all taken up the family business.
If it's just you, then it's fine. But if you're gonna screw up and get yourself killed, try not to drag us down with ya.
When the past and the future collide, there's gonna be some real hell to pay.
You can't escape!
Demons beware.
I might as well take you out! Skirt of Swallow! Setsuna! I'll save you!
Yashahime, Princess Half Demon, premieres next Saturday at 1 a.m. Ladies first.
Don't make me laugh.
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Damn you!
Setsuna has fallen. Now it's up to Miroha and Toa to continue the fight.
Hope you're ready. I'll be taking your demon energy. You're going to die here.
Yashahime, Princess Half Demon, returns next Saturday night at 12:30. Hell hath no fury. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
another sequel show dealing with the child of a famous protagonist who unfortunately does not live up to their parents' name. Yashahime, Princess Half Demon, sequel to Inuyasha, and the only Inuyasha series I've seen. I apologize.
This one exists.
I think that's the best way to describe this.
This one, I unfortunately I think has to go in D tier because this is where like the Inuyasha final act, like that one got low C because the complaint was mainly the pacing, not necessarily the story itself and the resolution. So like that one was strong enough that it earned its C tier ranking. This, on the other hand, like it doesn't have any of the benefits that got it into its C tier. So I can't see ranking it above that.
I just remember it was like all over the place. Like, oh, now they got to travel back to feudal Japan, and oh, like now they got to save their mother, and they just go off doing a bunch of missions, and like all of a sudden they're just living in feudal Japan now. Like, okay, I thought we had a goal here. It's like I
don't care what anybody says. The whole Sesshomaru and Rin thing is just fucking gross. Like, I'm sorry, there is no justification for that in any universe.
I forgot about that.
Nope.
So I guess
I feel like the show was more interesting when they were in modern times.
Yeah.
And then they went back to the feudal era, and it was like, whatever. Morohan was fun.
Yeah.
The other two, not so much.
Yeah.
It's pretty meh.
Mid.
It's worse than mid.
Yashahime.
Nice.
So where would y'all put it on the D tier?
I do think it's better than Final Act.
Ooh.
See, I don't know. I just don't see that.
Would you want to give it? You want to give it a high D? Like above Gundam Unicorn, or
no?
Yeah, I'd probably put it above Unicorn.
Really?
Only because, like I said, I just don't like the pacing of the TV cut of Unicorn. It's just it's so janky.
Fair enough. All right, do it.
All right, top D it is. Next up.
We are proud to announce, in partnership with our friends at Crunchyroll, Fena, Pirate Princess, an adventure tale set in an amazing 18th century European island world with danger and excitement at every turn.
Check out a work-in-progress look at this new show.
Pretty soon, men from all over the continent will flock to see you.
I don't care. Today marks 10 years to the day. 10 years since I washed ashore on this island.
No matter what, just stay alive and I'll find you!
Fena, let's go.
I can't do this. I refuse to just let some man I've never met have his way with me.
Quit wasting my time!
I'd rather die than go through with it!
We're here to rescue you. Let us escape.
The ship is standing by.
No matter the cost, we must see your father's dying wish come to fruition.
My father?
Your father entrusted this to Yukimaru. Please protect it with your life. Those were Franz's last words. And as for the mystery shrouding this stone he left with us, only you can unlock the answer. Before you is the island's most capable and formidable fighting force, each a mighty warrior in their own right. And in addition, I shall be providing you the use of a ship.
My father. In his name, I swear, I will pick up where he left off.
Good luck, Fena Hauptmann.
Fena, Pirate Princess. Season 1 premieres August 14th at midnight.
Everyone, are we clear?
Aye.
Only Toonami from Adult Swim and Crunchyroll.
One of our first Toonami originals of the Adult Swim era, and one that got written off, Fena, Pirate Princess. I remember.
This one's so painful.
I remember.
So painful, so much potential.
I remember liking it at the start, and then it just went Evangelion stupid in the end.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what the heck was going on in the end. And we'll never see a second season anyway because it was written off.
Mm-hmm.
But yet again, that's keeping with the trend of Toonami originals.
I think for me, I've only seen like the first 3 episodes, and I haven't watched past that, so I'm very lost with Fena.
The ending, it goes fucking stupid.
I've heard that multiple times. The ending is bad.
So, do you all feel this deserves a C or a D?
It's a C.
Yeah, C.
Yeah.
How about After Akami?
After Akami? I mean, it's just because like this was like one of the first few Toonami originals we've started to see, and it's just like, man, you know, like Toonami. This was one of the first shows where it really started to show the track record with these originals. But next up.
Cosmo Samurai, a 4-part non-canonical Toonami event starting next Saturday at midnight. Only Toonami.
We have another Total Immersion event, but this time a non-canon Total Immersion event. And it was super fun, and I enjoyed it a lot. Cosmo Samurai, which is literally Toonami brand anime.
It's almost like they got just like the same people who worked on those Rick and Morty shorts and like, have at it, do something with these characters. Essentially,
I like the first one a lot. The second one not so much, but we'll get there. To me, it's just like it's like stupid fun. Like it's not taken seriously. He needs to save Sarah. That's it. So like a bunch of space samurai give Tom like a samurai makeover, and that's literally it. And that's all I need. How do y'all feel about it?
I mean, it was fun. It was nice to see them do something that just didn't necessarily need to like fit into the Toonami canon and could just be a thing to have fun.
Yeah.
So it was nice for that. I mean, it was all right.
Put it after Voltron.
After Voltron? What did we put Voltron again?
Voltron is low B.
Low B. So, yep. Oh, you're almost there.
Yeah, there we go.
Yep, right there. Yep.
Yep. Oh, next up.
Everything intended will happen.
This little light I found, take it in and breathe it out.
Where am I?
A little drum that's beating loud.
Don't forget me.
In my chest I hear the sound.
You lost?
Leave me alone! I can feel.
How did I do these things?
I can feel.
If I were you, I'd walk away from this whole thing.
I can't do that.
I can feel you now.
There are ways you have to do things if you want them to happen.
Need to borrow this.
Freeze!
Have we met?
Maybe.
I want every available officer mobilize, hunt down, eliminate Black Lotus.
Blade Runner Black Lotus, coming this fall. Only on Adult Swim and Crunchyroll.
Another Toonami original Blade Runner Black Lotus.
What an ending.
If I had to rank this based on how many times we had to watch like the first 5 episodes, it would be a hard F, but I can't actually I can't degrade the show on that alone. Like scheduling decisions don't reflect the quality of the show necessarily.
It's like the same.
On the marathon, you're going to be watching a recap episode.
Oh, no, it's funny because Sam here didn't watch it when it was airing. He saw it on Max, and
I had it on Max when it was still there. And
because you okay. First episode drops fine, and they did that whole Black Friday, this one-time Friday edition of Toonami, which wasn't even Toonami. It was just another Adult Swim night where they were gonna play the 2099 short, and then 2022. That's what it was, 2022 short, and then the 2049 movie, followed by the first 3 episodes. And so that was marathon 1, and then they did another marathon of the first of episode 5, then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 again after that, and then another marathon in Christmas time again, and then after all that, when we came back from Christmas and New Year's, the first episode we get is a recap episode after we've seen episode 1 like 5 times. The show sucked, and it didn't even look great too. Like the aesthetics and the environment looked great, but everyone else, everyone looks like a Barbie doll.
Background, like texture work of the world itself and the lighting and everything, fucking phenomenal. Just great stuff. I didn't like the character designs in it. I didn't really care for the animation.
Fight choreography was pretty good.
Everyone looks like a Barbie doll.
Yeah.
Oh,
it kind of worked for some characters, but mostly no. Should have gone with 2D.
And then in the same time, we had Black Lotus. The Cyberpunk Edge Runner show came out too, and I was watching it, and I'm like, why couldn't we get Black Lotus like this? Sorry to cut you off, Sam.
No, I was hopeful that the Blade Runner anime would kind of make me interested in the Blade Runner franchise. I did the exact opposite. I'm like, I don't want to fucking touch this fucking franchise with a 10-foot pole. No thanks.
Which is a shame because the original movie and the sequel movie are actually really good.
Yes, absolutely.
After watching
Agreed.
Photos, I'm so disinterested.
So, would we put this in D tier, I'm assuming? Or C?
Yeah, D. I'll put it D.
Yeah, D.
Yeah.
So would you say it's below Bakugan or a little higher than that?
No, it's higher than that. How about the top of D?
Above Yashahime?
Yeah, I'd rather watch that than Yashahime.
True. Yeah.
Now, going from a trash show to a peak show.
Good work out there yesterday. You didn't manage to excavate all that much, but for most of you, it was the first time working solo, so that's to be expected. For next week, I'll have you set up at the same site 100 meters down to continue your work. Don't let your guard down.
Made in Abyss. Premieres Saturday at 1:30.
I'm really gonna go all out on my excavating today!
Only Toonami on Adult Swim. Deep in the 6th layer of the Abyss,
It was like something from another world.
Rico and her crew have struck gold.
The Golden City, where things that are beyond human live.
But the ruined city isn't what it appears.
Are those human body parts?
And the hollows that live nearby are guarding a horrible secret.
Wow! What is this place? It's kind of like a market.
Yes, at the market, human children garner the most value. You would have a very good value. For instance, your eyes, skin, or fat.
Come on, stop it!
We didn't know it yet. That people could never return from this area and maintain their human form.
Season 2 of Made in Abyss. Premieres Saturday at 12:30 a.m.
Time to run! Right now, guys!
Fear runs deep. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Sam's favorite show of all time, Made in Abyss.
Silver's favorite show too.
Yes, it is. Oh, too
It's
bad he's
one of
not
the
here.
best shows I never want to talk about with anybody.
Damn.
It's the most wholesome anime Toonami's ever aired.
Jesus.
Very
There
wholesome.
sure was a hole. And then some.
Oh my god. No, but I remember everyone was doing like, oh, it's gonna be so wholesome, it's so wholesome and all that, and like the first season came out, and I was just like, ew, nasty, but I'm not horrified. And then because I learned I needed to see the movie, so I saw the movie. And I was horrified. And then season 2 came out, and I was beyond horrified. But in all actuality, I think the best reaction was from Silver, who was so audibly disgusted when he was watching the movie that he hated Bondrew so much he started cursing him out in Spanish, which which is whenever he speaks Spanish, that's when we know he's pissed. And we poke fun at him now. We're like, "Hey, this is Silver's favorite show. Are you right? So are we right?" And then he's just like, "Yeah, depressed out of nowhere." Um, I will say, aside from all that, I had a lot of I enjoyed Main Abyss a lot. There were some scenes that were hard to watch, but that's the whole point of it. Um, and it's just like it's a show. It's not for everyone. Recently, a friend of mine, like a real life friend, told me he was watching it, and I was like, "Bro, I'm so sorry." And I say that not because it's a bad show, but because it's not for everyone, and you'll see why.
Made in Abyss will continue in a moment.
What are you crying about? What? You're crying too!
They took his father's life, and now they will face his wrath.
Come. I'll allow you to meet death like a warrior.
Shenmue the animation is coming up next.
How would y'all rank? How would y'all
But I
rank?
love this. It's one of my favorite animes of God, last 10 years or something like that. It's a really, really, really good show. I put it an A. It's an A show.
How do y'all?
Yeah.
It's a very good show. How about right behind Kill la Kill?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It was also another rare get for Sentai, which is out of their usual, which is I said this a while ago, but I like sometimes I feel like Sentai needs to make an effort to get more outside of their usual grab bag of horny shows, because it's like they can sometimes get some good stuff like they Parasite, Main Abyss, recent Oshinoko. I'm watching that currently. I'm like 6 episodes in. That's also really good.
It is a very good show.
It is. Now next up,
1 point. This calls for a big celebration.
Sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to pass. I've got training this evening.
Father!
Ryo, stay back.
For the last time, where is the mirror?
I will never say.
You bastard!
What do you really know about your father's past?
You would be putting yourself in great danger.
Are you Ryo Hazuki?
I need to know why my father was killed.
You still don't understand the gravity of your situation.
If you choose to pursue this any further, I will be sure you suffer the same fate as your father.
Go home, kid.
You're that guy.
Yeah, so what if I am?
Day is planning something, and he needs both mirrors to achieve it.
Get him, boys.
You are weak. You cannot beat me.
I will not lose to anyone. Not until I find the truth about my father and his death.
Shenmue, the animation. Premieres February 5th at 12:30.
I knew getting involved with you was trouble.
An Adult Swim and Crunchyroll original.
another Toonami original, Shenmue the animation.
This had so much potential, and it just feels like it squandered it.
Yeah. Oh, it's like Shenmue 3 then.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
From what I'm told, it's actually a pretty good adaptation of the source material. Just
a little too faithful, like him exploring too much.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Not enough forklift.
Not enough forklift, no. But yeah, like that's the thing is okay, fine. It's been 20 years since the original game came out, but it's like if I wanted to experience the exact same story, why wouldn't I just go play the game?
Exactly.
And the story is not really the reason people play Shenmue.
Yeah,
they don't.
Like,
They did
like if I was going to compare it to another recent, like,
design for I forget the character's name. What's her name?
What?
Oh, yeah.
The redhead?
Yeah.
Oh, Joy.
Joy.
Yeah.
You mean not Nami?
Not Nami.
Also voiced by Lucy Christian.
Yes. It's amazing
yeah,
how she's in all these originals, by the way. Oh, sorry.
I'm also a little disappointed with the dub. Like, granted, Shenmue's dub was never good to begin with, but I'm just kind of like, you mean to tell me, Adult Swim, you didn't want to pay the money to get the
No,
original
they
content?
didn't.
Hey, at least it's not Ninja Kamui's dub, but we'll get there.
Ninja Kamui has a better dub than this.
Ooh. Ooh.
But yeah,
not by a big margin, but
like I guess the thing like I look at is, you know, if you compare it to another relatively recent video game adaptation, Nier Automata's anime, like that's doing stuff that the game did, but it's also doing things differently enough, which granted part of that is almost certainly Yoko Taro being, you know, his usual crazy self of like, oh, this is just another ending, you know, or another storyline for the same storyline as the game. It's all canon to itself. Like, so, you know, there is that aspect that probably gives that a leg up, but like that's kind of what I mean when it's like, don't just give me the exact same thing. Do, you know, at least try and do something different with it.
The Cyberpunk anime Edgerunners, that's who am I? Like, if you have not seen that, like,
that's a gold standard of how to do a video game show.
It's a prequel.
That and Arcane.
It's a prequel.
Yeah, like ties into the game, but like does its own thing.
But so where would we rank Shenmue? Would we say C or D? Would this be higher than Black Lotus or lower? Would you say it's better than Fena also?
Some people would say it's better than Fena. I don't think so.
I disagree with that, yeah.
Yeah, I'd keep Fena higher than that.
Fena was way more ambitious and also way nicer looking.
Also, the animation in Shenmue.
Yeah.
Animation
Fena was a victim of circumstance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you say it's higher than Black Lotus?
Yo, easily.
Yeah, it's better than Black Lotus,
Well,
yeah.
Well, though.
Above Final Act or below it? Or just bottom C in general?
How about
It's hard to decide.
Put it after Blue Sub.
Yeah.
After Blue Submarine. Gotcha. Next up.
奴は君の体と共にあの中へ消えた。僕の体。
As we begin to celebrate 25 years since the first Toonami broadcast, get ready for Cosmo Samurai 2, a 4-part Toonami event starting next Saturday at 1. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
The next Toonami total immersion event, the sequel to Cosmo Samurai 2. I'm going to be honest, I did not enjoy this as much as the first one. It literally did all the opposites of the first one. All of a sudden, we did like a goofy, romp about like Space Samurai helping Tom get Sarah back, and now we're gonna make it all super gritty and say that they were actually time travelers trying to stop an apocalypse because everyone dies and all that. And it's just like, what's going on? Oh, and also Tom was the one that killed everyone. Apparently, it was like Tom corrupted or something. Like, what the heck was going on there?
Yeah, I didn't think it was as good as the first one.
Like, I just because the first one I liked a lot because it was just goofy and silly and it was not taking itself seriously, while the other one just took itself seriously.
Yes, it was rather confusing.
Yeah, so I would say C tier. Like, or do you think it would be lower?
Okay. Yeah, you could do C tier.
Or do you just want it to be underneath the first one?
Nah, there should be a significant margin.
Yeah, there's definitely a gap between them.
Would you say?
Hell, if you want a good example of the general consensus on it, the first one on the Toonami wiki has all 4 episodes described. The second one, whoever was writing the article only bothered to write the synopsis of the first 2, and then gave up and just put the air dates for 3 and 4.
Wow.
Wow.
Right next to King Star King.
Next to King Star King. Where did we have King Star King again?
Yeah, I know.
Well, you were almost there.
Oh, there it is. All right.
Yeah.
And we move to another Total Immersion event.
25 years in the making. A 2-part Toonami Total Immersion event. No way. The return next Saturday at midnight. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
This was a short one, only a 2-parter. It was meant to celebrate 25 years of Toonami, and it brought back the original Absolution ship and more time travel bullshit. The return.
This could have been just 1 part, and we could have been done with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was a whole lot of nothing, but I do like the ship.
I mean, yeah, it's the first Absolution.
Yes, but
And we've had this bumper style ever since.
Yep.
Yeah, which
Wow.
Over 2 years.
So
at least
where
they
would-
settled on something that's not difficult to stare at.
Yes. And easy to make stuff for, too. Because it's all 2D
man.
and not like 3D, like tube style.
Yeah.
So where would you want to rank the return? Because I'm just indifferent to it. Because, I mean, all it did was just put Time and Sarah on a ship and blast out of here. Blast
It's
out
not
of
as
the forge.
good as Intruder 3, I guess. So maybe right next to that.
Next to Intruder 3?
Yeah.
All right. So then with this, we are in our current era of Toonami and just not even, we're almost there. So next up.
The world's #1 thief and the world's most famous detective go head to head.
Holmes, please calm down. I'll hunt him down. There he is. Lupin the Third.
If Lupin can't clear his name, he'll never get his paws on the Raven's treasure.
We've got a bit of a problem on our hands.
Lupin the Third, Part 6, premieres next Saturday at 1:30 a.m. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Another Lupin series, Lupin the Third, Part 6. From what I hear, it's not as good as 4 and 5. But Logan, is that correct? Or
So I actually haven't finished it.
Ooh.
And this is purely petty reasons on my part, but I was a little miffed when a certain rival company managed to get the license instead of us. So yeah, that was
strange.
Like I said, that's purely petty reasoning on my part. But yeah, I was a little disappointed by
I bet
that.
you're really salty about the Lupin prequel.
Lupin Zero.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because at least Part 6 has a dub. The fact that they didn't even bother to dub Zero is really disappointing, but that's neither here nor there. I mean, what I have seen of it, the biggest problem I have with Part 6 is it kind of goes to show why it took so long after Lupin Part 3 for them to even go back to doing TV episodes, and they were just doing the specials. They've kind of worn it out a little bit, and I think they just need to go back to doing the specials and maybe not look at doing another TV show. I mean, Lupin Zero was fine because it was only 6 episodes, but I think they just need to stick to the specials for a while and just let Lupin have a bit of a break, because you push it too hard and you get franchise fatigue too easily.
Yeah. I don't feel it's significantly worse than the other two, but maybe it shouldn't be right next to them.
The other two were in A, right? So would you want them in B?
Yeah, put Part 6 in B. How about?
Yeah, maybe right around IGPX.
Yeah, right after Bobobo.
Yeah, like I said, I haven't seen all of Part 6, but what I have seen, that's about where I'd probably put it.
No, wait. I definitely like IGPX and Alternative more.
Okay, so
put
then
put it after Alternative.
All right. We move on to another Toonami original series, aka another disappointing series.
Kurosaki was an ordinary seaside town.
Morning.
Until they showed up.
Oh my god.
Now, an ancient evil has awakened. And for Kime and Yuri, the nightmare is just beginning.
This is much worse than I had imagined.
This place, it gives me the creeps.
Don't miss the Toonami original, Housing Complex C. Premieres Saturday, October 1st at midnight. Next day on HBO Max.
Housing Complex C.
Hey, look, we got a horror anime before Uzumaki.
It was kind of like, oh well, we can't play Uzumaki yet, so let's make this thing.
with like the most confusing as hell story, which doesn't really end satisfyingly.
I will say, like, when you rewatch it, it makes more sense. But on one watch, you're just like, what the fuck is this? And even still, like, even multiple watches, like, I've watched the series 3 times, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this show? What is it trying to do? Is it trying to be scary? Because it's not really that scary.
And another thing too is that, like, look, I'm not like a stickler for animation stuff like that, but like, show doesn't look great. It does not look great.
It's pretty fucking ugly.
It's pretty choppy.
And the thing too is that, like, because I didn't really notice this when it aired, but like then Adult Swim had that YouTube stream, like that 24/7 Toonami YouTube stream, and the first episode was on that. And when I look at it, I'm like, damn, this really did not look, because the opening is what stuck out to me. That's when I really looked at it. I'm like, damn, this looks pretty ugly. And like, I don't know the name of the studio, but like, this was their first like TV anime, because like before then, all they did was like video game cutscenes and things like that. And
some pretty ugly CGI.
Ugly character designs too. Like, I just
they were just really generic.
The thing that made me laugh about the studio that did this is their name is Akatsuki, which is Japanese for dawn or daybreak. And all I could think of when I heard the studio name after I saw the show was, hey, Mom, can we animate a show by sunrise? No, we have sunrise at home, and it's this studio.
Oh my god. So
Nice.
Would you say Housing Complex is better or worse than Black Lotus?
I'd say it's a bit better.
Yeah,
like slightly better, but that's like comparing like a wet dog turd to a dry dog turd. Like,
So that's all the Toonami originals then.
It's true.
Low
how
C?
about Low C? Better or worse than Shenmue?
I put it below Shenmue.
I think I probably would too.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, below Shenmue it is, above the Power Rangers show. I mean, the Transformers shows. Next up.
I have found it.
the souls of Melinda, the powerful sorceress, Edred, the warrior elf, and Seng, the cosmic monk, are reborn throughout time.
Who are you?
I am you. To face an ultimate evil. This is Copernicus. I have brought him from the future. It will command your souls to return, but this reawakening may prove to be their last.
What did you do to me?
She has powers. She might be the evil we've been fighting against.
From the mind of Gendy Tartakovsky comes a new animated series, a lifetime in the making. Unicorn Warriors Eternal, premiering May 4th at midnight on Adult Swim. We have the blessing of the magic realm.
Another Gendy Tartakovsky creation, Unicorn Warriors Eternal. This was also the start of like them announcing a bunch of shows that they would promise be on Cartoon Network, and then for some reason they switched it to Adult Swim. This was one of them.
Fine.
It's good.
Honestly,
I enjoyed it.
It's probably one of the weaker Gendy shows, in my opinion. It's still a good show.
It's easily the weakest Gendy show.
I was confused by the end. I was like, what the hell is going on here?
If it gets more episodes, I'll be there for them. But as far as we know, this is it for right now.
Yeah.
It would be generous to give this a B. I'm thinking C.
Yeah, I'd say C. Like, I like it. It's a good show. I just don't think it's really a great show.
Mm-hmm. Would you say it's better than the Batman, or Beware the Batman, or worse?
Below Beware the Batman.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
I think it's better than Genlock.
Yeah.
And Thundercats.
Mm-hmm. And next up.
I can do this. I'm gonna hide my powers and be a normal man having a normal day. Hang on. Starting now.
Everyone thinks they know the Man of Steel. But you've never seen the son of Jor-El like this before.
Who am I?
What was that?
Superman! I'd like to interview you for the Daily Planet.
Sorry, no comment.
Lois, these are the new interns. I want you to show them the ropes and get...
They can help me with the story. If we break this, we'll become real reporters. This is the story of the century! Who is Superman?
Lois, I know what Superman is. Huh?
You think he's a plane?
It kinda looks like a bird.
My Adventures with Superman. 2-episode series premiere. Thursday, July 6th at midnight on Adult Swim. Next day on Max.
Who the heck are you?
Stay away from my friends.
Lois, Jimmy, and the Man of Steel are back. Just 3 best friends living their best lives.
Let's just go with my plan.
Well, what's your one?
Battling the worst supervillains in the universe.
With this many toys to play with, we can finally take out Superman.
What's your name?
Lex Luthor.
You have no idea what you're up against.
Superman saves us from threats. Ever since that alien showed up, Metropolis has been a parade of freaks and destruction.
I will take what is rightfully mine and rebuild the Kryptonian Empire.
Run! Get out of here!
Did you think it would be that easy?
My Adventures with Superman Season 2 premieres May 25th from midnight to 1 a.m. on Toonami. Next day on Max.
I'm not alone.
Heroes Unite!
We're moving into this year, or technically, well, this is last year, but like, yeah, it's been less than a year. First up, or next up, My Adventures with Superman, the current iteration of Superman. We're currently halfway through season 2 at the time of this video. I really love this series a lot. Like, I don't want to say love, but like, I am having a lot of fun with it. I enjoy it a lot. And I'm not even like that well knowledgeable on Superman, but like, I love the first season a lot. And the second season, I'm having a lot of fun with too, but it's still too early to, judge it because it's not done yet. But how do y'all feel on My Adventures with Superman?
I really like My Adventures with Superman. It's a good show.
You too.
it's the second animated series of Superman ever, which is wild for all the Superman content out there in the
Well,
world.
that's not true. There was the
Well-
Filmation New Adventures of Superman and
Well, I'm
Superboy
just talking
shows.
about standalone Superman TV series that were animated.
Animated
it's
by
like the third.
Animated by
There
Studio
was-
Mirror of the Legend of Korra.
There was things before Superman the animated series.
Yeah, like the Flesher shorts.
Yeah, but I mean the TV series.
Ah,
But
Super Friends, if we count that.
yeah.
so
But there was that Filmation show.
So
I did
anyway.
not know that. So
also just want to say, like, Kara Supergirl in this show is so freaking adorable. Oh my god, she's it's just every time she's on screen, she's just so freaking cute. I'm sorry, I had to say that. But oh my god,
I like Jack Quaid as Superman. I mean, I
He's
like Jack
great.
Quaid in general, but he brings such a great energy to the character.
And Alice Lee as Lois is.
So where would you want to rank this? It's technically not even finished, but like, you think they're gonna tank its reputation in the last 3 episodes of season 2?
I don't think so.
Probably not. Yeah.
Let's hope not, because there's going to be a third.
Oh yeah. So would you say B or A?
A.
I'd
go
A.
A based on
That's
what we
a
got
A,
so
yeah.
far. Yeah.
How about Behind Big O?
Behind Big O?
Yeah.
yeah, I agree there.
All right. And now,
The people who live here never think about the future. There won't be any more customers. We're under martial law. After dealing with destruction for too many times to count, the adults have lost all hope.
If you ask me, we would be better off just flattening the whole planet.
And that has been passed down to us.
My brother is a lost cause. His brain is messed up from all the drinking.
The steam from that stupid plant fries the brains of humans too. And as far as hope goes, that light is all we have. The people left don't have the kind of money needed to get on that rocket.
I'm sorry for keeping you waiting.
You're still gonna stand there and act like everything is normal? What is happening? You know what? I'm gonna do things my style. See you later, old man.
I finally found you! The siren?
What's going on?
Welcome back!
What is that?
Hang on tight!
Stand back! You did something!
Did I now? For you.
No, I can't accept this.
Just use it, okay? So you can protect the ones you love.
The ones that I love.
In that moment, as my heart was pounding in my chest, I thought, is this what hope feels like?
Arigato.
we used to say Progressive was the worst of the Fooly Cooly sequels. And then this one came out. Fooly Cooly Grunge. And I just like, it's also funny because like they never specified the episode count for the season, so we're all just assuming it's going to be 6 each like last time. And then just
That
out of
was
nowhere,
the biggest rug pull.
out of nowhere, they just come up like
Holy Cooly Shoegaze starts in 2 weeks. What?
I'm sorry.
What?
It turns out they're 3 episodes, so we just saw 2 out of the 3.
And I love how at first it was like, oh, they're just going to double up on Fooly Cooly. Nope.
Nah.
Nah.
Oh, God.
I will say, I do think that the art style looks good.
Yes.
I think it works aesthetically.
Fine.
There were some moments that looked neat.
The CGI isn't that bad, but it's still not good.
Yeah.
It's
like if you did a different show with it.
Just this year, I watched Trigun Stampede, and I can immediately say to you that Trigun Stampede stomps all over Fooly Cooly Grunge. 100%. It's
in terms of like
Yeah, I
CG
mean-
animation.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that you could, if it were used for something else, it would be fine. Like I don't really have a problem with it in general, but yeah, it's just one of those things where it's a component of something that's all just a mess.
Yeah, like there was like you had the thing from Fantastic Four. You had Eyebrows from season 1 who does nothing.
They did Amuro so dirty.
It's just like, what's going on here? Oh my god. So would you all say this is an F tier, or do you want to be generous and give it low D?
No, it's a D.
Yeah.
I don't agree.
I don't think it's egregiously worse than Black Lotus, and maybe above Yashihime.
So next to Black Lotus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, on the opposite side,
Fooly Cooly Grunge is still going strong.
And while we hope you're enjoying it,
The beat doesn't stop there.
The gears that are in charge of our destiny are starting to turn!
we've got even more Fooly Cooly headed your way.
Don't miss the premiere of Shoegaze, September 30th at midnight.
Ever since we got here, my heart's been pounding and my head feels like it's gonna...
Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
There's something wrong with this whole world. Everything that's happened, it's all because of that tower. That's why none of this is my fault.
These two match the description of the trespassers seen climbing the emergency stairs described in the police report.
All that panting is turning me on. Do you need me to carry you like a princess?
Harumi Araisho. Nothing she did or said was anything close to normal.
Open your mouth.
Maybe that just means we're kindred spirits.
We're looking into any connection those two may have with them.
Who do you mean by them?
Medical Mechanica. What do you mean, who?
Hate to break it to you, but trespassing is a criminal offense, buddy.
We're conducting an investigation, not trespassing.
Attention, criminals! Put down your weapons and you'll be allowed to surrender. Don't you worry. No one's gonna stop us.
There's something at the end of this path. I just know it. It's there. It has to be.
Time to set your heart ablaze.
EM pulse from an NO detected.
Are you trying to ruin everything? By ruin, do you mean blowing up the whole city? Not just the city, the entire planet might...
That's right, Masaki Aofuji. Your sexual energy will open the doorway to a brand new world!
Fooly Cooly Shoegaze premieres tonight at midnight on Toonami. Next day on Max.
Boring-ass adults like you are the absolute worst!
we have a good sequel, Fooly Cooly Shoegaze, which is a sequel to Alternative. And Alternative was the better of the two original sequels. So I really like this because it pretty much showed Kana, like years later, pretty much she's still damaged from Alternative, and then you got these two lovebirds climbing the tower, and shit just got fucked apparently, thanks to Kana doing something from Alternative. I would say this is about on the same level as Alternative. But how do y'all feel about it?
Better than Alternative.
Better than Alternative.
Yeah, I think actually
I
it
like
is
it
more ambitious than Alternative.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Considering the episode count, like considering they only had 3 episodes to work with, I think what they managed to accomplish was really, really good. I do have a complaint of like maybe there should have been like 4 episodes, or maybe they should have just focused on this and have it be 6 episodes and that's it for Fooly Cooly. But for what they managed to do,
that's what they should have done. Although, yeah, because like it's also crazy too that we have a show called Fooly Cooly, but you don't have the character that defines Fooly Cooly. So
I think that's fine.
And I was so like set, like, oh, she's gonna show up in the end. She's probably gonna have a cameo or something. Nope, she doesn't show up at all.
No.
So would you
No.
say? So would you say on the same tier as Alternative, just above it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did I?
That's in B.
Where did I have Alternative again?
Alternative is below.
Toward the top of B.
Oh yeah, here we
yeah.
go. Above Alternative, behind IGPX. And we are in the final stretch. We got 3 left this year. So, next up.
Mika.
Chisato isn't there yet?
She should be here soon, but a licorice is in danger.
Headquarters, please give us permission to... No, I'd like to capture the dealer alive.
Takina! You could have killed Erica.
She's still alive, isn't she? A transfer notice?
Ignoring your orders ruined the operation. There will also be another licorice at your new assignment.
Nice to meet you, partner! Oh, you're one of those transfers. You must have skills.
Don't let her cheeky demeanor fool you. She's top tier.
They may not see eye to eye,
Don't get too reckless. Let's value people's lives.
but together they'll learn there's more to life
Let's go.
than just pulling the trigger.
You got any questions? Too many to count.
Licorice Recoil premieres next Saturday at 1 a.m. Cute girls with guns. Only Toonami on Adult Swim.
Licorice Recoil. I had a lot of fun with this. I really loved the show a lot, and I just remember watching it, and because I also knew like going into it that like it's essentially a Yuri show, but like it has its fans, and apparently they were excited to see it on Toonami because that meant more eyes could be on it because the show isn't really popular. So I watched it and I had a lot of fun with it, and I would like to see more, like another season or something, but at the moment we don't have any of that. How do y'all feel on Licorice Recoil?
I like
This show
it.
surprised
It's
me.
fine, though.
Yeah, it's very good.
It's a good show.
Yeah,
Great
man.
character dynamics.
I will
Really,
say, like, I don't
really
think it
good.
does anything that different, or like it's not that like. How do I put this? I think what it does very well. It's a fun action show, and it has good characters and good moments. I just don't think it really goes beyond good.
Personally, for me, I had a lot of fun with it. If it was up to me, I'd probably put it maybe high B, low A. How do y'all feel on that?
I think low A.
Low A?
Yeah.
Low A. So, would you want to put it above the ties or?
Yeah, above the ties. Yeah, put it above Megalobox.
Yeah. But yeah. Now.
Well, it's been 24 hours since he was pronounced dead. Seriously think this dude came back to life?
Maybe he's not even human anymore.
Can you remember who broke into your home and attacked your family?
They killed my family. Now I'm going to hunt down every last one of them and make them pay.
You plan on murdering them all?
You are about to be dropped into the pits of hell. Where you'll hear the sound of skin being peeled off, bones being shattered, and spines ripped out whole.
What the hell is going on here?
Don't get involved in this investigation any further.
Definitely something shady going on with this case.
How's up? They have the FBI in their pocket. And now they're wanting me to back off.
My guess is that ninjas are the ones behind it all.
If this is all true, then we got a real nightmare in our hands.
We cannot afford our existence ever coming to life.
I'm going to kill Yamaji and make sure everyone else gets what they deserve.
Find them at all costs. And tear their hearts out.
From acclaimed director Sung-Hoo Park comes a new original anime.
Even in oblivion, you'll tremble in fear of the Oni that lie beyond.
Ninja Kamui. New series premieres February 10th at midnight on Adult Swim. Next day on Max.
One that Sam was looking forward to talking about.
Oh boy.
You want to talk about disappointing Toonami originals? Look no further than Ninja Kamui.
Oh.
They had such a
So
strong
we're all just
start.
meeting next after this, right?
I got things to say, but I'm gonna let Sam cook.
Oh my god.
I
Okay, so here's the thing. I watched the beginning parts of the show when it was like still new. I'm like, okay, all right. And then after episode 5, it just starts falling the fuck apart, and I'm like, what the fuck are you trying to do?
yeah,
It seems like a trend with these Toonami originals.
I don't get what they're going for. I don't understand what the tone is supposed to be. I don't like the character. Don't like is a strong word. I don't care about these characters. They don't give me enough reasons to care about these characters. I don't
Exactly.
care about anything that's going on in terms of the plot. Like Jason Marco brought up on Twitter or something like the influence for the show was old school violent anime, like Ninja Scroll, the movie. I don't see it. I don't
Nah.
fucking see it at all.
Nah.
Like
You really didn't do it.
what killed me was that the trailer looked so promising, and then like Silver pointed out after episode 5 aired that we just saw everything that was in the trailers. So what's after that? CG, a whole lot of CG, and we were quick to realize that they intentionally marketed this show with only the first few episodes because they knew the rest wasn't going to be good. And I brought this up in our podcast episode, but that last fight was the worst, the absolute worst. It was a Dreamcast cutscene.
Oh my god! You hear the Dreamcast disc just spinning in a little disc and
like it literally, if you watch the episode, they literally do that thing to where like, oh, they're talking before the fight, and then they're like, we're bringing all of this to an end, and then it cut to black for like 2 seconds, and then the fight happened, and that literally, to me, that looked as if you were transitioning from a cutscene to gameplay. Like, that's literally what it looked like. I want to edit in one of these days, just like quick time events over it. You know how like you got like you press X at this time, you failed, you get hit. Oh my god.
I think the sad thing for me is that final fight is truly trying to be like the most epic fight ever, and it just comes off completely pathetic because the CGI is terrible and the overall direction of that scene is terrible, and also the build up to it is awful.
The way he wins is also just an ass pull. Like out of nowhere, he can just use Zai's technique, which is supposedly every ninja has their own technique. So why, and they can't share them. So how is he able to all of a sudden use it? Like that makes no sense.
I will give the show there are genuine good moments. And even like later in the series, like there are some moments where it's like, okay, I can see what you're doing. This could be like dumb fun. Like the episode 11, I think was like the penultimate fight with Zai, I think.
That was
that
good.
episode was that was amazing. That was a great like highlight of the season. But then you get into more CGI mechs, and then it just becomes a mess. And then again, I don't care about these characters because there's not enough characters to actually for me to latch on to, and the action is just kind of whatever. I really wanted to like the show, but it just falls apart in every like conceivable way, and it's just disappointing to me. And I think that's the best word to describe it. Like it's disappointing.
Because like,
just think, in theory, there could be a second season, maybe, possibly.
And Silver will have to make more thumbnails. We keep ragging on Silver because him making graphics for the show was a nightmare, and he hates the show so much because of that, because he had to rewatch it like 4 times. So we keep joking that season 2's happening, and that means, hey, you got to make more thumbnails. Oh my god! Like the Ninja Kamui, it's not the worst of the originals, but it is the most disappointing because it had such a strong start and it just fell so flat. It like at one point it was on everyone's radar because you had more than just Toonami audience watching. You had internet influencers, you had like a lot of people watching the show, and then it just fell apart. And it's just so
I think it's funny because when I was writing my review of Ninja Kamui, I think I wanted to type in Zai or to see if a blue mech was his, and the first thing that popped up was a Reddit post saying, "Is it just me or is it the mechs that kind of ruined Ninja Kamui or something like that?" And I'm like, yeah, that kind of really describes everyone's feelings. The moment they introduced the mechs, that's when everything really fell apart.
Yeah.
Yeah, with me, when it first aired, I was like, man, this not only that Toonami might have gotten hit, this could end up being one of Toonami's flagship shows if they kept committed to it. And then now I have egg on my face because now when they introduced the mechs, it's like, what are y'all doing? It's like y'all had a good story in the first few episodes. You just could just stick to that. And the whole switch to the CGI mechs just ruined the flow. It just ruined the whole formula.
So, where would y'all rank this show? Would you say it's better than Black Lotus and Fully Grunge? Or would you say it's better than Shenmue or Fena?
Here's the thing, it's just like, I at least get the vision for what Ninja Kamui is trying to do, it just falls apart. I don't get the vision for Grunge at all, and Black Lotus is just garbage. It's trash.
I think the first few episodes carries it to be better than Black Lotus and Grunge.
The first few episodes were great. It was everything else that sucked.
Yeah.
So
well, even
I guess,
then, it still had some moments, but
so
really lost its ninja way.
So I guess a high C then, or
maybe do a high C. How do we feel it compares to Fena?
Like I said, I think Fena was good, but it was a victim of circumstance. So, that's what kind of hurt that. Whereas Ninja Kamui, like, it doesn't feel like it was a victim of circumstance. It was just a victim of its production decisions.
So
I'd probably put it below Fena myself.
You want to have it like right next to Fena, like this, like, or
right below Fena.
Yeah, I think that's probably okay.
All right, everyone. I know this took like 5-6 hours. My recording timer is on like 4 hours now, and that's only because I made 2 different recordings. We are finally at the last show of this, and one of my personal favorites. I'm happy to leave it off at this.
Is this harassment? Are you harassing your superior? Quit wasting my time by slacking off!
Akira Tendo's thankless job was killing him.
If I'm so miserable, why do I keep getting up and coming to work? Oh well, I don't care anymore.
Until the day the world went nuts.
What's going on? Zombies? I mean, those people are zombies, right? What do I do? If this keeps up, I'm gonna be late for work! Wait, so... is this month? Starting today, I don't have to go to work anymore?
Now he's on a mission to do all the things he always dreamed of. If he can stay alive long enough to enjoy them. Psalm 100, Bucket List of the Dead. Premieres next Saturday at 12:30.
Blue skies, green trees, bright red blood. I'd forgotten the world was so beautiful. Who cares if there's zombies chasing me? I'm just happy to have a day off from work!
Toonami on Adult Swim.
Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead. It is one of my favorite series of all time. Logan earlier when we were talking about Deadman Wonderland mentioned that like, oh, like you got those shows that all they really are meant to do is just drive sales of the manga and all that. And I said, yeah, I have a feeling with that. With another show we'll get to. It was this show. So I love Zom 100 so much, but that's also because I read the manga. And I don't know if you all watched Zom 100 when it was being simulcasted, but it sucked. It just wanted it kept getting delayed, like to the point that they couldn't even stick to the new schedule they made. It was so unfinished that the opening animation wasn't done until episode 9, and and then after episode 9, the show went on an indefinite hiatus until it got a 3-episode burnout on Christmas Day. It was not good. And after reading the manga, I hate that they did this because the story is genuinely great and I would have liked to have seen it continue, but unfortunately we're not that lucky. But yet again, I'm going to judge it based on season 1 alone. And season 1 alone is good. I'm not going to say that it is terrible. It is great. I mean, at the time of this recording, we still have yet to see the last one, but I mean, season 1 is great. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that if you were there last year trying to watch the show as it was coming out, it was a nightmare and it was hell. Which, in my opinion, I feel like that hurt the show's reach so bad, which is why I was so freaking head over heels that Toonami got it, because that meant more people could watch this great show. I don't think it's going to get a season 2, unfortunately, because when the 3-episode drop happened, all the staff were posting were posting their thank yous, and every single one of them was just saying their adventures continue in the manga. Go read the manga to read the rest, which is PR speak for season 2. Yeah. Because the studio animating Zom 100 is new. Like, this is literally their first TV anime. And, considering all the delays, like, in my opinion, the entire show should have just been delayed. Because it was a summer 2023 simulcast. It should have been winter 2024. But the show itself is great. I love the story a lot. And I relate a lot to the main character, Akira, which is why I love the show so much. Because I kind of have the same mentality as him in the first episode when you work at a dead end job and you just want something like a zombie apocalypse to come, so you don't even have to go to work. And there's more to it than just that. But like, I implore you, read the manga. Just read the manga. It's fucking great. But yeah, I'm gonna stop talking now. How do y'all feel about it?
I like it. It's good. I mean, it's almost certainly going to suffer the same thing as Deadman Wonderland, in that it's like it's going to come to the end of the season and then it's going to be like, oh, it'd be really great to see another season of this, but it's just probably not going to happen, and that's a bummer. But it is what it is. Obviously, not the first time it's happened. Probably won't be the last.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's a very enjoyable show. It's got a great mix of really high-octane action-adventure comedy and some heartfelt moments that you'd think that it wouldn't quite work, all those different pieces, but it pulls it off.
It does. That's what I love about it. What about you, JP, Sam?
Same. I love the show. What you said about how it's relatable, I think it can speak to everybody who deals with like bullshit jobs and dealing with the bullshit boss and all this, and you just want like something like a zombie apocalypse to just help you escape from all that. And it was a very surprising show. I like it. I think it's deserving an A rank at best.
I feel the same way. Like if it was up to me with knowing the manga and all that, I'd put in S, but I'm not going to do that because like I'm judging this based off season 1 alone. Sam, you didn't watch Sun 100, right?
Nope.
You should get on it. You're over here watching Blood Blockade Battlefront and not Zod 100. What's wrong with you?
Hey, I want Blood Blockade Battlefront's awesome. Toonami should run that.
It is, and yes, they should.
So okay,
Darn you, Crunchyroll.
So A rank, where would y'all think it go? Like high or low? Like
I think like low A.
Maybe around like with Deadman Wonderland, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe just ahead of Deadman.
Yeah.
I'd put it above Deadman, yeah. I mean, because like it's really good. It's just that it's just like Deadman. We'll never get a second season.
But at least it doesn't like hurt as much as Deadman's.
Yeah. And that, everyone, that is the entire list. We finally did it. After like, I want to say 8 hours, because I'm counting this and the last one we did. We have finally done it. Do y'all want to do a bit of some cleanup though? Because I know Sketch was kind of iffy on like certain shows.
I kind of want to go and try to eat some dinner.
Okay.
I mean, now there's so many shows in the A rank that I don't think we have too many in the S. So
I just felt like we needed to get more into A to sort of make it feel a little more balanced.
Mm-hmm. And we definitely put a lot more in A.
Yep. Hold on, I'm just trying to save it so that I could save the image and then send it to y'all. Download image. Okay, save. But I just want to once again thank everyone because this was my 1K subscriber special, and yet again, just thank you that I'm even at 1K. And even, I mean, I know this because like I do like a lot of Toonami like archiving now, but like I do want to do some more original stuff, and I hopefully when this video comes out, I will have something at the end of this because I am planning on making something to put at the end of this. But I want, and guys, once again, thank you all for being here. By the way, because this was such a nightmare to try and get together, and I am just, at the very least, I'm happy that I was finally able to get this done. And finally happy that I was able to get this list made. But once again, because I'm still recording, once again, thank you guys so much for yet again, like staying on here for God knows how long to watch us rank this entire thing. And hopefully when the final video comes out, it's something that I'm proud of. That remains to be seen, but thank you guys once again. Have a good one.
Sarah, the ship is moving. We're pulling away from the forge.
The intergalactic broadcast vessel is embarking on its mission. It's been hard-coded into the Navicomputer, and its call sign's been changed to the Absolution Mark 14.
Wait, did you say intergalactic broadcast vessel? Well, in that case, let's roll the dice and get back to doing what we do best.
That's the most Tom thing you've said all day.
I still love this job.